Chapter 701 Admiral Warring States. Naval Headquarters, Marinavando. A grand promotion ceremony is about to begin. Countless reporters, photographers, and video call bugs were shooting around frantically. The flashbulbs kept going on. A large number of Marines gathered in Marineland to participate in this rare promotion ceremony. Everyone's face was full of smiles, and they greeted acquaintances one after another. Time passes slowly. When the sun is almost overhead, there was a bang. A gun salute was fired. The promotion ceremony officially begins. First, an official dressed as a member of the world government walked towards the high platform of the Navy, holding the appointment letter in hand. Seeing this, Sarah, who was already prepared, walked up. Stand with world government officials. World government officials open appointment letters. Former Navy Marshal Cyborg Sarah worked hard and dedicatedly to fight against pirates for many years. In recognition of his great achievements, the world government, was promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the world government's armed forces, and will be in charge of Marigioa. At the Grand Naval Inauguration Ceremony, world government officials stand on the naval dais. Holding the appointment letter, he handed it into Sora's hands with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Commander-in-Chief. World government officials congratulated. Sora smiled. But his smile was a little bitter. He glanced at Zhanghua, who was standing nearby and suppressing his excitement. After a long time, he sighed. After accepting the appointment letter, he looked at the many naval officers in the audience. Then he bent down deeply. See it. The Navy in the audience did not dare to be too big, so they quickly stood up and bowed 90 degrees to the former Navy Marshal above. No matter how many mistakes Commander Kong made during his tenure as Navy Marshal, his contribution to the Navy is undeniable. After it was empty, the world government took out another appointment letter from its arms. At this time, Sengoku also walked up to the world government officials, wearing a Navy Marshal uniform. Former Admiral Sengoku worked hard and worked tirelessly. He repeatedly defeated pirate plots and boosted the morale of the Navy. After the resolution of the 5 old stars of the world government, he was promoted to Admiral Sengoku and became the Marshal of the Navy. He will take office today. After the officials sent by the world government finished reading, then he took out an epaulette from the side. Wear it for the Warring States period. Wow! The applause from the audience instantly became enthusiastic. Countless naval soldiers and generals applauded the Warring States Marshal. The applause lasted. Tens of thousands of naval elites and numerous generals gathered around to watch the change of supreme power in the Navy. Warring States stood on a high platform wearing a Navy Marshal's uniform and looked at the Navy below that had gradually recovered after 4 or 5 years, feeling extremely proud in his heart. I will devote my life to calming the sea and suppressing all pirates. The Navy will rule the sea once and for all. Warring States issued his own roar to all the Navy. Justice will prevail. Countless Marines raised their arms and roared to the sky. The Navy has been suppressed for too long. It has been 5 years since I made my voice heard in the world. They urgently needed a war to establish the reputation of the Navy. A change of leadership in the Navy completely shocked the whole world. On the first day of the new year, I gave the world a big gift. It shocked all the pirates to the point where they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Including the 3 Emperor's pirates of the New World. In addition to Charlotte's knowledge, the members of the Rockefeller Pirates were also shocked by the change of leadership in the Navy. Whitebeard Pirates. Warring States. This guy is not easy to deal with. Whitebeard looked at the high-spirited Sengoku reflected in the phone bug, took a sip of wine and murmured. Dad, the Warring States period is the Warring States period. It's not like we haven't fought before. Bista and others stood beside their father and looked at Sengoku, who was reflected in the phone bug, and said unconvinced. Thinking about the Whitebeard Pirates, they have never encountered any battles. It's just a Warring States period. It's different. Compared to his strength, Warring States, I'm more worried about his wisdom. But don't forget his other title, Wisdom General. It's not easy to deal with these smart people. Whitebeard said, then thought of another person. Rockefeller Charlotte. The other party is also a cunning character. Haha. Whitebeard suddenly chuckled. He wanted to see how Sengoku could take advantage of that cunning guy. Then he looked at Sara behind Sengoku. This man who has stood at the pinnacle of power since he went to sea will one day come to an end. 30 years in charge of the Navy finally came to an end at this moment. In the next dozen years, the Navy will usher in the Warring States period. compared to Steel Kong. This so-called wise general from the Warring States period is undoubtedly more difficult to deal with. At the same time, the three emperors of the New World were wary of the navy. When the new marshal takes office, he will definitely launch a large-scale battle to ensure his prestige. No one can guarantee whether the Warring States will burn this first fire to the New World. Will he rule the New World again like the last Navy Marshal cyborg Sara did? If the Navy once again enters the New World on a large scale, so will the three emperors of the New World unite again? Under everyone's expectant eyes, Warring States finally issued his first order after becoming marshal. Clean up all the pirates in the four seas and the first half of the Grand Route, and drive all the scum on the sea to the New World. In the conference room, Warring States looked at all the generals on both sides of the conference room and issued his first order. It was beyond the expectations of all the generals. But it also allowed many generals to see clearly the new marshal's policy. Focus on stability. Yes. All the generals stood up and replied loudly. The Navy, which has been recuperating for 4 or 5 years, once again proved to the world that the overlord of the sea is the Navy, not pirates. East China Sea, South China Sea, West China Sea, North Sea, the first half of the Great Route. War rages. Countless pirate groups were wiped out. Countless ships sank into the sea. East China Sea. The naval hero Garp personally went into battle. For a time, there was not even a ship flying the pirate flag in the East China Sea. They all flocked to the Grand Line. South China Sea. Qing Pheasant took charge and also drove all the pirates in the South China Sea towards the Grand Route. West Sea. Kizaru was also executing the marshal's orders and driving all the pirates towards the Grand Line. North Sea. Only Akainu is killing them all. The chaos in the world has spread to the first half of the Grand Line. Pirates from all over the world swarmed the first half of the Grand Line. And on the Grand Line, the king's Shichibukai were stationed at various locations along the first half of the Grand Route, completing the orders given to them by the Admiral of the Navy. Qianliang Daohua Baki. Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. Moonlight Moria. The tasks assigned by the world government are being cleared up in various places along the Grand Line. It's just that the completion process is a little different. The buggy pirates took advantage of this large gathering of pirates to continue to expand their power and enhance the overall strength of the buggy pirates. Chapter 7023 Generals, Part. Various auxiliary divisions were also established, under the banner of the buggy pirates, so that the Navy would not dare to attack them. The strength jumped to 70,000. Much more than the three emperors in the New World. And Moonlight Moria relies on the Devil's Triangle, harvesting shadows crazily, and constantly expanding his zombie army. When he comes, he will take revenge on the Rockefeller pirates. Only the tyrant Paris Salome Bear meticulously completed the tasks assigned to him by the world government. To gain the trust of the world government. This led the pirates targeted by the bear to call the tyrant Bartholomew Bear a lackey of the world government. More annoying than the other two kings, Shichibukai Moonlight Moria and Senryo Daokabaki. The first fire of Admiral Sengoku's taking office burned half of the world. Let countless people see the Navy's determination to clean up pirates. It also allowed the people who were oppressed by pirates to see a glimmer of light. Joined the Navy one after another. Let the various branches of the Navy be overcrowded. Naval Headquarters, Marinavando. Marshal, this is a report from the Four Seas. All pirates on the surface of the Four Seas have been driven to the first half of the Grand Route. The adjutant took 4 reports and handed them to Marshal Warring States. Okay. Warring States nodded slightly. After this month of cleanup, pirates from all over the world were captured in large numbers and fled to the first half of the Grand Line. The captured pirates were thrown into the Impel Down City by the Navy. Impel Down City, which had been empty for 7 or 8 years, finally welcomed a large number of pirates. The entire Impel City has been enriched. It was overcrowded for a while. Judiciary Island is very busy with this. Since the Warring States period, he became the Marshal of the Navy. His but never moved from its position for a moment, and he was always dealing with various problems in the Navy. A large number of problems left over from the period of Marshal Kong were accumulated in the Warring States period. Today's Navy seems powerful, but its internal conflicts are also very fierce. Countless people were staring at him as the Marshal. The change of power meant that a large number of positions were vacated, and these positions were in the hands of the Warring States period. Marshal, this is the document submitted by General Zifa. The adjutant took out another document. Warring States opened it and narrowed his eyes slightly. because the content on the document is clearly a resignation letter. Zifa wants to hand over his title of admiral. Warring States was silent. Look at this resignation letter. A long time. Approved, Zifa is appointed as the chief instructor of the Navy Elite Training Camp, responsible for training the next generation of the Navy. Warring States looked at the adjutant and said, "Yes." The adjutant immediately saluted. The withdrawal of General Zifa completely removed the older generation of Navy from the center of power. All admirals are currently vacant, which is very abnormal. In order to suppress the sea, the Navy will elect a new admiral as soon as possible to suppress the sea. A general is equal to the most powerful force in the world and is also the confidence of the Navy. Warring States looked at the three candidates in his hand. Kizaru Porosalino, Akainu Sakaski, and Aoki Kuzun. Three favorites to become admirals. If Sengoku wants to appoint them, he needs to show the weight to get the world government to agree. The Warring States period wanted this Navy to have three generals at the same time. When Warring States thought of this, his eyes became firm. He stood up and walked out of the marshal's office. This is the first time that Sengoku has left the marshal's office since he took office. The next day, a sensational news broke. Admiral Blackwatch Zifa gave up his title as admiral and became the chief instructor of new recruits in the Navy. The newspaper spread caused an immediate sensation. This is an admiral. Countless people looked at the newspapers in their hands in disbelief. Although Zifa, a general, rarely shows up, especially in the past 10 years, he has rarely shown up. But everyone is very familiar with Admiral Black Arm Zifa. The other party has been silently leading the Navy elites in the training camp to fight against pirates all over the world and even on the Grand Route. This still comes out from time to time. More so because of what the admiral represents. That is the Navy's confidence to suppress the sea. He is also the messenger of justice who is feared by countless pirates. Now Sengoku has been promoted to Admiral of the Navy. General Zifa resigned from the position of general. In other words, there is not a single general in the Navy today. The only one with a good reputation is the Vice Admiral Hiro Garp, who has been refusing to be promoted. This suddenly caused people to panic. With the general gone, who will protect us in the future? A doubt in the bottom of their hearts made ordinary people panic when they saw this report. And this panic instantly spread throughout the world. GGGGGGG, there is no general left, so who else can stop me? Countless pirates burst out with unprecedented passion and began to plunder. But what he didn't know was that even if the general was temporarily absent, minions like them were not allowed to act arrogantly. The various generals who were in command all over the world suppressed the pirates who took the lead in causing trouble. Let the newly aroused pirates calm down again. Red Earth Continent, Mary Joa, Pang the City. You can do it as a general, but do you want 3 generals too much? Nazho Langsheng and several other 5 old stars sat on the sofa and looked at Sengoku standing aside and asked. Promoted to 3 admirals at once? Nashiro Sage looked at the plan of the Warring States period. Sir, the strength of the Navy must be improved now. Not to mention the 3 emperors of the New World, the major pirate groups that have emerged from all over the world, and the revolutionary army that is causing trouble everywhere. Just 2 generals cannot handle it. There are too few manpower. Now that the older generation has come down, the Navy lacks high-end combat capabilities, and it takes 3 Navy admirals to suppress the sea. Warring States explained solemnly. Woloaxing was silent after hearing this. A long time. Saint Satan waved his hand. You go down first, let's discuss it. After the words fell, Zhang also knew not to be too anxious, so he bowed slightly and retreated. Wait until the Warring States period retreats. The other 3 5 old stars opened their eyes at the same time. Let's discuss the Warring States proposal. Mazsheng said while looking at the document in his hand. I agree with the proposal of the Warring States period. With the change of leadership in the Navy, a large number of combat forces have retreated. The Navy is not strong enough to suppress the sea. Saint Nazho Lang first expressed his attitude. I also agree that the Navy is too weak. With Zifa's withdrawal, the Navy no longer has a general. This is very detrimental to the Navy's prestige. But the 3 generals still need to be discussed. Saint Satan also agreed. During this period, my intelligence organization reported that due to the vacancy of generals, the number of pirates has increased significantly these days. Although they have been suppressed, they cannot be suppressed forever. Generals must be replaced as soon as possible. Saint Satan looked at everyone and said. Chapter 7033 Generals, Part. But we can't agree directly. If we give out 3 generals at once, the Navy's strength will be a little out of control. Saint Wycherley said. Yes, you can't give 3 places at once and promote them separately. Saint Peter also agreed. Then give 2 places first, and limit the last place. Nazho Langsheng said. Seconded. The people around him nodded after hearing this. Then let's discuss which 2 will be promoted first. Maz Shang said. Akaino can be promoted. Nazho Langsheng suggested first. Seconded. For Akainu, the 5 old stars still have a good impression. He is ruthless in his methods, conscientious in fighting, and obeys orders. He is simply a perfect soldier. Then the last one, Akiji or Kizaru, choose one. Maz Shang said. This time, the 4 of them hesitated. Both Kizaru and Aoki were strong men without a doubt, but their attitudes towards certain things made the 5 of them hesitate. I remember the green pheasant was brought by Garp, right? Saint Peter asked. Yes, it was brought by Garp, a very hot-blooded little guy. Nazho Langsheng said. Hot-blooded? I remember that the incident in Shihai is inseparable from him, right? Satan's holy will has some guidance. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Although there is no evidence, this matter is inseparable from Qingji no matter what. Then choose Kizaru? Maz Saint asked. No. Saints Peter and Vasily were directly opposed. Why? Maz Shang frowned. Not enough credit, no merit to stand on. Saint Pitt hesitated and said. Achievements? Maz Shang frowned. Then vote. Maz Shang said. Raise your hands in agreement with Akiji being elected general. Maz Shang said. Saint Pitt and Saint Wycherley raised their hands. Only Saint Satan and Saint Nasharang did not raise their hands. Satan Saint was a little dissatisfied with Qing Pheasant because of the incident in Shihai, so he did not raise his hand. As for Nashiro Sage, there are many generals in the Navy who are very optimistic about Akiji. This is very detrimental to the world government's control of the Navy. So Saint Nasharang was ready to suppress him. Those who recommend Kizaru as general, please raise your hands. After the words fell, Saint Satan and Saint Nasharang raised their hands. Now the only one who did not vote on both sides was Maz Shang. It seems that everyone has different opinions. How about leaving this choice to Admiral Sengoku? Saint Maz said to everyone looking at him. The words fell. The expressions of Saint Satan and Saint Nasharang changed. I know with my toes that the Warring States period would definitely elect Akiji to be the Admiral of the Navy. After one day. Warring States period, it's up to you to choose who will be the general between Akiji and Kizaru. Who do you want to choose to be the general? Maz Shang asked, looking at Warring States standing in front of him with a somewhat serious expression. Ao Pheasant. Warring States did not hesitate and stated his choice directly. Forehead. This made Maz Shang stunned. He originally thought that Warring States would hesitate for a moment even to consider the impact, but he didn't expect that he was given a choice on the spot. Don't you think about it for a few more days? Is Kizaru so unbearable? Come back to your senses. Okay, let Qingji be the general. Maz Shang agreed. As for what you said, for Kizaru to be promoted to general, it requires a feat that can silence everyone. Is it also a test for the world government? Maz Shang said. Sir, what is Kizaru's test? Warring States asked quickly. Warring States had not forgotten Kizaru and asked immediately. After hearing this, Saint Maz took out a reward order without any haste. Fisher Tiger, the fishman who caused trouble in Mariajoya 2 years ago, has been wandering in the sea for 2 years. In the past 2 years, your navy has not done anything at all. You have allowed him to run free until now. Since you want to do something 3 generals, then capture the fishman Fisher Tiger and publicly execute him, so that those who are interested will know the majesty of the world government. Maz Shang looked at Warring States and said solemnly. After hearing this, Warring States took over the reward order. Sir, it's not that our navy has no action, but that the other side is too flexible. The sea is the world of fishmen. Every time the Sun Pirates are surrounded, the fishmen of the Sun Pirates will jump into the sea to escape, which makes the arrests always fail. Sengoku explained for the navy. It's not that the navy is incompetent, but that the other side has a geographical advantage. Our world government doesn't care about this. If you want Kizaru to become a general and complete your plan of the 3 generals, let Kizaru capture him. Maz Shang looked at Warring States and said. After hearing this, warring states felt helpless. Yes. Warring states replied. The world government agreeing to the request of its 3 generals is already a big concession. Since the world government demands to capture the Sun Pirates, their navy will do their best to capture them. The warring states period withdrew from Panga City. He looked back at the shining castle, and then at the somewhat out-of-place environment around him. He walked out with a gloomy expression. Inside Panga City. This warring states period is not honest either. Maz Sheng took a sip of tea and said. Since we can push him up, we can pull him down. The navy has never lacked obedient generals. Saint Satan snorted coldly. How could they, old antiques who had lived for hundreds of years, not know the little thoughts of the warring states period? We can't go too far. After all, we still need the navy to suppress the sea. Saint Nashalang glanced at Saint Satan and said. Several other 5 old stars sneered after hearing this. Marine Headquarters Marinavando. Notify Seahai that this operation is temporarily suspended. Everyone please come back. Sengoku looked at Crane and said. Marshal, what did Marigio say? He looked at warring states with some gloomy concern. I agreed, but I didn't agree. Sengoku looked at Crane and sighed. Explained under his puzzled gaze. It's no surprise that Akainu and Akiji are promoted to generals, but Kizaru needs to complete the tasks assigned to him by the world government in order to be promoted to generals. Crane breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as you agree, as for the mission, it doesn't matter. Our navy will go all out to help Kizaru complete the mission. As long as Kizaru completes the mission, the navy will usher in a glorious time. He looked at Sengoku and comforted him. Yes, there are 3 generals. There have not been 3 generals at once in hundreds of years. The glory of the navy is coming. Warring states also sighed. The strength of the navy means that the pirates are also strong. Otherwise, the world government would not delegate power to the navy so easily. Marshal, I wonder what Kizaru's mission is. Crane asked again. After hearing this, warring states took out the reward order he took from Woloxing and handed it to he. Crane took a look. The Sun Pirates, founder of the slave liberation movement, Fishman Hero Fisher Tiger. This is what is commonly reported about Fisher Tiger. Chapter 7043 Generals, Part. You can imagine how angry the world government people, especially those on Mariajoya, would be when they saw this. No wonder the world government would regard this capture mission as a mission for general promotion. There's some trouble. I also have some impressions of these fishman cranes. Trouble has to be done. The navy will fully support Kizaru's mission, even if it costs anything. Warring States' eyes firmly said. I'm worried about the Rockefeller pirates behind this. You have to know that person who acted with Fisher Tiger back then. He looked at Sengoku and said, he didn't believe that Sengoku didn't think of this. No matter who it is, it must be completed, even if it costs some money. Warring States looked at he deeply and said. He was silent for a while after hearing this. Yes, I'm going to collect information about the Sun Pirates. Crane walked out. 1 month later. All the generals from the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line returned to Marineland, the headquarters of the Navy. The 1-month purge operation was successfully completed. Except for some fish that slipped through the net, within the next year, the number of pirates will be controlled by the Navy within a controllable range. Ha 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 ha, Warring States, I'm back. Just got off the boat. Garp shouted in his broken gong-like voice. The generals on the side looked at him frequently. Even Akainu looked over, his face expressionless. Bang. There was a sound of breaking glass. Whoosh. A shadow flew out of the marshal's office. Oops. Garp, who was screaming, was instantly knocked down. Lieutenant General Garp. The generals seen around him exclaimed and quickly gathered around Garp. Bastard Garp, what's your name? Sengoku's figure stood in front of the broken window and roared at Garp. Sengoku looked at Garp with anger on his face. How unbecoming is this old boy to make a fuss as soon as he comes back? The majesty of his admiral is no longer needed. Ha 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 ha, the marshal is back. After hearing this, Garp, who was hit on the head and bleeding, raised his head and looked at Sengoku and laughed happily. I brought your favorite senbei. Garp suddenly took out a bag of snacks from his arms and said. Warring States standing in front of the window rolled his eyes after looking at it. Come up, everyone, let's have a meeting. After saying that, regardless of the expressions of the people below, he walked back to his position as marshal. After hearing this, many generals below followed Garp, Akainu, Aoki, and Kizaru towards the marshal's office. Inside the office. Gather the stars. The month-long crackdown left many generals with a faint smell of blood. The murderous look in his eyes showed up from time to time. This characteristic is especially obvious among the naval generals headed by Akainu. Sit. Warring States waved his hand and looked at everyone with a smile on his face. This month's actions are still very effective. It takes nearly 5 years to recuperate and sharpen a sword, which directly prevents the pirates in the sea from showing their faces. This was the greatest encouragement for him to become a naval marshal. You have also read the newspapers. Zifa has resigned from the position of admiral. There is currently no admiral in the Navy. This meeting is to discuss the candidate for the admiral. After Warring States finished speaking, he looked at the faces of all the generals present. No one showed any eagerness to try. They all focused on the 3 generals, Akainu, Aoki, and Kizaru. It seems that they also know how much they weigh, and they are much worse than these 3. Pfft, ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Can't we just give the general position to 3 of them? Garp on the side joked. As soon as these words came out, all the generals looked at Warring States. Only Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru still lowered their heads. Akainu remained silent. Jingji propped his chin on his hand and looked at the broken window. Kizaru took out a nail clipper from somewhere and was trimming his nails. The 3 of them remained silent as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Warring States glanced at the 3 people and then at the many generals. Finally, he glared at Garp fiercely. The world government gave me 3 spots as admirals in the Navy, but one of them needs to complete a task before he can be promoted. Warring States looked at Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. The 3 people immediately sat up straight after hearing this. I plan to let Kizaru carry out this task. Sengoku looked at Kizaru. Kizaru's heart tightened and he paused in his movements, but soon returned to his calm demeanor. Hey, yo, Marshal, just tell me what mission you have, and I'll make sure it's completed. Kizaru took out his nail clipper again and said casually. Everyone also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. The crane on the side issued a reward notice. Catch him and hand him over to the world government for public execution. Warring States said. Kizaru glanced at the red murloc on the reward notice. He curled his lips slightly. No problem. After seeing that Kizaru was fine, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he didn't have a bowl of water to balance. The best candidate to deal with this fishman-fisher tiger is actually Akiji. The frozen fruit directly freezes the sea. No matter how well the fishmen know how to swim, they won't be able to swim in the ice. Call. Sengoku took a deep breath. In 3 days, Akainu and Aoji will be promoted to admirals, and a promotion ceremony will be held at that time. Sengoku looked at Akainu and Akiji and said. Yes. 2 unusually firm voices filled the marshal's office. All the generals looked at Akainu and Akiji. The reshuffle of power has officially begun. 3 days later. The weather is calm and sunny. In the square of the Navy headquarters. Countless reporters and marines stood under the high platform. The Warring States Marshal, wearing the uniform of a naval marshal, stood on the high platform and waited silently. De. Footsteps sounded. 2 figures came out of the Navy. Countless eyes were on these 2 people. Akainu and Akiji, dressed in general uniforms, slowly walked out of the army. Step by step, the atmosphere became very heavy. Until you get to the high platform. Appointed, former Vice Admiral Sakaski, promoted to Admiral, code name Akainu. Appointed, former Vice Admiral Kuzan, promoted to Admiral, code name Ching Pheasant. Warring States stood on the high platform and announced loudly. The audience was quiet for a moment. Roar. Roar. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. Akainu and Akiji walked forward. Absolute justice, eliminate all evil. Stick to justice and carry it out to the end. Akainu and Ayakihiko shouted out their declarations. And this scene spread throughout the world through the video phone bug. New world. Ku la 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 la, I didn't expect that the kid who followed Garp Sengoku back then would also grow to this point. Whitebeard raised the wine bottle and drank heavily. The hint of loneliness in his tone made him feel a little uncomfortable. Then there was deep fear in his eyes. This fear is not Whitebeard's fear of Akainu and Akiji. But it is a fear of the Navy. Chapter 705, Encounter at Upside Down Mountain. The Navy can always stand in the sea without falling because of the continuous support of powerful combat power. Except for themselves, no one in the Whitebeard pirates can take the lead. Not Marco, not Josie. Charlotte, who also saw this scene, also had mixed emotions. Kame Island. Charlotte's face became solemn as he looked at the promotion ceremony of the Navy headquarters in front of him. Charlotte knew that with the coming to power of the Warring States period, the situation for pirates will only become more and more difficult in the future. The methods of the Warring States period may not be as radical as Sora's, but the method of moisturizing things silently is truly brilliant. As soon as he came on stage, he did not take action against the New World, but directly focused his attention on the world. Stabilized his basic base. This is the most terrible. Think about the Summit War more than 10 years later. 100,000 elite navy, this is the method of the Warring States period. Akanu's ability to launch wars wantonly after he became Marshal of the Navy relied on more than 10 years of accumulation during the Warring States period. This kind of opponent is more difficult to deal with than those with real swords and guns. Don't forget that the Warring States period also had the title of Wise General. Alas, only Kizaru is left among the 3 generals. It seems that he will have to deal with Tiger just like in the original work. Charlotte shook her head. Went out. Tiger must die. Unless he dies, the Navy and the world government will always be watching. A thorn in the flesh. But luckily he was prepared. It was impossible for Tiger to be killed by the Navy like this. Thinking of this, Charlotte picked up the phone and started making arrangements. Just when the world is anxious about changes in the Navy. Only the guy at Cake Island didn't react at all. It's time to eat, it's time to live. Ever since the 3 emperors of the New World fell into a certain balance. The conflicts are all small scale. As the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Lingling has nothing to do all day long. Either giving birth to a baby or on the way to giving birth. Maybe it was stimulated by the children of the Rockefeller family. He even started forcing his children to train. But if there is no one to supervise and guide this kind of training, and you just practice hard, it will just be a show. But fortunately, the family members headed by Katakuri felt anxious after seeing the situation where the New World was about to explode at any time. In order to protect his family, he began to consciously train his younger siblings. Try to save yourself from possible wars in the future. The first half of the Grand Line. A giant steel ship rushes towards Upside Down Mountain. The surface of the giant steel ship is engraved with various birds and beasts, just like 100 beasts. This is the ship of the Beast Pirates. Beast number. Wow, is this the Grand Line? A cheerful voice sounded. A heroic figure stood on the left and right sides of the bow and looked at the surrounding environment. Captain, where are we now? After that lighthouse is the first half of the Grand Line. Jin and Quinn came out with bandages all over their bodies. It was Quinn who spoke. Is that so? Wait, there seems to be someone under that lighthouse. Yamato suddenly saw a figure sitting under the lighthouse. Jin and Quinn immediately became nervous after hearing this. No way. When Admiral Warring States took office, the first person to act was Sihai. The Beast Pirates happened to be sailing in the East China Sea again. For more than half a year, Yamato has been wandering around the East China Sea due to various curiosity. This attracted Garp. Dare to fly the pirate flag in the East China Sea. This means not taking Garp seriously. Don't you know whose territory the East China Sea belongs to? Give an order. The Beast Pirates, who had just been enjoying life for half a year, faced a nightmare. That Garp was chasing the Beast's pirates like a mad dog. Crazy, throwing cannonballs behind. If the ship Quinn had modified was not very fast, they might have gathered in Impel Down City by now. When Quinn modified the ship, he considered that he might confront that person in the future. In order to save his life, he only installed a few laser cannons, and the rest was all about speed. The speed is fast enough to rank among the top 3 ships in the world. It was precisely because of his fast speed that Garp followed the beasts and ate ashes for a month. Of course, it doesn't rule out that Garp doesn't take it to heart at all. Chasing the beasts' pirates is just a show, and it's just a job for Sengoku. But even so, the beast pirates are still in danger. Not one of them is intact. They all suffered moderate to severe injuries. Under the lighthouse. Oh. Another newcomer has arrived. I don't know how long this group of newcomers can last. Kuroka sat under the lighthouse, wearing a straw hat and squinting at the slowly approaching ships in the distance. Oh, it's really big. Slowly, Kuroka's felt something was different. Isn't this the beast pirates that has become famous in the East China Sea in the past 6 months? It's really not easy to escape from Garp's hands. Kuroka's looked serious. After all, within this month, the beast pirates have become the most violent group in the world. Chased by Garp himself. This is enough to make her famous all over the world. Looking at the slowly approaching ship and the few people standing on the bow. Except for the white-haired girl standing at the front, the other people have a fierce look and are not easy to mess with at first glance. Is this Kaido's daughter? Kuroka's looked at the leader, Yamato. It's really similar. After observing for a while, Kuroka's closed his eyes. Hey, uncle, do you know which way to enter the Grand Line? Bored. Yamato shouted, looking at the tower guard lying on the deck chair. Kuroka's, who originally didn't want to talk to them, was startled after hearing this. He lifted his straw hat again. Go to the 7th road, it's more interesting there. I heard what the uncle said. Interesting? Yamato gradually smiled, and then looked at the uncle. Uncle, do you want to join the Beast's pirates? Our Beast's pirates are short of a navigator. I think you are quite good, uncle. Yamato began to invite again. But unfortunately, the target of this invitation will not agree. Kuroka's glanced at the impacted Red Earth continent. He looked at the white-haired girl again. No, it's too late. I can't walk anymore when I'm old. It's up to you young people to survive in this world. Kuroka's shook his head. Huh? Refuse again. Yamato was instantly frustrated. Because she had invited many people in the past 6 months, but she rejected them all without exception. This made her very uncomfortable. Goodbye, little girl, I wish you a good journey. After saying that, in order to avoid being entangled, Kuroka's jumped directly into the sea. Looking at the uncle who jumped into the sea for rejecting him. Yamato was very unwilling and wanted to jump down. Captain, you can't do anything stupid. You are a devil fruit user. You can't go into the sea. Quinn quickly caught Yamato, who was about to jump down, and persuaded him. This captain is really unreliable. Even more unreliable than her father. Chapter 706, Red Hair. Hateful. Yamato, who was stopped, looked at the sea angrily. Humph. Let's go to the Grand Line. I don't believe I can't invite anyone. Angrily, Yamato walked back to the cabin. This gave Quinn a sigh of relief. He glanced at Jean, who was still standing, and walked back without saying anything. He still had experiments to do. Only Jin stood alone and looked at the place where Kuroka's jumped into the water. He always felt that he had seen each other somewhere and was a little familiar. The 100 beasts sailed forward slowly. Until we left Upside Down Mountain. Wow. Kuroka's rushed out of the water and looked at the beast pirates who had left. Oh, young people today just like to force themselves. Kuroka's shook his head and climbed onto the shore. Don't you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? Kuroka's shook the water off his body and groaned angrily. I have to treat Labu later, but I was delayed again. Kuroka's returned to the lighthouse. Wait until he comes out. I found another pirate ship appeared at my doorstep. A dragon's head is held high on the bow of the ship. Uncle Kuroka's, do you still remember me? A voice of surprise sounded. Kuroka's was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the red-haired boy wearing a straw hat lying beside the boat. Kuroka's, who was still gloomy at first, immediately smiled. Isn't this Shanks? Kuroka's said in surprise. Uncle Kuroka's, long time no see. Shanks jumped off the boat when he saw an acquaintance. Looking at Shanks, who had changed his appearance, his demeanor had also changed drastically, almost making him unrecognizable to Kuroka's. Shanks, I've heard a lot about you recently. Kuroka's looked at Shanks and said. Ha ha ha, I have no choice but to do it. Shanks scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. By the way, what's going on between you and Bucky? Why did Bucky give the order to hunt you down? What happened to you two brothers? Kuroka's suddenly asked. Oh. This. When Kuroka's asked this, Shanks felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. You can't say that you robbed the other party of billions. Ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter. I have a very good relationship with Bucky. Why are you chasing me? It's all rumors. Shanks touched his head in confusion and shook his head vigorously. Seeing Shanks like this, Kuroka's couldn't help but understand that Shanks was guilty. He shook his head and didn't care what happened to the two brothers. Anyway, they used to fight a lot when they were on the same boat. Shanks, are you going to the Grand Line? Kuroka's changed the subject. Shanks became serious after hearing this. He nodded solemnly. After 10 years of accumulation, it's time to launch an attack. The captains will still needs me to complete. Listening to Shanks' words and seeing the straw hat on Shanks' head, Kuroka seemed to know something. Then you have to work hard. Bucky has become a big pirate now. Good guy, a few months ago, hundreds of large ships entered the upside-down mountain in a mighty manner. It almost scared me to death. There were tens of thousands of pirates, it's really majestic. Kuroka said with a look of disbelief when he mentioned Bucky. I didn't expect that in just 10 years, the little kid on the boat would grow to such an extent. At first, everyone on the ship was optimistic about Shanks, but not very optimistic about Bucky. As a result, it has only been a few years since Shanks started his career and gained some fame. And what about Bucky? The buggy pirates under his command have 70,000 soldiers, and the buggy express he created is famous all over the world. He has 2 deputy captains. One is the great swordsman Eiichiro Mihawk, who was recognized by Rockefeller Charlotte, the world's greatest swordsman and one of the 3 emperors of the New World, more than 10 years ago. A natural person with the Shueisha fruit ability, Sand Crocodile, was able to tie with Douglas Barrett, the descendant of the devil in the New World, more than 10 years ago. Now that more than 10 years have passed, his opponent's strength will definitely increase. Stronger. The outside world has a very strong impression of the Baki pirates, comparable to any of the 3 emperors of the New World. Even the Navy is extremely afraid of the Bucky pirates. However, since the establishment of the Buggy pirates, they have rarely fought against the outside world and have never really competed with the strong. Therefore, the reputation has always stopped at the strongest Shichibukai. It has not yet reached the height of the 3 emperors. But now, all the pirates from all over the world are gathered in the first half of the Grand Line. It is only a matter of time before we launch an impact on the second half of the Grand Line. The year 1508 in the Hyuan calendar is destined to be an unstable year. A change of leadership in the Navy. Pirates from all over the world are gathering to challenge the New World. Ha 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 ha. Shanks scratched his head, a little embarrassed by the comparison between Kuroka's. He has been searching for like-minded partners and honing his abilities all over the world for the past 10 years. He rarely appears to the outside world. If he doesn't have something to do with Bucky, he rarely appears in newspapers. Kuroka's looked at Shanks and smiled. Just now, a pirate ship passed by here. Kuroka's suddenly changed the subject. Oh. What kind of pirate group actually attracted Mr. Kuroka's attention? Shanks showed some interest. The Beast Pirates. Kuroka said. The Beast Pirates? Shanks is a little unfamiliar with this name. After all, he was only 6 or 7 years old when Kaido of the 100 Beasts was killed by Charlotte. He caused trouble in the world government-affiliated countries more than 10 years ago, and was subsequently arrested many times and escaped from prison many times. I'm not very familiar with Kaido's beasts. Yes, a pirate group that was wiped out 18 years ago. 18 years later, with the help of a group of remnants of the original Hyakuju pirates, Hyakuju Kaido's daughter, the newcomer Hyakuju Yamato, went to sea again. Kuroka's explained to Shanks. Is she strong? Shanks became interested. After hearing this, Kuroka's looked at Shanks, and then at the red-haired pirate crew members who were listening carefully behind Shanks. Strength cannot be underestimated. Kuroka's said. As soon as these words came out, Shanks's expression turned serious. He did not believe that Mr. Kuroka's was an alarmist. As a member of the original Roger Pirates. Even if he is a ship's doctor, the other party's knowledge is not without purpose. It seems we have a rival. Shanks said, holding the handle of the knife. The red-haired pirates behind them also raised their lips. Seems to be longing for an opponent. The red-haired pirates are in urgent need of a battle that will reverberate around the world. It takes more battles to truly make a name for yourself in this world. The red-haired pirates are not the backdrop for the buggy pirates. Mr. Kuroka's, we won't bother you anymore. See you again when we are destined. The redhead jumped on the boat, waved to Kuroka's and said goodbye. Kuroka's held the harpoon and smiled as he watched the red-haired pirates disappearing away. Chapter 707 The Encounter between Yamato and Shanks. It's great to be young and act resolutely. I don't know if I will hear news about the Lombard pirates again in this life. Speaking of this, Kuroka's looked a little lonely. A few days later. Whiskey Peak. Corpses are everywhere. Yamato stood among the corpses with his face covered in blood and holding a mace. Next to him, Jack and the teenage boys and girls were also standing next to Yamato covered in blood. Is there something wrong with these people? They start fighting when they come up. Peggy Wan looked at the corpses around and curled his lips. Cool. Sudden. Yamato yelled loudly. His aura suddenly increased. The domineering look soared into the sky. Go straight into the sky. The domineering and overbearing energy was released unbridled, venting the depression in his heart for more than half a year. The strength even slightly increased. Captain, have you forgotten the bounty on us? Jack reminded from the side. That makes sense. Yamato smiled coquettishly. The beast pirates arrived at the first island of the Grand Line, aka Whiskey Peak. And we all know what Whiskey Mountain looks like. There are a lot of bounty hunters gathered here. The Beast's pirates have become the most famous pirate group in more than half a year. Almost as soon as we entered the Grand Line. These bounty hunters entrenched at the entrance to the Grand Line received the news. The bounty hunters entrenched in Whiskey Mountain bared their fangs. After the Beast pirates docked, countless bounty hunters swarmed in, shouting the heads of the Beast pirates. You must know that the bounty of the Beast pirates is very high. But it's also weird. As the captain, Yamato escaped after being hunted by Garp for a month, so her bounty would increase. It directly exceeded 220 million. But that's not even the top. The highest one is Yen Calamity Ember, with a bounty of 560 million, a bounty issued 18 years ago. It hasn't changed over the years. And Quinn also has a reward of 300 million. Plus those crew members. Good guy, the total number of pirates in a ship is over 1 billion. How can this group of bounty hunters from Whiskey Peak sit still? The other party is not as famous as the Rockefeller Pirates. A new pirate group that I had never heard of half a year ago. A new member with such a high bounty. Targeted by almost all bounty hunters. They don't know about the Beast Pirates 18 years ago. Facing these hyenas, Yamato will not be merciful when facing these guys who are targeting his head. Jin has trained Yamato almost since childhood, not only training Yamato's strength, but also training Yamato's state of mind. Facing the enemy is as cold as the cold wind. A massacre began. Neither Jin nor Quinn took action. Those who take action are young people. This can also sharpen the crew. Thousands of people were surrounded and killed. This battle, which could be described as a massacre, took 1 hour to resolve. Bodies were piled in front of the port. It's so cruel. It's so cruel. Quinn stood next to Jin and looked at the corpses on the ground with lingering fear. Jin glanced at Quinn. It would be great if you could be my test subject. Quinn's next words almost caused Jin to be kicked out. Being your test subject would be a life worse than death. Haha, Uncle Gene, I believe in tomorrow's newspaper, our Beast's pirates can become famous all over the world again. Yamato came over carrying a bloody mace, with blood stains on his face. Looking around with excitement. And from time to time, I glanced at the dark place, the camera that kept pressing the shutter button. Okay. Jin just nodded and said nothing. Sudden. The three of them looked serious at the same time. Their eyes were all looking towards the sea. At the same time, Jack and others also frowned. On the sea. A pirate ship came slowly. The dragon's head on the bow of the ship stands proudly. The red hair on the pirate flag shines in the sun. The red-haired pirates? Jin looked at the flag and murmured. The other party also came to the Grand Line? Jin frowned a little. Jin knew something about this pirate who escaped from Admiral Akainu. Although Akainu was still a lieutenant general at the time, the opponent's strength was obvious to all, and he was an absolute general. There are still 2 tools to escape from the general. The ship slowly docked. The smell of blood is so strong, what are you doing? A curious voice sounded. A head of red hair poked out from the boat. He asked as he lay in front of the ship's rail and looked at the beast pirates below. Kill. Jack spoke suddenly. Forehead. Shanks was confused by what Jack said, couldn't he be more reserved? Behind him, Beckman, Jesus Boo and others looked at the other group of people warily. The other person gives them a very powerful feeling. I heard that you are a member of the Pirate King's crew. Is this true? Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded. Yamato's sudden voice caught everyone by surprise. As if Yamato had seen his own big star, he ran to the port and shouted in surprise. Yamato asked, looking blankly at the red-haired Shanks with his white hair on his head. Huh? Yes, Roger Pirate's trainee. Shanks nodded. Wow, so have you been to Lovedrew? Is there really a treasure there? Yamato immediately said excitedly. I believe that people all over the world will be interested in the news about Raftrew, including Yamato. Ah. I don't know about this, I've never been to Lovedrew. Shanks scratched his head and leaned on the side of the boat and said sheepishly. Aren't you a member of the Roger Pirates? How could you not know? Yamato said a little angry. I thought it was because the other party didn't want to talk. I am a crew member of the Roger Pirates, but when I was going to Raftrew, one of the crew members got sick. I stopped to take care of the crew and did not go to Raftrew. Shanks explained. But there was no regret in his tone. Huh? That's it. Yamato was a little discouraged. In Yamato's childhood, what he came into contact with the most was newspapers. In the newspapers, Ralph Drew has the most information about Roger's secret treasure of the pirates. This made her interested in the pirate group's treasures at a young age. He vowed to go to sea to find the treasure of the Pirate King. Shanks was also at a loss. The girl asked herself a question and looked disappointed when there was no answer. This was the first time in so many years that Shanks looked disappointed. I think instead of asking others, it's better to hunt for the treasure yourself. I believe all pirates will be interested in the secret of One Piece. The red-haired girl looked at the white-haired girl and said. This reminded him of the child he adopted back then, and he didn't know how she was doing now. He would wait to see her after he came back from the New World. Well, then you have to find it yourself. Yamato was a little disappointed, but quickly regained his confidence. Suddenly, Shanks instantly noticed something was wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. The fighting spirit boils. Chapter 708, Changes in Kame Island. All the red-haired pirates immediately became alert. The beast pirates all looked at their captain in surprise. Red hair, come and fight, let me see how much the Pirate King's crew weighs. Yamato's sudden invitation to fight caught both sides off guard. Captain. Jin wanted to stop it. But the words stuck in Jin's throat were swallowed again by Yamato's determined face. Shanks looked at the mace pointed at him. The corners of his mouth turned up. Okay, let's have a big fight. After finishing his words, Shanks tiptoed. He quickly jumped out of the pirate ship, stepped on the air with his toes several times, and arrived in an open area in the blink of an eye. Yamato's eyes narrowed when he saw Shanks' speed. An expert will know if there is one as soon as he takes action. At Shanks' speed just now, Yamato asked himself that he couldn't catch up. But the invitation to fight has already been made. If it doesn't work, I'll have to bite the bullet. Thunder gossip. Yamato quickly completed the beast transformation, and Oguchi jumped up quickly in his true god form. He raised the mace wrapped with black and purple thunder and struck it hard at the red hair. Shanks' originally relaxed expression changed instantly when he saw the lightning points wrapped around the mace in the opponent's hand. God avoids. When the mace was about to fall, Shanks suddenly drew his sword and slashed upwards. Boom. Clang. Thunder and lightning danced around the two of them. Shanks looked at Yamato in mid-air and the corners of his mouth raised. But Yamato looked at Shanks seriously. The fangs in his mouth roared. Boom. There was an explosion. Yamato's body was blasted away. But it didn't fly away. And stopped his figure in mid-air. Wow. Yamato fell to the ground, creating a ravine of more than 10 meters on the ground. Shanks put away his sword and stood. As expected of the new generation of Beast Yamato. Shanks praised. How old is the opponent? He is only 18 or 19 years old at most. You can fight like this with him at the age of 18 or 19. The god who took him hard was evasive and undefeated. The opponent's potential is definitely more than that. Haha, you are very strong too, I can't beat you. Yamato shoved the mace into the ground. Actively ended the battle. This simple confrontation, although it was just one move, had already tested the strength of both sides. This made both pirate groups look serious. Is a formidable enemy. People on both sides thought. How about a party? Shanks turned his eyes and looked at Yamato and suggested. Yamato's eyes lit up. Okay, I like to have banquets the most. The beast pirates have a banquet. Yamato shouted to the beast pirates. Roar. Yeah. When the members of the beast pirates saw that they could not succeed, they instantly became happy. Young ladies, let's have a party. Shanks also announced. The two pirate groups were directly on the port full of corpses. The banquet started as if nothing had happened. The captain is being ridiculous. Beckman looked at Shanks, who was hooking up with the beast's pirates, and shook his head. But the other party is not much better. He glanced at Yamato, who was arm in arm with his own crew, and smiled. Jin also looked at red-haired Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. It's a tough opponent. I said something silently in my heart and silently recorded this figure. New World. Kame Island. There is something special about Kame Island today. All squads gathered on Kame Island. Tens of thousands of members of the Rockefeller Pirates gathered on Kame Island, and thousands of ships blocked the sky and surrounded Kame Island. This unusual behavior instantly frightened everyone who was paying attention to the trends in the New World. Everyone who was staring closely at the Rockefeller Pirates turned their attention to Kame Island. And he was mentally guessing what the Rockefeller Pirates were going to do. Is it possible that we can't start a war with the other two pirate groups? Then their trade routes are cut off. Does Rockefeller Charlotte think he is capable of taking on the other two pirate groups alone? Are you going to start unifying the New World? Numerous doubts puzzled everyone, and everyone focused their attention on Kame Island. This is the base camp of the Rockefeller Pirates. Everyone started to find out what the Rockefeller Pirates were doing. At the same time, because of the changes in the Rockefeller Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, Navy, and the three other forces are paying close attention to the movements of the Rockefeller Pirates. This is so abnormal. This not only called back the patrol teams. He also called back all his old subordinates who were in charge of the area. This is an unprecedented collection. Isn't Rockefeller Charlotte afraid that if people are removed, the place will not be in chaos? You must know that your Rockefeller Pirates occupy the most fertile islands in the New World. Everyone was confused and couldn't figure out what the Rockefeller Pirates were going to do. The territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Dad, are the Rockefeller Pirates really trying to unify the New World as they say? Marco frowned and said worriedly. He held speculations about the Rockefeller Pirates. No, as long as I'm still here, that boy Charlotte will never make a move. Whitebeard said confidently. Although I don't know what that kid Charlotte is up to, it is absolutely impossible to unify the New World. There is no friction on the border between the two sides. Besides, that kid Charlotte is not stupid either. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and looked at the sea. Then he looked at his sons who were still playing. There is depth in his gaze. Marco fell silent after hearing what his father said. The place was a little quiet. And in the waters of Totland. Cake Island. Katakuri is also urgently investigating what happened on Kame Island. Mom, I haven't found any information yet, but the assembly of the Rockefeller Pirates is by no means simple. There is probably some conspiracy. Katakuri looked at Charlotte Lingling and said. Well, what kind of conspiracy can that kid Charlotte have? As long as I'm here, that kid Charlotte can't make any trouble. Charlotte Lingling said indifferently and confidently. He didn't care about the changes in the Rockefeller Pirates at all and just ate the cake. After hearing this, Katakuri sighed and walked out. Brother, what did Mom say? After seeing Brother Katakuri come out, Smoothie and others quickly gathered around and asked. Keep an eye on the Rockefeller Pirates to prevent them from being caught off guard, and order all troops to be ready. Katakuri ordered. After the words fell, everyone looked serious. It is speculated that a war is about to begin. All the elite troops were gathered at the junction with the Rockefeller Pirates. To avoid being caught off guard, the Rockefeller Pirates ignored them at all. And at the Navy headquarters, Akainu and Akiji came to Marshal Sengoku's office one after another. Behind him were many generals. All the generals sat on both sides of the office. Only a dozen or so people could serve at the table, and most of them sat on the chairs against the wall. Chapter 709 Founding of the People and Hashtag 039, S Republic of China, Part. Marshal, I think the Rockefeller Pirates' changes are probably aimed at our Navy. Based on their pirate actions, it is very likely that they want to drive all our Navy out of the New World. We must take defensive measures. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel immediately expressed his opinion. Yes, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is right, we must defend ourselves. Many generals behind Ching Pheasant agreed, supporting Flying Squirrel's view. Just one small action scared you to this point. The ghost spider behind Akaina snorted disdainfully. You. It was obvious that the general of Ching Pheasant's faction wanted to curse, but Ching Pheasant's eyes stopped him. Shook his head. Marshal, I think it's time for our Navy to take action. The Rockefeller pirates are so unscrupulous. Our Navy must suppress their arrogance. Otherwise, how will our Navy's face be saved? Akainu opened his eyes and looked at Sengoku and suggested. Yes, his arrogance must be suppressed. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider behind him immediately slapped the table and shouted. Oh. Suppression? How to suppress it? Could it be possible to send the Navy into the New World and fight the three emperors again? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked at Ghost Spider and asked. A war is a war. Are our Navy just afraid of their pirates? The Ghost Spider also looked at the Flying Squirrel unyieldingly. People on both sides started arguing instantly. However, Akainu and Akiji closed their eyes and remained silent after opening their mouths. Let the generals under his command quarrel. Marshal Sengoku, who was sitting in the first place, and he, who was on his left, saw this scene and were speechless. Snapped. Suddenly there was a slap. Warring States slapped his big hand on the table. Akainu and Akiji opened their eyes at the same time. Is the meeting over? Garp also opened his eyes and yawned. Bastard Garp. Warring States was instantly furious, raised his palm, and smacked it. Boom. Before Garp could react, he slapped Garp out of the window. See this scene. All the generals shut up. They all sat in their seats and looked at the marshal. There is no need to argue about this matter. The world government ordered us to stand still and ignore what is happening in the new world. Warring States spoke. When these words came out, it was beyond the expectations of all the generals. Looking at the steadfast face of the marshal, their throats moved, and they wanted to say something, but the ugly face of the Warring States marshal gave them away the courage to continue. The meeting is dismissed. After Zangua finished speaking, he stood up and left the office. Many generals were left looking at each other. He also sorted out the documents and left. Plus Garp, who was shot away before. Only two senior generals, Akiji and Akainu, and many generals behind them were left. Akiji and Akainu looked at each other at the same time. Stand up at the same time the next second. At the same time, he walked towards the door. Upon seeing this, the generals behind him stood up and silently followed Akainu and Akiji. Stopped before the next double intersection. What do you think the world government will do? Shinji suddenly spoke. We don't need to worry about what the world government does. All we have to do is destroy the pirates. Akainu spoke. Is it? After Shinji finished speaking, he left from the fork on the left. After hearing this, Akainu walked towards the fork on the right. The generals from both sides followed behind him. This scene was seen by Sengoku and he. There seems to be a split within the Navy. He said worriedly after seeing this. For the first time since the Navy was founded 800 years ago, internal divisions will be so high. Isn't this what the world government wants to see? Sengoku asked rhetorically. Crane was silent after hearing this. Since the pirates have become stronger and stronger, their numbers have increased. Correspondingly, the Navy has also grown year by year. It has been expanding its army and now has 60,000 to 70,000 elite naval personnel. There was no two in the limelight for a while. Countless eyes are staring at the Navy, and the Navy is not having a good life either. The Navy Marshal, 3 generals, dozens of lieutenant generals, nearly 100 major generals, and branches all over the world. The power of the Navy has been fully demonstrated. How could such a powerful Navy not be jealous of the world government? Nowadays, the internal differences seem more reassuring to the world government. What are you going to do? Crane said concernedly. I can't do it. I can only watch. It seems that I am the one calling the shots in today's Navy. In fact, the real decision-making has always been the world government behind it. The Navy Marshal is just a facade put forward by the world government. Sengoku sighed. Ever since he took over the position of Admiral of the Navy, he has become increasingly unhappy. Basically, he has to consider whatever is needed below. Then pass the above command. The only thing he can do is to accumulate naval strength while listening to the orders from above. Waiting for the next blow to explode. If you want to control it as autonomously as Marshal Kong, you still need your own accumulation. Only when Sengoku took over did he understand why Marshal Kong had to obey the orders of the world government in everything. He has ruined all the Navy's hundreds of years of accumulation. Part of it was consumed in dealing with the Rocks pirates. Another part was consumed when dealing with the 4 legendary pirates. Finally, a full-scale war was organized against the 3 emperors of the New World, which consumed the remaining accumulation of the navy. In the age of discovery, pirates spread all over the world. The navy once again consumed all its remaining funds. It is not unreasonable that today's navy is subject to the world government in every aspect. He also shook his head after hearing this. As the chief staff officer of the navy, the current situation of the navy is still clear. He couldn't help but shook his head. Ah, Sengoku, why did you hit me? Garp hurriedly ran up from below and looked at Sengoku angrily. Warring States snorted coldly, ignored Garp, and walked out with hee-hee. Woa! Garp stood there helpless and furious. New World, Kame Island. Father, all the troops have been assembled. There are 80,000 people in total, including 36,000 squad members and 44,000 branch members. All the cadres are here. Isdeth rested her hand on the hilt of her sword and looked at Charlotte's desk as her father reported the report. Okay, everything is ready, the founding ceremony of the nation will start tomorrow. Charlotte closed the file and looked at Isdeth and said. Yes. Isdeth stood at attention and replied. Then withdrew. Prepare for tomorrow. After the last conversation with the world government, Charlotte plans to start building a country. The founding of the People's Republic of China occurred just after the change of navy. Already said hello to the world government. The people in the world government have acquiesced and everything is ready. Charlotte looked out the window decorated with lights. It has been more than 30 years since I came to this world, and I am also over 40 years old. It's time to change yourself. He had no choice at the beginning, but now the opportunity was here, and he wanted to change himself. Chapter 710 Founding of the People and #039, S Republic of China, Part. He cannot let his children and grandchildren be pirates, he must have a clear identity. Think of this. Charlotte looked at the plan in her hand. Tomorrow is the beginning of change. The next day. Kame Island. In front of a huge castle. Countless crew members of the Rockefeller Pirates gathered at the gate of the castle. Wearing a standard military uniform, unique to the Rockefeller Pirates. But after today, it will no longer be the Rockefeller Pirates. On a high platform. The decoration on the high platform is extremely gorgeous. Countless gems adorn the high platform. A throne stood on a high platform. There are 2 seats under the throne. There are 3 ornate chairs under the 2 chairs. Everyone stood in front of the throne, looking up at the 6 seats. Especially the throne at the top. Boom. A huge drum beat sounded. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Drums rumbled around them. Carter walked toward the high platform from behind. The founding ceremony of the Rockefeller Kingdom is about to begin. Carter's words came out. The reporters watching were stunned for a moment. Rockefeller Kingdom? What a joke. A pirate actually founded a kingdom? Under the puzzled eyes of everyone. I invite the first king of the Rockefeller Kingdom, Rockefeller Charlotte. Carter suddenly said loudly. As Carter's words fell, Charlotte's young face appeared in everyone's eyes. So young. Is he really in his 40s? Many reporters in the audience saw Charlotte's true face up close for the first time in so many years. In the past, I only knew about taking pictures. And this scene was also seen by many forces through the video phone bug. Whitebeard pirates. Ahem, are you engaging in such a big battle just to become the king? Before Whitebeard could take a sip of wine, he heard the sound coming from the phone bug and said in disbelief. Isn't it good to be a pirate? Being a king, isn't there something wrong with your brain? Don't think that once you become a king, you are no longer a pirate. Is this a cover-up? Is it possible that the Rockefeller Pirates want to clear their name? After all, they and the world government don't know anything about it. We don't know what's fishy here either. Marco spread his hands beside him and said. It is impossible for a pirate to remain a pirate forever. The other party wants to establish a country and break his identity as a pirate. It's not like no pirate has ever done this before. The most famous one is the Big Mom Pirates. Nowadays, the Big Mom Pirates also have a name, which is 10,000 Nations. Although no one recognizes it, the name Wangwa is still deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. When I think of 10,000 kingdoms, I think of the Big Mom Pirates. Haha, it's so natural to think that after establishing a country, you can get rid of your identity as a pirate. Whitebeard took a sip and said disdainfully. Okay, now that we know the other party's intentions, we don't need to pay attention anymore. Pirate? King? Haha. Whitebeard said disdainfully. Marco nodded. However, there was a hint of sparkle in Whitebeard's eyes, looking at Charlotte who was inside the phone bug. He looked around at his sons again. Finally sighed. Just now, he had thought about building a country like Charlotte, but the Whitebeard pirates had no foundation for building a country at all. The core of this pirate ship, which is bound by family ties, is his white beard. And this scene also appeared in the Big Mom Pirates. It's really interesting that he wants to establish a kingdom just like us. Cracker said while looking at the picture on the phone bug. Well, this kid Charlotte is having such a big fight just to play a little game of house. He is really too busy to panic. Charlotte Lingling took a bite of the cake and looked at the image of the phone bug with her children and said, "Why should the other party be the king if he is not the three emperors?" Katakuri asked doubtfully. "You want to clear your name? After all, pirates are thieves. Now they do business all over the world. They deal with many countries and they are always known as pirates. How can this be done?" "You think so?" Cracker looked at Katakuri's brother and asked. Katakuri fell silent after hearing this. Look at the young figure in the phone bug. And the heroic figure under the young figure. And the same scene appeared in the navy. You are so outrageous. A pirate wants to publicly establish a nation. He is simply trampling our navy's face under his feet. Marshal, I request to be dispatched to destroy the Rockefeller pirate's dream. Ghost Spider spit on the ground and stood up and shouted. Yes, a pirate is a thief, and a thief will always be a thief. He couldn't have imagined the establishment of a kingdom. Is it possible that our navy will have to protect him in the future? People with the same views as Ghost Spider shouted. Want to punish the Rockefeller pirates? Yes, the Rockefeller pirates must be punished. The navy cannot just watch, otherwise how will the navy's face be saved? Now even the navy's doves are calling for sanctions. The Rockefeller pirates are really too arrogant. What is the purpose of establishing a kingdom, building a country, and clearing one's identity? Protection? It's really not impossible. If the other party really pays the heavenly gold and joins the alliance, our navy will really have to protect this pirate. The flying squirrel sat with his arms folded and sneered. When the other generals heard this, they couldn't sit still for a moment. Their navy has paid an unknown price in order to eliminate the Rockefeller pirates, and an unknown number of generals and soldiers have died. Now the other party has established a country. Where does this leave their navy? Don't forget the bounty orders hanging on the walls of the marshal's office. Most of the bounty orders hanging on the top belong to the Rockefeller pirates. With the two factions unifying their opinions. All the generals were furious and demanded to destroy the Rockefeller pirates' conspiracy. Sengoku sat quietly and listened. When he heard about the navy's reputation, he smiled disdainfully. Whatever dignity the navy has, it has been lost long ago. As a naval marshal, he still knew some information in advance. Just before the meeting, the 5 old stars of the world government called and told them not to interfere with the Rockefeller pirates. Sengoku knew immediately that the founding of the Rockefeller pirates had nothing to do with the world government. The world government definitely supports it behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Sangu's mouth felt bitter. Seeing the marshal's expressionless face, there was even a bit of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. He on the side felt that this matter was no longer simple. There must be something behind it that the navy doesn't know about. Marshal! Crane shouted softly from the side. After hearing the cry, Sengoku came to his senses. He looked at the eyes of many generals looking at him. The corners of his mouth twitched. Our navy can't do anything about this. The words fell. There was silence. Chapter 711 King, Part. Akainu and Akiji raised their heads at the same time, their eyes becoming serious. They are not fools. The marshal said so, there must be something behind the scenes that stopped the navy. And the only one who can stop the navy is the world government. In other words, the world government took action in this matter. Made some kind of deal with the Rockefeller pirates. And it wasn't just the two generals who wanted to understand, some generals with flexible minds also wanted to understand. Then his face turned pale. You must know that just now they were all furious and wanted to kill the new world. It conflicts with the above command. Only some stubborn admirals expressed confusion. Why? A group of people were making a fuss in the conference room. Boom. Warring States slapped the table, and the whole place fell silent for an instant. Shut up, this matter is over here, no one is allowed to discuss it. What you have to do now is to get familiar with your work immediately, sit in all directions, and fight against pirates. Dismissal. Warring states looked at these generals and shouted. He did not blame the generals. After all, they also have the Navy in mind. For the sake of the Navy's face. The intention is still good. Unfortunately, reality does not allow the Navy to make a choice. The conspiracy behind this cannot be brought to light. Whether you can talk about certain things or not, you just have to have a good idea in your heart. Reprimanding them is also for their own good. The world is not black and white, and some things are better left confused. During the Warring States period, I was afraid that there would be a fool who couldn't think straight and would make a fuss every day. The entire Navy headquarters was disturbed. It will definitely not get better after the world government finds out. Seeing the marshal like this, some of the generals present could only retreat no matter how unwilling they were. Akiji and Akaina followed the others without saying a word. Sengoku sat helplessly motionless. Continue to stare at the video phone bug and watch the Rockefeller Pirates. Oh no, it's the founding ceremony of the Rockefeller Kingdom. It is really a tragedy for the world that a pirate has publicly cleared his name in front of the world. New World. Rockefeller Charlotte, wearing a platinum dragon robe, slowly walked up the steps under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of people. There are 95 floors in total, symbolizing the 95 nobles. This was specially arranged by Charlotte according to the customs of her previous life. Originally, Charlotte wanted to have the coronation ceremony of an emperor or a king exactly like in his previous life. But he was opposed by all his subordinates and children. Every world has its own culture. Charlotte now lives in the world of pirates. Except for Charlotte, everyone else is heavily localized. Including the children that Charlotte has raised since childhood. Everything in the enthronement ceremony must comply with the customs of this world. His identity was originally that of a thief, but in the end, the enthronement ceremony was not fishy or fishy. When it is broadcast live, wouldn't it make people look down on the Rockefeller Kingdom? This was very detrimental to the newly established Rockefeller Kingdom. Charlotte slowly walked up the last step. On the steps, the golden dragon chair that symbolizes the throne and the king's crown, as well as the scepter and jade seal of power, all express this. The birth of a new Rockefeller Kingdom. With the help of Carter, Rockefeller Charlotte put on the royal robe and crown, picked up the scepter in his left hand, raised the jade seal in his right hand, and slowly sat on the golden dragon chair in full view of everyone. The entire body of the golden dragon chair is carved from gold, with a large number of gemstones and rare metals added, making it splendid in the sunlight. The most powerful thing about this dragon chair is that in the center of the dragon chair, a thumb-sized piece of pure gold is engraved in it, emitting a soft golden light. Charlotte is not afraid of others knowing, or who will know that this is pure gold. The dragon robe on his body was sewn from all the expensive silk threads in the world. Among them, Leoseam fruit played a crucial role. The gem on the scepter was found among the many gems in the deep sea by Fishman Island, and the brightest one was collected and presented to the Rockefeller Kingdom. And the crown is dotted with 108 gems. 108 gems represent the 108 islands under the Rockefeller Kingdom. Star-studded. Among them, the two gems one behind the other are particularly huge. These two gems represent Kami Island and Wano Country. There are 106 gems around, representing the 106 islands controlled by the Rockefeller Kingdom. Charlotte didn't have the face to count the kingdoms under the command of those forces. Otherwise, it would probably be 200 gems. It is estimated that the crown is not even enough to install. Only the islands under actual control are included. This shows how powerful the Rockefeller pirates are. There are so many resources under his command. No wonder the Rockefeller pirates are the richest pirate group among the three emperors. Moreover, the islands occupied by the Rockefeller pirates are all in prime locations. The jade seal was arranged intentionally by Charlotte. Originally, according to the customs of this world, there was no jade seal. But after all, Asia Luo also came from that world, and he still valued Yushi very much. Against all opinions, a jade seal was added to the enthronement ceremony, which has almost the same power as a scepter. An extra jade seal is no big deal. Charlotte slowly sat on the throne facing everyone. Look at the people below. Carter and Barrett are distributed on both sides. Isdeth, Caesar, and Tesla stood at the bottom. Each of the many children looked at him solemnly. This is the world he conquered. For a moment, Charlotte was filled with pride. A sudden burst of arrogant will. There was a roar in the sky. A figure among the Mariajoya flowers suddenly opened his eyes. Looking towards the new world. Anomaly. An ethereal voice sounded in the hall. And in the New World Kame Island, Charlotte's domineering aura suddenly burst out. A strong overlord-colored impact suddenly rushed into the sky. Charlotte can still control it. Otherwise, if the domineering overlord gets out of control, it is estimated that few of the hundreds of thousands of spectators will be able to wake up. Below, the expressions of the people closest to Charlotte changed. So powerful and domineering. Isteth, who possesses overlord-colored domineering energy, is naturally no stranger to this aura. Feeling the domineering figure so close at hand, his expression was a little horrified. This was the first time in so many years that she had seen her father's violent and domineering impact. He couldn't help but release his domineering aura. Compared with her father, her domineering look is still a bit immature. He was pushed to one side, as if he was sinking. And the people around them with domineering and overbearing aura also involuntarily released it. They all surrendered to Xiaoluo's domineering aura. Far away, the Red Earl stood on a hilltop and looked at Charlotte at the enthronement ceremony, with complicated eyes. He became stronger again. Feel the momentum in the sky. The Red Earl's back became a little stooped. And in the enthronement ceremony, the originally peaceful environment around him suddenly became violently windy. It was caused by Xiaoluo's overbearing color and domineering energy. Chapter 712 King, Part. The top of Charlotte's head. The clouds that originally covered the head were instantly penetrated. A big hole was left. The domineering red and green colors filled the sky. There was a rumble. Countless people looked at the storm in the sky in horror. Charlotte sat on the throne, raised her head, closed her eyes, holding the scepter in her hand, silently comprehending the change of will. The will of the king. The will to be born a king. Charlotte's temperament has changed. Become domineering and noble. Long live your majesty. Carter first knelt down on one knee in front of Charlotte. Long live your majesty. Behind him, everyone knelt down on one knee in front of Xiaoluo, including Barrett, Isteth and others. They all followed Carter and knelt down on one knee. Support their king. This kneeling immediately caused a huge wave. Long live your majesty. Hundreds of thousands of people watching the ceremony on Kame Island knelt down and shouted in unison. For an instant, the sky and the earth roared. Charlotte opened her eyes suddenly. The domineering king's way flowed in Charlotte's eyes. Charlotte stood up slowly and stood on the high platform. Hold high the scepter. Long live the Rockefeller Kingdom. As Charlotte shouted, all the subjects below him shouted. Long live the Rockefeller Kingdom. The people of Rockefeller Kingdom Kame Island are very supportive. I think back then, 20 or 30 years ago, the total population of Kame Island was only more than 1,000. With the rise of Charlotte, the base camp was settled on Kame Island. This island, where Charlotte is seated, has not experienced any danger. Even if there is danger, it is blocked by the Rockefeller pirates. This is rare and valuable for people in the New World. In this new world where pirates are everywhere, safety is a luxury for ordinary people. As for the Rockefeller pirates, no, it was the Rockefeller Kingdom that brought them the security they needed most. Shelter them, protect them. If you want to say who the people of the New World envy the most, it must be the people of Kame Island. Because of Charlotte's reputation, those with evil intentions did not dare to take action. Because of Charlotte's rules, those who do all sorts of evil do not dare to do anything. And these were brought to them by Charlotte, the Rockefeller pirates. No one supports Charlotte more than the people of Kame Island. I don't know how many young people on Kame Island want to join the Rockefeller pirates. Nearly 1 million people live within 20,000 square kilometers. This does not include the people on other islands. Charlotte has probably calculated that there are about 8 million people living in these 108 islands. Most of the islands are resource islands, with at most 30,000 to 40,000 people living on the islands. For example, there are probably more than 10 or 200,000 people on other islands. For example, the 8 large islands near Kame Island were originally 8 kingdoms that were destroyed by Charlotte, and the members of the kingdoms were taken away by the world government. There are tens or hundreds of thousands of people left on each island. It is considered a big island in the New World. There are more than a dozen such islands in the Rockefeller Kingdom. It can be regarded as the core population kingdom of the Rockefeller Kingdom. After all, population determines everything. Even so, the New World was also far underpopulated. The resource islands under the Rockefeller Kingdom cannot be exploited at all. Even catching pirates to mine or After all, mining is also a very dangerous job. Most of the people under the Rockefeller Kingdom are unwilling to mine and they prefer to enter factories. Just like the weapons factory under the Rockefeller Kingdom. There is a rush to get in every year. In this new world full of dangers, a stable job and a safe environment are already rare and valuable for ordinary people living in the new world. It's something that others can't even envy. It is even much more stable than the people living all over the world. Such an environment was brought about by Charlotte. Charlotte has been under the rule for 20 or 30 years, and the people's wishes are the same. The roar that erupted from Kamei Island shocked everyone watching the ceremony. They never imagined that a pirate would have such great support from the people. Can a pirate do this? The forces that were originally a little disdainful fell silent after seeing this scene. Perhaps they will witness the rise of a kingdom. Speaking of Whitebeard, his ideal is not complicated: to establish a family relationship with the pirate group as the mainstay. I have lived in a chaotic environment since I was a child, but I have kept my heart and used my strength to climb higher step by step. Protecting the people within the influence. Collect many sons and gather them together to unite and build a family. Then help the weak and protect the people in the chassis from harm. Talk about it. Of the three major pirate groups in the New World, only the Big Mom pirates can be considered real pirates. The other two groups don't count. As for the Big Mom pirates, only Charlotte Lingling has been doing pirate business. Although the children under his command are wearing the skin of a pirate. But he is not a real pirate at heart. Just like Katakuri, his goal is to protect his younger siblings and the family. Therefore, among the three emperors of the New World and the three great pirates, to a certain extent, none of them can be considered a real pirate at all. The second half of the New World. Aboard Moby Dick. Edward Newgate looked at the voice shouting long live on the screen with a somewhat complicated expression. This boy was nearly 20 years younger than him. Thinking back to the first time we met. That unruly look. The island guarding the back. The young man who dared to draw his sword against rocks. Now, he has also found his goal. King. Becoming a king, what a great goal. Unfortunately, this road is doomed to be full of thorns. How many heroes have broken their swords and turned into sand on the road of the king? Rocks is like this, Golden Lion is like this. Now it's Charlotte's turn again. I don't know where you will go. Newgate thought of this. He looked at the needle inserted on the back of his right hand. Pity. He couldn't see this anymore. Thinking of Roger again. That name that he would never forget. It seems you made the right choice, Roger. Recalling Roger's original conversation with him and talking about Charlotte, he wanted to attribute all the islands to Charlotte. 10 years have passed, and the people who were originally on Roger's island are now living much better than the people under his command. Will the person you are waiting for really show up? Whitebeard then murmured. He recalled what Roger said when he came to him. This was the first time Whitebeard had doubts about Roger's words. Looking at the disdainful sons under his command, Whitebeard's eyes rarely showed confusion. And in the corner. Pirates? Kingdom? Ha. The disdain in his eyes flashed away. Teach stood in the dark and looked at the scene on the screen and sneered. Chapter 7:13 Entering the New World. There wasn't much of a reaction. Continue to hide in the dark and appear inconspicuous. It's a pity that as an old member of the Whitebeard Pirates. How is it possible to live in hiding? Tiki, come and eat your favorite cherry pie, I made it just for you. Thatch walked over and looked at Teach and shouted. Tiki immediately returned his expression to his original honest look. Here you go, thank you so much, Sage. Teach looked at Sage and said gratefully. Thank you, we are the best brothers. Thatch looked at Tiki and smiled. Regarding what happened to the Rockefeller pirates. Most of the Whitebeard pirates didn't care much. To them, it is nothing more than another world. The Whitebeard pirates have nothing to fear with their father here. The banquet lasted from morning to night. Laughter. And elsewhere. Chambord Islands. Rayleigh sat under a big tree. Look at the screen below with both eyes. Charlotte spent a lot of effort in establishing the Rockefeller Kingdom. Tens of billions of dollars have been lost just by letting the world government sit back and watch. Today, the Rockefeller Kingdom is established. Charlotte has arranged video phone bugs in all important places around the world, proving to the world the establishment of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Rayleigh, what do you think of Charlotte's actions? Beside Laylee, Xiachi asked while smoking a cigarette and looking at the screen. Opinions? I don't have any opinions. They have already withdrawn from the sea. I don't know what happened on the sea. Although Rockefeller Charlotte's approach is a bit absurd, it does not miss an opportunity. Just because the world government has not made any move, the Rockefeller kingdom is definitely not simple. Rayleigh looked at Charlotte's eyes on the screen with a flash of light. There was such a big movement, but the world government did nothing. There must be something unknown in it. The world only sees the present scenery of Rockefeller's kingdom. But what Riley saw was the game behind the Rockefeller kingdom. Since the cooperation with Charlotte in 1506 of the Hyuan calendar, Rayleigh paid unusual attention to the Rockefeller pirates. The inaction of the world government this time made Rayleigh feel strange. If the world government can remain indifferent, then there must be something that the world government is afraid of. Or maybe some deal was reached. For Charlotte. Back when the Roger pirates were still around, Roger told Riley that this Rockefeller Charlotte was definitely not simple. The other party is not the kind of person without any scheming. My inner thoughts are too complicated. Now the three emperors of the New World are divided into one party. There is no doubt that the Rockefeller pirates are the most feared. It's so hidden that you don't even know how strong the other party is. Xiachi sighed. It can be said that she watched Charlotte grow up step by step. From the sword-wielding boy back then, when he met Rox and joined the Rox pirates, he grew up step by step. 20 or 30 years have passed, and it has grown to this point. I'm afraid Captain Rox didn't expect it when he was alive. Devil's Triangle. The red-haired pirates were sailing on the sea, heading towards the Shampoo Islands. Shanks also looked at the scene in the video phone bug with a somewhat confused expression. He is about to enter a new world. A major war is certainly inevitable. When he thought of the Rockefeller pirates, Shanks felt uncertain. Oh, let's see then. Shanks shook his head, sat next to Beckman and sighed. And the many red-haired pirate crew members behind him were all staring at the screen. His brows were lost in thought. This should be their most powerful enemy since they went to sea. Only by defeating one of the three emperors can their red-haired pirate group gain a foothold in the new world. Captain, I think we should let another group of people explore the way for us to test the three emperors of the new world. Beckman said as he smoked a cigarette. The redhead glanced at Beckman. Although this old guy is very strong, he has never experienced a real battle. As a member of the Roger Pirates, he had seen countless battles. Therefore, he is very aware of the strength possessed by the three emperors of the New World. With these people alone, if they really rush in at all costs, they will only be the ones who die. Shanks lowered his eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curved in a strange way. Can. Shanks nodded. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. Let them explore this road. I believe that the Rockefeller Kingdom also needs a war to show its strength. The other party just happened to be a perfect fit. And at the same time. The City of Water. Little ones, let's set off and aim for a new world. Bucky stood high up, with his hands spread wide, looking at the tens of thousands of minions under his command and shouting. New world. New world. Countless buggy pirates crew members chanted. Watching all this with excitement. They will soon follow the great Lord Bucky into the new world and become the three emperors. And in a place where no one can see it. Bucky's expression was very ugly. Because there was a knife pressed against Bucky's back. Go to the new world honestly and nothing will happen. Don't try any more tricks. Mihawk stood behind Bucky and said emotionlessly. Ever since Mihawk started wandering around the world with the Bucky pirates, he has been constantly challenging sword masters from all over the world. 10 years have passed, and he has broken through from the original swordsman to the strength of a great swordsman. Recalling the figure of that man 12 years ago. Mihawk's hands couldn't stop shaking. This was trembling with excitement, he was finally qualified to challenge the world's greatest swordsman. After hearing this, Bucky's eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Ever since this guy broke through the great swordsman, he has been urging himself to enter the new world. How pitiful, Bucky just wants to be an honest treasure hunter, why does he have to fight and kill? So Bucky kept looking for various reasons to delay time. Finally, Mihawk got impatient and quit the Bucky pirates. Go to the new world to find your own death. Unfortunately, Mihawk is not stupid. The title of King Shichibukai is still very easy to use. It can save him a lot of effort. He only needs to concentrate on practicing his sword every day, and he doesn't have to worry about anything else. This is no better than drifting alone on the ocean. Crocodile, who had the same purpose, had similar thoughts. I remember when I was accidentally chased by the Navy, I joined the so-called Bucky Pirates. After seeing Bucky's ability to recruit subordinates, and the titles of the One Piece crew, Crocodile joined the Bucky Pirates in order to achieve his goal of becoming the Pirate King. He wants to use the Bucky Pirates as the foundation to gain his own power. Let's do the trick of vacating the cage and changing the bird. It's a pity that for so many years, Crocodile looked at the hundreds of younger brothers behind him. Chapter 714 Official Appointment, Part. Then he looked at Bucky's little brother who had $60,000 or $70,000 under him. He gave up the crazy decision of poaching. He wants to use the huge power of the Bucky Pirates to enter the new world and compete for the throne of the Pirate King. Then, Joker, Mihawk and Crocodile unanimously reached an agreement. Bucky was instantly forced on the road to the new world by these two boat fathers. As the ship gradually sailed away from the water city, the news that the king's Shichibukai Senryoka Baki was about to enter the new world spread instantly. For a while, there is a turmoil all over the world. Everyone in the city knows it. It even once prevailed over Rockefeller Charlotte to establish a kingdom. After all, it's nothing new for pirates to establish kingdoms. The Big Mom pirates have also done this before. It's just that a pirate will always be a pirate. Even if you establish a kingdom, most countries will not recognize it. I despise it from the bottom of my heart. Compared with the Rockefeller pirates turning into a kingdom, it is more interesting for the Bucky pirates to enter the new world and challenge the three emperors. People who received the news began to pay attention to the situation in the new world. At the same time, this year the other two pirate groups have also announced their entry into the new world. The red-haired pirates, the Beast Pirates. These two pirate groups are the hottest supernovas in the past 2 years. It can be regarded as the busiest year in recent years. One was a former member of the Roger Pirates. One is the remnant of the Beast Pirates. Who is better? Not known yet. In short, many people have set their sights on the Rockefeller Pirates. That's right, it's the Rockefeller Pirates. Although the Rockefeller Kingdom has been established, but people still prefer to call them the Rockefeller Pirates. After all, it has been called for more than 20 years. 3 supernovae enter the new world. The first to bear the brunt is the sphere of influence of the Rockefeller Pirates. Although there is still a Big Mom pirate group on the side. But the harsh environment of the Big Mom pirates is not as attractive as the territory of the Rockefeller Pirates. The population is large, the wealth is large, and the territory is very rich. The sea is also calm. It's not that the Big Mom pirates are in such bad shape. As a person, I would choose the Rockefeller Pirates. In this regard, the Rockefeller Pirates made no move. It seems that these 3 supernovas are not taken seriously. Continuing with unfinished business. Kame Island. Inside Rockefeller Castle, Charlotte sat on the throne. Dozens of people were lined up on both sides below. Your Majesty, these are the personnel arrangements, please take a look at them. As Charlotte's steward and now Prime Minister, Carter is responsible for helping Charlotte manage all matters in the kingdom. Now Charlotte is also king. It's time for the people under my command to have a position. Charlotte glanced at it. It's better than the Chowhai team, but it's just that, the responsibilities are a little unclear, and it still retains the pirate style. For the newly established Rockefeller Kingdom, it would be a joke if outsiders knew about it. Charlotte planned to combine the naval model with the kingdom system to build a country that was in line with the new world. Now arrange your respective duties. Charlotte picked up the copy written by Carter. Then he looked at Carter aside. First, Carter was appointed as the first Prime Minister of the Rockefeller Kingdom to handle all government affairs of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Carter, the old man who has been with Charlotte since he went to sea, is older than Barrett. In terms of qualifications, no one can compare. It can be regarded as the merit of following the dragon. No one has a problem with him being Prime Minister. Charlotte made Carter the first Prime Minister with the intention of appeasing his old subordinates. Today's Rockefeller Kingdom is divided into 2 factions. The alternation of old and new. Many old subordinates are very worried about their future. After all, as people get older, they always think about the things behind them. Charlotte also wanted to appease her, just show off. Charlotte's Prime Minister is, to put it bluntly, his own rubber stamp. It seems that he has great power and can manage any government affairs. But in fact, Charlotte needs to nod to deal with everything. Seeing Carter, he accepted it respectfully. Regarding government affairs, Charlotte was most concerned about finances. Gilder Tetsolo. Charlotte sat on the throne and shouted downwards. Tetsolo, who was standing behind Carter, walked out quickly after hearing this. King! He shouted respectfully. Appoint Gilder Tetsolo as Chancellor of Finance, responsible for all finances of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Regarding Tetsolo's methods of making money, Charlotte has finally seen it clearly this year. This guy has the business support of the entire Rockefeller Kingdom, and the world government has not hindered him this year. Take advantage of future arms sales limits of 50 billion per year. Exclusive rights were worked out. Except after this year, every year thereafter, the 50 billion weapons share will begin to be auctioned in batches for exclusive rights. How much share of weapons you want to have in the future, you must compete with people from other forces. The share of 50 billion is divided into 10 parts, and many forces must compete for it. Each family's share of 5 billion is auctioned. The one with the highest price gets it. And with the sales report for the previous year, the demand for Rockefeller brand weapons was even higher. At this time, using hunger marketing, it can be said that it has grasped the major arms dealers. If you want to buy it, you have to pay a sum of money first. This resulted in the sales of weapons originally worth 50 billion to 150 billion. This in disguise bypasses the agreement signed between the world government and the Rockefeller Kingdom. Let the entire Rockefeller Kingdom see Tetsolo's money-making ability. This is literally a money-printing machine. After this battle, coupled with the ability of Tesoro's silver fruit, Gilder Tesoro's Silver Emperor's reputation was completely established in the underground world. Let this person, who was unknown at the beginning, be favored, reused, and appointed by the captain, and radiate brilliance. You must know that Tetsolo was favored at the beginning, but there were many people who were dissatisfied. In their opinion, Tesoro was valued because he had awakened the Overlord's haki. If he wasn't overbearing and domineering, how could the captain take a fancy to him? To them Tetsolo was a lucky boy. But now, over the past year, Tetsolo has proven himself to everyone. He also received respect from everyone. After all, most of the Rockefeller Kingdom are reckless men, and they are good at beating and killing them. But if they want to make money, wouldn't it be difficult for them? The finances of the entire Rockefeller pirates were controlled by Charlotte alone in the early days. First, I made a fortune in the Valley of the Gods and obtained the startup capital. Then he established a pirate group, conquered cities and territories in the New World, and gained a lot of loot. Then he sailed around the world and plundered all the hundreds of years of accumulation of the 8 treasures navy. After that, there was gold on the empty island. This allows the Rockefeller pirates to continue to develop. It is only now that they have begun to produce various materials and sell them to the world, allowing the Rockefeller pirates, also known as the Rockefeller Kingdom, to make ends meet. Chapter 715 Official Appointment, Part. Tetsolo's contribution was so great that it solved the worries of the Rockefeller Kingdom. He has merit enough to serve as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Follow your orders, and I will definitely fulfill my duties. Tetsolo shouted excitedly. He had only joined the Rockefeller Kingdom for a year or two, and already he had received such high regard. His efforts over the years are really worth it. At the same time, I want to integrate into this country even more. In addition to one Tetsolo who needed to be appointed, Charlotte also arranged for suitable people to fill other positions. Today, there are only 2 most important things for the Rockefeller Kingdom. One is force and the other is financial resources. Force is necessary to maintain the survival of the Rockefeller Kingdom in the New World. And financial resources can stabilize the development of the Rockefeller Kingdom. After appointing the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of Finance, the 2 most important departments. Other departments are not that important, at least for now. Charlotte assigned several major departments such as justice, administration, education, and intelligence to some maids who had been working silently behind the scenes. Maid has definitely been a major feature of the Rockefeller pirates since its establishment. Almost all the internal affairs in the early stage were completed by maids. Those women who were rescued by Charlotte from the slave traders helped Charlotte complete the foundation of a power. Stabilized the development of the Rockefeller pirates. Especially the intelligence network all over the world was established by maids. It's time for Charlotte to repay the favor. In response, Charlotte checked the reactions of his men. I noticed that some people looked a little unhappy. After all, there is a carrot and a pit. If you sit on it, it means that others will not. This makes those who are known as the old people of the Rockefeller Kingdom willing to do so. Especially now, the Rockefeller Kingdom has just been established, and a large number of job vacancies are available. This is a good opportunity for them to compete for, but it is snatched away by a few women sitting behind the scenes. how can they be willing to do so? However, they had no choice but to give in. They could not disobey Charlotte's order. After all, force is supreme in the new world. Charlotte still understands the thoughts of these old subordinates, but he won't say anything. Xia Luo asked himself that he was still very good to his subordinates. Those old people who followed him to conquer the world, Xia Luo had never treated them badly. Even though their strength has declined now, they are still assigned to various islands by Charlotte. You can imagine how much oil and water there is in the island. So Charlotte didn't feel like she owed them anything. But if there is someone who is unscrupulous, Charlotte doesn't mind letting him know the pirates' methods. Arrangements have been made on the civilian side, and now it's on the military side. The military is definitely the top priority of Rockefeller's kingdom. Never be careless. Their Rockefeller kingdom can survive in the new world only by force. Charlotte focused on a tall figure standing at the front of the military queue. Appoint Douglas Barrett as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, in charge of the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Charlotte appointed Barrett to the job first. Since I took Barrett with me in 1484, I have watched him grow step by step. He made great contributions to the early stage of the Rockefeller kingdom. His merits are beyond doubt. Yes. Barrett, wearing a black military uniform, stood at the front on the right, bowed slightly and said respectfully. Charlotte smiled and nodded. Then he looked at his eldest daughter and the many children behind him. Appoint Rockefeller Esteth as Admiral of the Rockefeller Kingdom Navy. Appoint Rockefeller Caesar as Army General of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Appoint Rockefeller Tesla as Air Force General of the Rockefeller Kingdom. These three Rockefeller family members have the power to destroy the world at a young age, and they have no problem becoming generals. All the generals of the three armed forces accepted their fate at once. Esteth, Caesar, Tesla and others standing behind Barrett had different expressions on their faces after hearing this. Esteth showed no expression and stood there without saying a word. Caesar smiled excitedly. Tesla's expression was a bit intriguing, and he actually showed a look of helplessness. It seems that he doesn't want to accept the position of Air Force General. That's right, Tesla's interest has always been scientific research, not combat. It is indeed a bit difficult for him to manage the Air Force. But why did Charlotte not have many manpower? Pick the tall one by one. Thunderfruit is still very advantageous in aerial combat. Charlotte looked away from the three of them. Looked at Robert and the others. After Charlotte looked over, Robert, Deidara and the others couldn't hold it any longer. He looked so excited that he wanted his father to continue talking. Appoint Rockefeller Robert as Lieutenant General of the Rockefeller Kingdom Air Force, under the jurisdiction of the Air Force General. Appoint Rockefeller Deidara as Lieutenant General of the Rockefeller Kingdom Army, under the jurisdiction of the Army General. Appoint Rockefeller Schiff as Vice Admiral of the Rockefeller Kingdom, under the jurisdiction of the Admiral of the Navy. Charlotte arranged for 3 more lieutenants. Charlotte arranged positions based on the positioning of these children. All 3 armies of the sea, land and air force must be taken care of. Charlotte looked at the remaining 7 people again. That is Eve and the others. However, they have no merit and cannot be directly promoted to Lieutenant General, otherwise the old subordinates will not feel balanced. Appoint Rockefeller Eve as the Rear Admiral of the Rockefeller Kingdom Navy, appoint Rockefeller Logan as the Major General of the Rockefeller Kingdom Army, and appoint Rockefeller Julie as the Major General of the Rockefeller Kingdom Air Force. The qualifications are a bit low, but fortunately they are all good players, and they are more than adequate for the position of Major General. Look at the last 4 people. The 4 people are Philip, Trunks, Kakarot, and Gibberta. You will serve as Brigadier Generals for the time being, and you will be selected for promotion after you have merit. These 4 qualifications and strengths are not too top-notch and cannot be promoted too quickly. You still have to take credit. Otherwise, how can we convince the public in the future? Yes. Although they have not been appointed as Major Generals, Brigadiers are also generals. With their abilities, promotion to Lieutenant General is just around the corner. Later, Xia Luo arranged military ranks for the old subordinates who were stationed in various places and those who had meritorious service. For example, Wolf, Paul and others were all assigned the rank of Lieutenant General by Charlotte. Continue to sit in all directions. They also reminded their cronies that those islands with nearly 100 people stationed there also had the rank of colonel. A military rank feast began. Charlotte sent out the most colonels. After all, there was no merit but hard work in sitting on various islands. It's not too much to give to a colonel. Those with qualifications and strength are being promoted to general rank, and everyone has no objection. As for why Charlotte's children are so tall, the starting point is general level. Even if you don't look at who the other person's father is, what role Charlotte wants to give to her children is not a matter of words. No one had an opinion. Or dare not. Chapter 716 3 Supernovas. Excluding the children of the family, Charlotte gave his old subordinates a total of 8 lieutenant generals, 14 major generals, 25 brigadier generals, and more than 40 colonels. For these old subordinates, Charlotte is worthy of them. There are various positions available, as long as you have the right skills. Finished arranging things for the army. A meeting directly set the framework for the newly established Rockefeller Kingdom. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, 3 generals, and several lieutenant generals, this shows how ambitious Xia Luo is. Directly compete with the Navy. Anyone with eyesight can see it. This also made the Navy grit their teeth after seeing it. But I still held on. Wu Laoxing let out a sneer after seeing it. The other party is only causing trouble in the New World, which is not a big problem for the world government. It's just a little ugly on the face. But what puzzles the world government and the 5 old stars is, logically speaking, Rockefeller Charlotte has been in the industry for more than 20 years and is now in his 40s. Why does his face still look the same as when he was in his 20s? That golden hair and flamboyant expression are exactly the same as they were more than 20 years ago. It was as if time had stopped. Didn't you see that the white beard is almost bald? My hair is almost falling out and I have started wearing a headscarf. Charlotte Lingling also began to age. The wrinkles on his face appeared. Only Rockefeller Charlotte remains the same as he did more than 20 years ago. This couldn't help but make Wu Laoxing a little suspicious. The Rockefeller Pirates were founded. It caused a worldwide sensation, but had little impact. Keep doing whatever you have to do. Whether it is the Rockefeller Kingdom or the Rockefeller Pirates, it makes no difference to them. The only thing that caught their attention was this year's 3 supernovas. His Majesty's Shichibukai Senryadoka Baki, red-haired Shanks, and Hyakuju Yamato, the 3 supernovas actually gathered in the Shampoo Islands. We are about to enter the New World. This is the only time in so many years. Since the year 1505 of the ocean calendar, there has not been much movement in the New World. Those supernova pirates who enter the New World every year can't make any waves at all, and they die soon. Which emperor served him, or joined the 3 emperors' pirate group? There is no strength at all. This time's supernova is much more interesting than in previous years. 2 crew members of One Piece and a remnant of the Beast Pirates. Judging from the strength shown now, they are all good candidates to compete for the 3 emperors. There's something great to watch this year. Many people are looking forward to the impact these 3 supernovae will have after entering the New World. Shampoo Islands. Shanks stepped off the ship and looked at the dreamlike island. Every time he comes here, it makes him feel unreal. Let's take you to meet one of my seniors. Shanks called his men and walked towards Island 13. A group of people came to a bar. Xiaqi's Rip-Off Bar. Everyone was speechless after seeing this name. Is it true that with this name, you won't get beaten? Lucky Lu asked in a low voice. Bang. Go to hell if you dare to eat my bossy meal. A loud shout sounded. It startled the red-haired pirate group at the door. What? Screams sounded. A black shadow flew out. Huh, don't ask me. You dare to drink at my place if you don't have money. I saw a woman walking out of the bar smoking a cigarette and wearing high heels. Everyone looked at Xiaqi intently. Hi, Miss Xiaqi, long time no see. Shanks obviously knows Xiaqi. Hey, isn't this Shanks? Why are you here in such a free time? Shaki asked with a sideways glance at Shanks. Shanks' arrival was no surprise. I'm here to see the deputy captain, come and take a look. Shanks touched his head and said. Look for him. Then you have to go to the port. He has gone to the coating. Xiaqi walked into the bar without looking back. Bang. The door was slammed shut. The red-haired pirate group was left standing at the door. Captain, what is this woman's background? She is so fierce. Beckman asked in a low voice. There was another clang. I saw an empty wine bottle flying out of the bar and hitting Beckman directly. Beckman quickly dodged and the bottle fell at his feet. If you say bad things about me, go away and don't let me hear you. Xiaqi's voice came from the bar. Shanks felt helpless after hearing this. Let's go to the port. Shanks left with the red-haired pirates and his crew. Captain, don't you go in for a drink? Lucky Lu asked. Drink? I can't afford it. Shanks smiled bitterly. A group of people arrived at the port. Shanks immediately saw the deputy captain, Pluto Rayleigh, who was coding with a group of coders. Mr. Raleigh, Mr. Raleigh. Shanks stood not far from Rayleigh and waved. The familiar voice made Rayleigh raise his head, his eyes brightening slightly. Old Lay, it seems I called you, said the partner next to him. I'll go over and take a look. Rayleigh threw away the tool in his hand. Ha ha ha, Shanks doesn't have any Rayleigh now, only the coded old Ray. Rayleigh was very happy after seeing Shanks and directly opened his arms. Vice Captain, long time no see. Shanks said excitedly. It has been 10 years since we last met. Shanks said with tears in his eyes. Yeah, 10 years. Riley said. Pluto Rayleigh, the right arm of the Pirate King. There were exclamations. The crew of the red-haired pirates were shocked when they saw Rayleigh. I was already mentally prepared to face a living legend. But after facing each other, the tension and excitement in my heart were still difficult to suppress. Hello, newcomers. Rayleigh waved to the people behind Shanks. Also, there is no Pluto Rayleigh here, there is only Lao Lei, a coder who is about to retire. Rayleigh pointed to the ship being coded and said. Aha. The crew of the red-haired pirates nodded quickly. This is a living legend. I don't know how many people grew up listening to his legendary deeds. Come on, this is not the place to talk. Laylee led everyone back to Siachi's blackmail. And on the other side of the island, one giant ship slowly sailed towards the Chambord Islands. This is the fleet of Qianliang Daohua Baki under the king's Kuweihai. People who saw this scene were shocked. Hundreds of pirate ships, covering the sky and the sun, appeared darkly on the sea near the Shampoo Islands. Is this the Chambord Islands? The members on the Bucky pirates' ship looked at this dreamlike archipelago, which was a little unreal. This was their first visit to the legendary Chambord Islands. That island of failure and the island of starting again. Chapter 717 Shanks and Bucky. Little ones, ahead are the Chambord Islands. Bucky stood high, opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the world, looked at the Shampoo Islands in front of him and shouted. Long live Captain Bucky! Long live Captain Bucky! Countless people shouted that if Captain Bucky hadn't led them, they would never have thought of coming to this dreamy island. Little ones, get ready to rest here for a few days and enter the new world. Bucky ordered. As you command, Lord Bucky. Tens of thousands of people roared. With such a big movement, the people near the Chambord Islands all looked horrified. As expected of the strongest King Shichibukai, with such great power. Some pirates who originally wanted to take advantage of King Shichibukai's reputation turned pale when they saw this scene. I took back my previous ignorant thoughts. Hundreds of giant ships immediately dispersed and docked on various islands. Bucky took his ship and docked in front of island number 13. Waha! Bucky couldn't help laughing immediately after jumping off the boat. Let's go, take you to meet a senior, you won't be disappointed. Bucky took his cadres and ran directly to the interior of island number 13. The other cadres were confused, but followed anyway. Including Mihawk and Crocodile. A group of people came to a bar. Siachi's rip-off bar. Crocodile's mouth twitched. Won't anything happen if you take this name? Crocodile asked his men in a low voice. His subordinates don't know either. Mihawk's expression immediately became serious as he approached the bar. Bucky doesn't care about that. He stepped forward and opened the door of the bar. Wahahaha, Mr. Riley, here I come. Bucky's shout instantly spread throughout the busy bar. The originally lively bar suddenly became quiet. All members of the red-haired pirate group stared at the figure at the door, and instantly became serious. Shanks was the only one who was stunned when he saw the person at the door, and instantly became incredulous. Bucky. Shanks was pleasantly surprised. Shanks. Bucky was also stunned. A long time. Shanks, you bastard, how dare you steal my money? Bucky immediately ran to Shanks, grabbed Shanks by the collar and roared, with a scowl on his face. He immediately remembered that he was robbed last year. Furious. Shanks was stunned. Bucky almost forgot about it if he didn't mention it. When the crew of the red-haired pirates saw this, they immediately took out their weapons and pointed them at Bucky. The cadres behind Bucky also took out their weapons. Ahahaha, long time no see Bucky, how are you doing? Shanks turned his head to the side and asked guiltily. Asshole, I'm very good. If you didn't steal my money last year, I would be even better this year. Bucky grabbed Shanks by the collar and spit. Shanks was embarrassed after hearing this and scratched his head, not knowing what to say. I also feel guilty. Listen to those crew members and insist on grabbing it. The crew members behind Shanks and Bucky walked up. Beckman and Jesus looked at Hawkeye Joricole Mihawk and Shaw Crocodile opposite. His face looked a little solemn. Both of them felt pressure from each other. Interesting? Sniper? It's really uncommon. Crocodile raised the golden hook and looked at the two of them with a sneer on their faces. Don't mess around, this is the Chambord Islands, and the Navy headquarters is nearby. Mihawk said calmly. I know, you don't need to say more. Crocodile said coldly. I just don't want you to get into trouble. Mihawk said without emotion. Crocodile glanced at Mihawk after hearing this. This man was always around, which made Crocodile uncomfortable. Crocodile had actually always wanted to take action against Bucky once the captain died. Crocodile can justifiably accept the huge power of the Bucky pirates. Unfortunately, this Mihawk has been staying in the Bucky pirates, making Crocodile extremely afraid. Don't dare to take action directly. After all, a person who betrays his master doesn't have a good reputation even in the pirate world. The two pirate groups were hostile to each other across Shanks and Bucky. And Bucky suddenly started fighting with Shanks. Shanks, you bastard. Bucky punched Shanks in the face. Shanks didn't dodge at all and took the punch forcefully. And he still had a smile on his face. You pay me billions. And there are so many treasures under the sea. Bucky grabbed Shanks' collar and yelled. Tears streaming down his face. When the people next to him saw this, they looked at Bucky with strange expressions. Even the officers behind Bucky couldn't help but cover their faces when they saw the captain looking like this. Laylee and Xiachi, who were sitting nearby, looked at these two living treasures with great interest. Shanks endured it silently, with a look of helplessness on his face. Bucky, look what I am doing. Shanks had no choice but to take out a treasure map from his arms. When Bucky saw it, his eyes instantly lit up. Immediately loosened Shanks' collar. He stood there with a serious face, reached out and grabbed the treasure map, and then looked around as if nothing had happened. Ahem, I forgive you. The words fell. Behind them, Mihawk and Crocodile had black lines on their foreheads. Can they kill this captain? Shame on you. But if you keep robbing me of billions, you must compensate me. Bucky's next words made Shanks, who was originally relieved, immediately have a bitter look on his face. Billions? To put it simply, in the past 6 months, Shanks has been cheating on others countless times, and there is no way he can grab this much. Otherwise, Shanks wouldn't be hooked on a treasure map. Wouldn't it be nice to explore on your own? Bucky ignored Shanks' bitter expression. He walked to Rayleigh without thinking about himself. Mr. Riley, long time no see. Bucky opened his arms and looked at Riley and shouted. Yes, Bucky, long time no see, now you are the king of the Shichibukai. Riley looked at Bucky and smiled, then looked at the people behind Bucky. His eyes were a little solemn. They are not easy people to mess with. It's nothing more than extremely vicious. Rayleigh glanced at the faces of Mihawk, Crocodile, and the many cadres. They are not easy characters to get along with. I don't know how Bucky subdued him. When Mihawk saw Rayleigh, he had a strong urge to draw the sword. Pluto Rayleigh, the right arm of the Pirate King. However, after Crocodile saw this person, he directly revealed his identity. Mihawk's eyes flashed. The opponent is very strong and is a master of swordsmanship. Mihawk said. Crocodile was stunned. Looking at the sword madman next to him, he obviously had itchy hands. Didn't you say you won't cause trouble? Isn't it clear to him what the other party is thinking after all these years? Mihawk's eagle-like eyes stared at Rayleigh. Chapter 7:18 Mihawk vs. Rayleigh. Rayleigh noticed it quickly. Look at Mihawk. Then the corners of his mouth curved. Charlotte, Charlotte, your challenger is here. Rayleigh thought to himself. The other party's undisguised sword intent. Rayleigh was shocked. Rayleigh was shocked by the opponent's obsession with the way of the sword. Is a madman. And he is also a sword madman. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth rose. When Mihawk, who was looking at Rayleigh, saw this, he slowly drew out the supreme swordji from behind and walked forward. Wait, what do you want to do? This is not the place for your duel. Crocodile shouted quickly. But Mihawk was not willing to listen. It's not easy to meet a great swordsman, but you won't be willing to do anything if you don't compare. Hey, did you hear me? Crocodile shouted from behind. Beckman and Jesus Boo on the opposite side also looked solemnly at Mihawk, who drew his sword. This man is very strong, and his gaze is as threatening as death. Beckman put his hand on the gun at his waist. Jesus Boo also had the gun in his hand. And Mihawk's fighting spirit has already spread. Bucky and Shanks sensed it instantly. Bucky noticed a familiar aura, while Shanks felt a strong fighting spirit. Mihawk. Bucky wondered. Looking at Mihawk, who came out and stared at Mr. Rayleigh, Bucky wondered. You, get out of the way. Mihawk's emotionless words stood out, making Bucky blush. Haha, young man, I don't want to hang out in the sea anymore. Riley spread his hands and said. No, I can still feel the fighting spirit in you. Mihawk raised the black knife and said to Rayleigh. Does it have to be like this? I have already exited the sea. After hearing this, Rayleigh put his right hand on his waist, looked at Mihawk and said coldly. Your knife tells me that you are not willing to give in. Mihawk said, looking at the knife on Rayleigh's waist. Vice Captain. Shanks shouted. Mr. Riley. Bucky shouted back. This is not a place for fighting. Rayleigh said, looking at Mihawk. Hearing this, Mihawk remembered what was nearby, and then sheathed the knife. I'm waiting for you. Mihawk looked at Rayleigh with his eagle-like eyes and then walked outside. Mr. Riley. Bucky was confused. You guys, step back and let me move my old bones. Rayleigh shouted to Bucky and Shanks, who were blocking him. Hearing this, Bucky and Shanks could only retreat. Following Rayleigh, he walked towards the outside world. A group of people came to a desert island on the beach. Young man, the path of the world's greatest swordsman is not easy. Rayleigh took out the soft knife from his waist and looked at Mihawk and smiled. It's hard to walk, but it doesn't mean you can't walk. If the road is uneven, cut it off with one knife. Mihawk said with his eyes fixed on Rayleigh. Okay, you are ambitious, much better than the one in the new world. I look forward to your day. The words fell. Rayleigh tapped his toes. The figure rushed forward and slashed at Mihawk. Clang. Mihawk held the knife firmly. The steps stepped slightly, blocking the power of this knife. Not bad. Riley praised. Then with a sudden flash, it shot into the sky. With a powerful strike, he slashed towards Mihawk. Mihawk crosscuts the block. A blade of light struck Rayleigh horizontally. Vice Captain. Upon seeing this, Shanks clenched the handle of the knife and stared at Mihawk and Rayleigh. In the past, Shanks only knew that Mihawk was a great swordsman, and had no idea how strong he was. Now that I have met him, I know that the other party's strength is not weaker than my own. When Rayleigh saw the light of the sword, he did not dodge at all, and faced it with a sword. A sword light flew out directly. Clang. The two sword lights collided directly. There was an explosion. Boom. The explosion sounded on the desert island near Island 13 in Shampoo Island. It immediately attracted countless gazes from around. The king's Shichibukai, Baki, and the red-haired pirates. Seeing the two big pirate groups collide, there was an instant sensation. Come and see, the Bucky pirates and the red-haired pirates are fighting. The spectators on Island 13 shouted. For a time, thousands of turbulent waves were set off. The battle between the strongest King Shichibukai and the strongest rookie pirate group. At the same time, it was also a civil war among the crew members of the Roger Pirates. It attracted everyone instantly. Boy, not bad. Rayleigh looked at Mihawk and said with a smile. Where is this? Let's just get started. Mihawk said with a cold eyebrow. Haha. Rayleigh smiled. This guy is really interesting. Maybe, that guy Charlotte will really be beaten by this kid. When he thought of this, Rayleigh's eyes flashed red. A monstrous momentum suddenly erupted from his body. Then let me try your ingredients and see if you are qualified to challenge him. Red and black thunderspots were wrapped around the body. The storm in the sky changed drastically. Thunder and lightning rumbled. Click. A bolt of thunder fell. Boom. Rayleigh's sword slid down like a powerful blow. Boom. When Mihawk saw this, his eagle-like eyes narrowed sharply. The momentum in his body suddenly concentrated. Holding the knife high in both hands, his expression suddenly changed. The black knife slashed downward. The sharp sword energy emitted from the black sword. A green sword energy was drawn out. 2 violent sword auras rose sharply. Not good. When Bucky saw it, he immediately spread his legs and subconsciously ran behind Shanks. Shanks stood there, looking at both sides seriously. Boom. The huge sword energy collided. A violent collision on Island 13. A burst of white light lit up the sky. Everything seemed to have lost its vitality. There was a flash of white light in people's eyes and they lost sight of the scene. Clang. The sound of gold and iron delivery sounded. Wow. Both parties retreated at the same time. The screen flashed. This. People who saw this scene were shocked. An abyss actually opened between the two of them. Everyone watched this scene, looked at Mihawk, and then at the old man with white hair. Who is this? Everyone was confused. The two of them maintained the same movement. Next second. 2 strands of blood flowed out. Mihawk and Rayleigh had cuts on their cheeks. Here, are you injured? People around exclaimed. In a fight, both sides lost their money. It's really a great opening and closing. Rayleigh looked at Mihawk and admired. The opponent's swordsmanship is very superb. Open and close without losing sensitivity, tricky yet majestic. It was as if he had seen through all his moves. This must be something only those with mastery of swordsmanship can possess. Just like the world's greatest swordsman in the New World. You're good too. Mihawk stared at Rayleigh with his eagle-like eyes. This is when he met another great swordsman besides Xia Luo. What's even more rare and valuable is the level of swordsmanship between the two is almost the same. Fighting him will help me a lot. Think so. Mihawk withdrew the supreme sharp sword Black Knife Knight. Chapter 719, Making a Scene at the Auction House. Seeing this, Rayleigh smiled bitterly. Being compared to others. Don't look at them both scratching each other. But Torelli was a strong man who had been famous for decades, but he was injured at the hands of a young man. This says it all. Fighting to the end, the result can be imagined. This guy is trying to save face for him. Ha 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 ha, the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, young people today. Come on, I'll treat you to a drink. Rayleigh also took back his long knife and looked at everyone and said. Everyone was still immersed in the scene just now and had not yet reacted. Seeing that there was no fighting at this moment, I was also stunned. Okay, let's drink, but the person treating us must be me. Seeing the stoppage, Bucky was the happiest person, and he immediately took charge of the situation. As soon as these words came out, Shanks glanced at Bucky with a strange expression, and suddenly felt sorry for Bucky's money. The group returned to the bar again. And the scene here is spreading rapidly. Island number 1. A giant ship docked at the port of Island number 1. Wow. Is this the Chambord Islands? It is indeed much more prosperous. Yamato jumped off the boat excitedly and came to Island number 1, shouting. Attracting the contempt of countless people. Here comes another redneck. People around him sneered. Go, go, don't risk your life. The other party is this year's 3 supernovas, Yamato the Beast. If she hears it, we will be dead. The companion on the side quickly took his companion's hand and fled here quickly. Captain, this is not the East China Sea. The Navy headquarters is nearby. Don't make too much noise. Coat the ship first. Rest for a few days and enter the new world through Fishman Island. Jin said as he followed Yamato. I know, don't worry, I won't cause trouble. Yamato doesn't care. But the more she behaves like this, the more unsure Jin feels. Finally sighed. Wow, there's an auction house there, let's go have a look. Yamato shouted with shining eyes when he saw a building. After saying that, regardless of the reaction of his subordinates, he ran over quickly. Captain, wait for us. The crew of the Beast Pirates hurriedly followed. Madam, you need an invitation to enter the auction house. Yamato rushed to the door of the auction house and was stopped by the auction house guards. Invitation? What invitation? Yamato asked with a smile. I'm sorry I can't go in without an invitation. The guard asked coldly. Huh? That's it. Yamato was a little disappointed, and then rolled his eyes. Look, it's a celestial dragon. Yamato pointed his finger back and said in surprise. What? Celestial Dragon, kneel down. Upon hearing this, the guard quickly knelt down and lowered his head. Seeing this, Yamato burst out laughing. He took out the mace from his back and hit the two guards on the head. You. The guard fainted and fell to the ground with his face covered in blood. Let's go, walk in before they react. Yamato sneaked into the auction house with Jack and a group of teenagers. Jin and Quinn smiled behind them. Just when he said not to cause trouble, he knocked the two guards unconscious. At the same time, the two of them became serious again. They actually asked for an invitation when entering the auction house. It seems that this auction is not easy. Jin and Quinn also walked in. Yamato slipped in through a small door and saw the scene inside the auction house. Is this the auction house? Yamato looked around with curiosity. Captain, can you please stop doing this? It makes us look like country bumpkins. Maria followed Yamato and felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the strange looks from all around. Don't worry about that, Yamato said with a wave of his hand. Then he went straight to a few empty seats. The noise made by Yamato and his group quickly attracted the attention of the auction house. The auctioneer frowned. Seeing that the other party was sitting at the auction seat, he stopped talking to him. The light in the back row is a bit dim. The auctioneer couldn't see who it was? Okay, congratulations to the great Tianlong people for taking this string of tears of the deep sea. The auctioneer showed his iconic smile and cheered to the Tianlong people. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere team present cheered one after another, praising the greatness of the celestial dragons. Ha 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 ha. The Tianlong people laughed out loud at being praised. There are actually celestial dragons. Jin's expression darkened. Captain, I think we'd better go, Quinn advised. He was really afraid that the stupid fool like the captain would offend the Tianlong people. Why are you leaving? So what if you are a Tianlong? Don't worry, you won't cause trouble. Yamato patted his chest and said. A look of nonchalance. Quinn sighed, a little helpless. Let's invite the next auction item. The auction has reached its climax. Countless people cheered. Yamato also looked at the items being pushed up curiously. After seeing the item, Yamato was stunned. What was pushed out was not an item but a mermaid. Jack's face next to Yamato suddenly changed, and he instantly became gloomy. Killing intent emanates from his body. Jack. Quinn immediately sensed something was wrong in the atmosphere and quickly stopped Jack. Only then did Jack withdraw his murderous intent. Yamato's expression is a bit serious. Quinn, how much money do we have? Yamato asked. 400 million. Quinn was stunned, but still said. How much does a mermaid cost? Yamato asked again. The auction price starts at 100 million. Quinn said. It is good. Yamato made up his mind. Look at the auctioneer and raise your hand directly. 400 million. Yamato's offer caught everyone off guard. Even the auctioneer was caught off guard. He hasn't started quoting yet? But now is an opportunity. Suddenly the price was pushed to 400 million. Okay, this gentleman is quoting 400 million. Is there any increase in price? This is a mermaid, a rare mermaid. If you don't get what you want, there won't be any shop like this after passing this village. The auctioneer shouted passionately in the audience. 5 billion. An indifferent voice sounded from the front row. A masked man in black held up a sign. What? Yamato stood up suddenly and looked at the man in black in front of him. Can't you buy it for 400 million? Yamato murmured. The celestial dragons have made a bid, this mermaid is hopeless. Several rich people or nobles around said with pity. Master Tianlong bids 500 million, but there is no one who can keep up. This is a mermaid. The auctioneer shouted loudly. 500 million, Tianlong people are Tianlong people. The generosity of this move is really extraordinary. Jack's face became more and more gloomy. Asshole. Yamato can no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Jumped out. Captain. Quinn knew this would happen and quickly grabbed Yamato. Captain, the other party is a celestial dragon, don't do anything stupid. Quinn advised earnestly. But it was too late. Yamato's voice had already spread. Chapter 720. The Tianlong people were beaten, part. Who is scolding the great Tianlong? The Tianlong man sitting in the first row stood up and looked behind him with an angry look. It's me. Yamato broke away from Quinn's pull and jumped out. This. Quinn looked at his empty hands, and then looked at Jin with a gloomy look on his face. Jin, stop the captain. Quinn shouted quickly. But Jin had a gloomy look on his face and didn't react at all. It can be said that Jin's expression has been gloomy since he met the celestial dragon. Asshole, you are the one scolding the great celestial dragon, go to hell. The celestial dragon took out an exquisite pistol and pulled the trigger on Yamato. Snapped. Gunshots ring out. It's over, everything is over. Quinn fell to the ground as if all the strength had been drained from her body. Yamato raised his mace and moved it forward. The bullet bounced off the mace. Asshole, you dare to block her, let me catch her. The Tianlong man pointed at Yamato and ordered his subordinates. Yes. The men in black who were following the Tianlong people took action one after another. Want to fight? Then go die. Yamato raised his mace and charged forward. Thunder gossip. The mace wrapped with lightning swept across all the men in black like a broken bamboo. As soon as the stick went down, the 5 or 6 men in black who rushed over were killed one after another and fell to the ground. She is the captain of the Hayakusho pirates, Hayakusho Yamato. Finally someone recognized Yamato. Yamato stepped out of the shadows, revealing her heroic face. He took the mace and struck it heavily on the ground. Boom. Looking at the arrogant Tianlong people. How dare you hit my guard? Now you tie your hands and become my slave. I will spare your life. The Tianlong people didn't show the slightest fear, and looked at Yamato proudly. Yamato looked at this ignorant or fearless celestial dragon and sneered. I choose to kill you. Yamato said coldly. Suddenly, a big hand patted Yamato's shoulder. Captain, the Tianlong people can't move. They will attract the general. Jin walked behind Yamato at some point and said. No, I have to kill this Tianlong. Yamato looked at the celestial dragon with an angry look on his face and said. When the Tianlong people saw that the other party was stopped, the last calculation in their hearts was gone. It's too late, I will make you slaves, including the man with wings behind you. The Tianlong man pointed his pistol at Yamato and Jin and said with a ferocious expression. Asshole. Yamato broke free from Jin's hand and charged forward with a single step. Holding a mace, he hit the Tianlong people head and face. What? Tianlong was stunned, she really dared to attack herself. Looking at the mace so close at hand, the Tianlong people couldn't react at all. Click. The bubble shield is broken. The Tianlong people were whipped out. Bang. It fell on the auction stage, not knowing whether it would live or die. The whole place was quiet. After a while. Oh my god, the celestial dragons were beaten. A wealthy businessman raised his hand tremblingly and pointed at the Tianlong man whose face was covered with blood on the stage and said in a trembling voice. Oh no, the Tianlong people were attacked, and the general is coming. Some people who were afraid of being harmed saw this scene and ran frantically towards the outside of the auction house. The beast pirates are dead, they actually dare to attack the celestial dragons. Countless people ran and yelled curses. It's simply audacious. Crazy. The auctioneer sat stunned on the auction table, looking at the Tianlong people on the side, and kept murmuring. Who let her in? The auctioneer was already a little confused. Yamato stood where the celestial dragon was originally standing, looking at the celestial dragon who fainted on the stage with an indifferent expression. Captain, you. Quinn, Jack and others came over and stood behind Yamato, looking at the celestial dragons who didn't know whether they were alive or dead, and were a little dazed. Now, something big happened. Quinn, who fully understood what would happen next, couldn't help but feel sad. Before entering the new world, the celestial dragons were beaten. If you can't pass this level, let alone the new world, your life will be a luxury. Jingle bell. The alarm sounds. Everyone in the auction house was shocked. No, what happened here has been discovered. Captain, hurry up, let's get out of here, the general is coming soon. Quinn shouted, holding Yamato's hand and running outside. Wait, bring that Tianlong man with you. Yamato said, pointing at the unconscious Tenryuto. Jack ran over immediately after hearing this. First, he rescued the frightened mermaid beside him. Hurry back to Fishman Island, it's not safe here. Jack warned, then grabbed the celestial dragon and ran outside. In the outside world, sirens sounded in the Chambord Islands. The moment the voice sounded, everyone was stunned. The local people living in the Shampoo Islands instantly turned pale after hearing the siren. Run quickly, something happened to the Tianlong people. The person who reacted yelled. This is an alarm that something happened to the Tianlong people. Who dares to deal with the celestial dragons in the Shampoo Islands? Don't want to die? Countless people ran away and rushed towards the port. Inside the tavern on Island 13. A group of people drinking wine were stunned when they heard the alarm bell that suddenly rang. What happened? Shanks and Bucky were also stunned, looking at the fleeing people outside through the window with some confusion. Rayleigh, who was sitting next to them, laughed bitterly after hearing this. I don't know who this ignorant person actually offended the celestial dragons. Alas, the Shampoo Islands are no longer peaceful. Thinking of this, Rayleigh put down the flask and no longer had any intention of drinking. Provoking the celestial dragons. Shanks, Bucky. After hearing this, the cadres brought by the two people frowned. Is there any excitement? Let's go. Go and see what's going on. Shanks immediately pulled Bucky and ran towards Island number 1 where the alarm was issued. Bucky was stunned, watching himself being lifted up and being pulled by Shanks. Bastard Shanks, I don't want to go there. Nothing good will happen if I do. Bucky struggled and shouted. Haha, you are a kabuki, who would do anything to you. Shanks said indifferently. Pulling Bucky and running towards Island number 1. Asshole. Bucky was so angry that he yelled. Seeing this, the pirates from both sides followed suit. They also wanted to see who was so bold and dared to offend the celestial dragons. Navy headquarters. Melon Vando. De. Rapid footsteps sounded outside the marshal's office, directly interrupting Warring States' train of thought. Zangwa couldn't help but frown. Boom. The door was pushed open violently. The adjutant looked at the marshal panting. Big things are bad. Marshal Yuan, something happened in the Chambord Islands. The Tianlong people were attacked. The person who did it was the captain of the Hyakushu pirates, Hyakusho Yamato. The adjutant looked at the marshal and said intermittently. Chapter 721 The Tianlong people were beaten, part. Crunch. Warring States stood up instantly. The chairs behind him fell to the ground. What did you say? Quickly inform Akiji that Akainu will go to protect the celestial dragons. Sengoku shouted. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Don't those pirates know who they can mess with and who they can't mess with? Do all Tianlong people dare to fight? Are all pirates so arrogant now? Sengoku stood pacing back and forth in the office. After receiving the order, Akiji and Akainu immediately prepared their warships and hurried towards the Shampoo Islands. One of the general's duties is to protect the celestial dragons. And in Island number 1. At this time, Island number 1 was already in chaos. There were crowds of people running around everywhere. The beast pirates who ran to the port stood on the port. It's over. The coding is only halfway through. I can't run away at all. Quinn then remembered that their ship was still being coded. Captain, we are in big trouble this time. These are Tianlong people. The general is coming. Why don't we break up while the general is not coming? Let's go our separate ways and take advantage of each other. With a bitter look on his face, Quinn looked at the celestial dragon who was knocked to the ground by his boss with a stick and was about to cry without tears. Before entering the new world, he had caused such a big disaster. Then it will be okay when we get to the new world. Quinn has clearly seen his captain's methods of getting into trouble for nearly a year. Oh. Is the general coming? Isn't he just a Tianlong? What's the big deal? Yamato looked at Quinn in confusion and said. I saw my own captain looking stupid. Jean, look how you have developed the captain. Quinn didn't want to say anything about Yamato's ignorance and could only blame everything on Jin. After all, Yamato was raised by Jin with shit and urine. Jin ignored Quinn and looked at the celestial dragon on the ground with hatred in his eyes. The killing intent in his body is also spreading. Quinn next to her was instantly startled. Hey. What do you want to do? You don't really want to kill him, do you? Quinn quickly hugged Jin to prevent him from doing something stupid. Just kill him, who made him so rude? Thinking of the disgusting look on this Tianlong man's face when he looked at himself and Uncle Jean just now. As if seeing something rare, he stared at it closely. Yamato could not bear to treat Uncle Jean like this. A direct strike of Thunder Bagua in the face. However, the opponent's vitality was quite strong. He hit her hard in the face and she just fainted. It was probably the bubble hood that blocked most of the damage. Think of this. Yamato immediately felt another urge. Raise the mace. My little ancestor, you can't mess around either. When Quinn saw it, he almost lost his soul. He quickly let go of Jin and came to Yamato, holding his hand tightly against the mace. Jean, please persuade the captain. This is no joke. The general will really come, and we won't be able to run away by then. Think about my brother. Quinn yelled at Jin. The words fell. After Jean heard the words eldest brother, his pupils shrank. The clenched fists loosened. Captain, forget it. He knew that Yamato was venting his anger on himself. It really gave him an advantage. Yamato said indignantly. Call. Quinn, who had been standing between the two of them, breathed a sigh of relief. I touched the cold sweat that was not on my forehead and felt a lingering fear in my heart. Since the ship hasn't been coated yet, let's drag it. I don't believe the general is so difficult to deal with. Yamato hates Tao. My little ancestor, don't underestimate the generals. Each of them is the sea-fixing needle of the navy. Their strength is not weaker than the three in the New World. Otherwise, how can we suppress the sea? Quinn looked at the ignorant captain with a helpless expression. It turns out it's you. Suddenly a voice sounded. The beast pirates quickly blocked the celestial dragon man's figure and turned to look over. Call. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Shanks, who did I think it was? Seeing the red-haired Shanks appear, they were familiar faces, and Yamato and the other three breathed a sigh of relief. Were you also attracted by the sound of sirens? Shanks asked, pulling an unhappy-looking Bucky. Yeah. Yamato nodded quickly, looking up to the sky and saying guiltily. When Shanks saw this, he immediately felt something was wrong. I heard that the Tianlong people were beaten. Do you know who it was? Shanks asked curiously. Even Bucky on the side pricked up his ears and listened. Dragon people were beaten? Yamato and Quinn felt guilty. Seeing the beast's pirates in such a panic, Bucky behind Shanks immediately felt that the matter seemed to be related to them. He glanced at everyone in the beast pirates. A clue was discovered instantly. Wait, who is lying behind you? Bucky seemed to see a person behind the three of them and said a little uncertainly. No one. Yamato and Quinn waved their hands in a cold sweat. But the more they behave like this, the more suspicious Bucky becomes. Get out of my way, uncle. Bucky looked directly past Shanks, looking away from Yamato and Quinn. At this sight, Bucky's heart suddenly tightened. Looking at a fat pig dressed as a celestial dragon, with a broken hood. You. Bucky looked at the person lying on the ground and how he was dressed, pointing at Yamato, and the words in his mouth seemed to be stuck in his throat. This. Bucky looked at the unknown person on the ground again. What? Bucky didn't react for a moment and just pulled away. Falling slowly on his back. Ah. Bucky. Upon seeing this, Shanks quickly reached out and hugged Bucky to prevent him from falling. Bucky, what's wrong with you? Shanks expressed concern quickly. Among the people who pinched Bucky hard. Call. Bucky took a deep breath. Looking at Shanks who was so close, he stood up instantly. Look at Yamato. You actually dare to fight the celestial dragons? Bucky said anxiously. What? After Bucky finished speaking, the surrounding red-haired pirates and members of the Bucky pirates were stunned for a moment. Shanks also looked over quickly. Then he saw the celestial dragon falling behind Yamato and Quinn. His face was filled with disbelief for a moment. Don't you know that beating the celestial dragons will attract generals? Shanks asked, looking at Yamato and Jin and Quinn behind Yamato. Jin said nothing. Quinn chuckled. Yamato turned his face away, stared at the sky and whistled. He looked unconcerned. Asshole, get out of here quickly, the general is coming. Bucky ignored these people and hurriedly wanted to lead his men out of here as soon as possible. Although he is the king of the 7 martial arts. But once you get involved with the Tianlong people, the Shichibukai will not work. He quickly called to his men to leave the scene of the crime before the general arrived. Chapter 722 Supernova vs. Admiral, Part. Bucky. When Shanks saw the flash of dominance, he was shocked and quickly grabbed Bucky. If anything happens, let's take care of it together. He is the king and the Shichibukai can leave without any problem, but he is a pirate. When the time comes, the general will definitely not let him go. Besides, with the Bucky pirates here, they have a better chance of winning. So no matter what, Shanks will not let Bucky go like this. Asshole, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. Bucky, who was being pulled by Shanks, said angrily. Can't leave. Shanks said solemnly. Then he looked towards the sea. On the sea, 5 or 6 warships quickly sailed towards Shampoo Island No. 1. On the warship, Akainu stood on the bow of the boat and looked ahead. Did something happen to the Tianlong people on Island No. 1? Akainu asked intently. Yes, the other party is still on Shampoo Island No. 1. The one who takes action is the Beast Pirates. In addition, the Shichibukai Baki pirates are also there, and the red-haired pirates are also nearby. Adjutant reports. Your Majesty, the Shichibukai? The red-haired pirates? Why did they get involved together? They are really a bunch of rubbish. Akainu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Behind Akainu, Akiji was lying lazily on the recliner, wearing an eye mask with one corner slightly raised. Looking in the direction of the Shampoo Islands. What? So fast. Bucky was shocked when he saw the faint black spots on the sea and the flying seagull flags. It's over. If they saw this, wouldn't they think that I was colluding with them? Thinking of this, Bucky struggled quickly. But how could Shanks just let Bucky go? Hug Bucky tightly. Even though Bucky's body has been separated, he still holds on to him. Bastard Shanks, let go of my feet. Seeing his left foot being held tightly by Shanks, Bucky became furious. Seeing the Navy warship getting closer and closer, Bucky became more and more anxious. Akainu on the Navy ship looked at the island getting closer and closer. Order! Fire! Akainu ordered. Here, the Tianlong people are still up there. The adjutant hesitated and said. The order I received is that if the celestial dragons are killed by the beast pirates, fire immediately. Akainu said without any doubt. Facing the murderous General Akainu. The adjutant greeted him quickly, not daring to refute again. The 5 warships who received the order quickly turned their guns. Ching Pheasant walked up. Looking into the distance side by side with Akainu. One is the remnant of the beast pirates, and the 2 are the remnants of the Roger pirates. It's really interesting. Akiji stood next to Akainu and said. You will be responsible for dealing with the beast pirates in a while, and I will deal with the red-haired pirates. As for the Shichibukai Baki pirates? Akainu hesitated for a moment when he said this. It depends on how he acts. If the Bucky pirates dare to stop him, then let's destroy him together. After all, Akainu did not dare to take the initiative to deal with the Bucky pirates. After all, the opponent still has the title of King Shichibukai on his head. The King's Shichibukai is not under the management of the Navy, but directly belongs to the world government's 5 old stars. In terms of level, it is on the same level as the Navy. Taking action against King Shichibukai is equivalent to taking action against the world government. Akainu is still a little scared. Akiji shrugged and said it didn't matter. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The artillery on the 4 warships roared loudly. Countless cannonballs were fired from the warship, shooting towards Shampoo Island No. 1. Asshole, aren't their navy worried about the people on the island? Upon seeing this, Yamato quickly took out his mace and shouted while looking at the overwhelming cannonballs. Haha, the leader is Akainu. I have fought against him. He is a ruthless person who kills without blinking an eye. He doesn't care about casualties. Shanks also drew out Griffin and said in preparation. Asshole, didn't Dragon Man and his navy want him that day? Did I deliberately spare his life as a backup? Yamato cursed again. Asshole, who is this, my uncle or the King Shichibukai? Bucky was so frightened by the overwhelming shells that his limbs flew in all directions. The spirits of the dead. Bucky's words instantly alerted the beast pirates. There is also a lackey of the world government here, who seems to be in trouble. Asshole, why are you looking at me like this? Isn't I also in the bombing range? Bucky, who was annoyed by the strange looks from the people around him, yelled. Crocodile. Bucky spread his legs and ran behind Crocodile. Coming. Just when the cannonball was about to fall. Desert Diamond Sword. Laming Gossip. Brush. Brush. Boom. Boom. Crocodile, Yamato, Shanks, Hawkeye, Ben Beckman, and Jesus Boo all launched counterattacks. Boom. When the shell was about to fall, it was instantly detonated in mid-air by everyone in advance. An overwhelming barrage of shells exploded in the air. Smoke filled the whole place. Pluto. In this smoke, everyone instantly felt the surrounding temperature rise. A magma dog head burst out of the smoke. No, God avoids. Shanks quickly drew his knife and slashed at it. The sharp sword energy instantly cut Akainu's attack in half. Fell to the ground. But Akainu's huge impact made Shanks couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Two-thorn spear. On the other side, a blast of cold air came. Yamato, who was most sensitive to air conditioning, immediately captured the opponent's position. Laming gossip. Yamato instantly turned around and slammed the stick down behind him. What? 3. Yamato looked shocked when he saw that after resisting 2 ice picks, there was still 1 ice pick heading straight towards him. Fire Dragon Emperor. A cold voice sounded. Uncle Jean. Yamato shouted in surprise. Be careful, miss, there is more than 1 general coming. Jin reminded standing in front of Yamato. I know, the other side is too insidious. They said there were 2 spears, but they turned out to be 3. Yamato was a little dissatisfied with Chi Dao. Haha, madam, this is called a war that never tires of deceit. The figure of Aoki Pheasant walked out of the smoke. A breath of cold air came out of his mouth, and a cold wind blew heavily around him. Layers of ice emerged beneath our feet. The surrounding roads were frozen. It's so cold. The nearby pirates turned into ice sculptures after being covered by the cold air. So strong. Yamato's mace hit the ground hard. The rapidly spreading ice shattered instantly. The corners of Chingji's eyes narrowed, and his originally casual look became serious. Pirates, you have no way to escape, so let's capture you without mercy. Ching Pheasant let out a breath of cold air, and half of its body was covered with ice. Yamato said nothing and stood ready. Suddenly, another blazing force came. Footsteps sounded. Akaina also walked slowly from behind. Walking next to Ching Pheasant, the lava on his right arm was slowly flowing. Looking at the 3 parties with murderous intent. Pirate. Where are the celestial dragons? Pay attention to the Akainu case. Chapter 723 Supernova vs. Admiral, Part. Navy, if you want the celestial dragons alive, get out of the way. Quinn stood up and said, holding the half-dead Draco. Akaina shrank his eyes when he saw this, looking at the Tianlong whose face was covered in blood. Sir Tianlongren was seriously injured and died at the hands of pirates. All pirates at the scene will be killed without mercy. Akaina said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings were obviously extremely hot, but everyone felt cold in their hearts. Asshole, I'm still on the island. Do you want to tear up the treaty? Bucky came out and asked angrily, pointing at Akainu and Akiji. But Akainu and Akiji are not stupid, and no one will stand up to answer this question. Okay, I'm going to go to Wuloxing to sue you. Bucky was furious. Ever since he became the king of the Shichibukai. Bucky uses the name of 5 old stars every day, even if the Navy Marshal has to give him 3 points of noodles. As a result, these 2 generals didn't take him seriously at all. Think about what kind of person Bucky is. When he first debuted, he held the title of One Piece crew member and directly offered a reward of 500 million, recruiting a large number of subordinates. Travel all over the world. Even the world government is afraid of it. The subsequent reward was as high as 1 billion, which made the world government put down its shame and come to recruit him. Now he was actually ignored by the 2 generals. Bucky's face turned red with anger. Young men, the Navy has torn up the agreement, kill me. Bucky turned to look at his many men and yelled. The words fell. Ching Pheasant's expression immediately changed. You must know that the nearby buggy pirates have a crew of 60,000 to 70,000 people. The elite troops they brought with them were only 2,000. Just about to speak. You don't know how to live or die. If that's the case, then go die. Akaina didn't give Bucky any face at all. Seeing Bucky taking the initiative to show off his face, he immediately took action. As for the tens of thousands of pirates around him, they were like ants in his eyes. What? See the magma coming quickly. Bucky was scared to death. Although he has also wanted to train his strength in recent years. But the reality is that I want to train, but I am just thinking about it. Every day I either eat, drink and have fun, or I take my little brother on a treasure hunt. Train? That is impossible. The only thing that has improved a bit is the reaction ability. Probably trained by Mihawk and Crocodile. The lava flew out while grazing Bucky's forehead. And this scene is in the eyes of others. Master. Everyone thought. So close and explosive. Put it on them, it is impossible to hide, you can only force it. Akainu also became instantly fearful. Only Mihawk and Crocodile showed no expression at all. It's as if it's normal. Hoo-hoo. Bucky felt the temperature of his scalp. The feeling of death so close at hand made him gasp for air. Long live Lord Bucky. Long live Lord Bucky. But it was different in the eyes of Bucky's younger brothers. He was able to dodge the general's attack with ease. You must know that the captain of the red-haired pirates just took 3 steps back after receiving a blow from Akainu. But Lord Bucky remained motionless. Bucky, leave here and I can pretend that nothing happened. Akainu finally spoke. I originally thought this person was just a clown with no fighting ability. Unexpectedly, once they met, things would change instantly. The fear in his eyes was beyond words. Aoki also looked at Bucky in surprise. Sure enough, it is not easy for pirates to be ordered to peace by the world government. The other 2 kings, Shichibukai, both have solid records. It can be compared. When Bucky heard the shouting behind him, he looked at the 2 generals again. I don't know where the courage came from. If you tell me to leave, I will leave. I am not your dog. Bucky shouted with his head held high. The words fell. Akainu's expression darkened once again. Okay, since you want to die, then I will make it happen for you. Akainu said angrily. This time, Bucky was prepared. Mihawk, I'll leave this person to you. I don't even bother to fight with him. Anyone who can fight with me must at least be the marshal of the 3 emperors. Bucky pretended to be cool, and then ran away to find foreign aid. Wow, Mr. Bucky is so powerful. He is not afraid of generals at all and treats them as if they are nothing. After hearing this, many of the younger brothers behind him instantly lit up their eyes. This is the boss they follow. That's right, the only people worthy of fighting Lord Bucky are the Navy Marshal or the 3 emperors. You are not worthy. The tens of thousands of pirates surrounding the Bucky pirates looked at Akainu and laughed. Court death. Akainu's anger could no longer be suppressed. The lava on his face began to flow. But the mocking sounds around him became louder and louder. Mihawk, who was pushed up, looked at Bucky with a gloomy expression. The look in his eyes that wanted a knife could not be concealed. He didn't know how much this guy weighed. Generals are not worthy of fighting him, only marshals or 3 emperors can. Not afraid of blowing the cowhide. Canine-toothed Red Lotus. The attack, like a volcanic eruption, was directed toward Mihawk in an instant. Mihawk instantly cheered up. Boom. A bright sword light collided with the magma fist. The magma was cut instantly. Great swordsman? Looking at the pirates who had obviously grown more than 10 years ago, Akainu was even more angry. What he hates most is the great swordsman. Big fire breathing. Continuous attacks were overwhelming towards Mihawk. Mihawk's eyes became sharp again, resisting Akainu's constant attacks. Bucky was torn into pieces in his heart. It's okay to leave just now. I have to say 1 or 2 words. From Mihawk's point of view, this matter has nothing to do with the Bucky pirates. It was Bucky who insisted on joining in the fun and taking a trip through this muddy water. It's really 3 days without a roof over my head. Asshole, when do you want to see it? Mihawk, who was pinned down and beaten, couldn't help but yell at Crocodile, who was watching the show from behind. Haha, I knew you couldn't do it alone. Crocodile raised the golden hook. Desert greatsword. Countless grains of sand quickly rose from the ground. Whoosh. The sand blade covered the armed hockey and slashed directly towards Akainu's waist. Clang. Akainu blocked with both arms. The armed domineering force covered the magma and blocked this sneak attack. 1 mouse, 2 mice, whichever mouse there is, come on together. After the words fell, Crocodile's face darkened. The anger in his heart also rose. Then let's see if I, a rat, can bite off a piece of your flesh. Shallon. A sandstorm rises in the hand. Mihawk slashed at Akainu with one knife after another, facing the attack of 2 people. Akainu said it was impossible not to be in a hurry. He could only respond to the 2 attacks in silence. He also looked at Ching Pheasant. Chapter 724 Supernova vs. Admiral, Part. Aokiji didn't know when he had already fought with Yamato. Also there is Shanks. The two team up to deal with Ching Pheasant. There was also Jean who was constantly harassing me. The other pirates have already fought with the Navy behind them. The current situation is very bad. The Navy's high-end combat power was contained, and a large number of pirates were surrounding it to suppress the Navy. Asshole, do you really want to be an enemy of the world government? Akaino slammed his fist into it and roared. I only know that this battle was caused by you. If the world government still needs us, it won't blame us. Mihawk slashed it with his sword. Magma splashed everywhere. Damn pirates. Magma spurted from Akaino's body, and the impact of the endless magma explosion made it difficult for Mihawk and Crocodile to resist. Haha, you also know that we are pirates. Crocodile sneered. Akainu remained silent as the lava from his body continued to gush out. The impact, like a volcanic eruption, is constantly vented. With full force. Magma fields formed directly nearby. The heat almost cooked the land. And on the other side, the ice blade in Ching Pheasant's hand kept swinging out, attacking Yamato and Shanks. Yamato and Shanks walked hand in hand. Both Mace and Griffin are wrapped in overlord-colored hockey. I want to compare it with Akainu. Ching Pheasant's side seems to be a bit dangerous. Both of them are good players, and the three-color domineering force and their own physical strength are only a little weaker than his. The two joined forces to completely bridge the gap between the two parties. There was also Jean who was harassing him, so one person on Shinji's side had to deal with three people. The pressure is much greater than that of Akainu. And not far away. Jizusbu, who was hiding in the dark, raised his sniper rifle and restrained all his momentum, staring at Shinji closely, locking the muzzle of Shinji, just waiting for him to reveal some flaws. Wait for the opportunity and kill with one strike. We must deal with this Aoki Pheasant first. He is too much of a threat. We can't get out of this island unless he is dealt with. Ben Beckman also raised his gun and looked around and said, Understand. The corners of Jizusbu's mouth raised and he stared at Ching Pheasant. On Shampoo Island number 1. It's complete chaos. The destructive power unleashed this time was far greater than the destructive power caused by the battle between Charlotte and Kong not 24 years ago. After all, the battle between Sara and Charlotte was a crushing one. Sara almost held down Charlotte with one hand. If Charlotte hadn't used some tricks, she really wouldn't have been able to escape. But this time it's different. Akainu versus Mihawk and Crocodile. Aokiji versus Yamato and Shanks with Jin assisting. Both players are evenly matched. It is impossible to decide the winner without shattering the entire Chambord Islands. Navy headquarters. What are you talking about? The red-haired pirates and buggy pirates are also involved. Warring States slapped his big hand, and the desk suddenly shattered. Sengoku stood up and roared. Yes, the generals and the others were restrained by these three big pirate groups and were unable to perform at all. The more than 2,000 Navy elites they brought with them were besieged and killed by tens of thousands of Bucky pirates, plus the other two. The Navy led by the leaders of the great pirate group, Akainu and Aokiji, is in danger. The adjutant said hurriedly. The news that came back was so exciting that he never expected that the red-haired pirates and Bucky pirates would be involved. Especially the buggy pirates. You are the king of the Shichibukai. Logically speaking, you should stand with the Navy. Why did he get involved with pirates? Could it be that he wants to betray the world government? Quickly, prepare the ship, I will take action myself. Warring States said quickly. Nowadays, 1/3 of the Navy's high-end combat power has been dispatched by the Warring States period. Complete Kizaru's promotion mission. They were sent with Kizaru as the leader, Garp and Crane as the assistants, and numerous Navy vice-admirals to surround them. The Sun Pirates must be captured. Unexpectedly, something happened to Shampoo Islands at this stall. Boom. Damn beasts pirates. Sengoku remembered that everything was caused by the beast pirates causing trouble by provoking the celestial dragons. Why are you messing with the Tianlong people? Warring States put on the marshal's coat and walked quickly towards the port. As for what happened in the Shampoo Islands, the world government 5 old stars quickly received the news. Our own Tianlong people were beaten right under the nose of the Shampoo Islands. That's okay. What? The Bucky pirates are also involved? Why is Bucky involved with the celestial dragons? Maz Sheng couldn't believe his ears. Your Majesty, Kabukai actually went to fight the celestial dragons. Are you sure this is not a joke? No, Bucky didn't fight the celestial dragons. Everything was done by the Yamato of the Beasts. As for why the Navy fought against the Bucky pirates, we haven't received any news yet. CP0 said hurriedly. This battle broke out too suddenly. The only thing that is known is that Baisho Yamato beat up a celestial dragon in public, and then the Navy sent 2 generals. As a result, the red-haired pirates and Bucky pirates also joined in, and fought against 2 Navy admirals on the Shampoo Islands. Boom. This is simply unreasonable, arrogant, too arrogant. The Beast pirates must be captured and publicly executed to make her repent for the crimes she committed. Saint Pit roared. The celestial dragons are also celestial dragons. Now anyone can step on the head of the Tianlong people. I remembered that 3 years ago, the Rockefeller pirates caused a great disturbance in Mariajoya and killed countless celestial dragons. St. Peter gnashed his teeth in hatred when he thought of this. Several other 5 old stars also looked serious. How is the Shampoo Islands doing now? Maz Saint asked. The situation is not optimistic. Admirals Akainu and Akiji cannot deal with those pirates for the time being, but I heard that Admiral Sengoku has already set off. CP0's new general manager reports. With Sengoku taking action, there should be no problem. Maz Shang breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Sengoku is a veteran powerhouse, so they feel more at ease when Sengoku takes action. Always monitor the battle in the Shampoo Islands and protect the remaining Tianlong people. We must not let the battle spread to other islands. Saint Satan ordered. Yes. Commander CP0 hurried out. He led his men and immediately headed towards the Chambord Islands. These lawless pirates. Click. Saint Satan broke the tea bowl. The other 5 old stars also don't look good on their faces. On the Chambord Islands. Island number 1. Boom. Boom boom. Blade light. Domineering. Dust. Magma. Ice cubes. They are everywhere. Smoke from the explosion spread across the island. The fierce fighting between the 2 sides was very fierce. Thunder gossip. Yamato's Okuchi Shingo form stood in front, holding a mace and smashing it down on his head and face. God avoids. Shank's body flashed red and black lightning exploded around him. Overlord-colored domineering energy wraps around the blade. He slashed at Qing Pheasant. Chapter 725 Sniper General. Qing Ji's pupils shrank. Ice cubes formed on his hands, covering his weapon-colored domineering energy. Gloves of ice iron fist. The fist inherited from Garp was swung out fiercely. He took the attacks from Yamato and Shanks abruptly. But also took a step back. Shanks and Yamato were both out of breath. His eyes were fixed on Admiral Akiji. You hold each other down while I wait for the opportunity to take action. Shanks said to Beckman and Lucky Lu who were playing support behind him. It's the captain. After hearing this, Lucky Lu immediately rushed into the frontal battlefield and besieged Akiji with Yamato and Jin. Beckman continued to harass the blue pheasant with bullets. Countless bullets wrapped with armed domineering energy surrounded Akiji, making it impossible for him to dodge. Go together. Yamato shouted loudly, and the surrounding haki of the overlord color was beating, and the weapon-colored haki covered the mace. Thunder gossip. Fire Dragon Emperor. 1 left and 1 right flanked the blue pheasant. The fierce offensive made Qing Pheasant look ugly. He punched back Lucky Lu with all his strength, causing Lucky Lu to vomit blood and fly backwards. He fell to the ground and passed out. Two-thorn spear. He threw out a series of ice spikes with both hands, stabbing at Beckman who had been harassing him. Beckman quickly turned over to avoid it. Before Yamato and Jin's attack arrives. Aoki's arms were covered with armed haki, and he blocked the incoming attack. Boom. The mace and long knife slashed at Aoki Pheasant's armed and domineering arms, causing a dull groan. Qing Pheasant bent his legs. Good chance. Shank's eyes flashed red. God avoids. Holding Griffin in the air with both hands, the fierce domineering aura wrapped around Griffin. The Overlord's domineering aura soared into the sky, locked the Qing Pheasant, and slashed towards the Qing Pheasant. What? The successive attacks made Qingji unable to resist, and there were big moves everywhere. This sudden blow made Akiji a little surprised, because Akiji's haki did not sense it. The huge sword energy came above Qing Pheasant. Asshole. Akiji was completely angry, his arms shook violently, and endless cold air emitted. The cold air invaded Jin and Yamato's bodies along the mace and long knife. Half of their bodies were frozen. The flames on Jin's body also went out. He couldn't even hold up the strength and fell to the ground. A crisp sound was made. Aoki didn't have time to deal with the two of them, so he tried his best to deal with Shanks's sword. Good chance. In the distance, Jesus Boo quickly pulled the trigger when he saw this. Snapped. The crisp sound of gunfire rang out. Ching Pheasant's expression suddenly changed. The body shifted rapidly. But it's still too late. Puff. The sound of bullets entering flesh was heard. Ta-da-da. The huge impact caused Aoji to take dozens of steps back, putting some distance between him and Shanks and Yamato. Success, hit. Jesus Boo hurriedly put down his gun and looked at Ching Pheasant. Chingji retreated, covering the muzzle of the gun on his shoulder. He looked at the figure hidden in the big tree behind Shanks with a gloomy look. Sniper, Jesus Cloth. Ching Pheasant recognized the attacker. The blood on the shoulder continued to flow from the hands. Damn it, it's a sea tower stone bullet. Ching Pheasant wanted to transform into elements and avoid the sword energy from above, but his body was motionless. I immediately understood that the other party was using sea stone bullets. The powerful overlord-colored wind gathered on the top of Ching Pheasant's head and fell down. Boom. He lost the suppression of the devil fruit and the sea stone bullets in his body. Ching Pheasant's combat power at this time was out of 10. Watching the sword energy falling from the sky. Boom. The green pheasant was hacked and flew away. Well done, well done. Shanks landed and roared in surprise. The shot fired by Jesus almost killed half of Chingji's life. All the natural devil fruit abilities are disabled. There was no way he could stop his full-strength sword strike. The figure of Ching Pheasant flew out and fell into the surrounding houses. General Ching Pheasant. The surrounding navy saw this and exclaimed. Quick, rescue General Ching Pheasant. Hundreds of naval soldiers swarmed over. Young men, come here and kill that admiral. The pirates fighting with the navy soldiers also shouted. Akainu, who was fighting Hawkeye and Crocodile, shrank his pupils when he saw it. How is this possible? Akainu couldn't believe it when he saw Akiji defeated Akainu. This battle lasted for just over an hour, and as a result, our most important combat power was defeated. Is it possible that the opponent's strength can match that of the general? Asshole. Hades. Akainu became furious. He punched Crocodile with a punch. Crocodile was also attracted by the movement over there, and was caught off guard and sent flying by Akainu. A gap opened. But Hawkeye wouldn't just let Akainu leave. A brilliant sword energy crossed in front of Akainu, blocking Akainu's steps to support him. Navy, your opponent is me. Hawkeye has already unleashed his true fire, using his sword and sword to attack the vital points. Let Akainu have to deal with the people in front of him first. And the other side. Shanks just wanted to go up and get to know Admiral Akiji. But was stopped by a voice. Captain, we can't delay any longer. The Navy headquarters is nearby. The general is not so easy to kill. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. Beckman reminded hurriedly. After hearing this, Shanks stopped and took a look at the ruins. Looked around again. Shanks nodded. Go. After the words fell, Lucky Lu, who was unconscious on his back, quickly ran towards the port. Take the captain away quickly. Quinn called Jack and others to Yamato and Jin, who were frozen in ice, picked up the two of them and ran quickly towards the port behind the red-haired pirates. And among the ruins. Chingji woke up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Looking at the pirates surrounding him. Want to kill me? Chingji felt the murderous intention of the other party and smiled coldly. He grabbed his right shoulder with his left hand. The finger went directly through the bloody hole. He grabbed the sea stone bullet from the bullet wound. The intense pain did not make Chingji cry out. He took out the sea stone bullet with an expressionless expression. Then he threw it away and directly shot the nearest pirate. Then he stood up and dusted himself off. It's really embarrassing. The great admiral almost fell into the hands of pirates. It's really a joke. Ching Pheasant laughed at himself. The wound on his right shoulder was bleeding. Looking at the pirates gathered around and stopping to move forward, he smiled disdainfully. No, don't be afraid, he is injured, just kill him and we will be famous all over the world. Shouted a pirate nearby. After saying that, he rushed towards King Pheasant with his big knife. The surrounding pirates were shocked by his bravery. They all rushed over with weapons raised. Qingji just raised his hand slightly. There was a trace of icy blue ripples in the air. The charging pirates were frozen to the spot. Hee hee. Qingji covered his wound and walked out of the ruins. Chapter 726 Rayleigh intervenes. And in just a short time, the Beast's pirates and the red-haired pirates had already disappeared. General King Pheasant. Seeing Akiji coming out, the Marines fighting with the pirates around them shouted. No, King Pheasant is fine. When the pirates around him saw it, they were all filled with souls. The Navy's morale was boosted when they saw King Pheasant. The green pheasant points its finger, and the cold wind blows. The fleeing pirates were frozen in place. After dealing with these pirates, Akiji quickly ran towards the port. A weapon condensed in his hand. In the port, the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates are making final preparations. No. Green Pheasant is catching up. The red-haired pirates who were preparing to go into the water said in panic. The red-haired man stood at the bow of the boat, holding the hilt of the knife tightly, staring at King Pheasant, making a last-ditch effort. If Akiji is allowed to get close, no one can escape with his devil fruit abilities. Just when the red hair was about to take action, a figure rushed over as fast as lightning. The figure came to King Pheasant and kicked him out. King Pheasant quickly stopped and wanted to wave the ice blade in his hand. But the visitor's feet were already in front of him. King Pheasant had no choice but to pick up the ice blade to block it. The ice blade broke at the moment of the confrontation. A big foot kicked King Pheasant hard on the waist. The green pheasant flew out and plowed hundreds of meters of ravines on the ground. Then he stopped and raised his face to look at the person. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the blow had seriously injured him. Mr. Riley? Shanks looked at the person who made the move and said in surprise. Hades Rayleigh. King Pheasant said in a deep voice. Mr. Riley takes action. The crew of the red-haired pirates said in surprise. Ha ha ha, we can't let you ruin the children's dreams, their future is more than this. Rayleigh pulled out the long knife from his waist and smiled at the vigilant King Pheasant. Just let me, this old bone, play with you. After finishing his words, he tiptoed a little faster. In an instant, he rushed out, came to the top of King Pheasant's head, and slashed it with his sword. The explosive attack mixed with Overlord's domineering energy appeared above King Pheasant's head. Fall quickly. Damn it. Aoki Pheasant quickly waved his fists covered with ice. Clang. The sound of gold and iron delivery sounded. Fireworks flew everywhere. Isn't this Garp's move? As the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates who has been entangled with Garp for decades, he has often fought against Garp, and he recognized Garp's moves at a glance. It seems that Garp regards you as a trainee. Rayleigh sighed. There are so many talents in the Navy. Boom. The huge impact caused both parties to retreat. King Pheasant retreated for hundreds of meters, while Rayleigh stepped back 10 meters and stood firmly on the spot. If you don't leave quickly, that guy from the Warring States period is probably coming soon. Rayleigh turned to look at the red-haired pirates, the Beast's pirates and others and said. Yes. The redhead replied subconsciously. This old man is so fierce, he can force the general back with one strike. The members of the Beast pirates were shocked when they saw it. Quick, get in the water. The redhead shouted quickly. Then he looked worriedly at the Bucky pirates who were still fighting. Captain, don't worry, the Bucky pirates belong to the Shichibukai, and the Navy will not do anything to them. Beckman watched Shanks look in the direction of the Bucky pirates and immediately understood what the captain was worried about, and quickly advised him. Is it really okay? Shanks said worriedly. Really, the Navy and Ashichibukai do not belong to each other, and the Navy has no right to arrest Ashichibukai. Beckman was really anxious to death from this captain. Okay, let's go too. After hearing this, Shanks no longer hesitated and jumped back to the Red Fourth. The ship transformed and sank, heading towards the Fishman Island. The Beast pirates followed closely behind. Now in the Shampoo Islands, only the Bucky pirates and Rayleigh are left fighting against the Navy. Aoki looked at the red-haired pirates and the Killer Beast's pirates leaving and looked at Rayleigh with a blank expression. How are you going to meet the wrath of the Navy? King Pheasant wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at Rayleigh and asked. Can you pretend I haven't been here? Riley asked with a shrug. What do you think? The blue pheasant blocked Rayleigh's retreat. It seems that this old life may be handed down here. But you can't do it alone, let your master Garp do it. Armed domineering energy wrapped around the blade, he looked at Ching Pheasant and said. Ching Pheasant didn't reply and rushed forward to fight with Rayleigh. And on the other side, Hawkeye and Crocodile are in a bit of a bad situation. As time goes by, Akainu's general level strength is undoubtedly revealed. The endless magma made both of them a little overwhelmed. Crocodile cursed crazily in his heart. Where did that bastard Bucky go? Let's capture the pirates without any effort. Akainu said coldly. You want to take us down, let's see if you have what it takes. Crocodile said with disdain. The sand blade in his hand flew out. Attack Akainu. Stubborn. Akainu punched out and shattered the sand blade. While they continued to fight. Both directions of the Chambord Islands. A large number of ships came quickly. Young men. The Navy has betrayed its trust. The two vice captains are fighting the Navy. Let's go fight the Navy and rescue the vice captain. Bucky stood on a large circus-style ship, facing the dozens of pirate ships under his command and the tens of thousands of young men on the pirate ships. It turns out that Bucky disappeared after the initial battle broke out and went to gather the troops. You must know that there are 60,000 to 70,000 people in the Bucky Pirates, and it is impossible for all of them to be on Island Number 1. They were scattered on various islands in Shampoo Land, and now they were all summoned by Bucky. Rescue the first officer. Rescue the first officer. Navy treachery. Revenge. Revenge. Tens of thousands of pirates picked up their weapons and shouted. Boys, get ready to fight. Bucky shouted as he looked at the crowd. Dozens of ships loaded with cannons sailed toward Shampoo Island Number 1. As a result, they collided head-on with the support force led by the Navy Marshal. Marshal, a large number of pirate fleets are approaching, led by the Bucky Pirates. The lookout shouted quickly. In fact, there was no need for him to shout, warring states had already seen it. After all, dozens of large ships were approaching, and it was so dark that it was impossible to hide it even if you wanted to. The Bucky Pirates are so powerful. Warring states looked at the dozens of warships waiting for help and said in disbelief. In order to provide quick support, the warring states period only urgently assembled 5 warships and came over with their 5,000 elite troops. Compared with the dozens of battleships of the Bucky Pirates, it became much smaller in an instant. The muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at the naval fleet. Bucky stood on the bow of the boat and said proudly. But he didn't take the initiative, but just stood on the bow of the ship. The two sides faced off on the sea in front of Island Number 1. When warring states saw this, he immediately came up. Just as he was about to say something, he was immediately interrupted by Bucky's voice. Chapter 727 Bucky's Big Hat. Ashhole, Sengoku, is it possible that your navy is going to tear up the treaty? Or is it that the world government has no use for us and wants to get rid of us? As soon as he came up, Bucky slapped a big hat on Sengoku. When warring states heard this, his face immediately darkened. He looked at Bucky with suppressed anger. Bucky, what else do I want to ask you? Why did you attack the Navy? Sengoku asked, pointing to Bucky's nose. I attacked the Navy? Did you see me attacking the Navy? It was your Navy who attacked our Bucky Pirates indiscriminately. We were forced to fight back. Of course Bucky couldn't admit it. Besides, it's true that he didn't make the first move. Warring states hesitated immediately after hearing this. What happened? Why is it different from the information he collected? The Navy took action against the Bucky Pirates first. If this is the case, then this matter will be a bit troublesome. If it was brought to the world government, the Navy would not be able to deal with it easily. However, Sengoku would not listen to the Bucky Pirates' one-sided words. Your Bucky Pirates are preventing the Navy from arresting the murderer who harmed the celestial dragons. What do you say? Sengoku asked. Asshole, it's the beast pirates who are fighting the celestial dragons. What does it have to do with our Bucky Pirates? We just took a look and were considered by your Navy to be comrades. This is bullying the King Shichibukai. Yeah? Bucky talked about him. Warring States was furious after hearing this. The hats were put on his head one by one. Also, nothing happened to the Dragon Man that day, but it's different now. After Bucky said this, he looked at Sengoku with a somewhat amused expression, and then looked at the battle on Island Number 1. Then his eyes suddenly opened wide. What's going on? Where are Shanks and the Beast Pirates? Bucky only saw Akainu fighting with his two vice captains, but the other two groups were missing. Also, why did Mr. Riley show up? Hades Rayleigh. Warring States also noticed the old guy who fought against Akiji. Warring States would not recognize that familiar figure. Bucky was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. Only Bucky's pirate group was left at the scene, and the other two pirate groups were not there. The Navy clearly had the advantage at the scene. Think of this. Bucky took out a phone bug from his arms. It is the exclusive phone bug specially called to Wuloxing. Bucky hit him directly. The phone rang for more than 10 seconds and was finally answered. Hey. An indifferent voice sounded. Wuloxing, are you going to tear up the contract? Why is the Navy taking action against the King's Shichibukai? When Bucky opened his mouth, a big hat was put on his head. After hearing this, Maz Shang, the 5-old star on the other end of the phone, glanced at the strange looks of the other 5-old stars around him. Then he said leisurely, "It seems like you, the buggy pirates, are preventing the Navy from catching the killers of the celestial dragons, right?" The words of Wuloxing came from the phone bug. The Navy and the Bucky pirates were confronting each other, and at the same time they could clearly hear the words coming from the phone bug. Warring States was slightly relieved. Fart, it's clear that the Navy didn't agree with each other and didn't even care about the life and death of the Tianlongs, so they fired at the Chambord Islands. I have tens of thousands of subordinates on the island, how could I not fight back? Also, the Tianlongs died at the hands of the Navy of. Bucky cursed quickly. Asshole, Lord Celestial Dragon obviously died in the hands of you pirates. When our Navy passed by, Lord Celestial Dragon was already dead. Sengoku quickly retorted that Bucky could not be allowed to confuse right and wrong here. Fart, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Tianlong people died in the aftermath of the naval battle. Bucky looked at Sengoku with eyes wide open. Warring States also retorted with eyes wide open. No one on either side dared to bear the responsibility for the death of the celestial dragons. The 5-old stars in Mariajoyapanga City were silent as they listened to the quarrel between the two parties among the phone bugs. Master Wuloxing, in my opinion, the Navy is venting its dissatisfaction with the world government and the celestial dragons, and blaming the death of the celestial dragons on the pirates in order to retaliate against the world government and the celestial dragons. I think that Akainu is a typical example. Bucky is here to mess with the waterways. Bucky, shut up. Warring States looked gloomy and clenched his fists tightly. If Wuloxing hadn't been still in contact on the phone, Sengoku would have killed the pirate who was confusing right and wrong in front of him. Look, I feel guilty, I feel guilty. Bucky held up the phone bug and said to Sengoku. After hearing this, the 5-old stars were silent. No one spoke, and they looked at each other. We say that our Navy is not clean, but what about your Bucky pirates? As the king of the Shichibukai, why do you want to get involved with the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates, and this Pluto Rayleigh? What relationship? The Warring States period cannot allow Bucky to confuse right and wrong. You must know that once the seeds of doubt are planted, it is not that easy to remove them. Although both of us knew it very well, being singled out by Bucky like this would be a great disadvantage to the Navy. Okay, everyone, shut up. This matter is over. We are all part of the world government. Your mission is to destroy the pirates, not to fight among themselves. After listening for a long time, Wuloxing and others realized that the situation was getting more and more out of control. This carelessness could easily lead to the split between the Navy and the King's Shichibukai. When the time came, the gains outweighed the losses, and Maz Shang quickly pressed the stop button. But they also knew very well that the main reason this time was the buggy pirates. But who made the Bucky pirates a member of the Kabukai? Facing the increasingly powerful Navy, the world government needs the Kabukai to check and balance. Call. Bucky and Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. If this goes on, the two sides will really fall out. At that time, the Bucky pirates will face the hostility of the entire Navy. What the Navy has to face is the pressure from the world government. Warring States looked gloomy. Quick, land on the Shampoo Islands and ask Akaina to stop me. In addition, gather all the troops to capture the remnant of the Roger pirates, Hades Silbaz Rayleigh. Sengoku roared angrily, and at the same time wanted to disgust the Buggy pirates. After all, Bucky was a member of the Roger pirates. If the vice captain is caught by the Navy and Bucky does nothing, his reputation will be ruined. The Bucky pirates have been able to dominate the world for many years, doesn't it rely on the resume of the Roger pirates? Sengoku finally figured it out. The Bucky pirates didn't dare to offend the Navy, they were just talking. But Sengoku didn't dare to compete with Bucky. After all, it is the king's Shichibukai, so it stands to reason that their navy is of the same level. If he, as a marshal, ordered action, it would be disrespectful to the world government. As for a kainu, if they take action, it will at most be friction between colleagues, which is a sign of lax discipline during the Warring States period. Chapter 728, Armistice between the two sides. After hearing this, Bucky realized that he was not a fool to be able to move around so many men with ulterior motives. He immediately understood the Navy's sinister intentions. Quickly stop Warring States. Step aside. Warring States looked at Bucky, who was blocking him, and said angrily, "Hey, Marshal, this is the first time we have met. How about we sit down and chat?" Bucky quickly jumped onto the warship with a smile on his face, looked at Sengoku and said. The surrounding navy became alert and drew out the long swords at their waists. But Bucky was not afraid at all, and the navy did not dare to attack him. Especially the admiral, the top leader of the navy. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to." Sengoku glanced in the direction of Akiji and Rayleigh. "If you want me to let Laylee go, then no one will know what happened today. It will be hard for you and me if we continue to make trouble like this," Sengoku whispered. Sengoku still felt a little guilty about the death of Tianlong. This was indeed a trouble, especially since he died in the aftermath of the naval battle. That's really just yellow mud smearing your crotch, it's not just shit, it's shit. If the two sides continue to quarrel like this, the navy will definitely be in bigger trouble than the king's Shichibukai in front of them. The gain outweighs the loss. "Hey, no problem," Bucky said quickly. Seeing the navy's concession, Bucky quickly directed his men to make way. "If you're trying to stop him, that's really a shame." He quickly commanded his ship and the ships under Sengoku Zeo to move forward side by side. Warring States glanced at Bucky beside him and snorted coldly. In this way, the two sides unexpectedly drove together. Although both sides were still hostile, no one dared to take action. But this scene is different in the hearts of the tens of thousands of people in the Bucky Pirates. Bucky-sama is so powerful that even the Navy Marshal doesn't dare to fight with Bucky-sama. Bucky-sama will definitely become the pirate king in the future. Some of the minions looked at Bucky's back and murmured. The faces of the people around him changed instantly after hearing this. Looking at Bucky's back, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. And Bucky naturally felt all this. Quite enjoying the attention of tens of thousands of people. His eyes were still provocative to Warring States from time to time. And Warring States' face has always been gloomy. Both sides docked. Warring States immediately shouted loudly. "Stop it all." The loud sound immediately enveloped the entire audience. When the navy who fought with the Bucky Pirates heard this, their subconscious habit of obeying orders made them all stop. He looked around in confusion with his eyes. "Kids, stop it." Bucky also yelled not to be outdone. The members of the Bucky Pirates who were still fighting against the navy also stopped. Sengoku glanced at Bucky and felt disgusted. After hearing what Sengoku and Bucky said, Akainu, Mihawk, and Crocodile all stopped. Aoki Pheasant was repelled by Rayleigh and stopped. He turned to look at Bucky, who was walking with Sengoku. Warring States Dynasty shook his head imperceptibly towards Ching Pheasant. Chingji instantly understood what the marshal meant and stopped taking action. Rayleigh smiled, shook his head, and waved to Bucky, who was standing next to Sengoku. He jumped directly into the sea, swam towards the sea, and disappeared from everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. Zhang's face darkened. This was because he didn't take the navy seriously. Hateful. Mihawk and Crocodile were surprised. This cowardly captain found excuses to mobilize his troops from the very beginning of the battle. After all the adjustments, the Navy Marshal was brought in and stood with the Navy Marshal. And this scene was also discovered by reporters hiding in the dark. As if they had discovered a new world, they looked at Bucky and Sengoku with joy and frantically clicked the shutter. The flashlight kept shining for a while. Warring States frowned slightly when he saw this. But he didn't say anything. Bucky, on the other hand, stood next to Sengoku and posed. But after feeling the increasingly ugly look on Sengoku's face next to him, Bucky calmly dodged away from Sengoku. Came to Mihawk and Crocodile. "Where are Shanks and the Beast's pirates?" Bucky asked immediately. It was obviously them who caused the trouble, but why were they nowhere to be found at the back? He was left with the members of the Buggy Pirates to carry him. After hearing this, Mihawk looked at Bucky indifferently, as if he were looking at a dead person. He glanced slightly toward the sea from the corner of his eyes. Bucky instantly understood what was happening. "I felt angry for a moment, then frightened. Damn Shanks, damn the beast's pirates. Bucky kept cursing in his mind. And the Navy on the opposite side. Then he reported to the Warring States period. Warring States listened thoughtfully. In other words, not only did you fail to rescue the celestial dragons, but you also let go of the beast pirates and the red-haired pirates, and started a conflict with the king's Shichibukai? Sengoku asked, looking at the expressionless faces of Akainu and Akiji. There was disbelief in his voice. Yes. Akainu and Akiji also lowered their heads with ugly expressions. Asshole. After hearing this, Warring States suppressed the anger in his heart and cursed in a low voice. I'll cause trouble for you again when I go back. Then he looked at Ching Pheasant. At this time, Ching Pheasant looked a little miserable. Compared to Akainu, except for a few cuts in his clothes and some dry skin, he was not injured at all. The corners of Ching Pheasant's mouth were bleeding, and the blood hole on his shoulder was constantly bleeding. Ching Pheasant, how are you? Warring States said concernedly. A sniper from the red-haired pirates was careless and was attacked by surprise. Ching Ji's lips turned white and he said. Sniper. Sengoku understood instantly when he heard it. Sniper Sengoku certainly understood that a powerful sniper hiding in the dark could kill a person at any time with a fatal blow. Even if he was unprepared, he could not escape the fate of being shot. Warring States' face darkened. Something happened now. Not only were the Tianlong people not rescued, but the murderer also ran away. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that even the general is injured. What kind of existence is a general? That is what symbolizes invincibility. It was the Navy that had the confidence to suppress the sea, but it failed in front of several supernovae. Warring States can already think of the whirlpool of public opinion tomorrow. The prestige that the Navy had finally built up was gone. Sengoku glanced at the frantic reporters around him. His face was as gloomy as water. Chingji noticed the marshal's expression and looked around again. I understood something instantly. I felt a little gloomy. Let's go back to the Navy headquarters. Warring States finished speaking and left without saying a word. No matter that the Bucky pirates are around. Akainu glanced at Akiji, and then looked at the Bucky pirates with arrogant expressions on their faces. The fists clenched loudly. Reluctantly followed Warring States. This operation of the Navy is out of control. When the reporters around saw this, they would not lose such good material. The fighting stopped, and everyone came to the Navy and Buggy pirates with cameras in hand to start interviews. Chapter 729, Losing Face. Marshal, can you express your admiral's failure as incompetent? A brave reporter chased the Warring States marshal and asked with his camera. As soon as these words came out. Not only was Sengoku's face dark, but Akainu's complexion behind him was also extremely dark. His fists were clenched tightly, and the heat in his body continued to rise. No, the mission failed because of the remnants of the Roger pirates and the obstruction of Pluto Rayleigh. The Navy did not expect Pluto Rayleigh's intervention. Warring States directly blamed all the reasons for this failure on Rayleigh. After all, the opponent is the right arm of the Pirate King. Besides, the Navy has failed so many times against the Roger pirates, and this time is no different. The Warring States period must reduce the impact of this incident. That old man is Hades Rayleigh? The reporter was immediately surprised after hearing this. After all, Rayleigh had been hiding for 10 years, and his appearance was much older, especially his white hair, making it impossible for people who were unfamiliar with him to recognize him. Yes, it's Hades Rayleigh. Warring States gritted his teeth. His scene was filmed by all the reporters. What else do the reporters want to ask? He was immediately driven away by the surrounding Navy. It's really hard for reporters to get through. After seeing that there was no news to report from the Navy, they immediately transferred to the Bucky pirates. And Bucky couldn't talk about everything. After talking about a lot of irrelevant things, he made a few handsome poses, placed an advertisement for his Bucky Express, and then asked his subordinates to drive away the reporters. After these reporters learned the news, they all looked excited and quickly contacted the news agency with the captured materials. Publish it to the world as quickly as possible. Let the world know what happened in the Shampoo Islands. Faster than Sengoku expected. I thought it would be tomorrow at the earliest. But I still underestimated the madness of the news agency. I just returned to the Navy headquarters during the Warring States period. The initial news coverage spread like an avalanche. One Piece's right arm, Pluto Rayleigh, comes out to rescue the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates from the hands of Admiral Akiji. 3 supernova pirate groups wreaked havoc on the Shampoo Islands, killing the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons were attacked, and the attacker was Hyakju Yamato. 100 Beasts Yamato, the new Dragon Slayer. The Navy came out together, the Marshal and the General couldn't capture the remaining party? Crazy times, crazy pirates, does the Navy have the strength to protect us? The waste Navy is a waste of taxpayers' money. Is it worthy of us? Money back, money back. Countless news reports came out. There are a wide variety of titles. In addition to the first 2 official reports, several other newspapers almost took out the Navy's underpants. Countless doubts made everyone in the Navy lose face. What? 2 generals, the Sengoku Marshal and the King Shichibukai cooperated. They couldn't take down the 2 rookie pirate groups? They were also blocked by a remnant of the old era. When did the Navy become so incompetent? In the tavern, countless drunkards were shocked after seeing the news. The newspaper did not publish the confrontation between the Navy and the Shichibukai, not even the shadow of Akainu's battle with Mihawk and Crocodile. Because all newspapers have received warnings from the world government. Their newspapers can ignore the Navy, but they cannot ignore the world government. What? The King's Shichibukai was also involved. How did I hear that the King's Shichibukai was on the side of the 2 rookie pirate groups? In addition to the big media not reporting on it due to the power of the world government, some tabloids have no such scruples. For the sake of sales, I dare to say anything. This created an information gap, causing everyone to become suspicious. But there are many people who believe in big newspapers. What are the origins of the red-haired pirates and the beasts pirates? Why are so many big men unable to catch them? There are also doubts. In fact, they really didn't understand the Navy's action. Not to mention these 2 rookie pirate groups with such powerful combat power. Even if you go to the New World and fight against any of the 3 emperors, the winning rate will be over 60% to 70%. As a result, they actually failed against the 2 rookie pirate groups. There was also a general who was seriously injured. Let me see, the Navy is really getting worse every year. It's true that all cats and dogs can become generals. Some people said disdainfully. I have decided that I will go to sea and become a pirate. What will I do if I stay on this island every day? There are also drunkards who get so excited that they drink a sip of wine and rush out of the tavern. He's not the only one. People from all over the world saw this report. They regained their confidence once again. He thought that the Navy was nothing more than that and went to sea to become pirates. Dahai, who had finally suppressed it during the Warring States period, went berserk again in just 1 month. World government. Marie Joa. Pang the city. Sengoku, you must minimize the impact of this incident on me. Nowadays, there is a surge of pirates in all parts of the world. This is all caused by the incompetence of your Navy. You must give the world a satisfactory answer. Nashiro Sage yelled at Sengoku on the other side of the phone bug. Wulaoxing never expected it. 2 new pirates who had just been out at sea for about half a year actually made such a fuss. What Wulaoxing didn't expect was the Navy dispatched 2 admirals, but they actually failed. Not only did the Tianlong people die tragically on the Chambord Islands, but the murderer also escaped. And another general was seriously injured. This is just rubbish. In fact, what made them even more angry was CP0's report. When CP0 found the body of the Celestial Dragon, he inspected it. It was discovered that the fatal injury was actually shelling. After some investigation by CP0, it was found that only the Navy was involved in the battle at the scene. In other words, the Tianlong people died in the hands of the Navy. Wulaoxing, who received the news, couldn't believe his ears. When did dogs start biting their owners? This made everyone in Wulaoxing become nervous. This is why the world government wants to hide the Bucky pirates' role in this matter. If the knife is out of control, cultivate another knife. Warring states listened silently. The surrounding Navy officers also sat in silence, lowering their heads and saying nothing. I was scolded for half an hour. The Navy simply cannot hold its head up. Half an hour later. Pat. The phone hangs up. Warring states breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding generals also felt relieved. This matter is over now. You don't have to worry about any subsequent matters. Now your task is to suppress the pirates who show up, and fight down all the pirates who dare to show up. Warring states looked at the many generals and ordered. Especially when he stayed in front of Akainu and Akiji for a while. Chapter 730 The Navy's Arrangements. Marshal, I apply to enter the New World. Akainu stood up and looked at the Marshal and said. Me too. Ching Pheasant followed closely behind. Warring States glanced at the two of them lightly. Currently, our Navy's top priority is to stabilize the situation in the four seas and eliminate the newly rising pirate forces. In contrast, it is not wise to anger the pirates and let them unite against the Navy. Therefore, our strategic focus should be on the four seas, not the New World. We must realize that pirates in the New World are fighting each other for territory and resources. In this case, our Navy should remain calm and avoid excessive intervention, so as not to aggravate the chaos of the situation. On the contrary, we should use this opportunity to strengthen our control over the world and consolidate our position. In short, the primary task of our Navy is to stabilize the situation in the four seas and eliminate the newly rising pirate forces. During this process, we should remain calm and avoid overly intervening in the situation in the New World. Only in this way can we better maintain peace and order in the sea. Sengoku explained. These young and energetic generals are all confused. I know how to fight every day. Sooner or later, the Navy will be ruined by these prodigal sons. The Warring States period had only taken over as Admiral of the Navy a few months ago, and it was just a fool's errand to think of fighting a large-scale war. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the main war faction fell silent, looked gloomy, and lowered their heads in silence. Akainu was even more furious. He pressed his hat and tried to hide his angry eyes. Call. After seeing the scene quiet, Zangua breathed a sigh of relief. It is still very difficult to suppress these unruly generals. Especially today's Navy. Continuous failure and the latest failure. It made many generals feel anxious. They were afraid that one day pirates would oppress them. The Warring States period also understood this kind of psychology and would not blame these generals. They just wanted to eliminate the pirates. Marshal, what should we do? Ching Pheasant said. It broke the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the furious Marshal of the Warring States period, they were still feeling uneasy. Currently, pirate forces are rising across the four seas. Each branch is facing an emergency and needs you to suppress it. As for the New World, you don't need to worry about it. Warring States said. Yes. Akiji and Akainu stood up at the same time and replied. This is showing attitude. Many generals behind him also stood up and replied. Warring States waved his hand. You guys go down and handle your own affairs. If anything goes wrong, I will trouble you. Warring States warned. Yes. They replied in unison again. After all the naval generals left, Sengoku relaxed. Looking at the latest order from the world government. Fully support the Bucky pirates as they enter the New World. Haha, the New World, now there is so much excitement to see. Warring States looked at the latest report and raised his lips. Let pirates deal with pirates, which Sengoku still supports. It just allows the Navy to accumulate strength during this period. What happened in the Shampoo Islands is spreading to the New World at an extremely fast speed. The pirates in the New World were shocked when they saw it. Several groups of rookie pirates who had not yet arrived in the New World actually escaped under the attack of 2 generals and a marshal. This is really big news. Kame Island. Inside the Rockefeller Palace. Charlotte sat on the throne. Carter and Barrett stood on the left and right sides respectively. In the main hall, Isdeth, Caesar, and Tesla stood at the front of the queue. Behind him are Robert and other generals. All generals from Major General to above came to the palace for a meeting. The newbies today are really brave and look like my dad when he was young. Caesar looked at the latest news and said in surprise. Caesar remembered what happened when his father was young. He also made a big fuss in the Shampoo Islands, was chased by the admiral and then escaped. The only difference was that his father did not encounter the celestial dragons that time. This made Caesar feel a little regretful. However, he did not kill less Tianlong people. At least 4 or 5 celestial dragons died in his hands that time at Merigio. But not as strong as my elder sister. Sister, that's the god who blocks the killing god. They are by no means newbies, but 2 battle-hardened crew members of One Piece and a fish that slipped through the cracks of the beast pirates. They have been wandering around the seas all year round and have accumulated a wealth of experience. They have all seen the world. Isdeth picked up the collected information and said. Hee, the whole world is just a beginner's village, it's only when you enter the Grand Line. Caesar said unconcernedly. This Bucky Pirates is interesting. There are more than 70,000 people who dare to confront the Navy Marshal. I don't even have the courage. Caesar looked at the photo of His Majesty Shichibukai Baki standing on the bow of the ship and looking at Sengoku with an ugly expression. I don't know which genius actually found such a good angle. I think Sengua's face is almost blue with anger. Caesar looked at the photo with a smile in his eyes. I guess this photo will soon become the first stain on Sengoku's promotion to the rank of Marshal. It's still an indelible stain. Caesar laughed. The opponent is King Shichibukai, and the Navy doesn't dare to take action. Tesla, who had been silent, adjusted his glasses and explained. Then doesn't this mean that the majestic Marshal of the Navy actually bows his head in front of a king, Shichibukai? This brings shame to the Navy. Caesar said with a smile. Tesla also smiled and shrugged, agreeing with Caesar's words. Dad, these three supernovas have a lot of background, and they are very powerful. They are already fighting with the Navy before they arrive in the New World. I am afraid that as soon as they enter the New World, our Rockefeller Kingdom will be the first to bear the brunt. Caesar turned around and looked at his father who was sitting on top and said. If you dare to provoke the Rockefeller Kingdom, I will let him die in the sea. Isdeth said with murderous intent. After hearing this, Caesar turned and looked at his sister. The murderous intent of the pirates who have been cleaning up the troubles over the years has become stronger and stronger, so much so that Caesar was a little frightened when he faced this murderous intent. How can I let you take action, sister? As long as I'm here, none of them can stand up. Caesar said confidently. Brother, don't be careless. The other party almost killed a general, so he shouldn't be underestimated. Tesla reminded from the side. The news about sniping and killing a general almost made everyone who saw it jump up. This news was blocked by the Navy, but there were so many reporters in the Chambord Islands that they couldn't block it. On the contrary, the more blocked it was, the more outrageous the news became. Some people regard Jesus as the world's best sniper. This made Darrow, the #1 sniper in the Rockefeller Kingdom under Tesla, very dissatisfied. Caesar shrugged. Chapter 731 Isdeth's Analysis. Charlotte sat above and listened to their discussion. I think the biggest threat to us is this King Shichibukai Senryoto, Baki, the Baki pirates. Isdeth didn't mean to joke and started the topic directly. As soon as these words came out, everyone around them became solemn. Except for a few people above. Judging from the current combat power displayed by the buggy pirates. Hawkeye Joricole Mihawk was promoted to Great Swordsman a year ago. His strength should be between alternate general and general. Only a few of us can deal with him, so his strength should not be underestimated. Crocodile, a natural-type shasha fruit user, was able to tie with Brother Barrett 12 years ago. Now 12 years have passed, and it can be seen from the current battle with Akaino that his strength is on the waiting list. Between generals and generals, we are the only ones who can deal with him. Our strength should not be underestimated. Isdeth took out 2 photos and looked at the many generals and Charlotte on the throne. The tone was very serious. The words fell. Silence. Everyone feels the pressure. For the first time, they felt the terror of this newcomer. Worthy of being the most powerful supernova. These 2 people alone require the strength of a general to solve, so how powerful is their captain? Everyone looked at Bucky's bounty order. The bounty that was revoked 4 years ago was worth 1 billion. To be able to defeat these 2 crew members with the strength of generals, the captain's strength must also be at the level of generals. Isdeth saw everyone's expressions become serious. He picked up Bucky's reward order again. Senryoto Baki, the captain of the Baki pirates, whose strength is unknown and has no record of fighting against strong men. The only brief encounter he had was with Akainu in a close quarrel. He avoided Akainu's angry blow at close range, and that's even under the circumstances of Akainu's sneak attack. Isdeth said with very sharp eyes. Hiss. After hearing Isdeth's words, everyone present except the people above took a deep breath. It is definitely a general's strength, otherwise how could he avoid the general's attack? Everyone was extremely wary of this king, Shichibukai Baki. Even Charlotte couldn't help but frown. The bastard in the original book, in this life, was instigated by his butterfly-like wings and deviated from his original trajectory. Now Charlotte can't estimate whether his strength has improved or not. The buggy pirates are quite strong. I feel they are not inferior to any of the 3 emperors' forces. They are even stronger than the Big Mom pirates, and are almost on par with us. Caesar exclaimed. After Isdeth's analysis one by one, Caesar immediately put away his contempt. No wonder the Navy doesn't dare to take action against Bucky. I guess the Navy is also waiting for the Bucky pirates to enter the New World and stir up trouble. Tesla said. Don't forget the 60,000 to 70,000 troops of the Buggy pirates. This is the accumulation of the Buggy pirates in the past 10 years. It is not inferior to any force at all. Is Death reminded. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of air here. No wonder General Death attaches so much importance to the Buggy pirates. Death saw that everyone was on guard. I took out a second set of materials. The second threat to us is this red-haired pirate group. Death continued her analysis. The other party is also a member of the Roger Pirates, and is a brother of Bucky. He grew up with the Roger Pirates. Although I don't know why they parted ways, I am not sure whether the other party will join forces. Death looked at everyone. Now the red-haired pirates' performance is the same as that of the Bucky pirates. The first time they became famous was when they escaped from a kainu, which made them famous. The second time they took action was when they briefly fought against Yamato, the Beast Pirates. After fighting once, Hayakusho Yamato was at a disadvantage. In the third fight, he and Hayakusho Yamato teamed up to fight against Admiral Akiji. With the two of them joining forces, Akiji couldn't defeat him, and with the cooperation of the two, his crew member Jesus Boo hid in the dark and almost completed the feat of sniping and killing the general. His strength should not be underestimated. He was also among the alternate generals, and among the generals, they may be slightly stronger. Fight with the opponent, be careful of the opponent's gunners, many of their crew members have snipers, be careful of hidden guns. Is Death reminded. As soon as these words came out, many generals felt chills running down their backs. This was the first time they intuitively felt the terror of snipers. He almost killed the general with a sniper. Unprecedented. The last threat is the Beast's pirates. Death took out the last report relatively easily. Hayaju Yamato, the daughter of Hyakju Kaido, died at our hands 18 years ago. After entering the New World, he will most likely retaliate against us, so we have to guard against him. Death explained the grudge between the Beast Pirates and the Rockefeller Kingdom. This made it clear to many generals who joined later. The Beast Pirates pose less of a threat to us. The only ones that are interested are its captain, Yamato, and his vice-captain, Flame Calamity Jin. The other crew members are not to be afraid of. Death said disdainfully. After everyone listened, they already had some thoughts in their hearts. This new batch of newcomers is quite strong. Caesar scratched his head and looked at everyone and said. Indeed, after Roger's death, the Age of Discovery came, and countless pirates flooded into the New World. Except for Moria, who was stronger at the time, there were only 3 of them, and the potential of these 3 was not low. The youngest is only 18 or 19 years old, and the oldest is only 24 or 5 years old. If they are really allowed to grow up, it will be really troublesome. Tesla said. Everyone is concerned about the strength of these 3 supernovae, only Tesla is concerned about their age and potential. Tesla's words woke everyone up. Really, they are all potential generals. In order to facilitate the people under his command, Xia Luo clearly distinguished the general combat strength. They are distinguished by the same level as Major General, Lieutenant General, Alternate General, and General. Let the people under your hands feel the differences between each other more intuitively. As for how to tell the difference, you can only know after comparing them against each other. Sister, what should we do? Robert couldn't help but asked. With so many newcomers appearing at one time and so strong, the pressure on these children is not ordinary. Need to go all out. Death looked at Robert and said, then turned to look at everyone. The enemy this time cannot be underestimated. It can easily overturn if we are not careful. We need to go all out. Moreover, this is a challenge to our Rockefeller Kingdom. It is the first battle of our Rockefeller Kingdom since its founding. We must fight beautifully. That's it. Death said solemnly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions became serious. Clench your fists. Father, give me an order, do you want to attack the Bucky pirates first? Death looked at Charlotte, who was silent on the throne, and said respectfully. Chapter 732 The Big Moves of the Rockefeller Kingdom, Part. I'll leave this matter to you. If the other side dares to cross the line, you will be able to command everything needed for the war. Charlotte said, looking at her eldest daughter. He had no intention of intervening. As a king, he would not take action until necessary. Now he is more like a deterrent. Everyone knows that Charlotte is very powerful, but only a few people know how powerful he is. This will leave an invincible impression in their hearts. Only by defeating all the generals of the Rockefeller Kingdom can they challenge the King of Charlotte. This is what Charlotte is about. Yes. Isteth lowered his head slightly and said respectfully. Having her take command is exactly what she wants. She has long wanted to fight a large-scale war to prove to the world the power of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Okay, this year's 3 supernovas have been discussed. Whether they can fight depends on whether the other party will provoke them. There is one more thing that needs to be discussed with you now. Charlotte said. Your Majesty, your orders. Prime Minister Carter, who looked like a little transparent person, said respectfully. Although we have changed from pirates to a kingdom, we are still pirates in the eyes of the world. We need to hold an event to let the world know about the Rockefeller Kingdom. Charlotte said. Charlotte's words made everyone present think deeply. What should we do to let the world know about the Rockefeller Kingdom? Seeing the contemplative looks on the faces of these killers, Charlotte put a hand on her forehead. It was okay to let them fight and kill, but when it came time to use their brains, they all fell into silence. What I mean is to hold an event similar to the Pirate Expo. Of course, we are no longer pirates, but we can still hold it, just change the name. Charlotte revealed her purpose. Pirate Expo? Everyone present was stunned. Then some of the old subordinates suddenly realized. The Pirate Expo is also an old tradition. It's just that the fierce competition in the New World over the years has meant that this event has not been held for more than 10 years. You remember that the last time the Pirate World Expo was held was the Golden Lion Shiki. The old subordinates suddenly understood, but the newcomers, especially the children of the Rockefeller family, were still confused. Except for a few people such as Isteth who have some impressions of this Pirate Expo, others don't know much about it. Seeing everyone thinking deeply, Charlotte continued. The Rockefeller Expo, I plan to open it to everyone in the New World, not just pirates, everyone can come to the expo on Kame Island. By the way, I will also invite the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates to hold it. How about an unprecedented event, and then take out some prizes, hold a competition, and hold an auction, scheduled for May 5th next month, within a month? Charlotte asked. Forehead. When everyone hears it, you have already set the time and you still want to ask them what they are doing. These generals and ministers were speechless. Seeing no reaction from everyone, Charlotte frowned. This event will not only promote the newly established Rockefeller Kingdom, but also showcase Rockefeller Kingdom's products to the world. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Charlotte said. King, holding this event will not put any pressure on our Rockefeller Kingdom. I am afraid that no one will support it. You must know that our establishment of the country some time ago attracted many criticisms from pirates, saying that we betrayed the pirates and betrayed the pirates. 3 Emperors Alliance. Carter stood up and said, worried in his heart. After hearing this, Charlotte waved her hands. Alliance of 3 Emperors? What is that? It's just the product of a compromise between the 3 top forces in the New World. Although the Rockefeller Pirates became the Rockefeller Kingdom. But it is still the top force in the New World, and no one dares to underestimate it. So Carter's worries are completely nonsense. No, when the time comes I will personally send out the invitation, and they will give me the honor. Charlotte said. If nothing else, Whitebeard will definitely give him face, although his relationship with the Whitebeard Pirates has been somewhat tense over the years. But no one has broken up yet. Charlotte also believed that Whitebeard did not dare to break up. He didn't kill his son, so there was no need to offend him. As for Charlotte Lingling, who knows what this crazy woman is thinking? At worst, when the time comes, I'll just mention it in the invitation letter that this place has the most delicious cakes, so maybe I'll come too. However, Charlotte was worried that Charlotte Lingling would conflict with the Rockefeller Kingdom after her arrival. After all, she was fearless that day and had no scruples at all. As you command, I will arrange for Kame Island to be responsible for the decoration of this event. Carter saw that the king had said this, so what other opinions did he have? He directly agreed. As for the opinions of Barrett, Isteth et al. In their opinion, whether this matter is good or not depends on what the king thinks. Well, let's spread the news. On May 5th, the Rockefeller Kingdom will hold the Pirate Expo. Charlotte said while stroking her palms. As ordered. Everyone bowed and said. The meeting ended and everyone left. Prime Minister Carter, if you need any help, just ask. Barrett came to Carter and said. Thank you. If anything happens, I will definitely ask you for help. Carter thanked him quickly. Then he quickly walked to his Prime Minister's office. He wanted to spread the news as quickly as possible. A huge event is about to begin. Newspaper sellers carry the latest news and quickly fly to the New World, and even the whole world. The Rockefeller Kingdom will host the Pirate Expo on May 5 next month, and invites everyone to Kame Island. As soon as this news came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. What is this Rockefeller Kingdom doing? Holding the Pirate World Expo at such a critical moment? Countless pirates became confused after seeing this news. Seeing this year's 3 supernova pirate groups entering the New World, a war against the Rockefeller pirates is about to begin. As a result, the World Expo was held at this critical moment. I don't know whether I was fearless or ambitious. No matter what he does, I must participate in this World Expo. How can such a lively event not include our giant scythe pirates? Let's set off and target Kame Island. Countless pirates became excited. This is a carnival for pirates, and it is organized by the Rockefeller Pirates, the strongest pirate group in the New World. Safety is absolutely guaranteed. The news spread further and further, and some big forces who received the news also decided to take a look. For example, the 6 emperors of the Dark World. They all started to take action. As well as those who wanted to make good friends with the Rockefeller Kingdom, they began to move towards the New World. Chapter 733 The Rockefeller Kingdom's Big Moves, Part. Navy Headquarters. The generals who stayed at their headquarters were called to an emergency meeting by the Warring States. In the meeting, Warring States sat at the head of the table, with Chingji sitting on his left and Crane sitting on his right. Behind Chingji are some lieutenant generals from GARP, sitting in the back one after another. Tell me, what is the purpose of the Rockefeller Pirates this time? Warring States took out the topic of the meeting and said. Although the Rockefeller Pirates have become the Rockefeller Kingdom, but the Navy still likes to call them the Rockefeller Pirates. Marshal, I think this is most likely an event organized by the Rockefeller Pirates who are eager to build their reputation after establishing the kingdom to increase their influence. Ching Pheasant said. Since he was tricked by the red-haired pirates last time, he has suffered some injuries. In addition, the Navy headquarters must have a general in charge. Akiji stayed at the Navy headquarters. The current General Akaino has been assigned to clean up pirates all over the world. The candidate general, Kizaru, is still pursuing the traces of the Sun Pirates. Akiji stayed at the Navy headquarters, which also had the meaning of the Warring States. After all, the Warring States was very optimistic about this young man and had already begun to take him with him to train him. Does the one near the water get the moon first? Well, that makes sense. Warring States nodded. Then he looked at the Crane. Crane, what do you think? Sengoku asked. I agree with Admiral Akiji. Today's new world is turbulent, and this year's 3 major supernovae are about to enter the sea area. It is foreseeable that a cruel storm is coming. Although the Rockefeller Pirates' actions are slightly weird, but it also successfully attracted the attention of the world. Holding the Pirate World Expo during this sensitive period will not only attract a large number of pirates to participate, but also ensure that no pirates will come to cause trouble. After all, no one wants to make enemies of the pirates in the entire New World. It can be said that the Rockefeller Pirates made this move very cleverly. Crane analyzed. She analyzed the deep-level impact very well. All the generals present nodded in approval. His analysis is very accurate. In other words, the Rockefeller Pirates want to use this opportunity to establish the reputation of their Rockefeller Kingdom and solve the 3 major supernovas. Warring States lowered his head and said, with a thoughtful look on his face. A long time. Does our Navy need to do anything? During the Warring States period, he looked like a Crane. No need, we just need to send people to keep an eye on it. Crane shook his head and said. The New World Navy cannot intervene for the time being. Otherwise, if they enter rashly, they will suffer a bloody blow. In this case, I will arrange for a few spies to check it out. Warring States nodded. Marshal, let me go and check. Anyway, I'm fine. Garp immediately stood up excitedly and looked at Sengoku and shouted. Warring States glanced at Garp and shook his head. No, your target is too big, I can recognize you at a glance. Warring States refused. How is it possible? I even infiltrated the Pirate Expo held by the Sky Pirates back then. How could the expo held by the Rockefeller Pirates be exposed? Marshal, you are doubting my professionalism. Garp said displeased. As soon as these words came out, all the generals looked at Lieutenant General Garp with interest. They did not expect that Lieutenant General Garp would go deep into the Sky Pirates alone. Oh. How did you get in back then? The Warring States aroused some interest. After hearing this, Garp looked at Sengoku with pride. I pretended that I was the captain of the cyborg pirates, Monkey D. Sara, so I walked in with such swagger that no one suspected it at all. Garp looked at Sengoku with a proud face and said. After hearing this, Warring States had a dark look on his face. Look at Cap. Get out of here. Warring States roared. Then he stretched out his golden palm in confusion. A slap sent Garp flying out of the window. Ah. During the Warring States period, you didn't respect martial ethics and attacked me, a 60-year-old man. Garp shouted in the air. Boom. At this scene, many generals around him were sweating coldly. The meeting continues. Warring States calmed down and sat down and said. But the discussion went on, but there was no result. In the end, I just said wait for observation and ended the meeting. As the Rockefeller Pirates are about to hold the Pirate World Expo. More and more pirates know about this grand event held by pirates. What is this Pirate Expo? I've never heard of it, but it's actually organized by the famous New World 3 Emperors Rockefeller Charlotte. Some new pirates were confused after seeing the newspaper. Young man, this is a grand gathering among pirates. Countless pirates will participate, exchanging various treasures and selling various items. With the endorsement of the 3 Emperors Rockefeller Charlotte, no one dares to rob it. An older pirate smiled and explained after hearing the doubts of the fledgling pirates. A grand gathering among pirates? The young pirate is still confused. The Pirate Expo will be held by a big pirate every few years. The last time was held by the Golden Lion Shurji of the Flying Pirates 14 years ago. Unfortunately, since the advent of the Age of Discovery, all pirates they are all attacking the throne of the Pirate King and have forgotten this. The Rockefeller Pirates organized this event probably to build up the reputation of his Rockefeller Kingdom. The older pirate said. He could vaguely see what Rockefeller Charlotte meant at this grand event. Then can we participate? The young pirate immediately looked at the old pirate with interest. Of course you can participate. I estimate that many big names will participate, such as the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. The old pirate affirmed. Oh my god, those are the other 2 emperors. The young pirate exclaimed. The Grand Line has been killing people for too long, it's time for the pirates to relax. The old pirate sat in the tavern and looked at the sunset in the distance and sighed. He was able to survive from the era of the 4 legends and the great pirates to the Age of Discovery. Without some brains and skills, he would not live long. And at the same time, the whole world was shocked by the Rockefeller Kingdom's World Expo. Charlotte personally wrote 2 invitation letters and sent them to the Whitebeard Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. The second half of the New World. Whitebeard Pirates. Invitation card. Whitebeard Edward Newgate collects. The final payment reads Rockefeller Charlotte. When the Whitebeard Pirates received this invitation, they were confused. Aboard Moby Dick. Dad, what do you mean by the Rockefeller Pirates? Are they going to hold a Pirate Expo? Marco found his father with the invitation letter. The nearby Whitebeard Pirates immediately gathered over after hearing the news. The Pirate Expo? It hasn't been held for a long time. I remember that the last time it was held was by the Flying Pirates, the old guy Shiki the Golden Lion. It's been more than 10 years now, and that time, we, the Whitebeard Pirates, none of the group went, and not many people cheered. Chapter 734 Invitation Letter, Part. As an old man of the Whitebeard Pirates, Josie also heard about the Pirate Expo when he was a child. Ha 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 ha, Brother Chiaozi, what is the Pirate Expo? A group of newcomers asked after hearing the unfamiliar word Pirate World Expo. After hearing this, Chiaozi immediately smiled and answered for them. The Pirate Expo is a grand celebration for our pirates. All pirates will gather together, and the total reward amount easily exceeds 10 billion berries. There are also various illegal operations of the Dark Festival, which will be held every few years. It's super fun to hold it once. But since Roger the Pirate King started the Age of Discovery, it's rarely held. Josie introduced briefly. Why? Why not hold such a great celebration? The other crew members were puzzled. Look at these stupid brothers. Josie was helpless. To hold such a grand event in the New World is not something that any pirate group can do. You have to be able to hold the place. So, it has not been held in these years because there is no suitable organizer. In the New World, only our Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates and Rockefeller Pirates are eligible. But with the advent of the Age of Discovery, everyone is clearing the door. There will still be time to hold the Pirate Expo, and it will cost a lot. If we, the Whitebeard Pirates, hold it, we will definitely have to rush to it. The best, but for the finances of our Whitebeard Pirates? Josie shook his head. Forget it. Jaws said. Oh. Do we want to participate in the Pirate World Expo held by the Rockefeller Pirates? The crew is looking forward to it. After hearing this, all the crew members looked at their father. Dad, we want to go to the Pirate Expo. The new crew members shouted. Look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard had been watching these sons silently, and laughed when he heard that they wanted to participate. Coo la 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 la, sons, you want to go to the Pirate Expo, no problem, Dad will take you to see the world right now. Whitebeard agreed directly without any hesitation. Since the fierce battle with the Navy in 1503, the Whitebeard pirates have suffered heavy losses, losing percent of their personnel. After 5 years of recovery, the Whitebeard pirates have just regained their strength and returned to their peak condition. Most of today's Whitebeard pirates are newcomers. They have never experienced ups and downs. It's time for them to go out and see the world. The Pirate Expo is undoubtedly the best opportunity. Yeah, that's great, Daddy. I heard Dad agreed. All the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates said excitedly. This Pirate Expo held by the Rockefeller Pirates will have many good things and a competition for young people. By then, all the young people in the new world can participate, and the rewards will be huge. Marco said as he opened the invitation. Brother Marco, please tell me what good stuff you have. A group of people gathered around Marco and looked at the invitation curiously. Marco smiled and spread out the invitation. Everyone was stunned for a moment. It's a devil fruit. There is actually a devil fruit. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates said in shock. The first page was a list from the auction house, and photos of 5 or 6 devil fruits appeared on the list. With so many devil fruits, the Rockefeller Pirates are too wealthy, right? Seeing the devil fruit to be auctioned on the invitation, these poor guys from the Whitebeard Pirates who had never seen the world were stunned. It was the first time they saw so many devil fruits. After hearing this, Whitebeard became interested. Oh. I've long heard that boy Charlotte collects devil fruits all over the world and distributes them to his children. Let me see what devil fruits he has. Whitebeard took the invitation and looked at it. Oh, that's quite a lot. Whitebeard was also startled. Taking out 6 devil fruits for sale at once, the Rockefeller Pirates are really awesome. Whitebeard was also envious in his heart. Ever since he saw Charlotte's children fighting, Whitebeard was envious of the various devil fruit abilities. He also began to collect devil fruits and train his own son. There are only a few good devil fruits, and they are not all you can have if you want them. The devil fruits that have been collected for so many years are just like that, most of them are animal type. I wanted to feed it to my sons, but they still disliked it. I would rather sell it than eat it. This made Whitebeard heartbroken. I hope there will be many good devil fruits in the Pirate Expo held by the Rockefeller Pirates this time. Thorn fruit, box fruit, flavorful fruit, salty fruit, spicy fruit, hairy fruit. Well, seeing the Whitebeard retract his hope, the corners of his eyes twitched. These fruits were just like that. They were probably something that the boy Charlotte didn't like, so he took advantage of this Pirate World Expo to sell them. Thinking of this, Whitebeard suddenly became envious of Charlotte. There are too many devil fruits to eat, and he doesn't know how he collected them all. Whitebeard sighed deeply in his heart. People are so irritating. Continue to the next page. Next are some gold, silver, jewelry, and all kinds of weird things. If you like them, you can auction them off. Charlotte spent a lot of money to hold this auction. Not only did she bring out devil fruits, famous swords, and jewelry, but she also showed off some powerful skills. Whitebeard turned to the last few pages. The big words Tianjiao Hegemony Competition appear at the top. The Prodigy Competition? Whitebeard became confused and continued to read. Everyone in the new world is invited to participate, show your strength, defeat your opponents, and win great prizes. The following is written by Charlotte himself, inviting the Whitebeard Pirates to participate in this event held in the Rockefeller Kingdom, and sincerely inviting the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates to select elites to participate in the competition and win the grand prize. Whitebeard took one look and immediately understood what Charlotte was thinking. It is nothing more than using this event to promote the Rockefeller Kingdom. Charlotte's official invitation letter was not addressed to the Rockefeller Pirates but to the Rockefeller Kingdom. For Whitebeard, it is the same whether it is the Rockefeller Kingdom or the Rockefeller Pirates. I want to see what kind of gift Charlotte can come up with. Whitebeard continued to read. 3 bright devil fruits appeared in Whitebeard's eyes. Superman-type crush fruit, Superman-type muscle fruit, and an unknown purple fruit. Whitebeard's pupils shrank. Except for the unknown purple fruit, the others are all top-notch devil fruits. Charlotte spent a lot of money taking these 3 devil fruits as prizes. Whitebeard continued to read. The 4th prize is an unknown large sharp knife with 21 skills. The 5th prize is also an unknown sharp knife with 21 skills. Chapter 735 Invitation Letter, Part. Charlotte's 21 large sharp knives are all produced by themselves. Don't forget that Wano is under Charlotte's command, and Wano's knife production technology has been learned to a great extent by the scientists under Charlotte. Use scientific technology to produce. Although it is inevitable that some of the 21 skills to build a big sharp knife will fail, there are also many that are successful. And this technology has become more and more mature in recent years. Maybe it won't be long before someone under his command will have a sharp knife with 21 skills. As for the 12 skills of the Supreme Sharp Sword, it is not that easy. There is no written record in Wano country, and any 12 skills of the unparalleled sharp sword cannot be copied. It is even more difficult to build it. Charlotte took out 2 sharp knives with 21 skills at once. Such arrogance made Whitebeard a little stunned. Keep reading. The 6th to 10th prizes are all animal devil fruits, all in normal form. Seeing this, Whitebeard's heart felt a little heavy. The fact that Charlotte can take out these things so easily shows that he doesn't care about it. Only people who don't care about these precious things will throw them away casually. It seems that the strength of the Rockefeller pirates is beyond his imagination. What kind of devil fruit does Daddy have? Let me see it. Seeing the sad expression on Dad's face, many anxious members urged him. Whitebeard handed the invitation to his sons. The crew members gathered together to circulate the devil fruits from the auction. What? They're just rubbish devil fruits, not powerful at all. The crew complained after seeing the devil fruit at the auction. Don't even look at it. How could the Rockefeller pirates sell the good devil fruits? They must have consumed them internally. The crew member next to him said unconcernedly. Wait a minute. The rewards of this competition are so generous. The first place alone has a bounty of 1 billion berries, as well as devil fruits. The crew members opened their mouths in disbelief when they saw the last few pages. Let me see it quickly. After hearing this, the surrounding crew members gathered around. Damn it, the first place is 1 billion berry, the second place is 500 million berry, the third place is 300 million berry, and the 4th to 10th place are all 100 million berry. There are also devil fruits and famous swords to choose from. This is it a competition? This is giving away money. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were shocked. Then what's the use? In the Prodigy competition, all the big guys are going up there. We, the little guys, are going to die. I'm afraid only Captain Marco, Captain Josie and Captain Bista in our Whitebeard Pirates are capable of competing for it. Ranking. The crew complained. Many people feel envious when they see these good things slipping away in front of their eyes, only able to look at them but not touch them. Marco, Josie, and Bista laughed after hearing this. When the time comes, let's go up and secure the top 3. Xiao Zi looked at everyone and said confidently. Come on, Captain Josie. The crew around them encouraged. The invitations were passed around. Until it came to Sachi's hands. Tiki, take a look and see if there's anything you like. I'll take a photo of it then. Thatch looked at Teach while holding the illustrated book and said. Brother Sachi, it's not like you don't know that I don't like devil fruits. Tiki said naively. Forget it, the devil fruits on these auction houses are not strong anyway. I'll give it to you when I find a powerful devil fruit one day. The 2 devil fruits from the Prodigy competition are very strong, but it's a pity that our strength is too weak, it's impossible to get it. Thatch looked at the last few pages of devil fruit and sighed. In Sachi's view, although Teach is not as strong as the captain, he is second only to the captain. Whenever he charges into battle, he is always the first to attack. He is the oldest among the entire Whitebeard Pirates. If you eat a devil fruit that is not weak, then he will definitely be the captain. As his good brother, Sachi had to help this good brother. After hearing this, Tiki felt crazy. He just wanted to live in peace and quiet. Why did this person insist on looking for him? Sudden. Teach's eyes narrowed sharply. I seemed to see something out of the corner of my eye. He fiercely snatched the illustrated book from Sachi's hand. A purple devil fruit with strange patterns appeared in his eyes. This. Teach was unsure in the end. What's wrong, Tiki? Thatch came to Teach and looked at the illustrated book and wondered. Isn't this the only unknown purple devil fruit in the Tianjiao competition? Do you know it? Sage asked. What? Tiki came back to his senses instantly and looked at Sachi, who was leaning next to him. No, I'm just curious. Tiki waved his hand quickly. Is that so? Sachi said thoughtfully and touched his chin with his finger. Is Tiki okay? It's our turn. Seeing that Tiki was stunned, the crew members on the side grabbed the illustrated book and started reading it with their friends on the side. Teach came to his senses. That devil fruit is actually in the hands of the Rockefeller pirates. Tiki thought to himself. The dark fruit that he longed for was actually in the hands of the Rockefeller pirates. No wonder there has been no news at all for so many years, and judging from the appearance of the Rockefeller pirates, they don't know much about this devil fruit. So does he have a chance to get it? Tiki lowered his head and thought. If you want to fight for it, your strength will inevitably be exposed. Is it worth it? Tiki was struggling wildly in his heart and was undecided. He had no idea that this was a trap set by Rockefeller Charlotte. The Pirate Expo? It seems I have to go. Teach said with a gloomy look. Young ladies, let's have a party. Whitebeard suddenly shouted. The whole audience was shocked. Yeah. Countless Whitebeard Pirates crew members cheered. Sachi on the side smiled and shook his head. Tiki, please stay busy here while I go cook. Don't worry, there will be your favorite cherry pie. Sage patted Teach on the shoulder and ran towards the kitchen after speaking. At every banquet, Sachi was always the busiest. Big Mom Pirates. Totland C. IWC. What the hell is that boy Charlotte doing? The Pirate Expo, so many devil fruits? Charlotte Lingling looked at the contents of the invitation in her hand and was surprised. You must know that in the past tea parties held by Charlotte Lingling, Charlotte Rockefeller was invited to participate many times. As a result, those invitations were like stones dropped into the sea, without any movement. Over time, Charlotte Lingling's impression of Charlotte became worse and worse, and she even refused to invite him in the end. You must know that Charlotte Lingling is still thinking about Charlotte. I hope to combine with Charlotte and give birth to the most perfect offspring. In her opinion, the reason why her Big Mom pirate group is weak is because there is no strong man to combine with it. Chapter 736 Entering Fishman Island. If Charlotte and her were united, the child they would give birth to would definitely be the strongest in the world. She is very confident about this. Unfortunately, Charlotte rejected her again and again, which made her feel resentful. This may be the result of love and hatred. This is not without reason for targeting the Rockefeller pirates over the years. Lick, lick, lick. Mom, should we go over and take a look? Parasparrow asked with a smile. The other children in the family also looked at their mother with some expectation. This Pirate World Expo not only has devil fruits, but also many novel gadgets, delicious desserts, and the ability to go out of the world and see other places. They haven't tried the Rockefeller Pirates desserts yet. You must know that the desserts on Fishman Island are one of a kind. The Big Mom Pirates have many plans to attack Fishman Island. Unfortunately, the Rockefeller Pirates were too defensive and had no chance. Go, why don't you go? Since Charlotte won't come to our country, then let's go to Kame Island and see what tricks this Charlotte is playing. Charlotte Lingling said without hesitation. It's true that she has been staying at Cake Island for a long time and wants to see more. Great. The children of the Charlotte family laughed after hearing this. Mom, what if this is a conspiracy of the Rockefeller Pirates? What if the Rockefeller Pirates want to catch us all after we enter Kame Island? Katakuri finally said worriedly. Well, Luosa is too brave to do anything to us at the Pirates Expo. You must know that we are not the only ones to go to the Pirates Expo. All pirates in the Grand Line can go. Sia. If Luo dares to take action, he will destroy himself in the world. Charlotte Lingling said confidently. This is a rule and a tacit understanding among pirates. The last one was held by the Flying Pirates, the Golden Lion, Shiki, and that old guy. Charlotte Lingling went there. Although some unpleasant things happened, and she almost didn't let the Golden Lion draw his sword to kill someone, she endured it in the end. Just because you have to follow the rules. Charlotte Lingling was not afraid at all, and even looked forward to it vaguely. Katakuri, I have a mission for you. You must win the first place in this competition for me. You must not let anyone else take it away. Let the world know how powerful our Big Mom Pirates are. Charlotte Lingling looked at the leader Katakuri and ordered. Yes. Katakuri simply replied with one word. His eyes were very firm. Is death, I don't know how far your strength has grown in the past 5 years, but I'm not bad either. Katakuri thought to himself. Fishman Island. The red-haired pirates and the beast pirates, who had just escaped from the navy, came to Fishman Island to rest for a while. Run quickly, the red-haired pirates and the beast's pirates are coming. The long peaceful Fishman Island ushered in chaos today. This year's supernovas, the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates, have arrived on Fishman Island. King Neptune in the Dragon Palace was very worried after receiving the news. Since the establishment of the Rockefeller Kingdom, most of the combat power has been shrunk to Kame Island. The high-end combat power stationed on Fishman Island is not there. However, with the remaining power of the Rockefeller Kingdom and knowing that Fishman Island was protected by the Rockefeller Kingdom, those with evil intentions did not dare to take action for the time being. There was not much turmoil on Fishman Island for the time being. But after a while, greed devours fear. Fishman Island is about to suffer, and mermaids are priceless. Especially the mermaids these days. Wow, is this Fishman Island? There are indeed many mermaids. The awakened Yamato looked at everything in front of him with bandages all over his body, and fell into ecstasy. In the past, Fishman Island was only introduced in newspapers, and there was no real picture of Fishman Island. Most of them were introduced by Jack as if he were telling a story. This has long made Yamato interested in Fishman Island. Jack looked at the Fishman Island in front of him. He hasn't come back for more than 10 years. I remember when I mistakenly ate a devil fruit and became a landlubber, unable to swim in the sea like other fishmen and was rejected. Unable to bear the humiliation, he left the Fishman Island alone, but was caught by the slave team. He met Jin who was passing by and joined the Beast's pirates, where he remains today. Meeting again made Jack feel a little complicated. Captain, I feel like they don't welcome us very much. Maria said looking at the wary eyes around her. Who cares? Yamato jumped off the ship and rushed in. The guards nearby did not dare to stop him. Now the main force of Fishman Island has gone to sea with the Sun Pirates. Especially the group of Murlocs trained by Caesar, almost all of them followed Tiger. When Neptune found out, he almost vomited blood. As a king, he is not as prestigious as a gangster from Fishman Street. Regarding this, Neptune could only feel a little angry secretly, but he did not dare to say anything. There are so many beautiful mermaids, Captain. We were hit hard by the Navy. How about we rest on Fishman Island for a few days? Quinn poked his hand and looked at Captain Yamato with some obscenity. Yamato waved his hand nonchalantly. Go ahead, don't make too much noise. Yamato doesn't care about Tao. Hey, don't worry, Quinn, never force me. After Quinn finished speaking, he ran into a small alley. There were countless coquettishly dressed mermaids posing and posing. Jack, let's go, take me to Fishman Island to see if there's anything interesting. After Yamato finished speaking, he patted Jack on the shoulder and quickly ran towards the lively place. The joy on his face was nothing like going through a battle. Jack had no choice but to follow. And on the other side, Shanks also stepped off the ship. I haven't been here for a long time. I remember the last time I came here, the captain was still here. Shanks looked at the Fishman Island that had not changed and said with emotion. Captain, we need to replenish supplies here. We haven't had time to replenish the supplies in the Chambord Islands yet. Ben Beckman smoked a cigar and ignored the vigilant Fishman Island guards nearby, looked at Shanks and said. Okay, you make the arrangements. Shanks didn't look at Beckman, but looked at the tallest flag flying in the air on Fishman Island. Beckman also looked over. The pupils shrank. It seems the rumors are true. Fishman Island is under the control of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Beckman muttered. The Rockefeller Kingdom planted its flag a long time ago, and Fishman Island volunteered. However, this kind of thing is disgraceful after all. The world government has always blocked the news. Unless those who have entered Fishman Island, others don't know much about it. Shanks explained. Understood. After all, a country that is a member of the world government needs a pirate to protect its safety. This is really embarrassing. Beckman nodded. Chapter 737, World Government Private Channel. Captain, will you meet anyone from the Rockefeller Pirates? Lucky Lou worriedly said. Shanks heard what Lucky Lou meant. No conflict for now. Shanks shrugged. We haven't entered the New World yet, so it's not easy to directly collide with those three. Understand. After understanding what the captain meant, everyone relaxed. The Beast Pirates have already entered, let's go there too. Shanks waved his hand and took the lead in walking in. The crew behind him also walked in, curiously looking around the Fishman Island. The crew of the red-haired pirates were basically found by Shanks from all over the world. I have never been to Fishman Island at all, and I have never even seen a fishman or a mermaid. Beckman's face turned red as he looked at the hot mermaid girls around him. Captain, I think it's better to stay on Fishman Island for 2 more days. If the Navy squats on us at the entrance to the New World, we can give them a break. Beckman suggested without blushing or out of breath. Ha 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 ha. The other crew members laughed at this scene. I think you can't bear to part with these mermaid ladies. Jesus Boo came to Beckman's side, patted his shoulder and smiled. Get lost, I'm thinking about the captain. Beckman slapped the big hand off his shoulder and said angrily. Ha 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 ha. The more Beckman behaved like this, the louder the laughter from the crew around him. Attracted a lot of attention. Shanks also smiled. Dragon King Palace. King, those 3 pirates have entered Fishman Island and are wandering around. A minister reports. Go down and don't provoke the other party. Now no one from the Rockefeller Kingdom is here. Safety can only depend on ourselves. Don't cause trouble. Neptune said tiredly. As ordered. Everyone in the Rockefeller Kingdom went back to attend the founding ceremony. Everyone sitting everywhere left. But as soon as he left, something happened. The New World is okay. Wherever there is trouble, we can provide quick support. But Fishman Island is different. It is located under a sea of 10,000 meters, making it difficult to travel. In addition, it is located at the junction of the New World and the Grand Line. Anyone who enters or exits the New World must either use the world government's dedicated passage, or enter the Fishman Island 10,000 meters below the surface and sneak in from beneath the Red Earth continent. As for taking the world government's dedicated channel, those pirates said they were not that stupid. In the past 800 years, the only person who had forced his way into the world government's exclusive passage was the Red Earl. Even if it passes, half of his life will be lost. Almost didn't come out. From then on, no pirate with no eyes dared to break in. This resulted in the passage to Fishman Island being their only way to enter the New World. No matter how great the danger is, we must enter. And this road is extremely dangerous. Only those who are extremely evil or wanted by the world government will walk. Few of the people who entered Fishman Island were good people. In other words, Fishman Island is always in danger. This gave them a very strong sense of crisis. Neptune picked up the news coming out of the Chambord Islands. It's really bold to kill the celestial dragon. I hope it won't bring disaster to Fishman Island. Neptune's mouth twitched as he looked at the report above. I also hope that the support from the Rockefeller Kingdom will come soon. Neptune put down the note in his hand and looked into the distance. The Red Earth continent, the intersection between the New World and the first half of the Grand Line. World Government Dedicated Channel. It is the only channel in the Red Earth continent that can enter the New World from the first half of the Grand Line, and it is very safe. It is also a very important strategic transportation fortress. Belonging to the world government, it has many powerful people. More than 30 years ago, the aloof Red Earl Patrick Redfield forced his way into the world government's exclusive passage and entered the New World. Here he had a battle with a strong man from the world government, 1 against 5, and almost died. In the end, he broke out of the encirclement and lost half his life. From then on, no pirate dared to break into the world government's exclusive passage. And today, the appearance of a group of pirates broke the peace here. Countless ships around that wanted to pass here were informed of delays. Everyone wanted to know what kind of big shot it was that could actually stop this important passage specifically for the other party. Slowly, rows of black spots appeared on the sea. Countless waiting businessmen looked horrified when they saw this. Yes, it's the pirate flag. The merchants saw the flags flying on the fleet. Why are pirates here? A group of businessmen became nervous. The goods on the ship were their life savings. It's the fleet of Qianliang Daohua Baki under the king's Shichibukai. No wonder the world government will clear a channel. Many businessmen suddenly realized this. They are going to fight for territory in the New World. With the emergence of this main force, the influence of the world government can return again. Many businessmen looked excited. They really want the world government to enter the New World and then eliminate all the pirates blocking the way, so that they can save a lot of tolls. Bucky stood on the bow of the boat and looked at the passage. 2 rows of countless ships docked, waiting for him to go first. This feeling of satisfaction made Bucky's heart beat wildly. 800 years have passed, and we are the only ones who can safely pass through the world government's dedicated passage. Ha 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 ha. Bucky couldn't stand the excitement in his heart anymore and laughed wildly. Mihawk and Crocodile standing behind him turned pale and did not dare to raise their heads. I just feel like my face is burning. What about so many people around? He doesn't know how to restrain himself. It seems it's time to teach him a lesson. He's too arrogant. But the crew of the Bucky pirates didn't think so. Lord Bucky is so powerful. He can actually let the world government escort us. This is the first time in 800 years. Long live Lord Bucky. The surrounding crew members shouted excitedly. This directly caused a sensation among countless people. Long live Bucky-sama, long live the Bucky pirates. The roars of 60,000 to 70,000 people resounded across the Red Earth continent. The surrounding Navy escorts and the guards on the Red Earth continent turned dark. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, who was escorting this time, looked at the Bucky pirates strutting into the new world through the world government's dedicated passage, and veins popped out on his hands. This is a disgrace to the Navy. The Navy should never forget this day. In this world, pirates have become arrogant. Many people who are worried about the world sighed with emotion. Shut up, this is the King's Shichibukai, and he is no longer a pirate. The people around quickly grabbed their companions and warned them. The world is declining. The Flying Squirrel sighed and continued patrolling. Red Earth continent, Marijoa, Panga City. The Buggy pirates have entered the new world through the world government's dedicated channel. Are we going to do something? Asked Nazho Langshang. Chapter 738. If there is divine help. We really need to do something. Today's new world is run by the three big pirate groups like iron barrels. It is difficult to intervene. The most important thing for the current Buggy pirates is to have a foothold in the new world. Earth cannot directly conflict with the three emperors. Maz Shang analyzed. It is not that easy to occupy a territory in the new world nowadays. If you are not careful, you may fall into an endless battle for territory. Before you fight against the three emperors, you will be dragged down by the pirates who live in the cracks between the three emperors. It won't be that easy to get away by then. Saint Satan said. Since we need a piece of land, we will hand over the islands near the Red Continent to the Bucky pirates to use as a foothold for them, and then wait for opportunities to expand. Maz Shang suggested. Can. Seconded. The other 4-5 old stars thought for a while and nodded. Those few islands close to the Red Earth continent are of no use anyway. The original purpose of protecting them was to prevent the pirates from getting too close to the Red Earth continent, so as not to harm the Red Earth continent. But now that we want to support the Bucky pirates, those islands should be given to Bucky as the foundation for his establishment. However, we cannot allow the Bucky pirates to grow. We must arrange some of our manpower among the Bucky pirates. We must always keep track of the Bucky pirates' movements. Saint Satan said. After hearing this, several other 5 old stars looked at Saint Satan, wanting to see what he wanted to do. Don't we have a few black gloves in the new world? When the Bucky pirates expand, let them wait for the opportunity to join in and work hard to become the core cadres of the Bucky pirates and help the world government control this huge force. It will also be better monitor the Bucky pirates. Satan Shang said that he is responsible for espionage matters and is very familiar with this system. Seconded. Seconded. Others nodded. In fact, the power of the Bucky pirates is indeed a bit huge. The pirate group of 60,000 to 70,000 is second only to the three emperors in the New World. The Rockefeller Pirates, which has the largest number of pirates among the three emperors of the New World, only has about 80,000 or 90,000. The Whitebeard Pirates plus those affiliated pirate groups total approximately 70,000 to 80,000. The Big Mom Pirates, because of their special abilities, are theoretically countless. They are really afraid that the Buggy Pirates will suddenly announce that they are leaving the Shichibukai and go it alone. Then wouldn't the efforts that their world government spent on the Buggy Pirates be in vain? This is something they, the 5 old stars, will never accept. At the end of the meeting, Wulaoxing's order was passed down and implemented immediately. But Bucky had no idea. When he heard about the nearby islands that could directly receive the Red Earth continent, he was ecstatic. He was just thinking about how to build a piece of territory. Unexpectedly, the world government came directly to my door. Is there no conspiracy behind this world government? Crocodile couldn't believe it when he heard the news. There is no such thing as giving away territory at the slightest disagreement. Then he looked at Bucky. This clown has such a big reputation? Ha 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 ha, kids, let's have a party to celebrate our entry into the new world. Bucky shouted, raising his hands in the air. Everything went so smoothly, as if by divine help. The Bucky pirates instantly fell into a carnival, and then occupied various islands and officially established their flag. A few days later. Wow! The ship rushed out of the sea, and the seawater sprinkled into the air, revealing a rainbow. Wow, is this the new world? Looking at the calm sea. Yamato looked around curiously. Huh? Why is it different from what you said? It's not that the environment in the new world is extremely harsh, with storms or tsunamis everywhere, but it's so calm. Yamato turned around and looked at Uncle Jin and Quinn in confusion and asked. Captain, you can't expect the new world to be filled with storms and tsunamis every day, otherwise how will the people here survive? Quinn explained. That's it. Yamato didn't know why, he was still a little disappointed. Let's go to the nearest island to find out about the new world. Yamato said, looking at Jack. Yes. Jack, the helmsman, immediately began to control the rudder of the ship and headed towards the nearby island according to the route of the recorded pointer. Yamato returned to the cabin. Only Jin and Quinn were left on the deck. Jin, we've arrived in the new world. Should we explain to the captain that we can't keep it a secret forever? How long will this be kept a secret? Quinn looked at the expressionless Jin anxiously and said. They were getting closer and closer to the Rockefeller pirates, but the closer they got, the less confident Quinn felt. The Rockefeller pirates are the enemies of the Beast Pirates. He is also Yamato's father-killing enemy, but now Yamato doesn't even know who his father-killing enemy is. This made Quinn a little anxious. I guess the captain already knows who her father-killing enemy is. Jin spoke. What? The captain knows, who told her? Quinn was shocked. She investigated it herself. After all, the popularity of the Beast's Pirates this year has made many people learn about the Beast's Pirates 18 years ago. This is not a secret. I guess the captain already knows it. Jin said. Then what should we do? Could it be that we go directly to the Rockefeller pirates to seek revenge? Isn't this asking for death? Quinn asked nervously. With their current strength, trying to cause trouble for the Rockefeller pirates would be like trying to hit an egg against a rock. Just looking for death. That's why Quinn asked. Let's take it one step at a time. If the captain wants to take revenge, then what does it matter if I risk my life? Just give it back to the elder brother. After all, if the elder brother hadn't sacrificed his life to save me, how could you and I be alive today? Jin looked at Quinn indifferently and said. After hearing this, Quinn opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but it seemed to be stuck in her throat and no sound came out. Seeing this, Jin also returned to the cabin. Quinn was left alone on the deck. A long time. Oh, I think I owe you all. Quinn shook his head, walked into the cabin, got directly into the laboratory, and started tinkering with various equipment. And in Yamato's room. Yamato expressionlessly took out a box from under the bed. Opening the box, a large stack of newspapers was neatly folded together. On the newspaper headed by him, a photo faced Yamato. Yamato picked up the newspaper and looked at the people on it. Father. Yamato shouted softly. There was no wave in his tone and no wave in his eyes. The Rockefeller Pirates. Yamato picked up a second newspaper. The Beast Pirates died at the hands of the Rockefeller Pirates. Two old newspapers tell the story of what happened in Wano 18 years ago. Wano country? Yamato's eyes fluctuated and he put down the newspaper. Yamato felt a little confused. Chapter 739 The Expansion of Supernova, Part. After going to sea for nearly a year, Yamato secretly inquired about his life experience. Although Jin didn't tell her, it didn't stop her from searching for her life experience. Yamato has been secretly searching for information about the previous generation of Beast Pirates. I learned that the first generation captain of the Beast Pirates was named Kaido. And she is Kaido's daughter. Want revenge? Yamato asked himself. But no one answered her. Uncle Jin didn't tell her the truth because he didn't want her to take revenge. Because the other party is really too powerful. There is no hatred between pirates, there is only failure and withdrawal. There is no doubt that her father failed and died at the hands of Rockefeller Charlotte, the captain of the Rockefeller Pirates. Should she hate it? Yamato sat by the window and looked at the sparkling waves on the sea through the window, feeling a little dazed. The other side. The dragon's head rose from the sea, and the huge pirate ship emerged from the sea, revealing its hull. Red Firth. Ha 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 ha, I, Shanks, am back in the new world. Shanks shouted while standing on the bow of the boat looking at the sparkling sea. Hey, hey, hey. The captain is crazy again. The crew members on the side raised their foreheads helplessly when they saw their captain's appearance. Isn't he always like this? Beckman added. Wow, ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed from the bow. Suddenly, a newspaper was scattered in the sky. A newspaper seller passed over the heads of the red-haired pirates. Wow. Newspapers were scattered on Shanks' face, instantly covering Shanks' face. What? Shanks came to his senses and picked up the newspaper from his face. The Rockefeller Kingdom will hold the Pirate World Expo on May 5th next month, and invites everyone in the New World to come to Kame Island to participate in the event. Shanks read out the huge headline on the newspaper word for word. Beckman and others who were attracted also gathered around. Pirate Expo, what is that? Beckman and others, who didn't know the New World, were a little confused. An event organized by pirates will bring countless pirates together to exchange or purchase items. It is a peaceful feast. Shanks explained with shining eyes. Because when he was young, Captain Roger also held one, which was very lively and had a lot of delicious food. The Rockefeller Kingdom actually held the Pirate World Expo at this critical moment. What conspiracy could they have? Beckman said worriedly. He did not believe that the Rockefeller Kingdom did not know that 3 major supernovae had entered the New World this year. Hey, maybe they don't even take us to heart. Shanks, who knew the old man's thoughts, hugged Beckman's shoulders and said. Beckman's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing this. The faces of the surrounding crew members were a little ugly. It seems that you are too inferior, Captain. Lucky Lou said while eating chicken drumsticks. Shanks shrugged, a little helpless. After all, the other party was a big shot who was famous before he was born. Let such a big shot care about a little person like himself? Shanks asked himself that he didn't have such a great reputation. Come on, let's go to the Rockefeller Kingdom and show you the world. Shanks said while looking at everyone with a smile. It is good. The crew members became excited. What should we do now, Captain? Beckman asked helplessly. The captain is good at everything, but it's too childish. Of course it's about establishing a territory. Entering the new world is not just playing house. Shanks said while looking at everyone. Secure a territory. The surrounding crew members began to boo. Have a banquet to celebrate our entry into the new world. Shanks cheered. Long live. The red-haired pirates instantly became lively. Laughter filled this quiet sea. A few days later. Beast pirates. Fires are everywhere. Kill. Quickly stop the intruder. Captain, help. Countless people lost their lives in the fire. Jin's wings were burning with flames, and he walked to an empty high platform with a knife in his hand. Captain, the captain of the Black Hand Pirates entrenched here is dead. The remaining defeated generals are being cleaned up by Jack and the others. It is expected that calm will be restored in half a day. Jin looked at Yamato Kai, who was illuminated by the fire, and his face was red and he was holding a mace, and reported. Thank you for your hard work. This is our first battle into the new world. There is no room for failure. Yamato looked at Uncle Jin and said. As ordered. Jin bent down slightly and replied. 3 hours passed. The shouts of death have disappeared. A flag was raised, and the skull flag of the Beast Pirates was raised on the highest point of the island. Declaring the occupation of the Beast Pirates. Yamato sat on the cleaned ceremony. Looking at the newspaper in his hand. The Rockefeller Kingdom will hold the Pirate World Expo on May 5th next month, inviting everyone in the new world to participate. Yamato looked at the newspaper and fell into thought. Captain. Jin came over with Quinn and Jack. Yamato came back to his senses and looked at the 3 of them. Thanks for your hard work. Yamato said something, and then handed the newspaper in his hand to the 3 of them. Do you think we should participate? Yamato asked. Captain, this. Quinn wanted to say something but was immediately interrupted by Yamato. I already know my life experience, don't worry about this. Yamato waved his hand and said. Jin's pupils shrank and his expression returned to expressionless. It's better to inquire about this matter and see who is participating. If there are many people, then our beast pirates cannot be absent. Jin looked at Yamato and said. Now that the beast's pirates have returned to the new world, if they don't make some movement, who will know about the beast's pirates? In the new world, one cannot remain unknown, otherwise only destruction awaits. Well, let's arrange it this way. Yamato didn't think of any good ideas either. He waved his hand. And on the other side of the new world, the red-haired pirates also easily captured an island, and everyone started eating and drinking, starting a banquet. Captain, your little boy is extraordinary. Not only did he escape from the hands of the Navy Marshal unscathed, but he also entered the new world through the world government's special channel. As soon as he entered the new world, he conquered more than a dozen islands. The limelight was huge for a while. During this period it's all about him. Beckman looked at today's latest news and marveled. It was reported above that the Bucky pirates recruited a group of great pirates who had been operating in the new world for 3 or 4 years, and took them under their command, and their power expanded very quickly. Ha 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 ha, that wouldn't be better. He can draw firepower from the front while we secretly develop from behind. Shanks took a sip of wine and said. Then he smacked his lips and looked at the fire in front of him. I feel like we're entering the new world too early. Shanks said. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned and looked at the captain in confusion. Beckman frowned and looked at the fire. Chapter 740 The Expansion of Supernova, Part. Indeed, there is a huge gap in strength between us and the other 2 pirate groups. The Beast Pirates are assisted by 2 famous pirates, Jin and Quinn. There are even rumors that they have the support of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 3 emperors, and are rapidly expanding their power. The Buggy Pirates, as the king of the Shichibukai, have received strong support from the world government. The world government even wants to fully arm the Buggy Pirates and let them disrupt the new world. Compared to them, our advantage is really negligible. One is relying on the Big Mom Pirates and the other is relying on the world government. Each one is more powerful than the other. It is simply cheating. After hearing Beckman's analysis, all the members of the red-haired pirate group frowned. Doesn't that mean we have no advantage at all? Lucky Lu frowned and asked. The scene fell silent, and the original joy was diluted. A long time. Ha 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 ha. Shanks stood up and laughed. If there is no advantage, then there is none. Anyway, I don't care about it. At worst, I will return to the 4 seas to accumulate accumulation. One day we will enter a new world. Shanks encouraged. The situation is not clear yet. You can observe and observe first before making any decisions. Don't be in a hurry. Beckman said. Yes, even if I have to leave, I can't leave in such a dejected manner. I have to make a name for myself first, and I also want to take you to the Pirate World Expo to increase your knowledge. How could I just leave like this? Shanks said. That's right, let's make our name known. We, the red-haired pirates, are not vassals of the Bucky pirates. The crew roared. Entering the new world these days, the red-haired pirates are actually holding their breath in their hearts. I don't know if New World looks down on those new pirates who come from all over the world, and they don't know much about them. After mentioning the red-haired pirates, the people of the New World actually thought that the red-haired pirates were vassals of the Buggy pirates. This simply makes the red-haired pirates mad. After explaining for a long time, the other party still acted like you were fooling me. It really made the crew of the red-haired pirates uncomfortable. After all, every time when the red-haired pirates are reported, those unscrupulous newspapers will always mention the Bucky pirates. In this way, it is easy for people to misunderstand that the red-hair pirates are vassals of the Buggy pirates. It feels like the red-haired pirates live in the shadow of the Buggy pirates. This made everyone hold their breath. It can only be said that people in the New World also despise pirates. Look down on foreign pirates. To be honest, over the years, especially since the Great Voyage began, except for Moonlight Moria and Bartholomew Bear, the pirates from all over the world are not worth mentioning at all. Carrie. Today the people in power in the New World are all New World natives. This also makes the people of the New World look down on pirates other than those in the New World. You can tell by calling the first half of the Grand Line Paradise the chain of contempt in today's New World. New World first half of the Great Line West Sea North Sea South China Sea East China Sea. This shows the arrogance of the people of the New World. That's right, we must let these people in the New World know that we people from all over the world are not easy to mess with. The other crew members also held their breath. Shanks smiled upon seeing this and continued drinking. On an island between the Rockefeller Kingdom and the Red Earth continent, the flag of the Buggy pirates flew in the sky. Dozens of pirate ships docked in the port one after another. Report. A voice of joy sounded from outside the hall. The Bucky pirates, who were immersed in joy, came to their senses. "Come in," Bucky said with a wave of his hand. Since entering the New World through the world government's exclusive channel, Bucky has been very happy in the past half-month. As soon as he entered the New World, the world government gave Bucky several islands near the Red Earth continent. This gave the Buggy Pirates a place to stay as soon as they entered the New World. Then the Buggy Pirates began to expand in all directions. Directly target those peaceful areas. There is no need for Bucky, Mihawk, or Crocodile to take action. More than a dozen pirate ships drove past in a mighty manner, either surrendering or running away. Even if there are those who desperately resist, they can't stop the Buggy Pirates' artillery fire. Everything seemed to go very smoothly. Lord Bucky, Lord Baiji Crow has led us to capture 4 more islands, and our influence is about to spread to the Rockefeller Kingdom's sphere of influence. Lord Crow asked me to ask you if you want to continue to expand? The minions asked. When Bucky heard this, he was instantly awakened from the drunkenness in his body. Stop, we can't expand anymore. If we expand any further, the plan will be disrupted. Bucky said quickly with cold sweat rising on his back. This guy has quickly expanded into the Rockefeller Kingdom's power so quietly. Doesn't this force him to have a decisive battle with the Rockefeller Kingdom? Damn it, Crow, when you come back, I'm going to skin you. Bucky cursed madly in his mind. After hearing Bucky's words, some people in the audience frowned subconsciously. If you don't continue to expand, how will the situation in the New World be chaotic, and how will the world government's plan be completed? It seems that this guy is not honest either. Several sneaky cadres looked at each other. Suddenly someone walked out. Lord Bucky, now is a good plan for expansion. The brothers are waiting for your orders. The morale is high. How can we stop? Besides, with you, Lord Mihawk and Lord Crocodile here, how can the Rockefeller Kingdom be our opponent? A cadre came out to compliment and instigated continued expansion. But next second. Swish. A bright green light rose. The bodies of the cadres who stood up were separated. The one who took action was Mihawk, who was sitting next to Bucky's left hand. Mihawk looked at the knife in his hand expressionlessly without saying a word. But this scene frightened many people present. Even Bucky was so frightened that his limbs flew in all directions. Vice Captain. The surrounding cadres shed cold sweat. Somehow it offended him. Several people who had looked at that man before also looked at Mihawk with horrified expressions. These people are actually the people who have recently joined the Bucky Pirates, and Bucky gave them the status of cadres. In fact, they also have another identity, that is, they are the black gloves of the world government. Dress up as a pirate, sit in those peaceful areas, and do some illegal things. Today's New World has basically withdrawn from the New World except for 3 or 4 naval bases inserted in the New World. If the world government wants to continue to maintain its deterrent power in the New World, the Navy cannot count on it. Then we can only rely on pirates. And these pirates were trained by the world government. Acts as eyes. Not to mention, these people can also exert a good influence. For example, the things that the world government can no longer do openly are all completed by these pirates. Chapter 741 One Smile, Part. It's quite satisfying to use, but it's limited. After all, the 3 great pirate groups in the New World are not fools. If you play like this, it's not like they can't play. I said stop, then stop. Where does all this nonsense come from? Who dares to have an opinion? Mihawk asked, holding a knife in his hand and peeling the apple in his hand, looking at the sweaty cadres with cold eyes. No. I don't dare. No. All the cadres were so frightened that they did not dare to speak out. If you want to say who the fearless leaders of the Buggy Pirates are most afraid of, it is the great swordsman Eiichiro Mihawk. That's a really ruthless character who will kill someone if he doesn't agree with him. Unlike Bucky and Crocodile, they also need to disguise their personalities. Treat the crew and officers in a friendly manner. But Mihawk doesn't need it at all, he can do whatever he wants. Whoever provokes him will not be able to do anything even if the captain comes. Mihawk successfully calmed the situation, making Bucky sigh in relief. Nowadays, the Bucky Pirates are very powerful and arrogant. If you want to calm these unruly people, just a few words are useless. Everyone went crazy. Cough cough. Bucky coughed slightly. The originally depressing atmosphere was unanimous, and all the cadres looked at Captain Bucky expectantly, hoping that he would stand up and say a few words. Lighten the mood. Children, cheer for the Bucky Pirates. Under the leadership of me and the two captains, our Bucky Pirates have successfully established a foothold in the New World. Our era has come. Bucky stood up passionately and shouted loudly. The scene was quiet for a moment. A long time. Roar. Long live the Bucky Pirates. Long live Lord Bucky. Long live Lord Mihawk. Long live Lord Crocodile. Countless cheers of long live were heard, and the ceremony instantly became lively and immersed in joy. Push the cup to change the cup. What a happy look. Mihawk took a sip of red wine. He took out a newspaper from his arms and threw it to Bucky. The newspaper was stuck in front of Bucky's desk like a blade, almost making Bucky pee. He quickly calmed down and picked up the newspaper. Pirate Expo? Are you going to attend? Bucky asked, looking at Mihawk. Okay. Mihawk simply nodded. Upon seeing this, Bucky immediately understood what the other party meant, and there was no doubt about it. This made Bucky feel a little uncomfortable. Do you have to go? Bucky asked cautiously. What responded to him was Mihawk slowly pulling out the knife from his chest and looking at Bucky coldly. Bucky's words stopped abruptly and he nodded heavily. Row. Bucky said with some difficulty. Crocodile didn't say anything when he saw this. Apparently he also wanted to see the Pirate Expo in the Rockefeller Kingdom. As for safety and insecurity. Joke. If the organizers of the Pirate Expo dare to take action, the reputation of the Rockefeller Kingdom will be ruined. This is openly hostile to the entire New World. Nowadays, the New World is dominated by pirates. Even though Rockefeller Charlotte established the Rockefeller Kingdom, his predecessor is still the Rockefeller Pirates. It can't change his thief nature. Just change the name. It would be really interesting to hold the Pirate Expo at this juncture. Crocodile thought while drinking. Time passes slowly. Soon it came to the day before the Pirate Expo. May 4th. After this month of publicity on Kame Island, countless spectators have come to the most prosperous island in the New World in advance. It is also the headquarters of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Wow, there are so many people, much more than before. A dozen teenage boys and girls came to the street together and looked at the crowded streets and exclaimed. Tomorrow is the time for our Rockefeller Kingdom to hold the World Expo. There will definitely be more people. Rolling looked around and said. Let's go over there and have a look. Rachel greeted. A group of people were playing lively back and forth on the street. And in front of the port of Kame Island. Everyone who comes down must register their identity, don't let some people with ulterior motives get in. A team leader walked back and forth in front of the port and said to the record-keeping personnel. Captain, isn't this being difficult? Most of the people here are pirates, and these people are all rebellious. Isn't it a joke to ask them to register? The recorder said with a slumped face and distress. There were already several groups of pirates who ignored the registration and crossed directly. He had no way to deal with them. The squad leader rolled his eyes. This registration is just a formality. Just clear it up and give an explanation to the superiors. Don't act like a fool and register for pirates. The squad leader came to the recorder and whispered in his ear. Yes. Seeing this, the recorder breathed a sigh of relief. Do I need to register here? Suddenly, a figure came to the recorder quietly and asked gently. What? The recorder and team leader were startled, quickly moved away, and looked at the middle-aged man in front of them. He has short black hair, a beard around his mouth, his eyes are closed, and there is an X-shaped scar on his forehead that extends to his eyes. He is tall, wearing a kimono unique to Wano country, and holding a guide stick in his hand. Yes. Yes. The recorder said subconsciously. Then I felt something was wrong. The recorder and squad leader quickly backed away, holding the weapons they wanted to see, and looked at each other. He didn't even know when the person in front of him came over. You must know that anyone who can come here as a recorder or patrol has 2 brushes. 8 or 9 of them can't get close at all. But the man in front of him, who looked like a blind man with his eyes closed, silently touched the 2 of them, causing them to sweat from behind. Don't be nervous, I'm just an ordinary person traveling around. I heard that the Pirate World Expo is being held here, so I came here to have a look. Regarding the nervous expressions of the 2 people in front of him, the visitor smiled lightly. My name is Eiichiro, can you register me? Said with a smile. This person was the future Admiral, Fujitora smiled. Traveling all over the world, I came to the New World, and I happened to hear that an event was held here, so come and see it. Just a smile. Okay, registration is over. The recorder quickly took a photo, registered the information and said. The big shot above said before that if there are any strange people or people who behave strangely in the past 2 days, they need to be reported to the Prime Minister. Eiichiro frowned. Shen Wentz naturally felt the other party's movements, but after sensing that the other party had no ill intentions, he ignored it. Do you have a casino here? I want to see it. Eiichiro looked at the two and asked. The slightly opened eyes revealed white pupils. What a blind man. The two of them thought in their hearts. Chapter 742 One Smile, Part. At the same time, he relaxed. What could happen to a blind man? Yes, keep going along this road, and there happens to be a casino. It was built by our card master, Mr. Kakarot. It is the largest casino on Kame Island. You can have fun playing it. The team leader didn't care whether the blind man could see it or not, he pointed in a direction and said. This can be regarded as promoting business for Lord Kakarot. Thank you. Eiichiro nodded slightly and said with a smile. You are welcome. The team leader always felt that this person was a little weird. Eiichiro walked along this road. The team leader kept looking at Ishiao's back. I found that even though he was blind, he could always avoid the collision from people around him. This person is definitely not simple, please report him. The squad leader said. Yes. The recorder sprang into action. The team leader continued to patrol in front of the port. As Eiichiro walked on the street, his strange behavior immediately attracted the attention of many people. After seeing that he was a blind man, they ignored him. And Ishiao's Jiwansbaki kept observing the surroundings. All kinds of people around him came into Ishiao's mind. The people here are different, they seem to have more energy. A smile raised the corners of his mouth and murmured. He has traveled to many countries, and the people in almost all countries are numb. Even in those rich countries, most people still live a numb life. And here. Eiichiro walked all the way and was surprised to find that there were no beggars here. You must know that this is a bustling downtown, and as long as there are beggars, they will be begging nearby. And Eiichiro found no beggars at all when he came here, which means that there must be no beggars on Kame Island. Or is it that the beggar was driven away by the people from the Rockefeller Kingdom? With doubts in mind, Eiichiro walked nearby for a while. After walking around a lot, I found that not to mention beggars, there wasn't even a thief. Eiichiro also deliberately placed her wallet in a conspicuous place on her waist and walked through several remote alleys. If this were in any other country, his wallet would have disappeared long ago. Interesting. A smile with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I'm coming to the casino. All the way to a building with bright lights and greenery. Many people came in and out, some with excited faces and some with sad faces. What the hell, bad luck. I lost all 10 million belly, and I'm going to have a hard time for a few more days. A middle-aged man dressed as a wealthy businessman walked out of the casino yelling and swearing with the support of his servants. Haha, I actually won 2 million belly. I don't have to worry about food and drink in the past few months. The words of countless people around him were heard by Eiichiro. Walked in with a smile. Sir, capital verification is required to enter here. As soon as Eiichiro entered, he was stopped by a receptionist in a suit. Oh. Do you need capital verification when you go in to gamble? This was the first time Eiichiro had been stopped since he had been to so many casinos, which surprised him. Sir, the minimum bet here requires 100,000 belly. You can't enter if it's less than 100,000 belly, said the usher. Interesting. Eiichiro murmured. This is raising the bottom line of the casino and making it impossible for poor people to enter. Blocking out gamblers who want to make a fortune from gambling. Eiichiro has been involved in casinos for many years and has seen too many gamblers selling their children and daughters after losing money, resulting in many tragedies. Eiichiro took out the wallet from his waist and shook it. A tinkling sound rang out. Open the wallet, it is full of golden coins. Can I go in? Eiichiro asked with a smile. Of course. Sir, do you need someone to sit with you? When the receptionist saw the golden gold coins, his expression instantly became enthusiastic. No, I can do it myself. After that, he walked into the casino. Countless shouts rang in my ears. The receptionist behind him sighed, a little disappointed. Eiichiro listened to the shouts and curses at various gambling tables and went straight to a gambling table. Bet big or small? The croupier stood in front of the gaming table, shaking the dice and banging it heavily on the gaming table, looking at the red-eyed gambler in front of him and asked. Eiichiro subconsciously used the hockey of knowledge. I want to check what time it is inside. But surprisingly, he couldn't see it. Interesting. With a smile, the corner of his mouth raised, he took out 1 million belly and put it on the table. The dealer narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Look at the blind man betting in front of you. And those people around Eiichiro also started placing bets. There are those who bet on the bigger ones, and there are those who bet on the smaller ones. Hurry up. Hurry up. The gamblers around shouted anxiously. The dealer didn't hesitate when he saw this and immediately opened it, revealing the points inside. 3 dice, 17, big. What, it's actually big, damn it. A gambler saw the queen punching the table and roaring in anger. Many people started wailing together. Eiichiro stood there and smiled lightly. The croupier threw the push in front of Eiichiro. Continue. As the dealer started shaking, another bet began. Eiichiro took his time and started placing his bets before the dealer opened the door. After 7 or 8 moves. The croupier was sweating profusely and kept wiping the sweat away. He has already lost 60 to 70 million on this gambling table. And his authority over this gambling table is only 100 million buri. Do you want to open it again? Eiichiro asked with a smile. But his smile was like a devil's smile in the dealer's eyes. This is when you meet a master. The dealer thought in his mind. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Now he can no longer make the decision. If he continues to gamble, he will be the only one who loses. We have to invite experts. Seeing this, Eiichiro sat on the main seat. The gamblers around him all fell in love with him. Just now, the person in front of them only used 1 million to win more than a dozen games in a row, and they followed the blind man in front of them and continued to win. This made them look at the blind man in front of them like the god of wealth. The other party can't afford it, so what tricks are they going to use? Many new gamblers looked at the long-awaited dealer and felt a little uneasy. After all, there are quite a lot of cases where casinos refuse to admit their debts. Nonsense, this is the casino of Lord Rockefeller Cockroach, the card master. Wouldn't Lord Cockroach deny it for less than 100 million belly? Some gamblers from Kame Island retorted. Yes, the Rockefeller family still has a high reputation. The person next to him agreed. Seeing this, the slanderers shut their mouths. The dealer had already arrived at an office on the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. In the office, Cockroach was chatting with the person in charge of the casino about the operation of the casino when he suddenly heard a knock on the door and frowned. The office door opens. Boss, there is a master who has won 6 or 7 games in a row. I need you to go and have a look. The croupier said as he watched the boss bend down. How much did the other party win? Cockroach asked with a hint of interest. Chapter 743 Recruitment. Well, it's not much, just over 30 million, but there are many people following the trend, it's almost 100 million. The dealer said honestly. I won 7 or 8 games, but only got more than 30 million. It seems that the other party's purpose is not pure. Take me to see it. Cockroach stood up and said. Yes. Seeing that the boss had said this, the dealer quickly led the way. Came to the 1st floor. Cockroach's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people. After all, the other party is a member of the Rockefeller family, the son of the 3rd Emperor Rockefeller Charlotte. His arrival is hard not to attract the attention of others. Cockroach ignored the surprised looks of these people and went straight to the gambling table where Eiichiro was. After seeing a smile, Cockroach was stunned. I didn't expect that he was blind. Friend, nice to meet you. Eiichiro sat in front of the gambling table, raised his white eyes and looked at Cockroach with a smile. The domineering feeling of seeing and hearing swept over Cockroach. Cockroach was shocked. His face gradually became serious. The other party is unfathomable. At least Cockroach couldn't feel the opponent's depth. There was only one possibility. The opponent's strength was far greater than his own. Cockroach sat solemnly and smiled at each other. You haven't asked for your name, sir? Cockroach asked seriously. With a smile, a wanderer travels the world. Eiichiro said with a smile. Ronin? Isn't this the name from Wano country? Cockroach thought. Hello, Cockroach, the owner of this casino. Nice to meet you. Cockroach extended his hand and introduced. Just when he met Cockroach at the casino, a strange ship slowly docked in the port. Lieutenant General Garp, are we really okay with this? Looking at Garp, who was wearing the uniform of a vice admiral, he then looked at his own outfit, which was clearly dressed as a vice admiral. It seemed to be no different from sneaking into Kame Island quietly. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Chado can rest assured. If I say it's okay, it's okay. Look at Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit, he didn't say anything. Why are you panicking? Garp said carelessly. Tao-Tu on the side put his right hand on the handle of the knife at his waist, watching the strange eyes around him warily, ready to take action at any time. When the T-Dolphin saw it, it became even more panicked. This is the headquarters of the Rockefeller Pirates. He is a member of the Navy. If he enters here so arrogantly, will he really not be killed by these pirates? Maybe Lieutenant General Garp could escape because of his strength, but that's not necessarily true for them. Let's go and see Kame Island. Garp patted the T-Dolphin on the shoulder, and then jumped off his dog-headed battleship that was not even hidden. Stop and register. The recorder stopped Garp and his party without raising his head. I am the Sengoku Pirates, Monkey D, Sengoku. After saying that, he walked in, ignoring the strange looks from the people around him. Sengoku Pirates? Never heard of it. Monkey D Sengoku? Such a familiar name, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The recorder raised his head in confusion and looked at the backs of the group of people. Justice? The two big characters on the back instantly made the recorder's face turn pale. Monkey D. Garp, Marine Marshal Sengoku, no, the Navy is coming, we have to notify the captain. The recorder hurriedly ran to report. Hey! It's quite lively here. Garp looked around and said in surprise. Then quickly came to the food stall. Do you have my favorite senbei? Pack some for me quickly, I will bring them to Sengoku. Garp said to the vendor. Lieutenant General Garp, we seem to have been targeted. Peach Usagi walked up to Garp and whispered. While eating senbei, Garp looked around with his eyes. There were many powerful seven-breath people hiding around, watching him silently. Don't worry, that Charlotte guy's men, remember that we are here to participate in the World Expo, and the Rockefeller Kingdom didn't say not to let the Navy participate. Garp waved his hand and continued shopping with Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin. Peach Rabbit T-Dolphin felt helpless after hearing this, and followed Garp and looked around cautiously. Rockefeller Castle. Garp? The Navy is really brave. Aren't you afraid that you will never come back? Charlotte looked at the information in her hand and murmured. Your Majesty, Garp and the others dared to come in because they were completely confident. They were sure that our Rockefeller Kingdom would not take action and even wanted to protect them. Carter stood below to report. Yeah, since you want to get rid of your identity as a pirate, you can't do things with pirate ideas. It's really troublesome. Charlotte rubbed her eyebrows. He even doubted whether he was right to establish a kingdom in the New World. I've seen it for 2 months, and I always feel at a loss. Wanting to do things as a country in the New World, a place full of pirates, always feels a bit nondescript. Maybe Charlotte didn't change for a while. Your Majesty is wise. Tomorrow is the Rockefeller World Expo. Many powerful people have already entered Kame Island. They were intimidated by the reputation of the Rockefeller Kingdom and did not mess around. However, there are still some restless pirates who need to be warned. Carter said this with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Charlotte's eyes twitched. Isdeath, you are responsible for managing the security of Kame Island during this period. As long as the other party dares to cause trouble, there will be no mercy. Xiao Luo said coldly. Yes. Outside the door, Isdeath walked in. Isdeath originally wanted to take the initiative to ask for help, but unexpectedly her father gave the order directly. Charlotte nodded to Isdeath. Your Majesty, these are some strange and powerful people you have asked me to keep an eye on these past few days. Carter took out several strange strong men recorded in the port these days. Charlotte took the photos and turned them over one by one. Suddenly I was stunned in front of a photo. Fujitora smiles. Charlotte said softly. If it weren't for seeing this familiar photo, it opened up Charlotte's dusty memory. It is estimated that Charlotte has forgotten this person. The future Admiral, Fujitora smiled. A superhuman person with multiple fruit abilities can summon meteorites in space at will. Where is he? Charlotte took out the photo and asked Carter. Upon seeing this, Carter immediately asked his men. After a while, Carter came to Charlotte with a strange look on his face. Your Majesty, this gentleman is gambling with Kakarot in Prince Kakarot's casino. Carter report. Forehead. Charlotte was stunned. Charlotte knew about the casino in Kakarot. Established just 2 years ago, this guy not only built a gambling boat on his own ship, but also built casinos one after another on the prosperous islands under the influence of the Rockefeller Kingdom. The annual income ranks among the top among the entire Rockefeller family, and the earning power is second only to Silver Emperor Tetsolo. I'll go over and meet you later and see if I can recruit you, Charlotte said. Chapter 744 is Death's Warning. This. Carter was stunned. Who is this person? His Majesty actually asked him to recruit him personally? Your Majesty, isn't this a bit hasty? Carter asked quickly. This person is very strong, no weaker than Esteth and the others. If he can recruit the Rockefeller Kingdom, that would be the best. I can go there in person to show the sincerity of my Rockefeller Kingdom. Charlotte waved her hand to interrupt Carter. What? When did such a powerful person appear in the sea? Why haven't I heard of it before? Carter was shocked, not weaker than Esteth and the others. In other words, this person's strength has reached the level of a general, a person who stands at the top of the world in combat power, but is so unknown. Can such a person really be recruited? Carter was skeptical. And in the outside world? It's Ice Queen Esteth. On the street, Esteth led a group of swordsmen to the street, and the people around him dispersed. But there were also many people whose eyes instantly lit up after seeing Esteth. The Ice Queen is indeed the most beautiful woman in our new world, but it's a pity that it's a bit cold. Many people hiding in the dark side after seeing Esteth. Are you crazy? If she listens to what you said, we will be dead. The people around him quickly covered his mouth. You must know that Esteth is not only called the Ice Queen, but also has another nickname, Esteth, the God of Death. Over the years since the Great Voyage, 80% of the pirates who entered the Rockefeller Kingdom's sphere of influence died at the hands of Esteth. It also created the title of Esteth, the God of Killing. This is the kind of person who kills people without blinking an eye. The number of pirates who died in her hands was not even 100,000 but 80,000. As the captain of the first division of the Rockefeller Pirates, he has a death legion of 2,000 people. He is a great swordsman in his own right, and all of his subordinates are also good swordsmen. Even a swordsman has 2 subordinates. It can be said that his evil reputation is known all over the world. Esteth stepped on high heels and walked on the bluestone road. A crisp sound was made. People around her didn't dare to express their anger when they saw her. Spread out and patrol the streets. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed without mercy. Words full of murderous intent stand out. The air around him seemed to be frozen. Everyone began to tremble. The pirate who was still a little wary suddenly became like a quail, not daring to move at all. Esteth swept past everyone and walked straight forward. Wait until Esteth leaves. People on the street breathed a sigh of relief. It's not just outsiders who are afraid of Esteth. Even the locals are scared to death. They never imagined that a girl who was so lively and cute when she was young would turn into a cold-blooded killing machine when she grew up. Sure enough, no one in the Rockefeller family is normal. Swish. One sword and one flash. Blood splatters. Those who cause trouble die. Esteth held a long sword, the tip of the sword dripping to the ground. At his feet, a middle-aged man with a frightened face fell in a pool of blood, dying with his eyes open. And standing in front of Esteth was Garp and his group. Esteth stared at the 3 people with his eyes. Was she just killing the chicken to show the monkey? Everyone around looked at both sides nervously. I was afraid that they would start fighting if they disagreed. Garp was still eating the donuts with a donut in his hand, as if he didn't hear what Esteth had just said. The 2 people beside him, Peach Rabbit and Tea Dolphin, became nervous. Tautu put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, ready to draw the sword. Seeing that Garp had no reaction, Esteth swung the sword, shook off the blood on the sword, and sheathed the sword. Lifting his steps, he slowly walked towards Garp. Stop. Don't cause trouble. Cold words rang in Garp's ears. Only then did Garp stop his movements. Everyone held their breath. I want to see how Garp, the naval hero, reacts. I saw Garp slowly raising his hand. Want a donut? Garp asked seriously. As soon as these words came out, the people who were still looking forward to it suddenly staggered. They thought about the outcome countless times, but they never expected it to be like this. Esteth was also stunned. She almost failed to maintain her aloof image. Seeing that Esteth didn't respond, Garp took back the donut with a look of pity on his face. What a pity, no one likes such delicious donuts. Garp swallowed the donut in his hand. Don't worry, little girl, I'm not here to fight. Have fun, do you understand? Garp said easily. It better be so. Isdeth nodded. Then he glanced at the female marine who was holding the hilt of the sword tightly. The supreme sharp sword, Jean Koluo? Unfortunately, the strength is a bit lacking. I can kill you the moment you draw the sword, so don't be so nervous. Isdeth's arrogant words rang in Peach Rabbit's ears. Peach Rabbit was stunned. He turned around and gritted his teeth, looking at Isdeth's back. Asshole, don't listen to her, Tautu, she's bragging. The T-Dolphin next to him quickly refused to accept it. But Isdeth ignored him at all. Garp's originally relaxed face turned serious. He turned around and looked at Isdeth leaving. This woman's strength is not weaker than Ching Pheasant and the others. Garp's words shocked the T-Dolphin. Is the Rockefeller Kingdom so powerful? T-Dolphin said in horror. Much stronger than we imagined. Garp said solemnly. It seems that the Navy is going to readjust its understanding of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Garp said solemnly. And in front of a building not far away. Second floor. That woman with the cold air all over her body is your eldest sister, right? Ishiao opened her white eyes slightly and looked at Isdeth in the distance and asked. Isdeth in the distance seemed to sense something and looked towards Ishiao. He saw Kakarot and a blind man sitting next to Kakarot. Seeing that it was Kakarot's friend, Isdeth shifted his gaze and continued to patrol the streets. Such a murderous intent. How many people have been killed? He looked at Isdeth with a smile and said solemnly. Uncle, my eldest sister kills all those who deserve to be killed. Since the advent of the Age of Discovery, countless pirates have swarmed into the New World, burning, killing and looting everywhere, committing all kinds of evil. Within the sphere of influence of our Rockefeller Kingdom, the people can live so well. But eldest sister is indispensable. If it weren't for eldest sister's killing, the New World would probably have become a hell on Earth. In the end, it's all the fault of Roger, the Pirate King, for talking about the big secret treasure, which led to so many pirates. Kakarot sat in front of Ishiao, poured him a cup of tea, and said. Killing to protect living beings? Ishiao murmured, then looked at Kakarot. You seem to be repelling the Pirate King Roger. Shouldn't you pirates admire each other? Obtain the great secret treasure and become the new Pirate King? Ishiao asked. Chapter 745, The Escape of One Laughter. TCH, what is the Pirate King? I don't admit it. In my opinion, he is a scourge. He will not be peaceful even after he dies. He shouts one piece before he dies, turning countless people into pirates. He killed countless people. It is true that there are some who take risks in the name of pirates, but 99% of them are pirates who kill countless people. Therefore, I will not worship that guy. Kakarot shook his head and said. We in the Rockefeller Kingdom don't care about big secret treasures. Dad said it himself at the beginning that he didn't want to be the Pirate King, and he wouldn't let us look for it. He said we had to wait for the right person, so in my opinion, the big secret treasures are just like that. I guess they are still there. There are not as many treasures as our Rockefeller Kingdom. Kakarot said disdainfully. Ishiao fell silent after hearing this. During his years at sea, he has been wandering around the world and has seen too many people's greed for the Pirate King's treasure. And greed is accompanied by killing. Along the way, Ishiao has seen countless killings. Your point of view is really novel. You don't feel like a pirate to me, but like a righteous navy. Ishiao said with a smile. Justice? What is that? A big fist is justice. My dad is a pirate. I was born a pirate. This is what this world defines me. My dad established the kingdom, and most of the factors are for him. My children have been freed from their pirate identities, and although they have established a kingdom, it seems that the new world is more accustomed to calling us pirates, and I am very helpless. Kakarot shrugged. Ishiao fell silent. So what do you think of the navy? Ishiao suddenly asked. This surprised Kakarot. I carefully looked at the person in front of me, then recalled the people in the navy, and found that there was indeed no such person. Although the navy has been dealing with our Rockefeller Kingdom, this is just a different stance. To be honest, without the navy, the world would be worse. The existence of the navy is more like putting on the brakes, making this car rush to hell. The car slowed down for a while. Kakarot said. Ishiao fell silent again. Yes, the world is indeed heading to hell. Ishiao sighed. The old gentleman has talked to me so much, and he seems to be a benevolent person. How about joining the Rockefeller Kingdom and letting us focus on the new world to save this world? Kakarot extended the invitation. He raised his head with a smile. You want to rule the world? Ishiao asked. It's not so much about domination as it is about saving. A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Charlotte came behind Ishiao at some point. Let Ishiao make all the hairs stand on end. He slowly raised his head and looked at Charlotte with his white eyes. Under the perception of the domineering power, a gray figure appeared in his mind, which made it unreal to see. Are you the king of the Rockefeller Kingdom? Ishiao guessed. I prefer you to call me Mr. Rockefeller, or Mr. Charlotte. Charlotte smiled slightly. The smile is very warm. I don't know if I can feel a smile. Dad. Kakarot stood up. Charlotte nodded towards Kakarot. It's the first time we've met and you haven't asked me your name yet? Charlotte asked, stretching out her hand. Smile, just ask me to smile. Ishiao stood up and stretched out his hand. Mr. Ishiao. Charlotte shook his hand. Then the two sat down. For a strong man like Mr. Ishiao, who has not had any reputation before, this world is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Charlotte complimented. Don't dare to take it, don't take it, this strength is just for self-protection. Ishiao shook his head. Self-preservation, what a luxury. How many people in this world can protect themselves? Don't they all rely on the strong to survive? Charlotte looked towards the outside world, the busy streets. How do you think the people on Kame Island are living? Charlotte asked. He looked over with a smile. Very good, surpassing 99% of the countries in the world. Said with a smile. This has been my hard work for nearly 30 years. 30 years ago, this was just a small town with a population of more than 1,000 people. 30 years later, thanks to the blessing of the Rockefeller family, countless refugees from the New World poured into Camera. The island has created nearly 1 million people, and under my governance, the people are healthy and prosperous. As long as they are willing to work, everyone can afford to eat and will not go hungry. Charlotte looked at it and smiled proudly. This is amazing. As a pirate, you can still protect someone. This is really amazing. Ishiao said seriously. But. Ishiao paused. I hope the wealth here did not come from plunder. Looking at Charlotte with a smile, he said solemnly. Where to begin? Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly and asked. Your Majesty's King of Weapons ranks first among the 7 emperors of the Dark World. The weapons he sells flow into the world. Behind almost every war there is the shadow of your Rockefeller family. Ishiao looked at Charlotte and said seriously. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Kakarot looked nervous at Ishiao's serious face. Haha, then do you know why the weapons of the Rockefeller family are spread all over the world? Is it because of the inaction of the Navy, or because the world government cannot see it? Charlotte looked at Ishiao and said with a smile. A smiling face instantly turned gloomy. Behind this, there are many things you don't know. Even without me, Rockefeller, there will be other arms dealers. The world is sick, terminally ill, and full of pain. Right and wrong are important, but they are not important either. Charlotte looked at Ishiao and said solemnly. Ishiao fell silent. Do you know how I became blind? Asked with a smile. Please say. Charlotte asked. Because there is so much filth in the world, I was afraid of getting my eyes dirty, so I poked them blind. As soon as these words came out. Kakarot next to him was shocked. Kakarot was still wondering in his heart before, this person is so strong, who can blind him? It turns out I did it myself. Charlotte shrugged. I feel like you're running away. Charlotte stared at Ishiao with bright eyes and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Ishiao's heart suddenly convulsed. Are you escaping? Not wanting to see filth and hurting himself, he indulges in gambling every day and avoids everything in the world. You have such great strength, but you do not make any contribution to the world. You have great ideals, but you are depressed. What is this if not escape? Charlotte asked every word with a smile, and said with undisguised condemnation in her tone. After hearing this, Ishiao felt cold sweat on his forehead. His heart was deeply touched by Charlotte's words, as if Charlotte's question was a sharp sword that penetrated his chest directly, making him unable to escape. Chapter 746, The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The corners of Charlotte's mouth raised, revealing an imperceptible smile. I once heard a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. It's really not worth it for you to waste your time while you have such a powerful ability. Charlotte shook her head gently and sighed, as if she felt extremely sorry for Ishiao's wasted talent. With great power comes great responsibility. Ishio murmured and repeated Charlotte's words. This sentence set off a storm in his heart. He began to examine his past and present, and he realized that he had been running away from his responsibilities and mission. He has great strength, but he has not made his due contribution to the world. His heart is full of guilt and self-blame. What should I do? Ishio looked at Charlotte and asked. His eyes were full of confusion and helplessness. Join the Rockefeller Kingdom and realize your dreams, Charlotte said solemnly. Charlotte's words were like a ray of dawn, illuminating Ishio's heart. He realized that joining the Rockefeller Kingdom might be his only chance to realize his dream. Join the Rockefeller Kingdom? Realize your dream? A smile stirred something up. Seeing this, Xiaolua was about to take advantage of the victory and was about to speak. Bang! The door was pushed open violently, interrupting Charlotte's train of thought. Ha 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 ha, realize your dream? Why not join the Navy and realize the justice in your heart? Garp pushed open the door suddenly, walked into the room with Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin, looked at them and said loudly with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the original smile suddenly came back to reality and looked at the person. Garp. An angry voice sounded. Charlotte looked at Garp with an angry expression. Ha 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 ha, long time no see, Charlotte. I heard that you have become the king. Come on, let me see what the king is like. Garp came to Charlotte and looked around Charlotte like a monkey. Garp, do you want to die? Charlotte asked with murderous intent. Seeing that Charlotte was really going crazy, Garp quickly retracted his previous attitude. He just said that deliberately to divert attention. If Charlotte is really angered, he will probably die. This is Kame Island, the base camp of the Rockefeller Pirates. What's more, there are Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin with him. If Charlotte takes action on these two people, Garp really can't stop him. Haha, don't be angry, are you kidding? Come here and let me treat you to some senbei. This is my favorite snack. Garp took out the senbei from nowhere, handed it to Charlotte and waved it. Charlotte threw away Garp's arm. What are you doing here? Aren't the Warring States period afraid that you will never come back? Charlotte looked into Garp's eyes and asked coldly. Ha ha ha, I am not in the Navy, I am now Monkey D. Sengoku, the captain of the Sengoku Pirates. Garp puffed out his chest and said proudly. As soon as these words came out, Charlotte smiled, Cockroach, Peach Rabbit, and T-Dolphin all twitched their eyes. I have seen shamelessness, but I have never seen such shamelessness. Seeing that Charlotte ignored him, Garp asked for trouble and came to Ishio. Boy, if you want to realize the justice in your heart, then come to the Navy. I will recommend you personally. Coupled with your strength, I guarantee you a lieutenant general. If you are a general, you can only be promoted to the next one. Garp invited. Don't think it's impossible. Garp is at the peak of his power now. Although he is only a lieutenant general, it is because he does not want to be promoted. With great reputation, he is the naval hero who captured the pirate king Roger. His brother is the Navy Marshal Sengoku, and his disciple is the Navy Admiral Akiji. He has unparalleled prestige at the grassroots level of the Navy. All navies idolized him. No one in the Navy could beat him. A lieutenant general is still relaxed. I don't know what the Navy is like. It's just a lackey of the world government. It does things like massacre of people, is promoted to Navy Admiral, and also protects the celestial dragons. Whenever the celestial dragons are summoned, they have to be on standby, regardless of right or wrong, you must obey the orders of the Tianlong people. Charlotte mocked. Garp's face darkened after hearing this. No matter how wrong the Navy is, our heart to protect justice will never change. I don't want you, a pirate who only destroys and plunders. Garp also said not to be outdone. No, a pirate is a pirate, and I am me. Have you ever seen me massacre people? I am not like your Navy, which launches demon-slaying orders on various islands, and even sends them to the sky every few years. Jin's country is going to launch a demon-slaying order to kill all the people on the island and enslave its people, am I right? Charlotte asked, staring into Garp's eyes. Over the years, Charlotte has not been a free man. Many of the dirty things the world government has done have been recorded by Charlotte. Garp's face became gloomy, and his fists clenched, but he did not have an attack. Because everything Charlotte said is true. And he could only stand and watch. Looking at the expressions of the two men, Ishio knew that it was Mr. Rockefeller who had the upper hand. He looked at the gloomy Garp again and sighed. Do you think this is what our Navy wants to do? Garp raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. The Navy is spread all over the world, and it requires countless funds every year to suppress the pirates on the sea. Without the support of the world government, how can the Navy suppress the sea? Pirates will become rampant. Who can stop it? If the world goes up in flames, how many people will die? Garp roared word for word. So, your Navy intends to sacrifice one country to maintain the rule of the world government and protect the people of the world by killing one person to save 10? Charlotte asked rhetorically. This is the classic train rescue, whether it is the left or the right side. Charlotte directly stood at the highest point of morality and raised questions. Garp's words stopped abruptly. Because he knew that no matter what he said, it was wrong. So he chose not to answer Charlotte's question but looked at it and smiled. Sir, what our Navy needs most is a righteous person like you to change the Navy and maintain justice in this world. I can't promise you anything, but our heart to safeguard the people and uphold justice will never change. If you make up your mind someday, welcome to the Navy headquarters and I will entertain you personally. Garp looked at him and invited with a smile, and then left with Peach Rabbit and Tea Dolphin. Staying any longer would be a disgrace to oneself. There's no way, some things really can't be cleaned up. Eiichiro stood there silently. He didn't know how to make a choice. I'm still very confused. Charlotte noticed it too, smiled confusedly, and patted her face. You must have an answer in your mind about what to do. The door of our Rockefeller Kingdom will always be open to you. Charlotte left after saying that. Chapter 747 World Expo 1. He still has things to do and can't stay here forever. And you should also give Eiichiro some time to think about it, and don't push it too hard. Otherwise it will only be counterproductive. Only Eiichiro and Kakarot were left at the scene. Well, you think about it slowly here, I'll go out and take a look. The room was so quiet that Kakarot felt a little uncomfortable. Mainly, Kakarot was also shocked. What is the origin of the man in front of him and how strong he is, so he was actually invited by his father and the naval hero Garp at the same time. At first, Kakarot only knew that the opponent should not be underestimated, but he felt that he was only as strong as his brother Robert, and did not think higher. After all, where did so many masters come from? As a result, the invitation and attention from Dad and Garp made Kakarot know that this person was definitely someone like his eldest sister. It would be best for this little Karami to leave as soon as possible. Eiichiro nodded. Before leaving, Kakarot also asked the waiter to serve a pot of good tea, which was Kakarot's treasured tea. The time has come on May 5th. The World Expo held by Rockefeller Kingdom is today. Dad, we're here. The Whitebeard pirates shouted after seeing Kami Island clearly visible in the distance. This seems to be the first time that the Whitebeard pirates have come to Kami Island. I couldn't help but be a little curious. After hearing this, Whitebeard slowly walked out of the cabin with Song Yunxia. He raised his eyes and looked at everything on Kami Island. Countless ships were docked on the shore, and the flags of almost all the famous pirate groups in the New World were flying on the shore. It's Whitebeard. A scream attracted everyone's attention. Quick, go inform the king that the Whitebeard pirates have arrived. The person in charge of the port quickly ordered his men to inform him. Kula la 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 la, kids, get to the shore. Whitebeard smiled heartily and waved his arm. Under the guidance of the port staff, the Moby Dick arrived at an empty docking port. This is specially cleared by the Rockefeller Kingdom for distinguished guests. And the Whitebeard pirates are undoubtedly the distinguished guests. After a while, the ship docked. Charlotte also came over with a group of people. Ha 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 ha, Nougat, long time no see, you are getting old. Charlotte laughed loudly after seeing Whitebeard. No one can age, but not everyone is like you. You are over 40 and still look the same as you did when you were 20. Do you have any secret recipe that can make your appearance ageless? If so, can't you? Stingy. Whitebeard stood on the bow of the boat and looked at Charlotte walking below and said with a smile. Although the two sides are a little stiff due to their respective powers, the relationship between the two is still quite good. It didn't get to the point of falling out. It's just that the crew members of both pirate groups had some private friction. After all, they were all members of the original Rocks Pirates, and with the passage of time, there were fewer and fewer old friends. Whitebeard also cherishes Charlotte as a friend. The secret recipe of fart is just to keep in good health. Don't worry about the complicated things. Just go fishing and drink tea and live a more leisurely life. Charlotte laughed and cursed. But I also became wary. It is inevitable that people will doubt whether he wants to hide it and maintain the appearance of being in his 20s. You can't still look like you're 20 when you're in your 50s. Whitebeard smiled after hearing this. I just feel a little bitter in my heart. Worry less? It was easier said than done. His hair was falling out so quickly, and his golden hair no longer existed. Why is this so? Because he worries about the Whitebeard pirates and his careless sons every day. La 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 la, Charlotte, you have a lot of good things at the expo this time. Don't be stingy then. We are all old friends. Whitebeard changed the subject. Ha ha ha, the one with the highest price gets it. I can't give you a back door, otherwise what will other people think? There are only so many good things, and others want them too. Charlotte refused directly. You kid, you really are obsessed with money. Whitebeard said with disdain. This guy was a penniless bastard when he was in the Rocks Pirates, and he valued money more than his own life. We have a big family to support, how can we do it if we don't plan carefully? Charlotte said indifferently. Let's go, this World Expo will last for 3 days. Everyone has a good time on Kame Island, but I have to remind you not to cause trouble, otherwise my eldest daughter will not let it go. Charlotte looked slightly towards Marco. The indifferent eyes seemed to be warning these people. Isteth stood behind Charlotte and released murderous intent very cooperatively. Marco and his group looked ugly the next moment. The minions behind Marco turned pale with fear. Looking at Isteth was like seeing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Snapped. A big hand patted Isteth on the shoulder. La 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 la, little girl, don't worry, my sons won't cause trouble. The big hand was used slightly. Isteth swayed for a moment, retracted his murderous intent, turned his head and looked at Whitebeard expressionlessly, with high fighting spirit in his eyes. This actually made Whitebeard appreciate this girl. La 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 la, do you want to be my daughter and inherit my Whitebeard family business in the future? Whitebeard asked. Not interested in. A cold voice sounded. Isteth shook the big hand on his shoulder and slowly walked behind Charlotte. Okay, Newgate, you are really evil and always want to poach me. Charlotte looked at Whitebeard angrily and said. La 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 la. Whitebeard burst out laughing after hearing this. What kind of joke is so good, how about letting me hear it too? An arrogant voice came from the sky. The nasty guy is here. Whitebeard frowned and instantly knew who it was. Jia ha 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 ha, how could I be absent from the event held by my brother Charlotte? A loud voice echoed in the sky. Everyone looked towards the direction from which the sound came. A black shadow was flying quickly from the horizon. That's the Sky Pirates who have disappeared for 8 years. Pirate Admiral Golden Lion Shiki. Everyone recognized the ship flying in the sky. Wasn't he defeated by Charlotte Lingling and exited the sea? Many people became confused. Idiot, where did you hear that he withdrew from the sea? Maybe he is hiding somewhere to accumulate strength. Someone retorted. A huge shadow fell over the harbor. The ship fell into the sea and docked in the port. That tall body, with dancing blonde hair, holding 2 swords in both hands, floating in the air. Like a ferocious lion. Jia ha 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 ha, Charlotte, you are not very interesting. You hold the Pirate World Expo and don't inform me about such a big thing. I want me to come and inquire in person. You are my best brother. Chapter 748 World Expo, 2. Shiki's sonorous voice sounded. Charlotte chuckled after hearing this. Old guy, you've been missing for 8 years, and you want me to tell you that if you don't show up today, I'll think you died in some nook and cranny. Charlotte said disdainfully. La 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 la. The white beard on the side laughed loudly after hearing this, without giving Shurji any face. Asshole, I was recovering from my injuries, and I'm preparing a big one. When I appear in the sea next time, the world will surrender at my feet. Will Charlotte become my right-hand man? Whatever I have in the future, you will too. Have. Shurji said domineeringly. Reach out and invite again. Come on, why don't you take out the rudder from your head and talk to me about this? Charlotte was speechless. This Shurji was thinking about him. After so many years, he still refused to give up. Whitebeard frowned, thinking about what Shurji was preparing. Based on his understanding of Shurji, Shurji would never be wrong. There must be some conspiracy being prepared. This made Whitebeard worried. I just hope it doesn't affect my sons. Well, it's so lively. So many people have gathered here. Oh, isn't this Shurji who escaped? Why didn't he continue to hide and enjoy his old age? Why did he escape? A sharp voice sounded. Everyone frowned, and many people at the port looked painful. Because this sound contains an impact on the soul. Asshole, Charlotte Lingling, you don't think you can really defeat me, do you? The last time it was because I was injured. When I heal the injury, I will cut you into pieces and throw you into pigsty. Let those boars in heat take good care of you. Golden Lion Shueisha flew into the sky, drew out his two swords, and his blonde hair flew like a furious lion. TCH, will I be afraid of a loser like you? Charlotte Lingling said disdainfully. Whoa, 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 whoa. Shueisha was instantly furious and wanted to take action. Shueisha, give me a favor and don't do anything on my territory for these 3 days. Charlotte Lingling, the same goes for you. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Charlotte quickly stopped him. After hearing what Charlotte said, Shueisha glanced at the serious Charlotte and then looked at Barrett and the others behind Charlotte who might take action at any time. Kula la la la, the One Piece Expo is a grand ceremony for us pirates. We can't let you ruin it. If anyone dares to do it, I, Whitebeard, will not let him go. Whitebeard also stood up and stopped him. Charlotte Lingling and Shueisha, who were at war with each other, both calmed down. If you have the guts, don't run away after the World Expo. Shueisha said harshly. Well, whoever gets away will have a grandson. Charlotte Lingling took back the sword and said disdainfully. A crisis at the port was averted. Let's go, today we, the Rock's remnants, have finally gathered together. I'll treat you to a drink. After Charlotte saw that both parties were calm, as the host, he would definitely entertain them. Jie ha 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 ha, Rocks, such a familiar name, I don't know what Azumi Yuchi looks like. Shueisha came to Charlotte and said with a smile. Humph, that guy is a lunatic. Charlotte Lingling said. Whitebeard was a little silent. The group of people walked towards the Rockefeller Kingdom. There were many cadres behind him, almost all the cadres under his command were brought here. Not one is missing. On the roadside, Garp frowned as he looked at the 3 emperors of the New World and the sudden appearance of the flying pirates. Hey! Charlotte, when did you get involved with the Navy? Why is Garp here? Garp in the crowd was spotted by the sharp-eyed Shueisha. In fact, Garp had no hidden thoughts and stood in the middle of the road wearing a Navy justice cloak. Oh, the Navy is worried and sent Garp to monitor our every move. Charlotte said with a smile. It's just Garp, why don't you kill him? Shiki asked. As for the Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin beside Garp, he didn't even look at them. Okay, as long as you are willing to join forces with me. I have no problem. Charlotte raised her eyebrows and agreed. When Shueisha heard this, he became instantly embarrassed. What a joke, what good will it do to him to join forces with Charlotte to kill Garp? Besides, it would be great if strong men like them could be killed so easily. If Garp desperately tries to help him, Shueisha feels that it is very possible. It will be him. He touched the rudder on his head and felt a little discouraged. He smiled awkwardly and never mentioned the matter again. Charlotte also shook his head. Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling looked at Garp warily, thinking silently in their hearts. Garp saw that they had discovered him. He quickly smiled and waved his hand, pretending to be nonchalant. When Whitebeard saw it, he shook his head and stopped caring. After all, this is Charlotte's territory. Charlotte didn't say anything. What did he worry about? The group of people walked towards Rockefeller Castle. Now the World Expo has just begun, the good show is yet to come, it is not the time for them to really show up. This World Expo. Rockefeller Kingdom just provides a venue, as the organizer, plus some products to attract attention. The World Expo belongs to the entire New World. Merchants from all over the world took out their products and sold them. Everyone who comes to the New World can buy the products they want. In this World Expo, the largest number is undoubtedly the pirates, but with the existence of the Rockefeller Kingdom, the pirates can put aside their hatred between each other and concentrate on enjoying these few 3 days of peace. Rockefeller Kingdom will also hold competitions and the like to increase the atmosphere of the event. For example, the Kendo Conference, the Sniper Conference, the Weightlifting Conference and the Hegemony Competition, as well as some small prizes, added a bit of a festive atmosphere. After the arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates and Sky Pirates, all the big shots in the New World have arrived. And the 3 major supernovas who had just entered also came to Kame Island at the same time. Is this Kame Island? It's so prosperous. The red-haired pirates landed on Kame Island, looked at the lively festival scene around them, and praised. Indeed, only the Rockefeller pirates can create such a scene. Shanks nodded. The Roger pirates had held one in the past, but the Roger pirates were very poor at that time. They randomly found a desert island, and then announced that they would hold a pirate expo for interested pirates to participate. However, it was only a one-day event. A grand banquet. There is no such variety as Kame Island. Let's go, I can't wait. Shanks called his men and ran towards the city. Inform the people above that the red-haired pirates are coming, said the record keepers around. Chapter 749 The Prodigy Competition, Part. It didn't take long. Another pirate ship approaches. The staff at the port saw this. The beast pirates are actually here too, how brave they are. Many people who knew about the feud between the Rockefeller pirates and the beast pirates were shocked when they saw this. Go and inform. The soldiers of the Rockefeller kingdom shouted. Yamato stood on the bow of the boat and looked at the approaching islands. Is this the headquarters of the Rockefeller pirates? It's really lively. Looking at the crowded port and the thousands of ships docked, countless large and small. Miss, I guess all the pirates in the New World are here. After all, this is organized by the Rockefeller pirates. All pirates in the New World have to show their respect. Look over there, it's the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. The flags of the group and the Flying Pirates group, it seems that those big shots are also here. Jin said next to him. Yamato looked over, his eyes a little complicated. She was about to meet her father-killing enemy, but for some reason, she couldn't feel any hatred in her heart. This was why. Should he avenge his father? Let's go in and see the pirates in the New World. Yamato greeted his men, jumped off the ship, and walked towards the center of Kame Island. Countless people were surprised after seeing it. Maybe the Beast's pirates are rarely heard of in the world, but in the New World, everyone's memory of the Beast's pirates is still relatively fresh. After all, it caused quite a stir in the countries that joined the world government. Finally killed by Rockefeller Charlotte. A group of people walked into Kame Island. Everyone watched silently. The port returned to calm. But the calm was short-lived. Another giant ship slowly approached. The flying pirate flag was clearly visible to everyone. It's the King's 7 martial arts, Tianliang Daohua Baki. During this period, apart from the Pirate Expo held in the Rockefeller Kingdom, which was the most popular, the second most popular one was the Bucky Pirates. As soon as they entered the New World, they directly swept through more than 10 islands. They were so powerful that they almost reached the border with the Rockefeller Kingdom. Many good people are eagerly waiting to see the collision between the strongest King Shichibukai and the strongest 3 emperors Rockefeller Kingdom. Unfortunately, after approaching the Rockefeller Kingdom, the expansion of the Bucky Pirates stopped. Many people were a little disappointed, and they all clamored that the Bucky Pirates were afraid of the Rockefeller Kingdom. It caused a lot of jokes. The ship docked. Bucky jumped down first. Well, it is indeed the most prosperous island in the New World. It is indeed unique. This is Bucky's first time landing on Kame Island. He has only heard of its reputation before but has never been to it. This is Charlotte's territory. Ordinary pirate groups wouldn't even dare to come close, let alone come. It was only this time that the Rockefeller Kingdom held the Pirate Expo that many pirates learned about this prosperous island. Why doesn't anyone come to greet Bucky-sama? Are you looking down on our Bucky pirates? I saw that the port was empty, without any big shot. The members of the Bucky Pirates began to find fault. I don't know if there is any intention to encourage the Bucky Pirates. Mihawk, Crocodile, and others all jumped off the ship. Mihawk scanned the entire scene with his eyes and ducked in front of a squad leader. You, don't mess around. This is the Rockefeller Kingdom. If you dare to take action, the Rockefeller Kingdom will not let you go. Being stared at by so many ferocious pirates, the captain was a little scared and began to raise the flag of the Rockefeller Kingdom. I want to challenge Rockefeller Charlotte. Do you know where he is? Mihawk couldn't wait any longer. His voice was trembling with excitement. His Majesty the King is entertaining Whitebeard and the others, so he has no time to accept your challenge. The squad leader bravely said. Then how to challenge your king? Mihawk asked. If you want to challenge our king, you must first defeat Lord Death or Lord Caesar before you are qualified to challenge His Majesty the King. The team leader felt uncomfortable being stared at by Mihawk's hawk-like eyes, and said in a clear tone. This is not a secret. Since the beginning of the Age of Discovery, more and more pirates want to take advantage of Rockefeller Charlotte's name. This made Charlotte tired of dealing with it, so she left Esteth and Caesar responsible for dealing with these pirates who knew nothing about the world. Gradually, this rule came into being. Over the years, countless challengers have stopped at Esteth or Caesar. It made Charlotte extremely relaxed. "Take me to the two people you mentioned," Mihawk said. "No, Esteth and Lord Caesar are presiding over the venue now, and there is no time to accept the challenge. But if you want to challenge, you can do it in 3 days, when a competition will be held, and then all the masters from the New World will take part. You can also challenge Lord Esteth and Lord Caesar there." Seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, the team leader explained. Mihawk frowned, not expecting it to be so troublesome. "The competition will be held in 3 days. What is it?" Bucky became confused. The newspaper didn't mention this matter. It was indeed not mentioned in the newspaper, that's because Charlotte didn't spread it. The only ones who really know about it are the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. The competition was hosted by our Rockefeller Kingdom and provided a venue. Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Charlotte Lingling witnessed it. It was a competition set up for the younger generation. It was competed by the younger generation of the New World. The top 10 will all receive generous rewards. When the team leader said this, envy flashed in his eyes. If he wasn't strong enough, he would also like to participate. With his strength, he might not even be able to withstand the aftermath. Reward? What reward? Bucky immediately looked at him with shining eyes. Rewards are also provided by our Rockefeller Kingdom, devil fruits, famous swords, and it is said that the top 10 will receive a huge sum of money. The squad leader said. Devil fruit? Famous sword. Bucky was instantly surprised. No one would take something as precious as a devil fruit out, it would be digested internally. Not everyone abuses devil fruit like the celestial dragons. The same goes for famous swords. Crocodile was surprised. He easily took out the devil fruit and the famous sword as a reward for the competition. The Rockefeller Pirates were indeed the richest pirates in the New World. It is estimated that the total cost of this pirate expo is no less than 10 billion. If Charlotte knew this, she would definitely sneer at it. 10 billion? Let's start joking, the rewards for this event alone are worth tens of billions. In this competition, there are rewards for the top 10, including devil fruits, famous swords, everything, as well as monetary rewards. Chapter 750 The Prodigy Competition, Part. Charlotte also spent a lot of money. The total of 0 and 0 amounts to almost 10 billion. To hold this event, from the publicity a month ago to the layout and maintenance of the venue now, it costs another tens of billions. It can be said that in order to build the reputation of the Rockefeller Kingdom and to organize this event successfully, the Rockefeller Kingdom spent no less than 20 billion. The Rockefeller Kingdom is very wealthy. If you let the other two pirate groups hold it, you probably wouldn't even have the courage to do it. I have decided that our Bucky pirates will also participate. Everyone must participate. We must show the majesty of our Bucky pirates. Bucky looked at the many cadres and said with a positive expression. The upright look on his face made Mihawk couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is definitely a reward from the competition. Mihawk doesn't care about devil fruits or anything like that. What he cares about is being able to challenge Charlotte. Since you have to defeat Charlotte's children before challenging him, then you should defeat Esteth or Caesar first. Earn some bounty by the way. Although Mihawk doesn't know much about the management of the Buggy Pirates. But the ups and downs every year are only about 10 billion, but the 60,000 to 70,000 pirates in the Bucky Pirates spend all these expenses. This is why, after Bucky saw Shanks, he was worried about the robbery of the billions of berries. As you command, Lord Bucky. The leader of the Buggy Pirates said excitedly. Devil fruit, famous sword. What if they get it? By then it will be just around the corner to soar into the sky. Rockefeller Castle. La 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 la, Charlotte, your palace is so lavishly built. Whitebeard looked at the magnificent palace around him and exclaimed. They are all decorated with carved beams and painted pillars, with dragons and phoenixes appearing auspicious, and various hand-carved murals are very impressive. As a man who has been on the Moby Dick all year round and is accustomed to living a simple life, Whitebeard suddenly saw such a gorgeous castle, just like Grandma Lou entering the Grand View Garden. He was a little stunned. Ha ha ha, that's it. In order to build this palace, I spent billions to build it. This does not include the antiques I collected from all over the world. Charlotte said modestly. People say that John is the richest guy. Even if he dies, he will be buried with countless treasures. Let me tell you, let alone John's treasures. Even the legendary Golden City doesn't have as much money as you. Whitebeard looked at Charlotte with envy. One can imagine Whitebeard's expression when he received the invitation and saw the reward on it. It's serious, it's serious. He is not the only one who owns John's treasure. He has looted all the treasures that Rox has accumulated over decades. I am still jealous of his treasures. Charlotte still hated John for taking away all Locke's property. It's just a step too late. At first, he only focused on rescuing slaves from the celestial dragons. Later, because Kame Island was too far away from Beehive Island and in the second half of the New World, it was close to the Whitebeard pirates, so I didn't have time to look for it. And they were not weak at that time. Even if Wang Ji and John joined forces, they might not be able to get the silver axe themselves. I gave up on it for the time being and waited to get it after they killed each other. As a result, they actually took advantage of themselves to travel around the world and killed each other first, causing them to miss out. After that, Charlotte forgot about the treasure in front of her. I remembered it later when I was dealing with Moonlight Moria, but it was too late. Moria took him back to the first half of the Grand Route, the Devil's Triangle. Who would have thought that John's treasure map was hidden on John's wrist? Moonlight Moria guarded John's body for more than 10 years without discovering it. Finally, he was discovered by Luffy, the son of Destiny, and finally gave it to Bucky, the son of Luck. It seems necessary to get John's treasure dolphin back after this event. In this way, basically all the treasures in the pirate world were obtained by Charlotte. Although Charlotte is not short of money, who would dislike having too much money? Jie ha 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 ha, that old guy John has a lot of treasures in his hands. I was hit hard by a storm and lost 90% of my subordinates. I even thought about his idea, but unexpectedly he died. His treasures it disappeared immediately and I can't find it no matter how I look for it. Ji said regretfully. Yes, I also had the idea of those treasures a few years ago. Unfortunately, Beehive Island was scratched by that boy Moglia, and even John's body was taken away. Charlotte Lingling was also a little angry when she said this. Everyone just smiled softly after hearing this. Everyone took their seats. The officers behind them also sat behind their respective captains. Charlotte, you have put in so much effort just to hold this pirate expo. Isn't this unlike your character? Whitebeard first raised his question. After all, the reward mentioned in the original invitation letter was like pie in the sky. What do you mean? The only one here who didn't receive an invitation was Golden Lion Shurji. Whitebeard glanced at him and threw out an invitation from his arms. Shurji caught it steadily. Read on. Good boy, Charlotte, you have money but no place to spend it, right? You are holding an event, and you have to give away your devil fruits and famous swords. Shurji looked at Charlotte with a little envy. To be honest, when I see the things on this, I almost want to play in person. Shurji threw the invitation back. You can also participate, I would like to compete with you in swordsmanship. Isteth, who was behind Charlotte, looked at Shurji and said. The whole audience was stunned for a moment. Looking at the expressionless Isteth behind Charlotte. There is no place for her to talk here. Kid, I am crossing the sea, and you are not born yet? I will not participate in the fights of you young people. Shurji did not blame Isteth, but looked at Isteth with admiration. You must know that Charlotte's 3 little cubs have caused quite a stir in recent years. Shurji often sees your news in the newspapers. Isteth said nothing and lowered her head. With a lot of money, there must be brave men. I believe that such a generous reward can better motivate those young people, don't you think so? Charlotte looked at Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling. Isn't the younger generation in the New World today the group of cadres from the Rockefeller family, the Charlotte family, and the Whitebeard pirates? And the few little ghosts who have just entered the New World. But in the eyes of Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling, those little brats were all newcomers, so how could they defeat their son? This is why they can come. How could you not want the free money? It just so happens that I can see the strength of today's younger generation. It's also good for their children. From the beginning, these rewards were considered within their reach. Isteth, Caesar, and Tesla of the Rockefeller family. Marco, Josie, and Bista from the Whitebeard pirates. Katakuri, Crackle, and Smoothie from the Charlotte family. Chapter 751 World Expo, 3. 9 of the 10 places have been taken. The last spot is reserved for New World pirates to fight for. So Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling laughed at the same time. Only Shurji secretly hates it, because the only one the Sky Pirates can take advantage of is him, the Golden Lion Shurji, and everyone else is useless. We can't let him bully the younger ones with his elders, and don't have the shame to compete with the younger generation. I could only watch in silence as the three of them worked together and drank in silence. I feel like he shouldn't have come. And in the outside world, the Rockefeller Kingdom began to spread the news about the genius competition 3 days later, attracting countless people to watch. More and more people are paying attention to the Tianjiao competition 3 days later. Select 10 geniuses of the new world and receive generous rewards. The first place will receive 1 billion Baileys, and there is a mysterious grand prize waiting for you. Wait until the Rockefeller Kingdom soldiers read the last sentence. Everyone present was shocked. 1 billion Baileys, don't look at Charlotte talking about tens of billions every day. But for these pirates who still rely on robbery for a living, 1 billion belly is enough for them to live a happy life. You can even retire directly. I must participate and win the 1 billion Baileys and the mysterious grand prize. A pirate shouted loudly. Dean, just you, are you worthy of being called Tianjiao? The people around him said disdainfully. Don't I deserve to have a dream? Looking at the disdainful glances around him, Dean said with a red face. What dreams does a bastard fish have? As soon as these words came out, they hit Dean's heart hard. Okay, you all look down on me, right? 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi, don't bully young people into poverty. Dean waved his arm, pushed away the crowd, and walked out with a flushed face. Countless people around him laughed mockingly. The Bucky pirates, the red-haired pirates, and the beast pirates gathered around the bulletin board and looked at the competition information on it. 1 billion Baileys, 1 billion Baileys. Our Bucky pirates must get the first place. The first place must be ours, no one can take it from us. Bucky was completely crazy. His eyes were shining like a hungry wolf seeing food. He stared at the bulletin board tightly and kept mumbling, paying no attention to the strange looks of the people around him. And his cadres were like a pack of hungry wolves, surrounding him, howling and cheering him on. Bucky, our red-haired pirates are in first place, so you just have to take second place. At this time, the red-haired pirates squeezed out of the crowd. Shanks stood among the crowd and looked at Bucky and said, Shanks, you bastard, why did you escape alone in the Chambord Islands without notifying us, you traitor? Bucky became furious when he saw Shanks, remembering what happened in the Shampoo Islands. When Shanks heard this, he felt embarrassed and felt a little guilty. After all, last time he did abandon his best brother since childhood and ran away alone. Ahahahaha, wasn't this the crisis situation at the beginning, and you were not present, so everything was forgotten? Shanks said nonsense. As soon as these words came out, Bucky became even more angry. Grab Shanks directly by the collar. Asshole, when will you pay back the billions of Baileys you still owe me? Bucky said angrily. Also, I will definitely change it. How about if I get the reward from this competition, it will be yours. Shanks couldn't help but suggest as he was feeling uneasy. As soon as these words came out, Bucky immediately let go of Shanks' collar and his expression returned to normal. Seeing that you have a good attitude in admitting your mistake, I agree. After that, he took his younger brother and left. There were more and more people gathering here, and Bucky was still a little panicked. Shanks looked at Bucky walking away and smiled. Come on, guys, have some fun. After that, he also left with the crew. A group of people came to the downtown area. Quick, Major General Darrow, the #1 sniper in the Rockefeller Kingdom, is holding a sniper cup. Anyone who can defeat him will get 10 million Baileys. This is a rare opportunity. The people who heard the news rushed towards the sniper competition like crazy. I want to go see the excitement. After the red-haired pirates heard this, everyone looked at each other. Especially after spending a moment on the Jesus cloth. You must know that since the last time Jesus cloth hit the blue pheasant, it almost killed the blue pheasant. The title of the world's best sniper has been pinned on Jesus Boo's head. Now that Major General Darrow, the #1 sniper in the Rockefeller Kingdom, actually shot the sniper cup, it seems that there is something exciting to watch. Come on, Jesus Boo, let's see how your opponent looks like. Shanks put his arm around Jesus Boo's shoulders and walked towards the gathering place. Captain, don't do this. Jesus Boo, who was being pushed, resisted a little. It's not easy to find an opponent, you should be happy. Shanks laughed. Today's sniper is not a very popular profession. There are very few snipers on the sea. Even the 3 Emperor's pirates only have 1 or 2. And almost none are famous. Therefore, Jesus Boo has very few real opponents. Squeezing into the crowd, Jesus Boo saw his opponent on the stage. Darrow leaned quietly in front of a wooden stake, his heartbeat seemed to be integrated with the surrounding environment. Wearing a white cowboy suit and a cowboy hat, he looks like a cowboy from a Western movie. He wore a short gun at his waist, and behind his back was a long gun. Boy, you are the one who initiated the challenge. If you win, you will get 10 million belly, right? Suddenly a big man jumped on the stage with a delicate pistol on his waist. What? You want to play? Darrow, wearing a cowboy hat, asked without raising his head. Haha, boy, you are quite proud, don't die by my gun, otherwise it will be hard for me to explain. The big man put his hands on his waist and looked at Darrow and said. After hearing this, Darrow raised the corner of his mouth, stood up straight, and came to the middle of the stage. He did not take out the sniper rifle behind his back, but also put his hand on the butt of the gun at his waist. You only have one chance to make a move. Darrow raised his head slightly, staring at the big man with his eyes like an eagle. At this time, everyone present took a closer look at the Rockefeller Kingdom's #1 sniper named Darrow. Those sharp eyes like an eagle are slightly familiar to many people. These eyes look very much like Mihawk, the great swordsman from the Bucky Pirates. Shanks muttered. And the other side. Mihawk, you don't have any lost brothers, do you? Crocodile asked, looking at the expressionless Mihawk beside him. Mihawk did not answer, but looked at the stage quietly. Boy, you too. Obviously this big man was very confident in his marksmanship and smiled. Then his eyes became sharp. Darrow and the big man stared at each other and put their hands on the butts of the rifles at their waists, but neither one took action first. The two looked at each other. Standing quietly in the middle of the stage, surrounded by everyone. Chapter 752 World Expo 4. Why haven't you started yet? It's been 3 minutes. Bucky said impatiently, looking at the big sun above his head. It was still midday in May, and the temperature was already very high. Especially with so many people surrounding us, it was obviously even hotter. Both sides are building momentum, it just depends on who reveals the flaw. Mihawk said while looking at the two people in the field. At this time, the forehead of the big man on the stage was covered with sweat. As time passed, his patience was being worn away, and his heart was beating fast. But seeing the other person's calm look. I can no longer suppress my inner impulse. Quickly draw the gun with your right hand. Boom. A gunshot broke the surrounding calm. What? The big man on the stage screamed. Covered his right hand. In the center of the palm, a bloody hole appeared in front of everyone. Opposite the big man, Darrow remained motionless as he drew his gun. White smoke was coming from the muzzle. The big man stopped screaming, endured the pain, looked at the bloody hole in his right palm, and then looked at the calm Darrow. Thank you. The big man endured the pain, bent slightly towards Darrow, and walked off the stage. He knew that Darrow was merciful and that he could completely destroy his fingers and prevent him from shooting for the rest of his life. But he chose to hit his palm without hurting his fingers. This is already showing mercy. With the end of the big man. Most of the people in the audience were stunned. They didn't even see how Darrow drew his gun. Only a few people could see Darrow's movements clearly. So fast, the hand of God. Beckman took the cigarette out of his mouth, looked at Darrow on the stage and said solemnly. He also plays with short guns, and Darrow's move just now was enough for him to take it seriously. It's really fast. Even I'm not sure I can shoot at such a fast speed. Jesus Boo also became serious. This Rockefeller Kingdom is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Such a powerful sniper was actually unknown before this. If he hadn't seen him today, he wouldn't have known that there were gunmen in the world who were not weaker than him. How is it? Is Jesus confident of defeating him? Shanks asked. After hearing this, Jesus looked at Darrow on the stage and shook his head. I haven't had a head-on collision, so I don't know. The gunners' duel, without actually facing each other, is immeasurable. Then don't you know if you go up and compete with him? Shanks encouraged. After hearing this, Jesus looked at the captain in surprise, wondering what the captain was planning. Then he shook his head. Don't worry, there are still some people who can test it for us. Jesus looked towards the other side of the stage. There were many gunmen there who were eager to try after seeing the showdown just now. As predicted, another shooter makes his debut. He is also a master of short guns and an energetic young man. Haha, please be merciful and please give me some advice. The corners of the young man's mouth raised slightly, showing a polite smile, but his eyes showed a hint of provocation and competitiveness. Then his expression gradually became serious, and he held his hands on his waist, like a tiger ready to attack, ready to draw a gun at any time. Darrow smiled, his smile revealing confidence and calmness. Then, Darrow also stopped smiling and his expression became serious. The duel between gunmen is a life and death battle. He must go all out and not dare to slack off at all. Although for Darrow, these challenges are as common as eating and drinking. He doesn't even need to be so solemn. With his strength, he can kill these people directly. But the duel between gunmen is a symbol of honor and dignity. He must take it seriously and use his strength and skills to prove his worth. The two looked at each other, and the young man gradually began to sweat. Now he finally knew why the big man couldn't help but draw his gun first. When you are not standing in front of the other person, you will never know how scary the other person is, especially those eyes as sharp as an eagle. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through everything and penetrate his soul. Gradually, under Darrow's eyes, the young man's psychological defense gradually collapsed. Unable to hold his breath, he quickly pulled out his gun and pointed it at Darrow. Boom! There was a gunshot. Clang! The sound of bullets hitting metal was heard. As soon as the young man on the stage raised his gun, the gun was shattered by a bullet. The bullet shot directly through the muzzle. The young man looked at the pistol with only the butt left in his hand and smiled bitterly. I surrender. How does this work? He didn't even have a chance to shoot, the gun was smashed to pieces. This strength is too strong. The other party's eyes were like a sharp sword, penetrating directly into his heart. He felt like a helpless baby in front of Darrow. All his movements were easily seen by Darrow. This feeling of powerlessness made him feel extremely frustrated. Darrow smiled, turned the gun, blew on the muzzle, put it back around his waist, and smiled. Can I become your teacher? The young man did not leave the stage in a hurry, but looked at Darrow with pleading eyes and asked. Sorry, I have no intention of taking on a disciple, and you are not suitable to be my disciple. Darrow smiled and refused. Are you kidding? He is only in his 20s, how can he accept a disciple? This made the young man very disappointed and walked off the stage lonely. In the following time, many people came on stage to challenge. But the result was that he couldn't hold on for 3 minutes and was defeated directly. How about the two people at the beginning? How's it going? How's your observation? Do you want to go up? Shanks couldn't help but asked as he looked at Jesus Boo. Jesus glanced at the captain, then nodded. Remember to collect the body for me. Jesus smiled and then strode onto the stage. The moment Jesus stepped onto the stage, Darrow immediately retracted the cynicism on his face. The real opponent has arrived. When Darrow saw the person coming, the corner of his mouth raised. I thought you wanted to keep watching? Darrow looked at Jesus Cloth and said. As Jesus, who is known as the world's best sniper, how could Darrow not know this? Jesus shrugged. I didn't want to play, but who asked our captain to push it? Jesus Boo said. Darrow glanced at the excited red-haired pirates in the audience, and took a look at the red-haired young man among them. Unfathomable. This is what Darrow sensed through his knowledge and domineering power. There is a very domineering power in his body. Come on Jesus, I don't want to collect your body. Shanks shouted from the audience. Jesus smiled after hearing this. Come on, let me see the strongest sniper in the new world. Jesus Boo took out a sniper rifle from behind. It turned out to be a Rockefeller brand 98K gun, which was quite old. Chapter 753 World Expo, 5. Darrow raised his eyebrows and took out a sniper rifle from behind. The most powerful sniper rifle in the Rockefeller Kingdom. Barrett Sniper Rifle. Named after Douglas Barrett. Since Charlotte wanted to train a sniper, he naturally took out the most famous sniper rifle in his previous life. Coupled with the ability to penetrate fruits, one shot is enough to blow up a mountain. Cool. Jesus looked a little envious when he saw the cool-looking sniper rifle in Darrow's hand. Beat me, and this gun will be yours. Darrow said. Really? Then I would be disrespectful. After Jesus Boo finished speaking, he set up his gun and pointed it at Darrow. Darrow also positioned his gun and pointed it at Jesus. The two were facing each other, shooting at each other from a distance of 10 meters. The atmosphere at the scene became tense, and a slight sense of depression pervaded the entire place. It even feels difficult to breathe. The two men remained motionless with their guns raised. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 point, 2 points. Time passed slowly, and everyone held their breath as they watched the duel between two people who could almost represent the world's top marksmanship. As long as one of them wins, he will undoubtedly be the world's best sniper. With this reputation, he will become famous all over the world. Slowly, the two of them kept raising their guns for 5 minutes. The two people's foreheads were covered with sweat, and they were highly concentrated, looking for each other's weaknesses. Seeing and hearing the domineering probing crazily. Until the first drop of sweat fell from their foreheads. Boom, boom. 2 gunshots rang out. One is crisp, the other is heavy. Clang. The bullets collided in the air. Not good. Shanks secretly thought something was wrong and wanted to take action. I saw Darrow's bullet penetrated Jesus Boo's bullet, and the trend continued unabated, shooting straight at Jesus Boo. Jesus Boo frowned, tilted his head slightly, and the bullet scratched his scalp. The shot hit the wall behind, making a big hole. The shooting of the two people was not blessed by other powers. They were just shooting and competing in spear skills, so they were not very powerful. Just the power of the gun itself. Darrow's also didn't use the speed. Fruit and penetrating fruit. Click. Darrow lowered his gun. It's a draw. My gun is much better than yours. Let's compete again when you find a good gun. Darrow looked at Jesus Cloth and said. Jesus Boo smiled after hearing this. Looking at the sniper rifle in his hand that had been with him for 7 or 8 years, this gun was captured from the enemy when the red-haired pirates were first formed. In the past, Jesus used tunnel-fired guns. Unfortunately, as the replacement of firearms accelerated, more and more firearms with better performance appeared. These powerful firearms gradually opened up the standards among snipers. All this is thanks to Charlotte. After all, 95% of the firearms in the world are made by him. You beat me to a draw. As a reward, I will tell you a piece of news for free. The auction house in 3 days will have the weapons you need. After saying that, Darrow walked off the stage with a gun on his back. Who won? Major General Darrow? The spectators in the audience started talking after seeing this. Didn't you hear what Major General Darrow said? It's a draw. Jesus Boo's gun is not good. Change to a better one and challenge again. There was a lot of discussion all around. The auction house in 3 days? Jesus looked at Darrow's leaving back and fell into deep thought. Then he also walked off the ring. Hey, Jesus posted this because your weapons are not good. When you find a better sniper rifle, you will definitely be able to defeat him. Shanks came to Jesus Boo and comforted him. It's okay, Captain, I don't care. Jesus said it didn't matter. That's good. Doesn't that Darrow rely on weapons? At the auction in 3 days, I will definitely buy you the best one. Shanks said. Thank you, Captain. Jesus smiled. Haha, let's go and continue shopping. After Shanks finished speaking, he walked towards the downtown area with Jesus Cloth in his arms, who was obviously not very interested. After seeing the two protagonists leaving, the group of people gathered around them became meaningless and dispersed. Far away, Darrow came to a young man. Sir, I lost. Darrow said, watching Tesla lower his head. Tesla stood in front of the windowsill and looked at the leaving red-haired pirates, and finally smiled. How old are you when you first touched a gun? It's only been a year or 2 in total. The opponent is an old pirate who went to sea 10 years ago. It's normal for you to lose. Just win back next time. Tesla still valued this subordinate very much. After all, his father trained him personally and paid him 2 devil fruits for it. He patted Darrow on the shoulder and comforted him. Well, I will definitely win it back next time. Darrow nodded solemnly. Let's go there and have a look, it's much more lively than ours. Tesla patted Darrow and pointed to another arena ahead. That arena was obviously much larger than the one Darrow had just built. Kendo competition. Look at the plaque above your head. Everyone in the Bucky Pirates looked at their vice-captain. Seeing this, Mihawk walked in without hesitation. Everyone was not surprised and followed him one after another. This scene has appeared many times in the past 10 years. During these years of wandering around the world, whenever he heard that there was a sword hall or swordsmanship master on an island, Mihawk would step in without hesitation. There were endless cheers in the field. Haha, boy, you are very good. You have a solid foundation in swordsmanship. You will be promoted to the realm of swordsman in less than 20 years. In the center of the ring, a middle-aged man holding a big sword pointed at a young man in front of him. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I'm very grateful, Junior. When the young man heard that he would become a swordsman in less than 20 years, he bowed to the middle-aged man with excitement. This kid actually got the guidance of Lieutenant General Elvis Lowell, and he will definitely prosper in the future. The swordsmen holding weapons around them flashed with envy in their eyes. Of course, Lieutenant General Raoul has been a swordsman for more than 10 years. Now that more than 10 years have passed, I am afraid that he has touched the peak of swordsmanship, and maybe he can break through to the realm of great swordsmen in this life. Even his son is a swordsman and serves behind General Esteth, which is the ultimate honor. Everyone in the audience was envious, and after some outsiders found out, their eyes lit up. Swordsmen, this is not common. Even the New World doesn't have many swordsmen, and most of them are in the Rockefeller Kingdom. This shows how attractive the Rockefeller Kingdom is to swordsmen. As long as this golden brand remains, those swordsmen will choose to join the Rockefeller Kingdom one after another, bringing fresh power to Rockefeller. Outsiders were shocked by the strength of the Rockefeller pirates. The one who comes out randomly is the swordsman. He is worthy of being the 3 emperors who own the New World. Lowell paid no attention to the discussion in the audience. At this time, he was watching a young man in the audience with vigilant eyes. Chapter 754 World Expo, 6. It's Hawkeye Mihawk, the great swordsman from all over the world. Many people noticed the look between the two. I heard that this Hawkeye entered the New World to challenge the world's greatest swordsman, King Rockefeller. Zizi, as soon as he entered the realm of great swordsmen, he couldn't wait to challenge our king. I can only say that he overestimates his abilities. It was obvious that the people of the Rockefeller Kingdom were unhappy after seeing Mihawk. And they are also sword practitioners. Seeing that Mihawk has achieved the lifelong goal of all swordsmen at the age of 30, becoming a great swordsman. This made them a little jealous. Why could this wild man become a great swordsman, and yet they worked hard every day to practice swordsmanship, but in the end they couldn't even touch the realm of swordsmen. There are many people who hold this idea. Especially the young people on Kame Island. After all, under the influence of Charlotte, many people have chosen to practice swordsmanship, but to practice swordsmanship, one must also have the talent for swordsmanship. Not everyone can reach the level of a great swordsman at the age of 20 like Charlotte. Not everyone is like Esteth, who broke through to become a swordsman at the age of 16. The level of talent directly determines a person's fate. The envious and jealous voices from the people around him did not affect Mihawk at all. If you don't make people jealous, you are mediocre. Mihawk looked at the middle-aged man on the stage. His swordsmanship was amazing, and he looked very similar to him. Mihawk didn't hesitate and jumped onto the ring. Mihawk. Bucky didn't react and was about to hit Mihawk, but Mihawk had already stepped into the ring. What is going on? Does Hawkeye want to go up and defend the ring? People around were stunned when they saw this. Then everyone saw Mihawk slowly pull out his world-famous supreme sharp sword, Black Sword, from behind. Joricole Mihawk, please advise. Following Mihawk's high-pitched shout, the long knife in his hand pointed out diagonally, as if a cold light shot out, making people shudder. As soon as these words came out, they attracted everyone's attention. When Raoul, who was standing opposite Mihawk, heard these words, the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. In Raoul's view, this kendo competition is an exchange between kendos. He was called back by Charlotte to guard the ring in order to select some potential young swordsmen from the many young swordsmen around the world who yearn for kendo. People, inviting them to join the Rockefeller Kingdom. But as a famous swordsman, Mihawk's strength is unfathomable, so why would he go on stage in person to compete with these juniors? Isn't this killing a chicken with a knife? Rao Air couldn't help but cast his eyes on the white figure under the stage. After the patrol, Esteth stayed in the corner of the kendo tournament, watching the competition on the stage. Lume frowned slightly as he looked at the black figure on the stage. She naturally knew the young man above. He challenged her father on the Grand Line 12 years ago, which left a deep impression on her. It was the spirit of not admitting defeat and the courage to fight to the death with the sword that conquered many people, and also conquered my father at the same time. Dad is very optimistic about this person. Catching the look of help from Lowell, he nodded slightly. Lowell understood it, but couldn't help but smile bitterly. With his old bones, he probably wouldn't die from this today. The great swordsman challenges the swordsman? Ha. But he had no intention of flinching, and instead slowly raised the sword in his hand. Mihawk noticed Rail's gaze, and his eyes lit up when he saw his death in the corner under the ring. What's going on? How come Hawkeye of the Bucky Pirates is facing off against the people of the Rockefeller Kingdom? Some people who had just arrived were a little stunned when they saw the two figures on the ring. It's Hawkeye who wants to challenge Lowell. The person on the side said. What? The great swordsman challenges the swordsman. What the hell is this? The visitor couldn't help but frown. Hawkeye's great swordsman's strength has spread all over the world with the Bucky Pirates. Almost everyone who cares about the sea knows that there is a great swordsman in the Bucky Pirates. This discourages many interested people. It also made Hawkeye's name spread all over the world. The big one bullies the small ones? Many people started whispering. Who knows what the level of the great swordsman Hawkeye is? What if he is a wild man? Lieutenant General Lowell's swordsmanship has been taught by Mr. Charlotte, the world's greatest swordsman. How can it be compared to a wild man? Some jealous people spoke sourly. He directly refuted the other party. The other party immediately retorted after hearing this. You're kidding, even the great swordsman of Yaluzi is not comparable to a mere swordsman. Put away your jealousy. The person being refuted was not someone to be trifled with, so he directly spoke sarcastically. The two sides immediately started arguing under the ring, but the two people on the stage had not yet made a move. Not to mention the commotion in the audience. Elvis Lowell, please teach me. Both sides performed a swordsman's salute, and the real duel officially began. After the two people on the stage stared at each other for 2 minutes, no one took the initiative to attack. Upon seeing this, Raoul felt that the other party was giving in to him, and then he was the first to take action because he could not withstand the pressure brought by the other party. He started with a whirlwind sword move and swept it across. His moves were wide open and closed, moving forward inexorably. When Mihawk saw this, his eyes flashed brightly, and he attacked with all his strength, without any flaws. As expected of someone who has been in the realm of swordsmen for more than 10 years. The application of moves has been superb. With the rapid attack of the big sword, Mihawk turned his wrist, raised the long knife and struck it fiercely. This challenge seems simple, but it contains endless tricks. Lowell's whirlwind sword was lifted into the air, and Mihawk took the opportunity to take a step forward, stabbing Lowell's chest with the long knife in his hand like a poisonous snake. Raoul was startled and quickly ducked sideways. At the same time, he swung the big sword in his hand and slashed Mihawk's waist. Mihawk smiled slightly, leaned back, and avoided the attack of the big sword. At the same time, he swung the long knife in his hand, leaving a deep scar on Rao Air's arm. Lowell groaned in pain, and the sword in his hand couldn't help but slow down. Mihawk took the opportunity to launch a series of attacks, and the sword flashed, leaving Raoul overwhelmed. The audience were stunned. They knew Mihawk would win, but they didn't expect it to be so simple. Although the moves of the two were very fast and almost invisible to the naked eye, everyone could still see Mihawk's obvious crushing power. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Rao Air could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. Secretly gritting his teeth, he used his special skills. Lion Slash. I saw Rao Air holding the sword tightly with both hands and using all his strength to slash towards Mihawk. This attack is so powerful that it can split mountains and crack rocks. It is his strongest attack. The bright sword light appeared in Mihawk's eyes. Chapter 755 Kendo Conference, Part. Mihawk didn't panic. He jumped up with his feet and dodged Lowell's attack. At the same time, he waved the long knife in his hand, and a sharp sword energy slashed towards Rao Air. Raoul was overjoyed when he saw Mihawk jump up, thinking that Mihawk was afraid of his lion slash. He quickly adjusted his posture to prepare for Mihawk's attack. However, when he saw the sword energy, his face couldn't help but turn pale. The sword energy was extremely fast and was in front of him in the blink of an eye. He had no time to dodge, and could only watch the sword energy slash towards his chest. At this critical moment, Lowell suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind. He looked back and saw that he had been arrested, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Isdeth. Isdeth quickly drew out her long sword and held it across her chest. Mihawk's sharp sword energy collided with Isdeth's sword, causing a large amount of sparks to fly. Blocked this fatal knife for Lowell. The sudden appearance of Isdeth caught everyone off guard. The red-haired pirates, the Beast's pirates, the Bucky pirates and the Navy that were attracted saw Isdeth appearing on the ring and easily receiving Mihawk's sword, and their pupils shrank. Isdeth looked at Mihawk, turned his wrist, and the sharp sword energy was directly thrown into the sky by Isdeth. Go straight into the sky. After Isdeth did all this, he threw Raoul out of the ring, and then looked at Mihawk coldly. When Raoul was thrown out of the ring, his face turned red and he was a little ashamed. You want to kill him? Isdeth asked coldly. You will take action. Mihawk said indifferently. Are you forcing me to take action? Isdeth said with murderous intent. Mihawk said nothing, but turned the long knife towards his death, and the meaning was self-evident. If you want to challenge me, be prepared to die. Don't let me down in 3 days. After Esteth finished speaking, she sheathed her sword, turned and left the ring. This made Mihawk a little disappointed. After Esteth left the ring, Mihawk was the only one left in the ring. In other words, Mihawk is now the one guarding the ring. The audience applauded, cheering for the battle just now. Whether it was Lowell's swordsmanship that refused to admit defeat, Mihawk's strength to crush Lowell, or Esteth who appeared at the end, everyone in the audience was dazzled. Although this game was over, it allowed people to see Mihawk's great strength and made everyone look forward to the showdown 3 days later. Hawkeye Joracle Mihawk vs Ice Queen Rockefeller Esteth. Mihawk looked at Esteth's leaving figure with some regret. He had just planned to get someone from the Rockefeller Kingdom to take action, but unfortunately, even if the other party took action, they had no intention of competing with him. It seems that we can only wait for the game 3 days later. I hope I won't disappoint him. After losing his opponent, Mihawk naturally had no interest in continuing to stand in the ring. Jumped directly off the ring. Long live the vice captain, long live Lord Mihawk. The younger members of the Buggy Pirates started shouting crazily. Just now, there was a brief confrontation between Lord Mihawk and Ice Queen Esteth. Finally, Esteth ended the timeout. In their opinion, this means they are afraid of Master Mihawk. Isn't this equivalent to being afraid of the Bucky Pirates? For a moment, everyone seemed to be in a state of shock. Mihawk ignored the voices. In his opinion, most of the cadres of the Bucky Pirates are guys with mental problems. Although his strength is not that great, his ability to brag is quite good. Do you see anything? Robert asked. There's something wrong with my sister. With her character, shouldn't she just hit her with a knife? Why did she stop? Deidara became a little confused. Who knows? Maybe I don't want a war to break out on Kame Island. After all, I still have to patrol and there is a shortage of manpower, and Brother Caesar has gone to the Windless Belt to move the island. Robert guessed. Possible. Deidara nodded. Hey, what are you whispering about? Take us for a walk. Behind Robert and Deidara, a large number of people shouted. Robert and Deidara were both a little irritated after hearing the sound. These people are the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. The big shots are discussing. In order not to neglect these guests, Charlotte directly asked her sons and daughters to take these people to visit Kame Island. In fact, there is another meaning here, which is to monitor this group of people. After all, these people are lawless people on the sea. Who knows what trouble they will cause if they are allowed to wander around. It's better to let Robert and the others take it with them. If there is any problem, they can stop it. Charlotte doesn't want the Kame Island he manages to be destroyed. Let's go, what do you want to see? Robert asked, waving his hand. It's getting late, go have a drink and bring out the best wine on Kame Island. One person shouted. Yes, we want to drink. Others echoed after hearing this. Okay, let's go. Robert led a group of people towards the tavern. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, Teach's figure is inconspicuous. On a rooftop in the distance. Charlotte actually asked me to kidnap this kid. Is this kid any different? The long-lost Red Earl was standing on the roof, holding a photo. It was none other than Marshall D. Teach, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh, who made me owe so much money? I can only blame you. To think that the majestic Earl, a great pirate with a bounty of over 3 billion, would actually work for Charlotte and do such shameful things in order to repay the money. He has fallen. The Red Count hides among the rooftops, jumping back and forth. Tiki, who was in the Whitebeard Pirates team, raised his head and looked into the distance. He always felt like someone was spying on him. Could it be an illusion? Without thinking much, he followed the team towards the bar. Night. A group of people drank all sorts of things in the bar and talked while drinking. Robert, is your eldest sister engaged? Cracker asked with dizzy cheeks while holding the wine bottle. Why are you asking? Sister, you can also worry about me. I'll chop you up with a sword. Robert was also dizzy and out of breath. Hey, let me help Katakuri brother ask, how about you and I marrying each other, and then killing the Whitebeard Pirates, and then we divide the new world equally? Cracker suggested with a smile. Click. The sound of a wine glass breaking was heard. Clark, you alone are worthy of killing the Whitebeard Pirates. Our Whitebeard Pirates are not afraid of you. When Sage heard what Cracker said, he smashed his wine glass angrily. Chapter 756 Registration. Hee, we are not afraid of you Whitebeard pirates. 5 years ago, we didn't know who was killed by the Navy and were defeated. If it weren't for us, your entire army would have been wiped out. Now we don't even know if the Whitebeard pirates are there or not. Cracker said disdainfully. You. Sachi was so angry that he wanted to go up to Cracker and ask for details. Stop, drink, just drink tonight, don't talk about anything else, give me some face. Seeing that the two groups were about to quarrel, Robert quickly stopped them. He didn't want a melee to break out in the tavern. Humph. Seeing that Robert was here to be the peacemaker, Sachi turned his head and ignored the Big Mom pirates. He was just pretending to protect the face of the Whitebeard pirates. Guamping alone was no match for Cracker. He groaned and drank with his head down. Cracker smiled disdainfully upon seeing this. He pulled Deidara to continue drinking. After drinking until late at night, everyone was unconscious and fell asleep in the pub. The Red Count, wearing a purple robe and holding an umbrella, opened the door. What greeted him was the strong smell of alcohol. The Red Earl frowned. Ignoring everyone lying down, Jingwen scanned the whole place, looking for Teach. Soon the target was sighted around a corner. If you want to blame Charlotte, he was the one who asked me to catch you. The Red Earl came to Teach and said in his heart. Then he reached out and grabbed it. Just when they were about to meet, Tiki, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Who? I just finished saying a word, and I didn't have time to scream. One hand grabbed it and struck it directly on Tiki's neck. Teach fainted and fell to the ground. Just because the current Teach is no match for the Red Earl. You're quite cautious. Now I'm a little curious as to why Charlotte wants to arrest you. Picking up Teach's collar, he walked out of the tavern and disappeared into the dark street. The next day. Where's Tiki? Have you seen Tiki? As Teach's best brother, Sachi discovered that Teach was missing early on. Maybe he went out alone. Many people woke up early and formed groups to go out to have fun. One of the crew members smirked. Forehead. Sachi was a little speechless. He felt that a simple and honest person like Teach would not do this. Then he thought, this is Kame Island, the residence of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Maybe Tiki really went out for something and will be back soon, and there is no danger here. Sachi felt relieved. Let's go, let's take you to register for the talent competition in 2 days. Robert said, looking at everyone. Today is the time to sign up. Early in the morning, the registration place was overcrowded. After all, the rewards of the competition were too rich. Everyone signed up to participate with the idea of playing 2 shots. Barrett, who presided over the registration, sat quietly at the registration desk and maintained order at the scene. The Prodigy competition is said to be prepared for young people. But most of the participants were middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s. There are not many young people. In theory, everyone can participate in this event except Charlotte, Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling, and the Red Earl. Of course, there is also Cap. As long as he dares to play, he will be besieged by everyone. Damn Charlotte, why can't I participate? Garp looked at the registration place and said angrily. But what answered him was a cold look. Barrett stared at Garp coldly, and Garp fell silent instantly. But after 2 or 3 seconds passed, Garp said again, then Peach Rabbit and T Dolphin should be fine. Garp asked, looking at Barrett. After hearing this, Barrett glanced at Peach Rabbit and T Dolphin standing behind Garp, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, they can, but you can't. Haha, Peach Rabbit and T Dolphin, don't be outdone by these pirates. Come on, show the majesty of our navy. Let these pirates know that evil can never defeat justice. Cap encouraged. It's just that this encouragement feels a little wrong no matter how you listen to it. Tautu and T Dolphin stood at the registration desk, looking at the contestants around them, and suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Hello, can I sign up? At this moment, Ishiao came out and stood in front of Barrett and asked. Barrett looked at the middle-aged man and smiled, feeling a little speechless. Ishiao seemed to know what Barrett was thinking. I am also very young. I am only just 40. Ishiao said with a smile. Can. Barrett curled his lips speechlessly and agreed to the other party's request for registration. Ha 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 ha, smile, you have to take care of them when the time comes. Garp said, holding Ishiao's shoulders familiarly. Ishiao opened his eyes slightly and smiled, neither agreeing nor objecting. But what Garp said made both Peach Rabbit and T-Pig a little confused. Why does the middle-aged man with disabled eyes in front of him deserve to be treated like this by Garp? Although the opponent may be stronger than them, it won't be too strong, right? Peach Rabbit and T-Pig murmured in their hearts. And a smile appeared in Garp's eyes, which made Garp feel relieved in his heart. Although the other party did not express its position, Garp already knew the other party's decision and felt relieved about the upcoming battle for hegemony. Although this game has nothing to do with their navy, the pirates cannot be allowed to continue to be so arrogant. The pirates' arrogance must be suppressed. Maybe Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin are not as good as the boys from the Rockefeller family, but they are more than enough to compete with the cadres of the Whitebeard pirates. It's not good for the navy to just come and do nothing. Otherwise, there is no way to explain to the world government. If I had known, I would have brought that boy Ching pheasant with me. Garp felt a little regretful. Everyone gathered around the registration office to register. Not only the navy is signing up, but almost all the forces that can be named have signed up. There is even a whole group of members who signed up together. There are no restrictions in this competition anyway, so you might be able to sneak into the finals. Bucky Pirates. Captain Bucky, aren't you going to join? Crow looked at Bucky, who was sneaking around and trying to fade out of everyone's sight, and wondered. Yes, Lord Bucky, this is a good opportunity to make a name for yourself. Pirates from all over the world are gathering together, and our Bucky Pirates cannot be left out. The surrounding cadres said confidently. This. After hearing this, Bucky cursed crazily in his mind. He has obviously tried very hard to stay out of everyone's sight, so why would anyone still notice him? But with so many people watching, Bucky couldn't be timid anymore. Ahem, there is no need for me to participate. After all, this is an exchange between the younger generation. Just let Mihawk and Crocodile go up. If I go up, wouldn't it be bullying the younger ones? Of course you can go up if you want. Chapter 757 Registration, Part. At this time, Bucky stood on the spot, his body like an iron tower, exuding unparalleled momentum. His eyes were cold and arrogant, as if he was overlooking the group of young people in front of him. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, as if he had no interest in this game. And in his heart. What a joke, if I go up there, wouldn't it be exposed directly? How can I still fool around? Absolutely not allowed. Is this so? But the captains of the other two pirate groups have all signed up. If you don't go, Captain, will others look down on us? Some cadres were worried. Bucky was about to say something after hearing this. But the next second, Crocodile came behind Bucky. A hand with a gold hook rested on Bucky's shoulder. As the captain of the Bucky Pirates, how can you fall behind, don't you think so, Captain? Crocodile's words stopped what Bucky wanted to say, and cold sweat kept flowing on his back. Yes, you are right, everyone is participating, how can I be left out? Go, you must go. After Bucky finished speaking, he quickly broke away from Crocodile's hand and ran towards the registration point. Sure enough, Lord Bucky will never give up the opportunity to become famous. When the members of the Bucky Pirates saw this, stars immediately appeared in their eyes. They seemed to have seen Bucky become famous in this game. Crocodile smoked a cigar and looked at Bucky's back. He took the initiative to blackmail Bucky into participating this time in order to break Bucky's mysterious aura. His patience with this clown sitting on his head has reached its limit. Now the entire Bucky Pirates have successfully entered the New World and established a firm foothold in the New World. At this time, Crocodile no longer needs Bucky's fame to recruit people. As long as Bucky dies, all the 70,000 to 80,000 Bucky Pirates crew members will be under his command, Crocodile. As for Mihawk? Crocodile didn't take it to heart at all, and the other party had no intention of competing with him. He has only one goal, and that is to challenge the world's greatest swordsman, Rockefeller Charlotte. And he wants to compete for the throne of Pirate King. Let the whole world know the reputation of Crocodile. He wants to be the Pirate King. Mihawk walked past Crocodile. The steps paused for a moment. Don't affect me. After Mihawk finished speaking, he walked towards the registration point. Crocodile chewed his cigar and smiled after hearing this. Then he headed towards the registration point with a sneer on his face. There were quite a lot of people, but it wasn't long before it was Crocodile's turn. Looking at Barrett, who had a battle with him 12 years ago, Crocodile bit his cigar and said arrogantly, "This time, I will definitely defeat you." After hearing this, Barrett raised his indifferent eyes and looked at Crocodile, saying disdainfully, "I'll wait, but you won't be so lucky this time." Barrett never cared about this guy who relied on his geographical advantage to draw with him. 12 years ago, in the year 1496 of the Hainan calendar, Crocodile, who had just failed to challenge Whitebeard, challenged the Rockefeller pirates again. Barrett was ordered to come and deal with it, but Crocodile waited on an island full of desert. Crocodile, the natural type sand fruit ability user, was like a fish in water on this island full of sand. He relied on the island and fought with Barrett for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally successfully evacuated. This made Crocodile famous. After all, there are countless people who challenge Whitebeard. Failure is normal and not many people will care. But it's different to be tied with Douglas Barrett, the vice captain of the Rockefeller Pirates and the descendant of the devil. Directly spread Crocodile's name throughout the world. It can be said that Crocodile took advantage of Barrett's name. Crocodile smiled disdainfully, turned and left here. Barrett stared at Crocodile's back. "Brother Barrett, is he Crocodile?" Robert came over and looked at Barrett, who was in a daze, and asked. "Just a clown, I will let him know the cruelty of the new world." Barrett's emotionless voice sounded. As the chief instructor for the children of the Rockefeller family, Robert's abilities were taught by Barrett. Robert didn't know how strong Crocodile was, but Robert knew how powerful Barrett was. Behind me are the leaders of the Whitebeard Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. They are also participating in this competition. Robert said to the staff. "Okay, Lieutenant General Robert." The staff immediately registered. Rockefeller Castle. A purple figure stepped into the castle. "Go to the balcony of the castle. The person you asked me to arrest has been caught, and my money has been wiped off." The Red Earl stood behind Charlotte, holding an umbrella with both hands, and said in a deep voice. A bulging sack lay on the ground behind him. He was still somewhat resistant to Charlotte asking him to kidnap a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates. After hearing this, Charlotte turned and looked at the serious face of the Red Earl. Smiled. "Ha ha ha, no problem, write it off in one stroke, you take the money and it will be regarded as your reward for this action." Charlotte threw out a gold card and said. The Red Earl looked at the flying gold card and wanted to run away, but his hands kept moving and he subconsciously caught it. Looking at the gold card in his hand, the Red Earl sighed. "Why did you ask me to arrest that fat black man? Aren't you afraid that old guy with white beard will fight you to the death?" The Red Earl asked, somewhat puzzled by Charlotte's actions. Charlotte smiled softly. "That fat black man has a big secret. Once this secret is exposed, it will shock the whole world." In the Red Count's puzzled look. "Let's go to the laboratory." Charlotte took the Red Count and picked up the sack with Teach on the ground and walked into a room. The layout of the room is very simple, nothing unusual. The only difference is that there is a huge red cloth in the corner. Charlotte lifted the red cloth, revealing a huge mirror. A 3-meter-tall mirror stood quietly in a corner. "Get in," Charlotte said to the Red Earl. After saying that, he stepped into the mirror. His feet easily blended into the mirror, causing slight ripples. Then the whole person was absorbed by the mirror. This scene shocked the Red Earl. "I was just about to ask what this is." But Charlotte had disappeared. Seeing this, the Red Count also stepped in. "I didn't notice the expected touch of glass, it was like stepping into a space." He walked in without any hindrance. The picture in front of me changed. The Red Earl found himself in a strange space with countless mirrors hanging on the walls. And countless pictures appeared in the mirror. Chapter 759 Bloodline Factor. This simply defies biology. It shattered Caesar Courant's views on biology and devil fruits over the years. Seeing Caesar Courant's big reaction, Charlotte also understood. If Charlotte hadn't read the original work, he wouldn't have believed that anyone could eat 2 devil fruits. But it is what it is. Charlotte couldn't prove anything, but she could only ask Caesar Courant to check the other party's body first. Seeing his boss like this, Caesar Courant could only come to the experimental table and analyze various data. Looking at the data above, Caesar Kulang frowned. This guy doesn't seem to be a pure human being. He belongs to a special race? Caesar Courant looked at the big black fat man on the experimental table suspiciously. What happened? Seeing Caesar Courant's strange behavior, Charlotte walked forward and asked. Boss, where did you find this guy? He seems to be a special race. Caesar Courant said. What race? Charlotte frowned. The original book didn't say what race Blackbeard was. It looks a bit like a snow country person, but not completely. It seems to be a mixed race. Caesar Courant analyzed. People from snow country? Charlotte frowned, this was the first time he heard about it. It is said that people from the snow country cannot sleep in their lifetime. Once they sleep, they will die. There are basically no snow country people in the sea today. I also saw it from the information left by Vegapunk. Caesar Courant said. Can't sleep for the rest of your life? Charlotte became surprised and suspicious. He suddenly thought that in the original book, Bucky stared at Teach for 3 days and 3 nights, and neither of them slept during these 3 days and nights. Look at the big black fat man in front of you. Lost in thought. The Red Earl on the side sat watching the conversation between Caesar Courant and Charlotte with great interest. I have also heard that people from the Snow Country once lived in the Snow Country in the first half of the Grand Line, and the predecessor of the Drum Kingdom was the Snow Country. The Red Earl suddenly spoke. It instantly attracted their attention. Drum Kingdom? Charlotte was surprised again. If Charlotte remembers correctly, after Blackbeard obtained the Darkness Fruit, he couldn't wait to go to the Drum Kingdom, hoping to capture King Valpo who possessed the Tunton Fruit. Is it possible that there is something going on here that he doesn't know about? What? Suddenly, Caesar Courant let out a light sigh. Charlotte quickly turned around and looked. Caesar Coulon frantically operated the console in front of the display screen. There are 3 kinds of genes in this person. In addition to the Snow Country people's genes, the other 2 genes are normal human genes. The other gene seems to be unknown and synthetic. The 3 genes should have been very exclusive. That's right, but I don't know what the power is that keeps them together, but they don't exclude each other. This is very unscientific. Caesar Courant explained while controlling the computer. What do you mean? A lot of professional terms made Charlotte, an illiterate person, feel a pain in her head. To put it simply, it is obviously one person, but it seems that there are 3 people in the body, and the 3 genes in the body are not fused. This is very strange and cannot be explained by science at all. Caesar Courant frowned and said. Could it be some kind of ability to combine these 3 genes? Charlotte asked suddenly. He suddenly remembered the scene when Blackbeard went to find Valpo. Can 3 genes be combined? Caesar Courant frowned. Isn't that my Tunton Fruit? The perfect combination of what I eat? Caesar Coulon stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Charlotte. Charlotte raised his head suddenly, he seemed to understand something. Then does this mean that for every additional gene, you can eat 1 more devil fruit? Charlotte asked quickly. Theoretically, it is possible. Genes are blood factors, and devil fruits are attached to blood factors. The 3 genes represent 3 blood factors. They can also withstand the power of 3 devil fruits without any rejection. Caesar Coulon nodded hesitantly. Can it be copied on other people so that other people can eat different devil fruits? Charlotte asked. I don't know much about this. I'm not that familiar with the blood factor. In terms of understanding of the blood factor, apart from the guy from Vegapunk, only Vin Smoke Gaji knows better about it. Maybe he has a way. Caesar Courant wasn't sure. Charlotte was a little dissatisfied after hearing this. Can't you just use the Tunton Fruit to produce 2 more genes in a person's body? Why not? Charlotte asked. Caesar Courant laughed bitterly after hearing this. Boss, the Tunton Fruit can indeed combine the genes of 3 people into 1 person, but these are still 3 people. They are only temporarily fused together and use each other's abilities temporarily. After the fusion is completed, the abilities of the 3 will be restored. Take it away. Caesar Courant explains. Then why can he? Charlotte became confused. The 3 genes in this person are innate, not imposed on them, they are innate. The 3 genes in the body maintain a balance, as if. Caesar Courant was a little embarrassed to speak, and he stammered and didn't know what to say. Like what? Charlotte asked. It's as if someone used the Tunton Fruit to eat 2 special races, allowing humans, people from the Snow Country, and the last special race to exist in their bodies at the same time. Then they found a mother's body, and the children born from the mother's body were born with because the opponent's 3 genes were born naturally, the body can perfectly withstand the rejection of the 3 blood factors. Theoretically speaking, this chance is 1 in a billion, which is simply impossible in nature. For example, humans, can you have a baby with an animal? Caesar Courant explained with a strange expression. This. Charlotte looked at the big black fat man in front of her in disbelief. After working on it for a long time, this guy is not only a mixed race, but also a bastard. In other words, it's basically impossible to copy it, right? Charlotte asked. I can't say absolutely, but his appearance inspired me. Caesar Courant changed the subject. Charlotte's eyes lit up after hearing this. Things seem to be turning around. Boss, do you still remember the artificial devil fruit that Vegapunk left behind? It was the one that Master Caesar ate. Caesar Courant asked suddenly. Charlotte was stunned. Of course he knew, after all, he got it from Punk Hazad, copying Kaido's phantom beast species, the blue dragon fruit, the first artificial devil fruit. That artificial devil fruit not only copied the fruit's abilities, but also copied Kaido's bloodline factor. The artificial fruit that Master Caesar ate not only obtained the ability of the phantom beast, the blue dragon fruit, but also obtained Kaido's bloodline factor. Now he has not only human blood but also ghost blood in his body. Caesar Courant pushed up his glasses and guessed. Chapter 760 Rockefeller Auction. Charlotte was a little shocked after hearing this, and then felt something was wrong. Does that mean it's possible that Caesar can eat 2 devil fruits? Charlotte asked uncertainly. Theoretically, this is true, but the specific operation needs to be carefully considered. However, with this person's template, there is still great hope. If Vinsmoke Gaji is here, the chance of success can reach 90%. Caesar Courant looked at Charlotte and said. Charlotte's expression became serious. I'll leave this matter to you. You just have nothing to do these days. Let's study this thoroughly first. This fat black man can't stay here forever. He will be released in a few days and let him sleep all the time. Go down and take advantage of this time to study carefully. Charlotte ordered. Yes. Caesar Courant didn't ask about this person's identity, but seeing that the boss wanted to put him back, he knew that this person's identity was not simple. It seems that it cannot be cut into 8 pieces, which makes Caesar Courant a little regretful. After all, the other party is considered a miracle in biological science. Charlotte left the island hidden in the windless zone with the confused Red Earl. No sound. Entering the mirror world again, Slood is still monitoring everything around him in the mirror space. He nodded when he saw his father coming back and continued to develop the mirror fruit. In the outside world, the World Expo is still going on. The respective pirates took their treasures and went to the busy city to trade. With the deterrence of the Rockefeller Kingdom, no one dared to cause trouble. The transaction didn't officially end until the auction started on the evening of the 3rd day. Hurry, the Rockefeller auction is about to start, go over and get a good seat. In the evening, a building in the center of Kame Island lights up. Everyone knows that the highlight of the Pirate Expo is coming. The auction is definitely what all pirates are looking forward to the most. There are countless treasures out there, as long as you have money, you can get them. And I heard that there are a lot of devil fruits in today's auction, which are undoubtedly very precious in the new world, and many pirate groups are already gearing up. Try to buy a good devil fruit. The auction items this time are not just for the Rockefeller Kingdom, there are also many items consigned to the auction house by others. Rockefeller alone could not support this auction. It is impossible for Charlotte to take out her collection for auction. In the venue, 3 large boxes and 1 small box on the 2nd floor are suspended above the venue on the 1st floor, solemn and solemn. The Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mum Pirates, and various forces from the Rockefeller Kingdom entered their respective boxes. The Golden Lion, with an ugly look on his face, led his men into the only small box that looked like it had just been temporarily added. Charlotte never thought that Golden Lion Shurji would come, so she was not prepared. Only a small box can be temporarily added. We can't let the majestic Golden Lion Shurji and those miscellaneous fish crowd the 1st floor. Isn't this a slap in Charlotte's face? You must know that Shurji is his best brother. What do outsiders think? But even so, Shurji was still dissatisfied. Compared with the other 3 private rooms, his private room has lost a lot of weight, which makes outsiders look down on him, Golden Lion Shurji. Although Charlotte also explained something, Shurji still had a gloomy face. King, this is the list of today's auction, half of which are provided by our Rockefeller Kingdom. Carter took out the list of today's auction and said. Charlotte glanced at the list. Most of the jewelry also includes famous swords and devil fruits, but most of the devil fruits are ordinary animal-type ones. The few superhuman-type ones were all taken out by Charlotte himself, and their abilities are not very strong. In the original work, Doflamingo obtained a lot of powerful devil fruits, but all of them were sold in the world or in the paradise, which puzzled Charlotte. But thinking about the violent environment of the new world, Charlotte really doubted whether Doflamingo would be able to hold on once he brought out some powerful devil fruit. Just 1 Kaido is enough for him to drink a pot. With this explanation, Charlotte also understood Doflamingo's approach. This is a new world, not the 4 seas in paradise. Everything is based on strength, but unlike the 4 seas, you can eat any powerful devil fruit yourself, and you won't sell it stupidly. Most of the auction items are related to weapons or things that enhance one's strength. On the contrary, people in the New World don't care about gold, silver, and jewelry. But Charlotte had a lot of jewelry in her hands, and considering that many businessmen and nobles had arrived, jewelry was not valuable in the New World, but it was worth money in the world, so she took this opportunity to sell it for money. These are the treasures of the Tianlong people, and they are all good things. Don't worry, they won't be tempted. That's right, I'll leave it to you next. Charlotte warned. Asking Carter to maintain the auction may be overkill, but only Carter can control the situation. After all, Carter is also an old subordinate who has followed Charlotte for 20 to 30 years, and is also well known in the New World. No one dares to be presumptuous here. Yes. Carter withdrew. Went backstage to get ready. Slowly there were more and more people on the first floor. A large group of people swarmed into the auction house. Not everyone can enter this auction house. The ticket price alone is 10 million. Not everyone can come in, and it directly excludes a large number of people who fish in troubled waters. It makes sense not to let those people in. How many people can be squeezed into an auction house? As for the troublemakers, it's not like there aren't any. With his death sitting at the door, no one dared to have any objections. Didn't you see the frozen ice sculpture on the side? Even if you want to die, this is not the case. Beckman, here, here. Shanks called to his men and squeezed out of the crowd. Oh, I came a little late and I don't know if there is a seat. Come in and have a look. Shanks looked at the people surrounding the auction house, feeling a little helpless. It was too lively and too crowded. The crowds are crowded and there are heads everywhere. Stop, the entrance fee is 10 million belly to bring 10 people in. The guard stopped Shanks, who was about to rush forward, and asked. 10 million? Shanks looked at the guard. Yes, 10 million. The guard said. I'll go. 10 million belly can only bring 10 people in. Your Rockefeller auction house must be crazy about money. Once these words were spoken, it was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves. Before the red-haired pirates had time to express their stance, the Bucky pirates behind them had already exploded. Bucky led hundreds of cadres under his command, like a raging wave, pushing through the crowded crowd and arriving at the entrance of the auction house. When they heard that one ticket costs 10 million belly, they immediately exploded. This is simply a money grab. Chapter 761 Auction, Part. I'm afraid that the auction hasn't even started yet, and the Rockefeller Kingdom can recover its cost from the ticket price alone. And this ticket can only bring 10 people in. The guard didn't speak and stood there meticulously. When his death heard the noise, murderous intent flashed in her eyes, and she walked over slowly on high heels. He came in front of everyone and looked at them with cold eyes. Poor people don't deserve to enter. Death looked at this crowd of people and said contemptuously. As soon as these words came out, the members of the Bucky pirates who had just yelled turned red. Asshole, you actually looked down on the Bucky pirates. The irritated pirate completely ignored the admiring looks of the people around him and was already a little angry. Istetha's eyes flashed coldly. A cold light quickly extended from Istetha's feet. The brazen pirate was instantly frozen. Another lifelike ice sculpture instantly appeared in the field. This move instantly caused many pirates around to draw their weapons vigilantly. Captain, what should I do? Baiji Crow looked a little panicked at the tense situation around him. After all, the person standing in front of him was the famous Ice Queen Istetha in the New World, the eldest princess of the Rockefeller Kingdom. It was a bit inappropriate to have a conflict with her. Moreover, this is the headquarters of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Once it takes action, the Rockefeller Kingdom will not stand idly by. Bucky was also speechless. Where did his subordinates come from with so many idiots? No matter what the environment is, I dare to say anything. But all his men have been frozen. If he doesn't stand up, the Bucky pirates will be disbanded. I glanced at the cadre who was frozen in ice. He was a newcomer who joined the Bucky pirates after entering the New World. We, the Bucky pirates, have no intention of destroying the venue. What that person just said cannot represent the Bucky pirates. Isn't it just 10 million berries? Bucky first made his position clear, without any intention of starting a conflict, and waved back. Chloe, bring me 100 million Baileys and go in and take a look. Our Bucky pirates are not like some poor guys. We have plenty of money. Bucky waved his hand and looked specifically at the red-haired pirate group from the corner of his eye. As soon as these words came out, the leaders of the Bucky pirates all lowered their weapons. Long live Captain Bucky. The cadres were pleasantly surprised. They originally thought that they had no chance to enter the auction. After all, 10 million belly is not a small amount, and the captain should only bring the most important cadres in. But what I didn't expect was that the captain actually paid for it himself and brought all the cadres in. This made those cadres instantly forget the unpleasantness just now, and their hearts were filled with joy and gratitude. They felt valued by the captain, which was an unparalleled honor. Shanks, the red-haired pirate captain, smiled awkwardly when he saw Bucky's eyes and touched his straw hat. And Estetha's eyes twitched as she looked at the 100 people entering Yanjiang, and really didn't know what would happen next. Well, this is 20 million belly, can we go in? The red-haired pirates who had been serving as the background spoke. Shanks asked, holding 20 million berry. Esteth nodded with an indifferent expression and then walked away. Shanks looked a little dazed as he watched Esteth leave. At this time Beckman came over. It's beautiful, isn't it very elegant? Beckman put his hand on Shanks' shoulder and asked maliciously. Well, she is indeed very beautiful and elegant. Shanks nodded subconsciously and then reacted. You're trying to trick me. Shanks looked at Beckman. Hey, Captain, are you excited? Beckman asked with a smile, his sly look seemed to have seen through Shanks's heart. Based on my many years of experience as a royal daughter, this woman is a rose with thorns, so it's not easy to chase her. Beckman had a wicked smile on his face, deliberately teasing Shanks. His words were full of hints and provocations, which made people think of his romantic affairs among the flowers. Asshole, what are you talking about? Come on, stop standing in the way. Shanks' face turned red, as if he was deeply touched by Beckman's words. He turned around and walked towards the auction, his pace obviously speeding up a lot, as if he wanted to escape from this embarrassing scene. Hey? Captain, what's wrong? The crew members behind saw the captain's strange behavior and started whispering to each other. Hey, our captain is so excited. Razy Lou put his arm around the crew member's shoulders and said with a smile. Shanks' face turned hot when he heard Lotzi Lou's words, and his steps became even faster. He wished he could disappear from everyone's sight immediately to avoid being discovered in his predicament. A group of people walked into the venue chatting and laughing. My eyes suddenly brightened. The surrounding lights are bright, shining like daylight, making it look dazzling. Let's go, find a seat near the front. Shanks said seriously, ignoring the jokes of the people behind him. After the Bucky pirates and the red-haired pirates found their respective locations, the Beast pirates also came to the auction house. Different from the lively atmosphere of other pirate groups, the atmosphere of the Beast's pirates group has been very dull in the past 3 days. It was as if something was on his mind. This move is very clear in the eyes of others. At the same time, I am also curious as to why the Rockefeller Kingdom does not take action. Captain, here. Quinn found a good location against the wall. This location was inconspicuous and could hide them well. Yamato nodded and sat down. In the private room above. She is Kaido's daughter? Shueisha bit his cigar and looked at Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling, and Charlotte asked. Well, this is my brother's daughter and also my good niece. You can't have any ideas about her. Charlotte Lingling said. There was no hidden threat in her eyes, especially when she looked at Charlotte. There was a warning in her eyes, as if to say, if you dare to do anything to my niece, I will never let you go. Charlotte smiled. Take your eyes away. I, Charlotte, am not bored enough to cause trouble for a little girl. As long as she doesn't provoke my Rockefeller Kingdom, I won't bother to care about her. Charlotte shook the blood wine in the wine glass, took a sip and said disdainfully. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, as if to tell Charlotte Lingling that he did not take her threats seriously at all. This made Charlotte Lingling feel itchy and wanted to fight. Whitebeard was sitting in the box on the second floor, looking down through the window at the people below. His eyes glanced back and forth between Shanks and Bucky, as if observing their growth. Chapter 762 Auction House, Part. I didn't expect that the 2 brats on the Roger pirates had also grown up. I don't know how much they inherited Roger. Whitebeard murmured to himself, his eyes especially lingering on Shanks for a moment, and he noticed the straw hat on Shanks' head. Roger's crew? Shueisha became interested immediately and followed Whitebeard's gaze below. I remember, when we besieged Roger in the waters of Edwall, these 2 brats were so bold that they wanted to take my head. Jiahahahaha. Shiki suddenly laughed. Charlotte's eyes stayed on Shanks for a moment, and then looked at the Bucky pirates. Suddenly, Charlotte seemed to feel a gaze. He turned his head and saw that Mihawk's eyes behind Bucky were looking for something, scanning back and forth between the three boxes. Charlotte didn't need to think about it to understand that this was Mihawk looking for him. Roger's crew, does he know where Raph Drew is? That thief Roger stole my road sign. Otherwise, the throne of the Pirate King belongs to me, so how could he get his turn? Charlotte Lingling exuded a fierce murderous intent. Her eyes swept across Shanks and Bucky below, as if she wanted to cut them into pieces. And her words made sure Ji and Xiao Luo sneer. They didn't take the title of Pirate King seriously at all. Whitebeard sat in his seat with a faint smile on his lips, as if listening to a clown's monologue. In his opinion, Charlotte Lingling is just a poor creature lost in power and desire. She could never understand what the real One Piece stood for. Shanks, who was sitting on the first floor, suddenly trembled all over, as if he was being targeted by some wild beast, and started sweating profusely. But Bucky didn't react at all, looking left and right at the layout of the auction. And in the outside world. Let's go in and see what this auction house has. Garp took Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin to the door of the auction house, looked at it and was about to walk in. Lieutenant General Garp, we don't have tickets. Tautu said with a tired heart. If you don't have it, go buy it. Garp looked at Peach Rabbit in confusion. One ticket is 10 million, and you have already spent all our money in the past 3 days. Peach Rabbit was speechless. Garp smiled coquettishly after hearing this. Everything is good about Kame Island, but the things are too expensive, but don't worry, I will take care of the tickets. After Garp finished speaking, he immediately looked around. Then his eyes focused on a group of people. Among that group of people. Captain, this ticket is really expensive, a full 10 million. The Rockefeller pirates have such a dark heart. A pirate came to the bearded captain with a ticket and said, 10 million is 10 million. After I buy the devil fruit, I will increase my strength and plunder several countries. Not to mention 10 million, I can easily capture even 100 million. The bearded captain said indifferently. Hearing the captain's words, the surrounding pirates became excited. After putting his hands in his pockets, he casually approached the group of pirates. Quietly came to the bearded captain. Can I see what the tickets look like? Garp's voice suddenly sounded from behind the bearded man. The bearded captain turned his head subconsciously and saw a huge iron fist coming into view. Waiting for the bearded man's reaction. The iron fist struck the bearded man on the head. In an instant, the bearded pirate fainted. When the surrounding crew members saw it, they drew their weapons one after another. But the moment they pulled out their weapons, Garp moved, and his lightning-fast fist fell on everyone, and the surrounding pirates fell to the ground in an instant. And this movement instantly attracted the surrounding guards. Isdeth walked over with a serious face. Arriving in front of Garp, he held his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Garp smiled playfully at this. They were the ones who robbed me of my tickets, and I was forced to give them back. If you don't believe me, ask them. Garp pointed at the bearded pirate who had fainted on the ground. Isdeth's eyes twitched after hearing this, and she looked at Garp's expressionless face. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin quickly came behind Garp and looked at Isdeth warily. But Garp was still smiling. A long time. Be honest. After Isdeth finished speaking, she turned around and left here. This scene surprised many people around. Is this eldest daughter of the Rockefeller family a pervert? Garp smiled. Looking at Isdeth's back. She is a good prospect in the Navy, but unfortunately she is a pirate. No, I have to let Akiji get her, so that she can become a member of the Navy. Garp muttered. The Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin behind him were stunned after hearing this. Mr. Carp, are you kidding? T-Dolphin said in disbelief. Carp smiled, said nothing, took the ticket and walked straight towards the auction. But I met a smile at the door of the auction house. Seeing the smile, Garp was stunned and walked over quickly. Hey, isn't this a smile? Why don't you go in? Why are you standing here? Garp came to Eiichiro and asked. In the past few days, Garp has repeatedly tried to get closer to Eiichiro, consciously or unconsciously. But Eiichiro always maintained a vague distance, neither agreeing nor objecting to Garp's invitation. You can't get in without a ticket. Eiichiro didn't hide it and said with a smile. No, haven't you been in the casino these days? You've won tens of millions, so you can't even afford the tickets. The T-Dolphin behind Garp frowned and said. All the money I won from the casino was donated to the children's welfare home on Kame Island. Eiichiro said with a smile. Seems very proud of what he does. Chado was stunned and donated all of it to the welfare home. That was tens of millions. Cha Do felt that he would not be able to do such a wasteful thing. Garp laughed after hearing this. Isn't this a coincidence? I happen to have a ticket here. There are 10 places. I have 3 here. How about we go in together? Garp took out the ticket and invited. After hearing this, Eiichiro hesitated for a moment, raised his head, opened his white eyes, looked at Garp, and said with a smile. Thank you. The sudden smile made Garp laugh too. A group of people walked into the auction house. Not long after they left, Kakarote also came hurriedly. Huh? Where is Mr. Eiichiro? Kakarote held the ticket and looked around depressedly. There was no sign of Mr. Eiichiro at all. Did you leave? He had just received the news. Eiichiro was stopped outside because he had no tickets. Kakarote immediately came with the tickets after receiving the news. As a result, the person disappeared. Kakarote was a little disappointed, looked at the ticket in his hand, and walked directly into the auction house. The guards were all soldiers from the Rockefeller Kingdom, so they naturally knew Master Kakarote and let him go without any obstruction. Chapter 763 Wake. Inside the auction house. A ruthless hand quietly pushed the minute hand to the 6 o'clock position. The lights in the hall were like a curtain on a stage, suddenly pulled up, and the entire space fell into darkness. The people in the hall on the first floor fell into stunned silence like disturbed birds, and their noises disappeared without a trace in the sudden silence. Next second, the stage lights in the auction center suddenly lit up, like a bright star shining in the darkness. Colorful lights began to shine on the stage, like a colorful picture unfolding in front of people's eyes. In the center of the stage, a group of dancers stood motionless like sculptures. Their figures were graceful, like fairies descending to earth. And among the dancers, there is a woman with long, smooth golden hair, wearing a bright light blue dress, standing in the middle of the stage. The color is bright, which makes people's eyes bright. She holds a microphone in her hand, lowers her head, and is quiet. Standing there quietly, very calm, as if waiting for something in meditation. The entire audience focused on the center of the stage, as if everyone was attracted by his charm. Clang. The piano sounded, Stella raised her head and looked at the audience, and cheerful accompaniment sounded. As soon as the accompaniment sounded, the whole place was shocked. The stage lights shine on the dancer holding the bouquet. The dancer began to twist her graceful body as the music sounded. Stella picked up the microphone, and her singing voice sounded. Her voice was like the sound of nature, clear and beautiful, as if the sound of nature had come to the world. Her singing is like a beautiful symphony, passionate and intoxicating, and her dance movements are as light and elegant as an elf, making people feel like they are seeing a dreamlike world. The singing is exciting as the rhythm speeds up. People who watched the scene were stunned and were deeply attracted by the singing and dancing on the stage. Charlotte, who was sitting in a private room on the second floor, had a bright smile, like a flower blooming in the spring morning. Charlotte looked through the window to the stunned crowd in the hall on the first floor. The curve of the corners of her mouth was like the rising sun, warm and dazzling. In his eyes, these pirates and natives were like a group of stunned penguins. Their expressions were frozen on their faces, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Charlotte smiled slightly. It was time to shock these natives and let them see the real charm of music. Stella's magnetic voice sounded, and Wake echoed throughout the hall. This song is one of the few pieces of music that Charlotte can still remember. Its melody is like the turbulent sea, surging and exciting, making people's blood boil. Every note in the song is like a shining star, shining in the darkness, illuminating people's way forward. Stella's singing is like the sound of nature, with crisp high notes and deep bass. It is like a sharp sword, piercing the fog in people's hearts and allowing them to rediscover their dreams and beliefs. People in the lobby on the first floor were listening to this song blankly, as if they were in a dream world. Their bodies danced involuntarily to the rhythm of the music, as if they had forgotten all their worries and troubles. The music Stella sang made them feel unprecedented shock and power, reaching deep into people's hearts. As the song ended, everyone came back to their senses and stared blankly at Stella standing in the center of the stage. He opened his mouth, trying to say something, but it was stuck in his throat. Sister Stella, I have been preparing these things these days. It sounds great. Some children of the Rockefeller family stood in the background, staring blankly at the center of the stage. Stella, who was like a dazzling star, was a little lost. Tetsolo stood backstage, looking at the proud swan-like woman in the middle of the stage. She was the wife he had spent his whole life loving. The show is over. Stella bowed deeply to everyone in the audience and the private room on the second floor. Only then did the whole audience react. Wow. Applause resounded like a wave of applause from the audience. Everyone stood up excitedly and applauded the performance just now. It sounds so good, I can't express it in words. A tall, thick man clapped wildly, his palms turning red from excitement. This lady is definitely the most dazzling star in the world. I am willing to give everything just to kiss her. A gentleman dressed as an aristocrat said blankly, as if he had fallen into Stella's charm and couldn't extricate himself. This 100 million is not in vain. Bucky stood there blankly and murmured, his thoughts seemed to still be stuck in the moving music just now. Yuta will probably like this song very much. The red-haired man also stood up and applauded. His eyes were full of appreciation and joy, as if he saw Yuta's smile when he heard the song. This song is so powerful. Garp looked at Stella on the stage with shining eyes. He really wanted to take her to the Navy headquarters and play a song for all the Navy, so that they could feel this inspiring power. There is still hope. He looked at the stage with a smile, even though he couldn't see the face of the lady on the stage, he knew that she was a beautiful lady. His heart is full of hope, and he believes that as long as such music exists, the world will become a better place. What's the name of this song? I don't know who shouted. Everyone looked expectantly at Stella in the middle of the stage. Stella smiled slightly, as if the moon was covered by light clouds, and the snow fluttered like the flowing wind. Wake. These two words were like the sound of nature, resounding throughout the audience, and like a stone dropped into a calm lake, causing thousands of ripples. I believe that after this night, this song will become popular all over the world. Wake. It's a very fitting name. Can you give me a copy of the lyrics? I want to give it to someone who loves songs very much. Shanks suddenly shouted. No problem, I will write the lyrics and music to you. Stella smiled. Her smile is like a spring flower blooming, beautiful and moving. Thank you very much. I, Shanks, owe you a favor. If you need anything, you can come to me at any time. Shanks shouted. Stella smiled slightly after hearing this, but didn't take it to heart. But in Shanks' heart, he already owed a favor. I also want. Someone shouted, and then the whole place started laughing. Stella smiled, nodded one by one, and walked off the stage. But the scene was still noisy. Discussing the music just now. People around the second floor were also discussing. Dad, I think it's time for our Whitebeard pirates to recruit some musicians. Marco said. Chapter 764 The auction begins. For the first time, Marco felt that the power that music can bring to people can be so strong. Whitebeard looked at Marco, whose face was full of excitement, and then at his sons who were equally excited. No problem, we will find a group of musicians to play for us when the time comes. Whitebeard never refuses children's requests. Yeah, that's great. The Whitebeard crew members jumped up excitedly. Their cheers were like waves, sweeping across the entire floor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Lingling is giving orders. That boy Charlotte will make some fancy things, but if he has it, I must have it too. Katakuri, when the time comes, grab some musicians and create music that is not inferior to this piece. Play at my tea party. Her voice was deafening, as if it would shatter the entire private room. Katakuri didn't have the ability to refuse, so he could only nod. But I have no idea in my heart. It is extremely difficult to create music that is not inferior to this piece. I just hope that this was a whim of the mother and she would forget about it soon. Your Majesty, it's a perfect start. I believe tonight will be a joyful night. Carter stood behind Charlotte and smiled. The enthusiasm of the venue has been mobilized, and I believe there will be a lot of money tonight. After hearing this, Charlotte smiled indifferently. It's time to start. There are quite a lot of items to be auctioned tonight. Just like that, half an hour has passed, and not a single item has been taken out yet. Yes, it's time for Tetsolo to come on stage. These two couples are truly a match made in heaven. Carter said with envy. Charlotte smiled. Looking through the glass towards the center of the stage. Wearing a bright red suit, gray-green hair, combed back, purple sunglasses hanging on his head, and a large silver jewelry ring on each finger. It looks extremely luxurious. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rockefeller Auction House. I am the auctioneer, Gilder Tetsolo. Tetsolo opened his arms and looked at everyone with a smile on his face, his eyes shining with pride. However, everyone in the audience did not accept this uninvited guest and seemed to be still reminiscing about the opening ceremony performance just now. Seeing this, Tetsolo shrugged helplessly. It seems that my lover's performance just now left everyone unsatisfied. I am deeply grateful for this and thank you all for your love for my lover. As soon as these words came out, the originally silent atmosphere in the venue instantly became solemn. After hearing Tetsolo's words, the eyes of most people burst into flames of jealousy. Silver boy, what are you talking about? Miss Stella is someone you can covet. Immediately, a pirate who knew Tetsolo came forward. Tetsolo smiled slightly after hearing this and waved to the side calmly. Stella, who was hidden under the curtain, rolled her eyes at Tetsolo. Then he walked out coyly, waved to everyone in the audience, and blew Tetsolo a kiss. Miss Stella, that's not the case. After seeing Stella's actions, many people covered their hearts, as if their hearts were broken, and stretched out their hands to catch Stella on the stage. Unfortunately, Stella didn't even look at the other party and walked out of the stage again. Ha ha ha, now you believe it. Tetsolo said proudly. This villain's face not only made the audience angry. Even members of the Rockefeller Kingdom are gnashing their teeth. How can Shueisha show off openly on the stage? I really don't know why Sister Stella agreed to him. Simon and several other 15 or 16-year-old boys were furious. After watching the performance just now, it would be impossible not to have a little admiration for them. Haha, their love has gone through the test of life and death, so you guys don't have such wishful thinking. The second brother Tesla on the side looked at the few little guys around him and said, I want to duel with him. Simon said, holding out his fist. Yes, I want to duel too. Others shouted. Tesla shook his head, ignored the jealous eyes of Simon and others, looked around, and looked at everything around him. He is specifically responsible for the order of this auction, so he must keep an eye on the scene. Finally, there is the blind one who makes trouble, so that he can scare the monkeys. Tetsolo stood center stage and quickly drew everyone's attention back, allowing the first lot to be unveiled. The blessing of the god of love, carefully recommended by Miss Stella, has a starting price of 5,200,000 belly. This is an excellent gift for your loved one. I wish you a long-lasting love and happiness. Tetsolo shouted with passion. His voice resounded throughout the auction house like thunder, as if to ignite everyone's enthusiasm. As the hammer fell, the atmosphere instantly became heated and people began to shout. 6 million Baileys. 6.5 million Baileys. 7 million Baileys. 700. As the rich nobles kept shouting out their bids, the bidding prices also increased. The women looked at the auction objects on the stage with longing eyes, as if this blessing from the god of love could bring them endless happiness. During this fierce bidding process, every bid was like a fire, pushing the atmosphere to a higher climax. The nobles were like hungry wolves, fighting for this precious lot without giving in. In the end, the first lot, Eros Blessing, was sold for 8.88 million belly. This price stunned all the pirates present, and the nobleman who took the photo smiled triumphantly. I'm a good boy. It's just such a piece of rubble. Are these people crazy? 8 million and 80 million belly, and they don't even blink an eye. Lotzi Lu was stunned when he looked at the noble who took the necklace. Who knows what these nobles think, anyway, these nobles probably don't care about the money. The most important thing is to make people smile. Beckman looked at the admiring looks of many ladies around him and said with some envy. The auction continues. As the first lot successfully sold for a high price, more and more jewelry followed. The quotes in the field are more intense than the last. These jewels were all snatched from the celestial dragons, and can be treasured by the celestial dragons. One can imagine how precious they are. However, these jewels are only competed for by nobles and businessmen. Most of the pirates were still sitting motionless in their seats. Except for the Big Mom pirates who occasionally quoted a price, no other pirates ever quoted a price. Fortunately, Charlotte was not so crazy that he took out all the jewelry, only a dozen pieces. Soon the jewelry auctions were all over. Chapter 765 Fierce Competition. Selling 3 to 4 billion Baileys is just a drop in the bucket for Charlotte's collection. The main event begins. As the first devil fruit was brought up, most of the pirates present widened their eyes. They gasped and stared at the devil fruit on the stage, as if it was the most precious thing in the world. Treasure. Aren't they here just for the devil fruit? With devil fruit, you can increase your strength, become a more powerful pirate, and realize your dreams. Animal type Nyo fruit buffalo form, the starting price is 100 million belly, the highest bidder will win. Tetsolo roared and announced the offer. Buffalo fruit, this is already very good, it can fight and resist, and it also has the recovery ability of this animal type. It has a fatal attraction to many pirates present. 20 million Baileys. No one expected that the first person to make an offer would be the Bucky Pirates. Buggy, the captain of the Buggy Pirates, stood up, raised the auction sign and shouted. His voice was like thunder, shocking the entire auction house. Okay, the Buggy Pirates offer 200 million. Is there anyone higher than him? This buffalo fruit is very powerful even among ordinary animals. Tetsolo said. 300 million Baileys. The people from the Beast Pirates also made bids. Hyakju Yamato stood up and shouted while holding a sign. As they entered the new world and seized a piece of territory, they, the Beast Pirates, no longer had to worry about money. During this period, they plundered many of their peers. It can be considered a wealthy person. And this devil fruit is of the animal type. As all members of the Beast Pirates, as users with animal type fruit abilities, how can they give up when they see an animal type devil fruit? Increase price immediately. With the quotations from these two supernova pirates, the other pirate groups couldn't sit still. They didn't know how many devil fruits there would be tonight, but everyone still understood the idea of taking it easy. The next devil fruits will probably become more and more expensive. Following the quotations one by one, this ordinary animal type, Kaunyo fruit, and buffalo form was actually sold for 440 million belly. In Sea, the maximum number is 2 to 300 million. This also shows that people in the New World value strength. In the end, this buffalo fruit was won by a group of pirates who had emerged in the New World in the past 2 years at a price of 440 million belly. A group of pirates that Charlotte had never heard of. And the moment the auction hammer hit, the pirates were ecstatic. They spent almost all their savings fighting for this devil fruit. With the first devil fruit sold for 440 million Baileys, it was a good start. Many people are becoming more and more anxious for the next devil fruit. Afraid that I don't have enough money. I am especially afraid that my opponent has taken a devil fruit but I have not. That would be even worse. The competition for devil fruits then became more intense. The devil fruits prepared by Rockefeller Auction House seem to be inexhaustible. 10 devil fruits have appeared, but there is still no intention of stopping. The ones that come out are all of the animal type, and the more precious ones are definitely at the back. Where did the Rockefeller pirates get so many devil fruits? Many pirates were already confused. But due to the power of the Rockefeller pirates, no one dared to bring it up face to face. Continue to snatch. At the devil fruit auction, the three major pirate groups, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates and the Sky Pirates, started a fierce competition. They all took photos of a few devil fruits that looked good. Although most of them were ordinary species of animals, being able to fly was valuable enough. After all, when fighting on the vast ocean, having the ability to fly is undoubtedly a huge advantage. Therefore, whenever a devil fruit capable of flying appears, the two pirate groups will fight for it with all their strength. Since this was Charlotte's place, they didn't rob it by force. They just bid honestly with the people below. The people sitting on the first floor saw that the second floor was not dissatisfied because of their bidding. Everyone put down their worries, and the competition became more and more intense. After all, the three emperors are optimistic about something, so how can it be bad? In addition to animal-type devil fruits, some superhuman-type devil fruits have also attracted strong interest from the Big Mom Pirates. The superhuman salty fruits and spicy fruits have been collected by the Big Mom Pirates one by one. The most eye-catching one among them is undoubtedly the Wei fruit that was bought by Charlotte Lingling for a sky-high price of 1 billion Baileys. This price also set a record for the highest single bid at auction. This feat put the Big Mom Pirates in the spotlight at the auction. During the devil fruit auction, some famous swords and firearms will also be available. They were also auctioned at very high prices. Each of the good sharp knives costs more than 50 million belly, and the 21 great quick knives cost more than 200 million berry. It is loved by many swordsmen. Even some swordsmen in the Rockefeller Kingdom bought a lot. Most of them were digested by Charlotte's swordsman group. The competition for firearms is also fierce. Some sniper rifles are competed by major snipers. A good sniper rifle is more powerful than anyone imagines. Among them, Jesus Boo also picked out a sniper rifle he liked and spent a huge sum of money to buy it. The prices of these firearms are no less than those of famous knives. Even the price of the sniper rifle in Jesus Boo's hand is almost more than the price of the 21-piece sharp knife. After Jesus picked up a sniper rifle, he couldn't put it down. He even directly stated that if he had picked up this sniper rifle during the last battle in Xianghua Group, Jingji would definitely die. As soon as these words came out, the gunmen went crazy and fought for them. Garp, on the other hand, looked at the auction house with a dark look on his face, wishing he could punch the auction house to pieces. It is estimated that after this auction ends, the overall strength of the pirates in the New World will rise by 2 or 3 levels. This is simply a shame for the Navy. The auction is almost here. It is impossible for Charlotte to take out those powerful devil fruits and put them up for auction at the auction. The items put up for auction were all those that Charlotte didn't like, so it would be a good idea to take the opportunity to sell them for money and make the Rockefeller auction house famous. From now on, the Rockefeller auction house will hold one every month. After it has gained a reputation, future auctions in the New World will probably look to the Rockefeller auction house. There is no need to go to the Chambord Islands or auctions held by unknown people. This is a slow-moving business. As the last auction item was brought up, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 766 Training Notes. They looked at the stack of papers with wide eyes and confusion, as if Tetsolo was playing a joke on them. However, Tetsolo smiled slightly, as if he had already anticipated everyone's reaction. What is most important in the New World? Tetsolo looked at everyone and asked. His voice was low and powerful, as if conveying an irresistible message to everyone. Many people looked at Tetsolo as if they were a fool. Of course, strength is the most important thing. A pirate yelled. This made many people think that the person was not an actor invited by Rockefeller Auction House. Yes, strength is the most important. Strength determines everything. If you have strength in the New World, you can have it all. Tetsolo said solemnly. There was an undeniable power in his voice that made people shudder. But, do you know how to possess strength? Tetsolo asked. As soon as this sentence came out, many people frowned. Some smart people reacted and then looked horrified. Is it possible that the Rockefeller pirates want to? Beckman asked in horror. What happened? Lachi Lu became confused when he saw this. He still didn't understand what Tetsolo meant, but he could feel that this matter was definitely not simple. Shank's expression turned serious, quietly waiting for Tetsolo's next answer. That's right, fighting. Only through constant fighting can you gain strength, and fighting means the risk of death. I don't know how many pirates die in the sea every year because of fighting. But if one day, someone tells you, no need, you can gain great strength through fighting, what will you do? Tetsolo asked. His voice was full of temptation, as if he was describing a beautiful future to everyone. Get it at any cost. One of the pirates stood up, waved his fist, and shouted at the top of his lungs. His eyes shone with greed, as if the item was already in his possession. Yes, do whatever it takes to get it, and now you have this chance. Tetsolo picked up the paper on the table and displayed it in front of everyone with great care. This piece of paper seems to be a mysterious door leading to treasure, exuding endless temptation. The thing in my hand is worth tens of thousands of gold. It cannot be measured by money, because what it represents is strength. If you get it, you can gain the strength to stand in the New World. Tetsolo shouted, holding up the paper. His voice resounded throughout the auction site like thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums. The piece of paper danced in his hands, as if it had turned into a flag, leading everyone to the path of becoming strong. The last lot in the Rockefeller auction is Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte's training manual. Get it and follow the training in it, and you will one day become the 3 emperors. Tetsolo changed his concept secretly, looked at everyone and said. 3 emperors, what are 3 emperors? Those are the 3 emperors sitting on the New World, the emperor on top of the pirates' heads, stamping their feet, making the New World tremble 3 times. But now, Tetsolo tells them that as long as they get these pieces of paper, they can embark on the journey to become the 3 emperors. How can this calm them down? At this time, the auction site fell into chaos, and many people were excited. Many people's breathing became rapid, as if those pieces of paper had become the most important things in their lives. Eager to own it, eager to become the 3 emperors, eager to stand on the top of the world. Except for a few well-known pirate groups that could remain stable, the unknown pirates looked at the auction table with red eyes. Just when most of the people on the first floor were agitated by Tetsolo's words. In the private room on the second floor, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Charlotte was sitting on the sofa, calmly watching everything in front of her. His eyes were firm and calm. Charlotte, if you do this, aren't you afraid that someone will really defeat you? Sitting opposite Charlotte, Shiki bit his cigar, ignored the restlessness below, looked at Charlotte and asked. Charlotte smiled. His smile was like the spring sunshine, warm and bright. Those who learn from me will die, and those who resemble me will live. Strength cannot be gained by just relying on training manuals. These manuals can only be said to be stepping stones. Charlotte's tone is relaxed and confident, and he has never been afraid of challenges. Shueisha looked at Charlotte, a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Aren't you afraid that it will spread? Once it spreads, everyone will understand what impact it will have, right? Shueisha looked at everyone and said. Whitebeard was silent, his eyes as deep as the sea. Charlotte Lingling ate her dessert and didn't care what they said. Charlotte smiled, his smile was like the stars in the night sky, shining with the light of wisdom. It's their business to spread it. I'm only in charge of the auction. Is it possible that someone kills people with a kitchen knife, and I, the person who bought the kitchen knife, am also guilty? Charlotte spread her hands and said. Don't care at all what others think. Okay, you have courage. You are worthy of someone who dared to break into Joya. Shueisha laughed wildly. Old guy, when you get old, don't appear in the sea anymore. You should hide and enjoy your old age like the guys in the Roger Pirates. The sea is no longer suitable for you. Charlotte looked at Shueisha and said casually. His words were like steel needles, piercing Shueisha's eardrums deeply. This can be considered a good word of advice. Old? How can I, Shueisha, be old? As long as I am alive for one day, there will always be traces of me in this sea. Shueisha said domineeringly. His voice was like ocean waves, surging and powerful. Charlotte shook her head and didn't want to say anything else. One day he will realize that he is old. Charlotte touched her face and looked at the ring on her finger. Maybe I will grow old one day. Charlotte murmured. I just don't know how many people I will be familiar with when I am old. Charlotte's eyes suddenly became sad. And Charlotte's whisper made Whitebeard's drinking hand stop. There was a worried look in his eyes. He looked at Tesla patrolling the venue and Esteth who dared to challenge him. Rockefeller Charlotte already had an heir. Charlotte Lingling also has the heir to the Big Mom Pirates. And he has yet to find the heir to the Whitebeard Pirates. Just when the second floor fell into silence. Tetsolo has already started his offer. Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte's training notes, the starting price is 100 million Baileys. Owning it is equivalent to owning a ticket to the Three Emperors. This is a rare opportunity, the one with the highest bid will get it. Tezolo shouted with passion. 1 billion Baileys. Hawkeye Mihawk, who was sitting in the front row, was the first to announce the price. What? Bucky, who was sitting next to Mihawk, jumped up instantly and his limbs were flailing around. Chapter 767 The auction ends. Mihawk, are you crazy? That's 1 billion Baileys, enough to buy 2 devil fruits. Bucky said in confusion, and then felt heartbroken. Because Bucky knew that Mihawk had no money at all. Needless to say, he would be the one to pay. As the pillar of the Bucky Pirates, Mihawk would lose Bucky's face if he didn't have the money to pay. Everyone focused on Mihawk, especially Shanks and others. Logically speaking, a strong man like Mihawk should have no interest in this manuscript. How could he make a price? Mihawk's eagle-like eyes stared at Bucky coldly and said slowly, take a photo of it. When Tetsolo heard from Tetsolo that the note contained Mr. Charlotte's notes on the way of the sword, he decided to take a photo of it. Charlotte's sword notes are very rare for Mihawk. Maybe you can find something from it, or draw parallels. In short, Mihawk must get it. This handbook contains not only notes on Xiao Luo's sword skills, but also Xiao Luo's physical skills and 2-color domineering training methods. It can be considered very comprehensive. However, Xiao Luo still retained his skills, and did not write down the advanced training methods such as arming Sei Luoying and seeing and hearing the color to predict the future. And Kendo is just an explanation. The great swordsman needs to make his own way. With Mihawk's offer, almost everyone despaired. It suddenly rose to 1 billion. This is not something that just anyone can come up with. And judging from Mihawk's determined look, 1 billion is probably not the limit. You must know that the other party is backed by the Buggy Pirates. Seeing that no one was bidding, Tetsolo began to count down. 1 billion Baileys once. 1 billion Baileys twice. 1 billion Baileys 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Joracole Mihawk for taking the photo of Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte's training notes. I wish you a longer and longer path in the way of swordsmanship. Tetsolo congratulated. Mihawk just nodded indifferently. Ignoring Bucky's dead expression, he motioned for him to go up and pay. Bucky could only reluctantly take out Bailey and pay the payment. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all will agree that this was a wonderful night, a magical night, but like all good things, it is always fleeting. But, I believe, tonight every moment that happens here will become a memory that will never fade in our hearts. Tetsolo looked up and around, looking at the crowded auction seats. The first auction at Rockefeller Auction House has come to a successful conclusion. I sincerely hope that each of you has captured something you love. These precious works of art and jewelry are not just an object, but also our reflection on a better life. The pursuit and expression of love, they will accompany us, reminding us to cherish every moment and pursue a higher quality of life. At the same time, I also wish you smooth sailing in the future. Life is always full of challenges and uncertainties, but as long as we have faith and courage, we will be able to overcome difficulties and welcome a better tomorrow. No matter where you are, no matter what you are pursuing, I believe that as long as if you persevere, you will be able to realize your dreams. Now, I officially announce that the Rockefeller auction has come to a successful conclusion. It is my great honor to serve you all and bring you such an unforgettable evening, but the real hero behind the scenes is Mr. Rockefeller Shiloh. He is the king of our Rockefeller kingdom and the leader of us all. His wisdom and courage has always inspired us to keep moving forward and pursue higher goals. So, now, I would like to invite the king of our Rockefeller kingdom, Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte, to speak. Let us welcome him to the stage with the warmest applause. As soon as Tetsolo finished speaking, thunderous applause resounded throughout the auction house. The people of the Rockefeller kingdom expressed their respect for Charlotte with the warmest applause. Other foreign nobles and pirates looked at the legendary three emperors with curiosity, wanting to see what he would say. The private room on the second floor is open. The figures of the people in the private room were revealed. It's Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling, and the long-lost Golden Lion Shiki. Everyone sitting on the first floor was shocked when they saw the figure revealed in the private room on the second floor. In the past 3 days, I knew they were coming, but they didn't show up. I didn't expect that they would show up before the end of the auction today. During the auction just now, it was all their subordinates who came forward, but it turned out that I had been hiding behind the scenes. But the real focus of everyone's attention is not on these three people. But it was Charlotte who slowly walked out of the curtain. He walked firmly and calmly, as if the whole world was waiting for his arrival. He was wearing a white gold dress, shining dazzlingly under the light, looking extremely noble. A confident look appeared on Charlotte's face, his eyes were firm and bright, and the vague pressure on his body made many people feel that their breathing was stagnant. Everyone's eyes were focused on Charlotte, as if he was the center of the world. Charlotte, the leader of the most powerful force in the New World, is the man who dares to force his way into Mariajoya. He exuded an unstoppable power and majesty that made it impossible to ignore his presence. He took every step with firm determination and confidence, as if announcing his arrival to the world. His gaze swept over everyone, showing no fear or flinching, only endless confidence and strength. Slut. The Red Earl sitting in the corner looked at it and curled his lips. Charlotte walked to the center of the stage, stopped and raised his head slightly. Welcome everyone to participate in the World Expo held by Rockefeller Kingdom. Thank you for your support of Rockefeller Kingdom. This auction has concluded successfully. As the owner of Rockefeller Kingdom, I am very proud of this. This is a manifestation of everyone's trust in Rockefeller Kingdom. A very polite opening remarks relieved the somewhat depressing atmosphere around them. I am standing here today for a competition tomorrow. I believe many people have heard of it. Yes, it is the Tianjiao competition, a competition organized by the Rockefeller Kingdom for the young generation of the New World. All young people of the New World. Everyone in their generation can participate in this battle to determine the strongest talent in the New World, and that person will get me, the other three emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Charlotte Lingling. The legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki was recognized and received generous rewards. Charlotte looked at everyone and said. Chapter 768 Mirror Space. Where is this? The Red Earl was horrified, because those scenes were exactly what happened outside. It seems to be monitoring everything around it. Charlotte held the black beard, turned around and looked at the Red Earl and smiled. This is the mirror space, which is Slud's ability. Through the mirror, you can observe everything that is illuminated by the mirror, and use the mirror to achieve short-distance teleportation. It is a very practical skill. Charlotte looked at the Red Earl and explained. Can you see what's outside through a mirror? The Red Earl became solemn. Seeing the ugly expression on Red Earl's face, Charlotte smiled. Don't worry, only the mirror that has been touched can be observed. There is no mirror in your room. I am not a voyeur. Charlotte explained. After hearing this, the Red Earl looked around in the mirrors. I really didn't find anything about the scene in my room. Your daughter is incredible. The Red Earl looked at the hundreds of mirrors around him and sighed. He has seen countless familiar scenes. There are even scenes of Wano country. In other words, whenever something happens to Wano country, Charlotte can arrive as soon as possible. What an incredible thing. Haha, that's it. The current ability has yet to be developed, but the potential is still great. Charlotte said quite proudly. As their children get older, their abilities are also revealed, especially strategic abilities. Klein's door fruit and Slud's mirror fruit really gave Charlotte a big surprise. Dad. A clear voice sounded. Charlotte and Red Earl turned their heads at the same time. From a mirror, a graceful woman wearing a black tights walked out. Her short white shoulder-length hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding a charming luster. There are 2 short blades stuck in her waist, and the blades are flashing with cold light, as if to show people her fatal charm. Her figure is perfectly displayed, and her concave and convex curves are impossible to ignore. The material of the black tights outlines every inch of her body, showing her strength and softness. Her steps are light and firm, and each step carries an indescribable confidence, as if the world is under her control. Her eyes are cold and sharp, as if she can see her goal through all obstacles. At the age of 18, she showed her charming charm. I sensed someone touching the mirror, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it was Dad. Slud looked at it and explained with a smile. Okay. Charlotte nodded. We have something to do. Let's go to the laboratory. If you have nothing to do, go and help your eldest sister maintain order on Kame Island. After saying that, Charlotte grabbed the sack and pulled the Red Earl towards the laboratory. Slud looked at the backs of his father and the Red Earl and smiled, then left the mirror world again. Charlotte and the Red Count came out of the mirror world. What comes into view is a brightly lit room, which is completely white and flawless, with a full sense of science fiction. Charlotte walked to the door and stared at a science fiction display screen. After sensing Charlotte, the display screen quickly scanned Charlotte's eyes. Rockefeller Charlotte, the king of the Rockefeller Kingdom, is approved. An electronic sound sounded. Click. The door slowly opens. Go. Charlotte greeted the Red Earl and walked out. The Red Earl watched this scene with interest. This was his first time here, and he was full of curiosity about this mysterious place. Everything here seems so high-tech and mysterious, as if you are in a future world. Looking at Charlotte's back, the Red Earl couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Did Charlotte bring him here to pull him off the boat? Or is there some other purpose? The Red Earl felt a little troubled. The more he knew, the more confused he felt. He didn't know whether he should continue to follow Charlotte, and he didn't know what he would face. In this mysterious place, the Red Earl felt an unprecedented pressure. A feeling of trust lingered in the Red Earl's heart, and he didn't know how to face this unreserved trust. He sighed and quickly followed Charlotte. Walk through the corridor full of technology. I passed by many rooms with closed doors. The sounds of various instruments inside kept ringing in my ears. The Red Earl was very curious. Charlotte, this should be your secret, right? The Red Earl walked to Charlotte and asked. Well, this is an experimental base located in the Windless Zone. All the inventions of the Rockefeller Kingdom came out from here. Charlotte didn't hide anything. The Red Earl was shocked when he heard this. This was the first time he knew about this place. In the past, he only thought that the laboratory on Kame Island was everything. Unexpectedly, the laboratory on Kame Island was just a cover. The world government has paid a lot of money over the years, but has not obtained any useful information. It turns out there is none. The Red Earl suddenly felt pity for the world government. You must know that in the past 2 years, he has killed no less than 10 people with his own hands. These are all agents, and it takes an unknown amount of time to train each one to produce a qualified agent. After turning left and right, he finally stopped in front of the door of a laboratory. Boss. Cesar Courant knew of Charlotte's arrival when he showed up at the laboratory. Waiting at the door early in the morning. Cesar Courant, I have a task for you this time. Charlotte threw down the black beard from his shoulders. Cesar Courant frowned slightly, not knowing what the boss's mission was, so he opened the sack. A big black fat man appeared in front of him. This? Cesar Courant is a little confused. Scan his body structure to see how he is different from other people. You must have a deep understanding. He has a big secret. Charlotte said. The big secret? Cesar Courant was stunned for a moment, but quickly grabbed the big fat man and walked into the laboratory. Placed on a bed, the instrument scanned Tiki. What's the big secret, Captain? Taking advantage of the gap in scanning, Cesar Courant asked. Do you think one person can eat 2 devil fruits? Charlotte asked rhetorically. What? How is this possible? A person can only eat one devil fruit. This is the consensus of everyone since the emergence of devil fruit. Anyone who eats the second devil fruit will die because the body cannot bear the power of the devil fruit. Collapse. In our scientific world, this is because the blood factor of the first devil fruit is different from the blood factor of the second devil fruit, which will produce a rejection effect. Simply put, two different blood types, forced blood transfusion will cause the body's collapse. Caesar Courant explained, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. His eyes widened as if they were about to bulge out, and his face was filled with shock and doubt. Chapter 769 The Prodigy Competition, 1. This time, Jin also fell silent. The scene this morning also left a deep shock to him. Even when his eldest brother was at his peak, he was probably not as strong as Caesar now. Is that my father's ability? Yamato suddenly spoke. All eyes turned to the captain. Jin hesitated for a moment and nodded. Animal type, phantom beast species, dragon fruit, green dragon form, the abilities that my eldest brother had back then were obtained by Charlotte. Jin said. Then take it back. Father's relics must not fall into the hands of the enemy. Yamato tightened his grip on the fork in his hand. The fork made of silver bent instantly. Everyone in the Beast Pirates was shocked when they heard what the captain said. Captain, what are you talking about? Immediately, Quinn asked as if his hair was fried. I mean to take back my father's belongings. Yamato said coldly. Being stared at by Yamato like this made Quinn feel nervous. This is the territory of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Quinn whispered quickly, fearing that the conversation here would be overheard. This little ancestor really doesn't know the heights of the world, and it's all Jin's fault for leading the captain astray. Isn't there a competition for geniuses today? Let's get rid of him in this competition. Yamato said solemnly. This. Quinn was speechless. Is it that easy to solve? Even if they all swarmed up, it wouldn't be possible. Jin looked at the captain's determined expression. I will cooperate fully. In just 6 words, Jin's meaning was expressed. He will use his life to complete this task. Never run away like 19 years ago. Jin, you are stupid too. Now Quinn was anxious. He originally wanted to join forces with Jin and ask the captain to cancel this decision, but he didn't expect that Jin would also accompany the captain to mess around. Just in case, if you are not careful, you will have to take this with you. Uncle Quinn, you don't have to participate if you don't want to. If anything happens to us, you will be the next captain of the Beast Pirates. You continue to lead the survivors to evacuate the new world. Don't avenge us. Yamato looked at Quinn and warned him. There was no look of displeasure on his face, but a heavy look on his face. Bastard, what are you saying? Do I, Quinn, look like a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death? Don't worry, Captain, even if I lose, I will die before you. Quinn instantly became unhappy. The reason why he tried to persuade him was because he didn't want anything to happen to Yamato. I failed my elder brother's spirit in heaven. Yamato looked at Quinn and smiled, a bright smile. Don't worry, you won't die. Yamato said. This scene fell into Jin's eyes, looking at the smiling Yamato, and gradually overlapped with the elder brother in his memory. I silently made up my mind to protect my eldest brother's only bloodline. Time passes slowly. The sky is as blue as a gem, the sun is bright and warm, and the breeze is gently ruffling the sea surface, creating layers of blue waves. The sea looks particularly rippling, as if a beautiful picture is unfolding in front of you. And on this quiet and magnificent sea, countless pirate ships were surrounding a primitive desert island. These pirate ships come in different shapes and sizes, but they all exude a powerful aura. Their sails are raised high and dance in the sea breeze like wings, giving people a shocking feeling. And directly in front of them, on the shore of the primitive desert island, the beach is covered with shells and stones, which shine dazzlingly in the sunlight. The vegetation on the island is lush and vibrant. The pirates stood on the bow of the ship, holding long knives and muskets, with greed and desire in their eyes. The Poseidon, Moby Dick, Queen Mother's anthem, and an island ship with a lion's head carved on its bow were parked in front of the island. In the surrounding area, countless pirate ships surrounded the island on all sides. As early as a month ago, Charlotte had realized that there would definitely be a big battle if the Tianjiao competition was held. With the fighting power of Esteth and the others, Kamei Island cannot withstand the torment. So Charlotte ordered Caesar to use a flaming cloud to transport an island from the windless belt for the venue. Fortunately, Caesar is very awesome. The island covers an area of About 500 square kilometers, which is just the right size. Look at the lonely islands in the sea. Charlotte thought, it seems that the surrounding area of Kame Island is too empty. It seems that there is no buffer island that can resist the surprise attack of foreign enemies. Kame Island is located in the center of the New World, connecting the front and back of the New World. The surrounding business is prosperous and a large number of merchants gather, but it also has a fatal weakness. That means there is no defense at all. Any pirate group can march straight in and directly invade Kame Island. For example, in the year 1494 of the Hainan calendar, Charlotte Lingling led the Big Mum pirates to directly invade Kame Island. Charlotte had no idea about it beforehand. Although the Rockefeller Kingdom is powerful and can defend itself from enemies outside its borders, it does not mean that it does not need defense. Charlotte plans to build 12 satellite islands near Kame Island to protect Kame Island. There were no conditions before, but now Caesar can transport islands and equip them completely. In the future, some more important facilities can be placed on satellite islands. It's better than putting it on Kame Island, which is as permeable as a sieve. After this competition is over, you go to the windless zone, move 12 islands back, and place them around Kame Island as satellite islands to protect the safety of Kame Island. Charlotte looked at Caesar, who was still complacent, and ordered. Caesar, who had looked happy just now, suddenly fell down after hearing this. Moving such an island made him so tired that he almost couldn't get up. It took him 3 days to move it back, and then he had to move 12 more. Wouldn't this cost his life? Caesar wanted to refuse, but Charlotte didn't give him a chance to refuse. Has the arrangement on the island been completed? Charlotte asked. Don't worry, Dad, I asked Ackerman and his team to arrange it early in the morning. Ackerman's stone fruit was a big help, Caesar said, looking specifically at Ackerman standing behind him. Charlotte also looked over. Ackerman is a young man who is over 16 years old, has solid muscles, slightly dark skin, and inch hair. Ackerman saw his father looking over and smiled honestly. Charlotte smiled and nodded. Everything is ready, just waiting to start. Charlotte looked forward, waiting for the time to enter. Entry time is 10 o'clock. On the Whitebeard pirate ship, the participating captains were all gearing up and couldn't wait. Not only all captains participated, but some crew members from the headquarters also chose to give it a try. After all, the rewards are still very rich, and you might be able to miss out if you try hard. And among these squad captains, one of the captains looked sad. Dad, there has been no news from that guy Tiki for 3 days. There must have been some accident. Thatch came to Whitebeard and said worriedly. Whitebeard frowned after hearing this. Teach? The only son with AD on the entire ship. Chapter 770, The Prodigy Competition, 2. I will go to the Rockefeller Kingdom to help find this matter after the competition is over. Don't be in a hurry. Whitebeard looked at Sachi and assured. As the captain of Whitebeard's 4th Division, Thatch is also the head chef. He stands out among Whitebeard's many sons and is highly regarded by Whitebeard. Thank you, Dad. Thatch nodded worriedly. Cheer up. What's next is what you have to deal with. Don't let others look down upon you. Whitebeard's big hand patted Sachi's shoulder and said. At the same time, he also looked at the other participating captains. The same goes for you, especially Marco. You also know the rules of the game. We, the Whitebeard pirates, want it first. Whitebeard looked at Marco and said. Don't worry, Dad, I've got that devil fruit. Marco said confidently. With the power of his phoenix fruit, among this younger generation, he really has never been afraid of anyone. Whitebeard also smiled, very satisfied with Marco's confidence. He raised his head and looked at the island not far away, with a gleam in his eyes. Everyone is getting ready to go, including the Big Mum pirates and those who are not from the 3 emperors. Even people from the Dark World or people from a certain New World Kingdom force came to compete. There is no way, the reward is too generous. They all have the attitude of giving it a try. And how could such a lively scene be missing the great news king Morgans? Early in the morning, with Charlotte's consent, Morgans arranged cameras all around the island. Turn on the live broadcast and broadcast the entire game live. It is currently being tested. On a news ship, a feather-clad Morgans stood in front of the camera with a microphone and kept adjusting his uniform. Ahem, it's time to start. Morgans signaled to his men that they could start broadcasting. His subordinates immediately understood and started the full live broadcast. At the same time, in almost all important places around the world, a screen was placed above and lit up instantly. The familiar bird head of Morgan's was revealed. Welcome to the audience to watch the New World Genius competition broadcast by the World Economic News Agency. I am the host Morgan's. At this moment, I am very honored to be able to stand here and preside over this high-profile game for everyone. In this era full of challenges and opportunities, young people from all over the world gather here, and they will show their best on this stage. Today, we are here for money, for glory, and for strength. Here, we will witness the rise and fall of countless geniuses and feel their passion and fighting spirit. The New World Talent Competition is a stage where everyone has the opportunity to realize their dreams. Morgan's voice is deep and magnetic, and every word he speaks is full of power and passion. On the big screen behind him, photographers took turns taking pictures on various pirate ships. The faces of Barrett, Isteth, Caesar, Tesla, Marco, Katakuri and others swept across. The audience couldn't help but be captivated by the charisma of these contestants. The people who were photographed looked at Morgan's one after another, some with displeasure on their faces, some expressionless, and some extremely excited. Everyone's expressions are different. This scene was transmitted to the world by Morgan's through the video phone bug. Marie Joa. The 5 old stars gathered together to watch the video phone bug. Grandstanding. Saint Satan said disdainfully, his tone full of contempt. The other 5 old stars did not speak after hearing this, but the disdain in their eyes could be seen at a glance. Rockefeller Charlotte is really restless. Maz Shang looked at the calm Charlotte with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Since Roger's death, the age of discovery has begun, and the most extraordinary person among them is Rockefeller Charlotte. Almost every year there is news that shocks the world. It also targets the world government several times. In 1500 AD, they invaded Impel Down. In 1503, they formed the alliance of 3 emperors to defeat the navy. In 1506, they invaded Mariajoya and freed a large number of slaves. In 1507, arms were sold around the world, leading to continuous wars around the world. Each of these is jumping back and forth on the bottom line of the world government. The 5 elder stars of the world government hate it with gnashing of teeth. But the other party is in the new world, and the world government has nothing to do with him. Unless at all costs. I just want to take this opportunity to see clearly the strength of the new world. By the way, I am selecting a few candidates for the Shichibukai. However, Nashiro Sage didn't have much reaction. Instead, he was thinking about the candidates for the king's Shichibukai. After all, there have only been 3 Shichibukai under the king for so many years, and the strength of the navy is increasing every year. This is not conducive to the balance between the world government, the navy, and pirates. We really have to choose the next candidate for the king's Shichibukai. I think the red-haired pirate group is very good. They can fight against Akiji a few times. Their strength is neither strong nor weak. And the identity of the other party. Saint Wucheli said. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Looking at the face of red-haired Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. Does the Fegaland family know his identity? Or does Saint Garin know about it? Maz Saint asked. I know, when Shanks first appeared in the world, the people of the Fegaland family already knew that the other party was a baby abandoned in the Valley of the Gods, and they even sent people to find him. Saint Wucheli said. Then what did he say? Maz Sheng raised his eyebrows. Haha, does it matter whether he is a celestial dragon or not? He wants to be a free pirate. Saint Wucheli said mockingly. Oh, I was really influenced by that guy Roger. Nazha Langsheng said disdainfully. What do the Fegerlanders say? Maz Saint asked. Don't worry about it, Saint Jolin said that his child died in the battle at the Valley of Gods. Saint Wucheli waved his hand and said. Oh. Several other 5 old stars became thoughtful after hearing this. It's better to send an invitation to the king's Shichibukai. No matter the other party's identity or strength, they all meet the requirements of the king's Shichibukai. Nazha Langsheng said. Seconded. The other 4-5 old stars agreed and did not dwell too much on this matter. It's not enough to have just one person. I'm inviting one more person. Do you think the Beast's pirates are qualified? Saint Nashulang suggested taking advantage of the victory to pursue it. Everyone looked at Nazha Langsheng in surprise. Did he take the wrong medicine? In the past, he was the most repulsive to Wang Xiaokuei. Why is he becoming more active now? It's true that Nashiro Sage is crying. Since becoming the Marshal of the Navy during the Warring States period, the Navy has implemented an overall state of shrinkage. Focus on stable development and work hard. Chapter 771 The Prodigy Competition, 3. Regarding matters on the sea, apart from suppressing the pirates in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line, they did nothing. This made Nazho Langshang a little urgent, and some things required the Navy's cooperation. But the Navy has always treated it negatively. This made him feel that the Navy seemed to have lost control. He couldn't wait to need another force to balance the Navy. At the same time, he also supported his own forces in the Kabuhai under the king. The Beast Pirates, the audacious people who attacked the Celestial Dragons in the Shampoo Islands. Saint Satan frowned immediately. That's right, it's her. Saint Nashulang nodded. No, absolutely not. Let her become the king of the 7 warlords. The face of the world government will be lost, and the majesty of the Celestial Dragons will be gone. We must protect the majesty of the Celestial Dragons and kill her. Saint Satan said while tapping his cane. He looked a little excited. Saint Nashulang fell silent after hearing this. It was an indisputable fact that the other party attacked the Tianlong people, and it was not easy for him to break this rule. I think I can give it a try. Maz Shang spoke. Everyone focused on Maz Shang. The Beast Pirates and the Rockefeller Pirates have a grudge, which makes it very suitable for us to control the Beast Pirates. At this point, it is very reasonable to invite them to join the King's Shichibukai, and what happened to the Tianlong people last time, everyone knows what's going on. Don't stare at that point. Now the world government is in urgent need of manpower. Although the Beast Pirates are not as powerful as the Rockefeller Pirates, the Shichibukai combined can still contain the Rockefeller Sea. We are part of a band of thieves, so we can be a little more relaxed if appropriate. Maz Shang explained. This made both Saint Wuchili and Saint Pitt fall into deep thought. Looking at the younger generation of the Rockefeller Pirates are already the undisputed strongest pirate group in the New World. They really need to balance the sea. Seconded. Saints Peter and Vasily agreed. That is the criminal who attacked the Celestial Dragons, how can you let her serve as the King's Shichibukai? Saint Satan opened his eyes wide and said angrily. The Rockefeller Pirates are too powerful in the New World. We must support a pirate who has a grudge against the Rockefeller Pirates to contain the Rockefeller Pirates. Saint Peter said indifferently. 4 votes to 1. The motion to invite the Beast Pirates was directly passed. Saint Satan could only lower his head unwillingly. Well, after this competition is over, let's send out the invitation. I believe they won't refuse. Maz Shang said with a smile. This battle will make these young people see their own weakness, just like Moonlight Moria back then. You can only join the 7 seas of war under the king. The discussion of Mary Joapengu is over. The meeting at Marine Fando at the Navy headquarters has just begun. Office of the Admiral. Only a few generals gathered around the long table. Most of the generals were away on business. In the conference room, only senior generals such as Qing Pheasant, He, and Zay Fa were summoned by the Warring States period for a meeting. The group of people looked at the picture on the screen. Everyone was shocked when a familiar face appeared on the screen. Why is Lieutenant General Garp there? Many mid-level and low-level generals stared at a white-haired old man who looked like Lieutenant General Garp with wide eyes. Although the old man was dressed like a pirate, with a 3-cornered pirate hat on his head, and was also dressed in the shape of a one-eyed dragon. But these generals who get along day and night can still be recognized at a glance. Even if you can't recognize Garp, you should recognize the Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin behind Garp. After all, they are 2 young lieutenant generals who were just promoted this year. Many people are still impressed. Moreover, Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin didn't hide anything. They wore the uniforms of vice admirals and stood among the pirates. Sengoku, Zifa and Qingji also saw Garp in a pirate costume, and the corners of their mouths twitched involuntarily. Warring States even cursed in his heart. Even if you go, you can't reveal your identity as a navy in such a blatant way. He didn't hide anything at all, and even took Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin together to fool around. These 2 are both promising juniors in the Warring States period, belonging to Akiji's next batch of naval cadres. If something happens, the Navy will suffer huge losses. All the generals were more or less silent in this meeting because of Garp. Take this opportunity to understand the strength of pirates and prepare for entering the New World in the future. There was silence for a long time. Crane broke the calm. Yes, what staff he said makes sense. Everyone should take a good look at it to prepare for future battles. The Warring States period summoned the generals of the Navy headquarters for this matter. I almost forgot about that guy Garp. When he comes back, I must let him taste my Buddha's palm. Purify and cleanse his undisciplined mind. The Navy's attention is entirely on the big screen. In the big screen, all the respectable pirates and contestants in the New World have gathered. Buggy pirates, beast pirates, several representatives of the Dark World, and a group of bounty hunters, ronin and the like. Like a smile. Mr. Eiichiro will take care of them both during the game. Garp came to Eiichiro and said with a smile. Eiichiro looked over after hearing the words. Although he could not see with his eyes, he could sense the impressive aura of the two young men in front of him. These two young people don't need me to take care of them. Eiichiro shook his head. He clearly felt the somewhat unkind looks from the two people in front of him. Garp has been too enthusiastic towards him these days, and these two have some objections. A smiling heart is like a bright mirror. We will come on stage soon. Don't fight against those from the Rockefeller family. If you encounter a strong enemy, save your life first. Garp turned around and looked at Peach Rabbit and T Dolphin with a serious face and warned them. Although the Navy can completely ignore this game. But now that it's here, how can we back down? A strong person must have a fearless heart and challenge the strong. It also proved to the world the strength of the Navy. Yes. Although Garp was on the same level as them, which Vice Admiral dared not take Garp seriously. Even a general would give Garp 3 points of thin noodles. Garp looked at the island. Look at the 10 giant pillars in the center of the island. And rewards on giant pillars. Whoever grabs it first and holds it for a day belongs to him. This rule is quite good. It goes as far as it can go without hurting your temper. After all, who is to blame for not holding on? It's almost 10 o'clock. The atmosphere among all the contestants around the island began to become tense. Everyone looked at the 10 giant pillars in the center of the island. The 3 leading pirate groups also took action. Charlotte nodded to the Whitebeard Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Chapter 772 The Prodigy Competition, End. When the time approaches 10 o'clock. Children, your time has come. Show the power of the Rockefeller Kingdom and fight with all your strength for our future. Devil fruits are ours and we must not let them fall into the hands of others. Charlotte shouted to the children around her. His eyes swept over the faces of Barrett, Isteth, Caesar, Tesla and the children who were eager to try, and his eyes were full of encouragement and expectation. This time almost all the younger generation in the Rockefeller Kingdom participated in this battle. Including Charlotte's children, those aged 16 or 17 also joined in. Charlotte is not afraid of anything happening. He is keeping an eye on her, and Barrett and Isteth are here. Even if something happens, he can take care of her as soon as possible. Moreover, this competition is actually an exchange, and the 3 emperors have a tacit understanding not to kill. Because they can't afford the loss of shopping. So this game is more like an exchange between peers among the 3 emperors. As for other pirates, Charlotte didn't take them seriously at all. If he can't defeat them, then Xia Luo will directly abdicate the position of the 3 emperors. And Charlotte plans to use today's battle to show the world the strength of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Victory! Barrett, Isteth, and others shouted. The other 2 pirate groups are also ready. Kula la 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 la, sons, go show the bravery of the Whitebeard Pirates and win first place. Whitebeard shouted loudly. Win first place! The participants of the Whitebeard Pirates shouted, their morale rising. Well, teach me a lesson and defeat them all. Charlotte Lingling ate the cake and looked at the other 2 pirate groups. Beat them all. Members of the Charlotte family also waved their arms and shouted. Kill, the reward is ours. Seeing this, the pirates and people from other forces who also participated in the competition also shouted out not to be outdone. The competition for the prodigy has officially begun. Golden Lion Shiki shouted, floating in the air with his blonde hair flying. The heroic spirit on his body was undisguised. Golden Lion Shiki, who had no crew members, took the initiative to take on the role of host in order not to make himself redundant. When he brought it up in the morning, Charlotte was stunned. Finally agreed to his proposal. You can't just let him watch, it's a bit unreasonable. Let him feel a little involved. With the roar of the Golden Lion Shurji, the quiet sea suddenly became restless. Countless contestants took action. The stronger ones pointed their toes thousands of meters away from the island, and rushed onto the island. The weak ones rowed their boats and landed on the island. Dozens of pirate ships landed from all sides of the island. Klein! Isteth shouted without turning around. Understand. Klein came to the crowd, waved his hand, and a space door rose. Isdeth slowly drew the sword from his waist. Kill. Isdeth uttered one word and stepped into the space door. The contestants behind them all clenched their fists or weapons. Barrett, Caesar, Tesla and others followed closely and stepped into the space door. The next moment, everyone has arrived on the beach 1,000 meters away. They are the first team to set foot on the island. Tread. 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 Stepping on the sand, everyone felt the contestants arriving from all directions on the island. Isdeth frowned. Isdeth took the lead, flanked by Barrett and Caesar Tesla, followed by the younger generation of the Rockefeller Kingdom who landed on the island from the east. With a phoenix cry. The west side of the island. A big bird burning with green flame flew out. Marco led the Whitebeard pirates to land from the west. The Big Mom pirates also landed from the south under the leadership of Katakuri. At the same time, the red-haired pirates, Beasts pirates, and Buggy pirates all landed on the island in the north. After that, there were those who wanted to fish in troubled waters, as well as the Navy's Peach Rabbit, T-Dolphin, and Eiichiro who also landed on the island from all directions. He did not choose to collide with those powerful people. Isdeth looked around, holding the sword in his hand. He glanced around coldly. The domineering aura of seeing and hearing directly enveloped the entire island. It enveloped everyone. In an instant, the strong men who landed on the island looked eastward in unison. What a domineering killing intent. People who had seen and heard the domineering look looked at Dongfang and secretly said in shock. Only a few knowledgeable people knew it was Rockefeller Isdeth. This means Isdeth is going to kill everyone. Isdeth didn't keep them waiting long. Take a step forward and raise the corners of your mouth. Clear the trash. The words fell. Caesar and Tesla seemed to realize something and involuntarily took 2 steps back, trying to stay away from Isdeth. Next second, Isdeth's aura suddenly burst out. Ice blue overlord-colored domineering energy soared into the sky, and murderous intent instantly merged into the overlord-colored domineering energy and spread to the entire island. Anyone who is enveloped by the overlord's domineering aura and whose will is weak will fall to the ground directly. Even the people behind Isdeth were startled by Isdeth's sudden burst of domineering aura, and their faces all turned pale, as if they had seen an evil ghost. It was like falling into an endless abyss. When Caesar saw the pale faces of his younger siblings behind him, he immediately stood tall and stood in front of them, resisting all pressure. This is the result that Isdeth deliberately avoided. But those who faced Isdeth's domineering and murderous aura were not so lucky. If you are lucky, you will pass out and become unconscious. Those who were unlucky, such as those who had little strength and wanted to fish in troubled waters, were instantly enveloped by this domineering aura and fell like a sledgehammer on their heads. His spirit was shattered by the murderous aura on the spot, and he became a fool, muttering to himself incomprehensibly. Those who were barely holding on had blood-red eyes, obviously affected by murderous intent, and were about to become killing puppets eroded by murderous intent. At this moment, Isdeth is like an emperor overlooking all living beings. Her domineering aura is cold and biting, like countless sharp ice blades, cutting people's souls. Her murderous intent was like a wild beast, roaring and galloping, tearing into pieces any enemy that dared to stand in its way. In the face of this terrifying momentum, the people who were enveloped felt unprecedented pressure. Their heartbeats were rapid and their breathing was rapid, as if their entire beings were about to be crushed by this force. Feeling Isdeth's murderous intent, it was as if an iceberg was pressing down on them, making them unable to move. His eyes became blood-red, he lost his mind and just wanted to kill everything in front of him. Chapter 773 The Confrontation of Overlord and Dominance, Part. Their bodies became stiff, unable to control their actions, and they could only let Isdeth's murderous intention drive them. At this moment, the entire island fell into chaos, and the sounds of killing and wailing echoed through the sky. Isdeth, on the other hand, stood there, watching all of this coldly. Her eyes were full of ruthlessness and indifference, as if she were looking at the struggle of a group of ants. She is the master of this island, and no one can defy her will. There are very few people on this island who can remain calm under the domineering power of King Isdeth. Several large pirate groups took action one after another. Strong captains such as Marco of the Whitebeard pirates immediately stood in front of the crew to resist the pressure. Charlotte Katakuri directly released her Overlord Haki and stood in front of many brothers and sisters, resisting Isdeth's Overlord Haki alone. The captains of the red-haired pirates and the Beasts pirates also released their own Overlord-colored Haki, resisting the impact of Isdeth's Haki. As for those unknown people, without the resistance of experts, they simply cannot stop Estetha's domineering power. The most deadly thing about Estetha's domination is the actual murderous intent. As soon as he smiled, his face no longer had the calmness of the past, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He raised his head and looked at the sky, seeing the raging domineering aura. This overlord-colored domineering energy was so powerful that it almost condensed into substance, filled with killing and violence, making the entire sky become oppressive. Peach Rabbit and Tea Dolphin stood aside, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They felt the power of this killing intent, as if it was going to tear their souls apart. The dozen or so captains of the Whitebeard pirates were also struggling to resist this overbearing murderous intent. They were all battle-hardened pirates who had gone through countless life and death tests, but this murderous intent made them feel unprecedented pressure. Marco, Josie and Bista stood together, their faces becoming solemn. Except for a few people who were able to stay awake, the rest of the crew had fainted and lost consciousness. Getting stronger again. Katakuri's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. But I won't admit defeat. He raised his head, his eyes widened suddenly, and released his momentum towards the sky. Want to compete with his death? Damn it, how can you be so strong? Under the pressure of this overbearing domineering force, Yamato directly transformed into a beast, revealing his true god form. He looked at the sky and released his own power without reservation. Shanks maintained a stern look on his face and maintained his domineering look, helping the crew to counteract the killing intent. The god of death, Isteth, really only had the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Shanks smiled bitterly. Then his eyes condensed, and a domineering aura suddenly erupted from his body. The domineering aura soared into the sky and rushed directly towards Isteth. The overwhelming domineering aura directly surpassed everyone. Yamato also released his own overlord-colored haki at the same time, fighting against the dominating overlord-colored haki in the sky. Katakuri, Yamato, and Shanks joined forces with their overlord-colored haki to disperse the overlord-colored haki concentrated in Isteth in the sky. Isteth narrowed her eyes slightly. Of these three domineering colors, the most threatening ones are Katakuri and the red-haired Shanks. Everyone is only half a point behind her. The three people's cooperation greatly increased the pressure on Isteth. Because Isteth's domineering domination is not directed at one person, but towards the entire island. Now that these three main forces have arrived, Isteth's domineering aura gradually collapsed. But at the time of collapse, the overbearing domineering energy that was like coming from hell burst out from Isteth's side. He launched an attack towards the three domineering colors in the sky. The pressure on Isteth suddenly eased. Isteth breathed a sigh of relief. Barrett unleashed all his momentum and pressed against the entire island. Originally, he could barely hold on under the impact of Isteth's overlord-colored domineering energy, but when Barrett's overlord-colored domineering energy exploded, a large number of contestants fainted and died on the ground. His pupils shrank when he smiled. White eyes widened. In his perception, an extremely powerful overlord-colored domineering energy rolled in from a distance, sweeping over like a stormy sea. This domineering aura has nothing to do with killing, but it carries a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the entire world is enveloped by this power. This domineering aura is filled with an aura of madness and violence, like a devil crawling out of hell, making people shudder, as if it wants to swallow up all life. It's like being in hell. Damn it. Yamato took a step back. The sudden addition of overlord-colored domineering energy hit her on the head like a giant hammer. Cold sweat continued to flow down her forehead, making her overlord-colored domineering energy almost dissipate. Katakuri and Shanks, who were also releasing their overlord-colored aura, looked ugly. Barrett took action. Katakuri and Shanks thought to themselves. He once again increased his domineering power, and he must not lose to them. In fact, the outcome was decided. Isteth and Barrett's domineering aura blessed the entire island and enveloped everyone. As for Katakuri, Shanks and Yamato, in addition to protecting their own people, all the domineering haki of Katakuri, Shanks and Yamato was focused on Isteth and Barrett. To put it simply, Isteth and Barrett are one person against everyone. Katakuri, Shanks and Yamato only need to deal with Isteth and Barrett while protecting their own crew. The domineering colors in the sky clashed with each other, and no one could overpower the other for a while. Lord Bucky, what should we do? Baiji Crow looked at nearly 90% of his subordinates who had fallen down and said in a panic. But Bucky didn't panic. Under the collision of this domineering force, he shivered and couldn't even straighten his waist. Fortunately, not many people paid attention. Those who were still awake were watching the collision of the few possessors of overlord-colored domineering. Naturally, those who passed out could not see Bucky's appearance at this time. Mihawk pulled out the Black Sword Knight and looked solemnly to the east, in the direction of the Rockefeller Pirates. Crocodile also looked at the Rockefeller Pirates with a solemn expression. Outside the island, the three Emperor's pirates looked at the island intently, with equally solemn expressions. Whitebeard looked at Charlotte sitting on the Poseidon. Are you planning to single-handedly tell the world how powerful your Rockefeller kingdom is? Whitebeard's face turned ugly. None of the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates possess Overlord Haki. In this test of Overlord Haki, they fell directly behind. Chapter 774 The Confrontation of Overlord and Dominance, Part. And the possessor of the Overlord-colored Haki of the Big Mom Pirates is still resisting with difficulty. Is the Whitebeard Pirates inferior to the Big Mom Pirates? For a moment, Whitebeard felt sad. The pride in his heart was shattering little by little. Charlotte Lingling looked at Esteth and Barrett with no concealment of their greed in her eyes. If only they were her children. Charlotte Lingling kept thinking in her heart. Just when everyone was at loggerheads. But don't forget, this time there is another member of the Rockefeller family who has a domineering look. In the sky, the colorful domineering colors are constantly colliding, as colorful as fireworks. Caesar raised his head and looked at the amazing scene in the sky, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Ha 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 ha, it seems that the protagonist always appears last. Since we are at a stalemate, let me break the deadlock. Caesar laughed and knocked the guando in his hand on the ground, making a dull sound. His eyes widened, and a strong momentum suddenly burst out from him. Boom! Thunder thundered in the sky, and a red-purple domineering aura rose into the sky, spreading all over the island in an instant. This powerful momentum made the entire island tremble, and those who were still standing staggered, feeling unprecedented pressure. The leaders of the Whitebeard pirates were crying and complaining secretly in their hearts. They originally thought that they were already very powerful, but they didn't expect that they couldn't even take the momentum. Except for the three captains, everyone had a huge mountain weighing on their hearts, making them breathless. Marco, Josie, and Bista also had a hard time. Although they could remain calm in the face of this momentum, they only remained calm and had no ability to resist at all. Damn it, I hate the overlord color and domineering spirit. Josie gritted his teeth in hatred. Bucky pirates. Is it over yet? One of the cadres wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed at the sky angrily. They had been overwhelmed by this continuous overlord-colored domineering energy, and were about to be completely annihilated. Before there was a fight, just the momentum of a few people killed them all. 3 tyrants in a group, no, 4 tyrants in a group. How do they get along with each other? Crocodile looked at the sky with jealous eyes and roared crazily. He was somewhat affected by the domineering aura and lost his mind. Why doesn't he have the domineering look of a king? If he also had the domineering look of a king, he would never let them be so arrogant. Mihawk held the knife in both hands, exuding a sharp force, and concentrated on resisting the overlord-colored domineering energy in the sky. With Caesar's entrance, the balance of domineering color and domineering energy in the sky was finally broken. Boom! Pft! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yamato couldn't bear it at first, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The domineering aura on his body was shattered, and he took a few steps back. The chain reaction directly caused the overlord-colored domineering energy around Katakuri and Shanks to be shattered and dissipated. And after their overlord color and domineering energy dissipated, the overbearing and domineering aura in the sky, which was as powerful as heavens, instantly enveloped everyone. Snapped. 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 A cadre who was barely holding on fell to the ground and passed out. Only a few cadres could stand up. The domineering aura in the sky became more and more intense, as if it was about to envelop the entire world. Under this powerful aura, those without Overlord's domineering energy felt unprecedented pressure, but they did not give up. Instead, they relied on their tenacious will to fight against the 3 Overlord's domineering forces in the sky. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have stopped, and only these 3 powerful momentums continued to rage, making earth-shattering roars. A long time. The domineering aura in the sky slowly dissipated, and the sky became clear again. Isteth, Barrett and Caesar withdrew their domineering aura, and the 3 of them stood in front of the beach, looking arrogantly at the crowd, and smiled lightly at the people who were still standing. The eyes of Caesar and others were full of confidence, as if telling everyone that they were the real strong men in this world. This won't work. I really don't know how brave you guys are to sign up for the competition. Caesar looked at Shanks, Katakuri, and Yamato as they used his venomous tongue and began to sneer. As for Marco and those people, Caesar didn't even look. In Caesar's view, these people don't even have the domineering look of a king, so they can't be considered strong. After hearing this, Shanks, Yamato, Katakuri and others' expressions became gloomy. They were not as strong as themselves and had nothing to defend. This was a fact. The three clenched their fists tightly, wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, and took out their weapons with determination and unyielding eyes. Since you lose in terms of momentum, use the guy in your hand to win it back. The Big Mom pirates only have Katakuri standing at the front and Perispero, Smoothie, and Cracker behind them. The only people left standing in the Whitebeard pirates were Marco, Josie, Bista, Sachi, and other higher-ranked captains who were still standing. In addition to Shanks, the red-haired pirates standing there were also Ben Beckman, Lacey Lou, and Jesus Boo standing there sweating profusely. The Beast Pirates are still standing despite being brought to the island by Yamato because of the fruit's ability and the animal-type devil fruit. The Bucky Pirates are a bit miserable. A large number of cadres who were fishing in troubled waters had already fallen 90% under the impact of the Overlord-colored domineering force in the first round. Then, under the impact of 2 waves of Overlord-colored domineering power, the only people left standing were Bucky, the captain, and Mihawk and Crocodile. As for the scattered people from all over the world, they were basically wiped out. Isdeath raised the corner of her mouth when she saw this. Looking around the audience, the winner of this game is among these people. As long as these people are eliminated, the Rockefeller Kingdom will surely shock the world. But because of the tyranny shown just now by the Rockefeller Kingdom, it seems that the people present have a vague intention to join forces to fight against the Rockefeller Kingdom. Are we going to join forces? But I don't have any objection, because only weak people will join forces. Isdeath walked forward slowly and slowly drew out the long sword at his waist. The cold air covered the blade of the sword, and it was freezing. Shanks, Katakuri, Yamato and others became vigilant. The previous test had already revealed the opponent's strength. Several people looked at each other and nodded to each other. When facing a powerful enemy, it is necessary to join forces. But some people don't think so. Many people focused their attention on the 10 giant pillars in the center of the island. As long as you get the above reward, you are the winner. Chapter 775 Marco vs. Tesla, Part. Marco, Josie, Bista and others looked at each other, their eyes revealing their trust and tacit understanding. Then, they looked towards the center of the island. 10 giant pillars stood in the center. 10 items were placed on the giant pillars, emitting an alluring light. Brothers, stop, those babies are ours. Marco instantly transformed into a beast, spread his wings and floated in the air, shouting. Yes, Captain Marco. Josie and Bista stood in front of Marco, and many captains drew their weapons together. Beat? No need at all. Marco finished speaking. As a flying animal type user, he took the brunt of the attack and rushed towards the center of the island. His wings were like sharp swords, cutting through the air and bringing up a blazing wind. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, he rushed to the center of the island in an instant. His move made Shanks, Katakuri, Yamato and others stunned. After realizing it, not to be outdone, they all used their abilities and rushed towards the center of the island. They were also very fast, like a group of tigers, following Marco closely. How brave! Seeing Marco taking advantage of his speed to launch an attack first, and the target was the devil fruit that symbolized number 1, the Superman-type crushing fruit, everyone gave up. Among these 10 items, the crushed fruit is undoubtedly the most precious. How could they hand it over so easily? God avoids. Unparalleled Rice Cake Blade Bomb. Thunder Gossip. Fire Dragon Emperor. Shu. Shellun. All kinds of moves came overwhelmingly, and almost all attacks locked on Marco and attacked Marco. Protect Captain Marco. Seeing this, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates took action one after another. The first person to bear the brunt was Josie, who immediately turned into a diamond and stood behind Marco. The attack from the ground was blocked by Josie. Most of the attacks from Shanks, Mihawk, Crocodile and others were abruptly received by Josie. Boom. Jaws flew backwards. The diamonds all over his body were in tatters, and pieces of diamonds fell to the ground. This block directly cost half his life. Attacks on the ground were blocked. And the attacks from the sky are still in hot pursuit. Marco felt a chill on his back, the hairs on his body stood up, and a sense of crisis lingered in his heart. Just when Marco was about to stop blocking, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Rose dance. Bista jumped behind Marco, brandishing his swords. Countless petals fell, and those petals were like sharp blades heading towards countless attacks. But it's a pity that under the attack of everyone, these petals are very fragile, and they only resisted for a moment before being washed away. Not good. Bista overestimated himself and quickly crossed his swords in front of his chest. Katakuri, Yamato, and Jin's attacks instantly arrived in front of Bistad. Block it. Bista gritted his teeth, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He used his body to block these attacks and buy time for Captain Marco. Feeling the fierce fighting behind him, Marco felt warm in his heart, flapped his wings fiercely, and increased his speed again. He must get the crush fruit and add a powerful force to the Whitebeard pirates. Marco rushed towards the crushing fruit, just as he was about to touch it. Jesus Boo of the red-haired pirate set up his sniper rifle and was about to take action. Darrow from the Rockefeller Kingdom camp also raised his sniper rifle in unison. The two top snipers sensed each other at the same time and looked at each other in tacit understanding. And just then, Dad said, "Other items don't matter, but the first 3 devil fruits must belong to our Rockefeller Kingdom. No one can take them away without our permission." Isteth held a long sword and said loudly. Caesar and Barrett heard this and looked at Tesla. "Ah la 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 la, it seems it's time for me to take action." Tesla put his hands in his pockets and walked out from behind Caesar. He looked at the flying figure in the center of the island, thunder flashing in his eyes. 3,000 thunders. I saw a light blue shadow appearing on the spot, and the ground was scorched black. Caesar and Barrett looked at the center of the island in unison. In the center of the island, Marco looked at the devil fruit close at hand and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Just when he was about to take it, an indifferent voice sounded. Too slow. This indifferent voice was like the sound of nature, and it also seemed like an explosion coming from the 9 heavens thunder. Marco's heart sank, and he felt a chill surge up his spine. He raised his head and looked at the person who suddenly appeared. Tesla. Marco said angrily. But he didn't attack immediately, but stretched out his hand immediately. You want to take away what belongs to me right under my nose. Don't you think so little of me? Tesla was wrapped in lightning and stood above Marco, his eyes flashing with lightning. There were thunderclouds in the sky, covering the entire island. With the thunder and lightning on Tesla's body, it flickered on and off. Crazy lightning strike. The thunder and lightning in Tesla's hand gathered in the palm of his hand, and the violent thunder shot toward Marco. Boom. Thunder roared. The violent thunder gathered above Marco's head. A shiver ran down Marco's spine. Mighty thunder. Forcing Marco to give up the crushing fruit that was so close, his wings moved. Click. Thunder and lightning fell. Even though Marco had decided to dodge, the inertia of his body did not completely dodge him. The violent thunder struck Marco's outstretched arm, directly turning the beast's wings into charcoal. Snapped. Marco was struck from the sky and fell to the ground. His legs squatted slightly, his wings flapped, and he looked up at the sky unwillingly, like a god aloft, looking at himself indifferently. Damn it. A large amount of dust was scattered all over Marco's body. He raised his head, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body was in utter embarrassment. The immortal fire on the wings of his right arm burned crazily. The damage on the wings was gradually repaired. Tesla stood in front of the giant pillar containing the crushed fruit, reached out and picked up the crushed fruit, looking down at Marco. The phantom beast species, the phoenix form, really has abnormal resilience. What a pity, what a pity. Tesla looked at Marco, and their eyes met. The undisguised disappointment in Tesla's eyes made Marco's face turn red. Outside the island, Whitebeard looked grim when he saw this scene. He looked directly at Charlotte, his eyes seemed to be asking. Being watched by Whitebeard, Charlotte naturally felt it. I saw a slight smile on Charlotte's face. It's all a joke between children, it can't be taken seriously, it can't be taken seriously. Charlotte comforted. Whitebeard's expression turned gloomy after hearing this, and he turned his head, holding Song Yunxia tightly in his right hand, looking at the battlefield. Chapter 776 Marco vs. Tesla, Part. Marco didn't give up, he spread his wings again and rushed towards the crushing fruit. This time, he was faster and more agile. He kept flashing in the air, dodging Tesla's thunderous attacks. Arriving over Tesla. He raised his foot and kicked towards Tesla, who was standing in mid-air. Go to hell. The domineering kick wrapped around the armed color kicked down hard. Tesla stood quietly in mid-air, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Marco's attack fell, making Marco feel cold. He didn't touch anything, which meant that the other party avoided it. This made Marco wary. And just then, a long voice sounded. Have you ever been kicked with electricity? Tesla's voice sounded behind Marco. Marco turned around quickly and saw the long legs covered with lightning attacking his face. Boom. Tesla kicked Marco away. Off the island. Whitebeard couldn't help but hit the Tsung Yunxia in his hand heavily on the deck. Charlotte, don't you think your son is a little too much? Whitebeard asked forcefully. Well. Whitebeard, what are you saying? Your son's skills are inferior to others and he can't beat Charlotte's son. You have to admit it. Look at you now. You still have a little bit of the three emperors. Do you have the energy? Charlotte Lingling gloated from the side. Charlotte didn't speak after hearing this, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Being criticized like this by Charlotte Lingling. Whitebeard's heart was filled with fire, and he couldn't let it out. He snorted angrily and turned his head to continue looking at the battlefield. Boom. Marco was kicked hard on the left side of the face by Tesla. Marco's body instantly flew out like a kite with its string broken, and hit the hill. Directly penetrate the hill. Captain Marco. The leaders of the Whitebeard pirates who came from behind saw this and were shocked and angry. He immediately used all his strength to attack Tesla in the air. Tesla dodged slightly in midair and instantly evaded all attacks, without even looking at the leaders of the Whitebeard pirates below. The 5 fingers formed into claws lit up with a trace of white light. Thunder. A flash of lightning fell downwards. With a roar, a large number of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were instantly knocked down. If it weren't for this game not allowing harm to the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates. Tesla held back his strength, fearing that this single attack would kill and injure a large number of Whitebeard pirates' officers. He waved his hand. Tesla looked at the direction Marco flew backwards as if playing with prey. He didn't believe that Marco fell like this. The phantom species in phoenix form are not that weak. Really? A birdsong echoed through the sky. A flame burned the sky. A large flaming bird appeared in the sky, burning with yellow-blue flames. Are you serious? Sure enough, the deputy of the Whitebeard pirates shouldn't be so weak, but if you want to take the crushing fruit from my hands, it depends on your ability. Tesla's expression gradually became serious. Don't look at the fact that Marco was beaten twice just now, it was all due to luck. The first time he was knocked away, when Marco was only thinking about grabbing the devil fruit, he was caught off guard by Tesla. The second time he was knocked away, because the devil fruit was taken away, anger dominated his brain, coupled with Tesla's verbal attack, he became angry from shame. He only used 70% to 80% of his strength. Now Marco was kicked calmly by Tesla. Tesla needs to take this seriously, but not overturn. Marco had no expression on his face, looking at the Tesla waiting for him in the sky. The wings spread violently. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of meters and arrived in front of Tesla. The speed left behind a trail of afterimages, and flames burned in midair. Phoenix Seal. Marco's movements were as fast as afterimages, and flames surrounded the air between the virtual and the real. Kicked Tesla in the chest. Tesla saw this and pulled out a long golden stick from his back. This is a long golden stick made by Tesla. It is made of countless materials and is very hard. The most important thing is that it has very strong conductivity. This is not finished. After Tesla completed the trial from Thunder God Island, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. If he fights Kizaru again, he won't be beaten like last time. Charlotte was very happy. He was directly rewarded with the superhuman electric berry fruit. Tesla directly used the technology of weaponizing devil fruit to allow the golden long stick to directly eat the superhuman electric fruit and control the ability of plasma. Tesla pulled out his long stick, and thunder and lightning wrapped around the long stick. Tesla waved his hands and made a series of stick shadows. High voltage pulse. Lightning infused into the long stick. Aim at Marco and blast him away with a stick. In an instant, the island that was originally shrouded in dark clouds became as bright as day. Everyone on the island and outside the island looked at the white light in the center of the island and couldn't open their eyes. Boom. The high voltage pulse instantly spread to the entire island. The island trembled in the sea. Countless seawater surged and rushed in all directions. Seeing this, many ships were submerged in the sea because they were too close to the island. No, it's a tsunami. Seeing this, the surrounding forces watching the battle shouted in horror. I saw that the tsunami was so fierce that it would submerge the location of the three emperors in the blink of an eye. When Whitebeard saw this rough sea, he was already very angry and had nowhere to vent his anger. It's a good thing you came here. Whitebeard picked up Song Yunxia with one hand, held the handle of the knife with both arms, and struck with a horse step. Lift Song Yunxia. Muscles bulge. The blade is covered with a layer of vibrating light waves. Facing the sea, he slashed hard. This knife seemed to distort space and tear the sky apart. After the turbulent seawater collided with this earth-shaking wave, it was as if the pause button had been pressed. The raging tsunami stopped in front of the three emperors. Wow! As if losing the support of power, the tsunami collapsed directly into the sea. The sea returned to calm. This scene, in the eyes of everyone, was filled with deep fear. There was also deep fear in the eyes of the three emperors. This guy really hasn't changed at all. Golden Lion Shurji wanted to take action, but Whitebeard took action first. Charlotte also took a deep look at Whitebeard. The fear in his eyes flashed away, and he continued to look at the battlefield. Charlotte Lingling also stopped holding the cake and looked at Whitebeard warily. This old guy is still as scary as before. And everyone around them was frightened after seeing it. While he was shocked by Whitebeard's strength, he was also trembling from the shock just now. Except for a few people in the field who had expressionless faces, everyone else had deep fear in their eyes. Humph. Whitebeard took Song Yunxia back and knocked it hard on the deck, venting his dissatisfaction. Chapter 777 Tesla's Power. This scene fell into the hearts of everyone, and they were instantly horrified. Those who originally looked down upon the Whitebeard pirates because of their performance immediately withdrew their contempt. He turned solemn. As long as Whitebeard doesn't die, the Whitebeard pirates will still be one of the three overlords of the New World. Those who wanted to be careful took back their thoughts. It can be said that Whitebeard's move directly shocked the people present and those who saw it through the videophone. The title of the world's strongest man is truly well-deserved. And on the island, Marco, who suffered Tesla's move head-on, was like a kite with its string cut off. Flying out, the body seemed to be floating on the ground, constantly rubbing against the earth and hard rocks. The movement here instantly attracted everyone's attention. All participants looked towards the center of the island. Marco versus Tesla. The lightning, flint, and flames soaring into the sky all illustrate the fierceness of the battle. Marco, who was knocked away by Tesla, finally stopped. Smoke filled the air. Several powerful Haki of Insight wanted to pass through the smoke, wanting to know what was going on inside. But their knowledge was instantly disturbed after they penetrated deep into the center of the island and touched the powerful current around them. It was intermittent and it was impossible to see clearly what was happening in the center of the island. Shanks, Katakuri, Hawkeye, Crocodile, and Yamato all stopped and did not continue to rush towards the violent electric current area. It was true that the blow just now scared them. I don't know what happened to Marco, who took the blow head-on. Captain Marco. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates became anxious. The scene just now also shocked them. Didn't you agree to have a friendly match? Why did you zoom in as soon as it came on? Didn't you give the Whitebeard pirates no face at all? Bucky's legs were shaking with fear as he watched the fighting in the field. Fortunately, his little brother fainted and could not be revived for a short time. The powerful player's attention was focused on Tesla, who was flashing lightning in mid-air. In the center of the island, electric currents are constantly flashing, and these electric currents seem to come out of nothing. Lightning bursts from time to time. This is a powerful electromagnetic circle caused by the attack Tesla just launched. A force field is formed. Bista wants to rush into the battlefield and help Marco. But he was unprepared and was instantly knocked down by the electric current in front of him. Damn, what is this? Feeling the numbness in his body, Bista said angrily. This is really not because Bista is weak, but because this electromagnetic field is inherently domineering and disruptive. And Bista was impatient and completely unprepared. Bista raised his two swords and slashed at the white arc electromagnetic field in front of him. This chop immediately caused a chain reaction. The electric current floating around was instantly attracted by Bista, and rushed towards Bista crazily. Boom! The aftermath of the electromagnetic pulse immediately attacked Bista. But Bista didn't expect that the current would fight back. His whole body was instantly blackened by the electricity. Tesla turned around and looked over, and saw Bista, whose whole body was charred. Tesla touched his chin. To be frank, this was Tesla's first real combat experience since returning from the Isle of Thunder. Even the electromagnetic pulse he just performed was an attempt to use the electromagnetics he had learned. I only know that it is very powerful, but it is really unclear what effect it will have. Just as Tesla was thinking, a bright light emerged from the dust in the distance. The bright yellow light grew bigger and bigger. Ming! A phoenix cry sounded. A pair of blue flame wings spread out and fly high. Like a proud phoenix flying upward carrying flames. The surrounding wind became violently strong. The wind blew violently and the flames rose. The flames mixed with strong wind and dust formed a small flame tornado. Everyone saw Marco's figure. The big bird was wrapped in flames, with flames burning all over its body as it flapped its wings, repairing all the scorch marks on the body. Captain Marco. The leaders of the Whitebeard pirates were overjoyed to see that Marco was fine. Tesla, who was floating in mid-air, couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. As expected, Phoenix Marco is really difficult to deal with. But I can just use you to test my efforts over the past 2 years. Tesla became impatient and his lightning flashed brightly. If you want to defeat the Phoenix, you have to consume the opponent to death, or kill it with one blow with absolute power, otherwise you can't even think about killing it in a short time. Very suitable as a sandbag. Boy, I admit that your attack is very strong, and you are worthy of being the strongest natural thunder fruit, but you are still too young to defeat me like this. Marco spread his wings, and blue flames flowed throughout his body. The large scorch marks on his body were instantly intact and returned to normal. Oh, I hate the ability of you phantom beasts with strong resilience. It makes no sense. It's not scientific at all. Looking at Marco, who was intact, Tesla sighed. After Marco heard Tesla's words, he couldn't help but feel angry. It's natural for you to deal with this. Thinking about him, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division, the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates, and his father's right-hand man, could not have any advantage against this young man who was nearly 10 years younger than him. Come again, kid, our Whitebeard Pirates won't give in so easily. Marco panted slightly, the flames on his body burned again, and returned to its prime. He calmed down and faced the Thor Tesla in front of him with all his strength. A real battle begins. And elsewhere. There are still 9 rewards on the pillars that no one has yet competed for. Everyone started to look at each other. But next second, people in the Rockefeller Kingdom camp are moving. Isdeath stepped forward and quickly rushed towards the 2nd stone pillar, which was the stone pillar containing the Superman-type sonic fruit. The speed was so fast that the distance was reduced to half in the blink of an eye. It's just seconds away from getting it. But at this moment, a dazzling green blade cut through the ground, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, heading straight for Isdeath with endless power. Isdeath felt the strong sword light behind her, like a tiger descending from the mountain, unstoppable. Isdeath hurriedly stopped the jumping body, turned around and struck back with a sword. A light blue sword energy struck back, roaring away like a dragon emerging from the sea. Boom! The 2 slashes collided halfway, making an earth-shattering noise. The aftermath spread quickly like ripples, and a deep crack was plowed into the surrounding earth. This crack is like an abyss, bottomless, as if it is the entrance to hell. Chapter 778 Isdeath vs Mihawk, Part. In this thrilling blow, the strengths of Isdeath and Mihawk were fully demonstrated. Their sword energy collided with each other, producing dazzling light and powerful energy fluctuations. This energy fluctuation spread quickly like ripples, and the surrounding air was distorted, forming an invisible shock wave. Everyone on the sidelines was attracted. It's the Ice Queen and Hawkeye Mihawk. People outside the field screamed when they saw someone taking action again. Mihawk held the unparalleled sharp sword Black Blade Knight in one hand and walked slowly in front of Isdeath. When he arrived 20 meters away from Isdeath, he stopped. You said you would accept my challenge in 3 days, today. Mihawk pointed his blade upward and looked at Isdeath warily. His eyes were firm and sharp, as if he wanted to see through Isdeath in front of him. Isdeath stood there, her mountain-like body motionless, her eyes were very calm, it seemed that nothing could affect her. Looking at Mihawk, there was even a hint of provocation in her eyes. Isdeath raised her chin slightly and said to Mihawk, I never go back on what I said. You want to challenge me? Then come on. Don't blame me if you die. Mihawk heard this and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. I cannot wait any more. Mihawk suppressed his inner excitement and said, raising the long knife. The woman in front of him was a powerful opponent, but he was not afraid. He longed for a real fight, one that would allow him to give his all. The two of them were facing each other like this, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Their eyes met together, as if they were engaged in an invisible contest. Finally, Mihawk broke the silence. He took a step forward, the black knife in his hand flashed with cold light. Be careful, I don't want to kill a beauty. He whispered. After hearing this, Istetha's eyes immediately burst out with murderous intent. Is this teasing her? Or do you mean to make yourself angry on purpose? But no matter what it was, Isteth could only say that the other party succeeded. Isteth raised her sword and her eyes flashed red. His body instantly surged and he took the initiative to attack. Mihawk's eyes lit up instantly and he also started to move. Boom. Clang. The sound of swords clashing was heard. The two figures were intertwined. Staring at each other with both eyes, trying to find flaws in each other. Clang. The two separated at the same time. Put your feet on the ground and squat your legs slightly. The next moment, the two people suddenly broke out and killed each other. The flash of swords and shadows were very fast, with both sides swinging dozens of slashes in 1 second. The weapons of the two people kept touching each other, causing countless sparks to collide. A swordsmanship competition dazzled those on the sidelines. Their fighting styles are completely different, but equally effective. Istetha's swordsmanship is like a ghost, fast and flexible, and elusive. Mihawk, on the other hand, relied on his powerful physique and strength to wield the supreme sword. Their battle was extremely fierce, and every confrontation carried infinite power. Mihawk's black knife, Knight, drew a beautiful arc in the air, while Istetha's weapon emitted a cold light. Their figures shuttled through the firelight and smoke, as beautiful and deadly as a dance. Is this a duel between great swordsmen? Everyone who saw this scene widened their eyes. He stared intently and meticulously at the sword duel between Isteth and Mihawk. But the naked eyes of most people simply cannot follow the battle between these two people. The speed was so fast that they could only see the slashes from the two men. It's too strong. Is this the strength of the great swordsman? Seeing that a random slash from both sides can easily flatten a mountain. The sharp sword light and the cold sword energy were both terrifying. This battle between two great swordsmen can be called the pinnacle duel between swords and knives, attracting the attention of countless people. Morgan set up the video phone bug early and set up a viewing stand in one of the most crowded places in the world, with the camera focused on the fierce battle. Presented to a worldwide audience. The outcome of this game is related to the swordsmanship pattern of the entire world and the development of his journalism career. He placed countless screens around the world so that people all over the world could watch the game in real time. His heartbeat was as intense as the heartbeats of the players on the field, and his eyes were focused on this game together with people all over the world. The figures of Isteth and Mihawk kept beating in the mountains, as if they were two meteors crossing each other in the sky. Every moment of action tugged at people's heartstrings, making people hold their breath and not dare to miss any wonderful moment. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense, and the surrounding video phone bugs kept flashing, transmitting the images of this fierce battle to all corners of the world. People gathered in front of the screen and watched nervously this closeout showdown. Even if you can't see their fight clearly, you will still feel your heart trembling because of the aftermath of the battle between the two. Inside the island. The battle between Isteth and Mihawk was fierce, and the swordsmanship competition between the two sides reached the full strength of both men. Tautu looked at the two people who were beating continuously and tightened the handle of the knife at his waist. I am eager to have a hearty battle. Unfortunately, she is very aware of her own strength, and with her strength as a swordsman, she is not qualified to join. Perhaps, when she breaks through the great swordsman, she will also meet such an opponent. Tautu has always been very confident about whether he can break through the great swordsman. She can definitely break through the great swordsman. Tautu's inner excitement was noticed by Eiichiro, who was standing in front of her. Can't hold it any longer? Do you want to go up and fight? Eiichiro noticed the fighting spirit of the female marine next to her and asked. Peach Rabbit shook his head. It's not time for me to take action yet. Peach Rabbit said. I know how to do some swordsmanship, but compared to these two, I am still far behind. These two are both masters of swordsmanship. The only person in the world who can surpass these two is probably the world's greatest swordsman. Smiling and sighing, he looked at Charlotte, who was standing on the bow of the ship in the distance with a sunny smile on his lips. Charlotte's smile was like a flower under the sun, exuding a warm atmosphere that made people want to get closer. In front of outsiders, Charlotte's smile is always so sunny, but in front of her children, Charlotte's smile is warm. Eiichiro sensed Charlotte's direction and didn't dare to get close, otherwise it would be rude. Although he has never seen Xiao Luo take action, he has been able to maintain the title of the world's greatest swordsman for more than 20 years, so he can understand the value of the opponent. Eiichiro never dares to underestimate this. Chapter 779 is Death vs. Mihawk, Part. And the daughter he trained with his own hands reached the realm of a great swordsman at a young age. His swordsmanship shocked the world, and he didn't know how he was. Although I vaguely heard that his death did not inherit all of Charlotte's swordsmanship, only a little bit, and went his own way. But this is so great, so what will everything be like? Eiichiro couldn't help but look forward to it, looking at the two young figures. I don't know who among them will win and challenge the living legend. Charlotte's existence is like a towering mountain that no one dares to challenge easily. Tautu glanced at Charlotte in the distance with complicated eyes. The Navy has actually been collecting Charlotte's sword skills over the years. Especially when Charlotte was still a swordsman, the entire battle with the Red Earl near the water capital was recorded by the Navy. At first I just wanted to teach swordsmen in the Navy. But as Charlotte's swordsmanship became more and more powerful, he became the world's greatest swordsman. Charlotte's battles that were recorded in the past have been taken seriously. It is said that most major generals and lieutenant generals in the Navy have good swordsmanship, but few can really become famous. When Tautu chose to take the path of Kendo, the only thing that could really help her was the Charlotte Sword Showdown collected by the Navy. This is of great help to Peach Rabbit who has nothing. After all, Tautu's swordsmanship can be regarded as learned from Xiao Luo. This is true for most navies who play with swords. Charlotte can also be regarded as a teacher of the Navy's swords. I'm afraid Charlotte didn't expect this. Charlotte was sitting on the bow of the boat, holding a goblet in her hand. The Red Count didn't know when he sat next to Charlotte, also holding a goblet and sipping the red wine in the glass. I'm afraid your daughter's swordsmanship will surpass yours soon. You really gave birth to a monster. The Red Earl looked at the two people in the field, especially the white figure. With the current strength shown by the other party, the Red Earl asked himself that if he faced her, he might not have much chance of winning in swordsmanship. The opponent's swordsmanship is close to Dashang. However, it is not that easy for the other party to prove his truth by killing. The further you go, the harder it gets, and even a single mistake will backfire with murderous energy. There are very few people who take this path. Because I can't keep my clean heart. It's better to surpass me. I wish all of them could surpass me, so that I can retire and don't have to worry about all kinds of things. Charlotte shrugged and didn't care at all. He looked a little proud. So proud of these sons and daughters of his. At the very least, his children are the best in the world, and no one can compare with them. After hearing this, the Red Earl shook his head helplessly, and it really didn't change at all. Compared to Charlotte's ease. Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling looked ugly. Within the island. The duel between Death and Mihawk cannot be ended in a short time. There is a stalemate. And it's impossible for others to just look at it. The game is not over yet. Rockefeller Kingdom Camp. Death is being restrained. We can't afford to lose those two fruits. I'll leave the third one to you. I'll get the second one. Barrett said to Caesar. Barrett clenched his fists, and Barrett's body creaked. It was as if the sleeping beast within the body had awakened. Don't worry, leave this place to me. Caesar said. Okay. Barrett nodded and stamped his feet on the ground. A dull rumble sounded. Everyone's eyes were attracted. They all moved away from Death and Mihawk. Saw Barrett coming towards me. Katakuri, Shanks, Yamato and others narrowed their eyes slightly. Crocodile, on the other hand, stood there with a disdain on his face, biting his cigar. Katakuri looked at Shanks. As if to say, how about joining forces? In the overlord-colored and domineering duel just now, among these people, only Shanks looked like one. So Katakuri was seeking Shanks's opinion. Today's situation makes it clear that the Rockefeller Kingdom will challenge everyone on its own. And the other party does have this strength. So Katakuri plans to join forces to deal with the threat of the Rockefeller Kingdom. Shanks saw Katakuri's gaze and clicked his teeth, feeling a little toothache. Seeing that Shanks didn't react for a long time. Katakuri has understood and has no hope for Shanks. He stood forward alone. Barrett looked at the figure coming out. Charlotte Katakuri, the crowning masterpiece of the Charlotte family. You cannot. Barrett pointed at Katakuri with a white-gloved hand, looked at Katakuri and said. As soon as these words came out, Katakuri's expression instantly darkened. The teeth hidden under the scarf were clenched tightly. There must be a limit to looking down on people. Don't you know that people should look at each other with admiration after 3 days of separation? Katakuri stretched out his arm and instantly turned into a rice cake. The trident was taken out of the arm. After all these years, I won't stand still. Armed Haki covered the trident and looked at Barrett and said. Barrett ignored Katakuri's words. Slowly raise your right hand wearing a white glove. He extended his index finger and pointed at the crowd. One by one, he pointed at the red hair pirates, the beast pirates, and the buggy pirates. You guys, come together. An arrogant voice sounded. Hear the words. The face of the person being pointed out instantly darkened. Shanks put his right hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist, his eyes cold. Yamato took out his mace and was ready to strike. And the buggy pirates. Okay? Where's Bucky? People outside the field couldn't help but look for Bucky's eyes. The result is nothing. Where is the captain of the buggy pirates? In the Bucky pirates' camp, there was only a lone crocodile standing there, smoking a cigar with an arrogant look. Look, where is Bucky? Suddenly, a man pointed to a place and shouted. Everyone's eyes followed the man's fingers. At some point, Bucky sneaked up to a stone pillar and jumped onto it. Wahahaha, a bunch of idiots, fighting to death, then I will reap the benefits. Bucky held the devil fruit in his hand and smiled evilly. This scene fell in everyone's eyes. Bucky is really hiding his secrets. People outside the venue were speechless when they saw Bucky laughing wildly while holding a devil fruit. This scene was also seen by several people on the island. Shanks loosened his grip on the hilt of the knife and smiled in a dumbfounded way. It's exactly the same as when I was a kid, nothing has changed. The others looked at Bucky speechlessly, and then looked at Crocodile. The eyes seemed to say, you Bucky pirates are very good at calculating. Let us attract firepower from the front and you reap the benefits. Chapter 780 Barrett takes action. Crocodile's originally arrogant expression could no longer hold back. He looked at Bucky with a puzzled expression. When did this guy touch the stone pillar? And don't think that you can hold on to the devil fruit once you get it. You have no idea how strong you are, right? Unlike those who were shocked, Barrett, who was standing in front of everyone at this moment, had a gloomy look on his face. Looking at everyone headed by Katakuri. Okay, attacking in the east and west, this is the plan, I just don't know if you can hold on. Barrett's inner beast could no longer be suppressed. His eyes opened suddenly. Boom. Overlord color and domineering energy burst out fiercely. The hell-like sense of oppression instantly enveloped everyone. And layers of amethyst-colored fluid continued to quickly cover the ground from the soles of Barrett's feet. Barrett was shrouded in purple light and kept floating toward the sky. The amethyst-colored fluid on the ground continued to gather around Barrett. Gradually a giant was formed. The sky was shrouded by this tall giant, and its huge shadow overwhelmed everyone. Katakuri, Shanks, Yamato and others raised their heads and looked at the sky in horror. A huge giant appeared in front of everyone. The giant several hundred meters high was made of soil and boulders. Superman-type fusion fruit. Katakuri thought about Barrett's devil fruit abilities. 20 years ago, the teenage Barrett showed the ability when he followed Charlotte through the new world. After Shanks and others heard this, a hint of gloom enveloped everyone. Since Barrett and Charlotte came back from traveling, they rarely do anything. He rarely shows his ability to combine fruits in front of outsiders, so many people have forgotten about the oppressive giant. The giant who destroyed 8 countries in one day. Douglas Barrett the Destroyer. The giant slowly raised his arms, and 2 palms made of soil condensed out. Barrett was among giants, looking up to the sky and roaring. Roar! The huge momentum shocked the whole world. The older people all thought of the fierce man who destroyed 8 countries 20 years ago, in the year 1488 of the Hyuan calendar. Charlotte looked at Barrett and couldn't help but cover her forehead. Hey, is it really okay to be so public? Charlotte asked, looking at the Red Earl on the side. Looking at Charlotte, who suddenly acted meanly, the Red Earl wanted to pick up the umbrella next to him and poke Charlotte in the face. Charlotte, who ignored him and was a bitch, silently sipped red wine and looked at the battlefield. I saw Barrett yelling. He stretched out his palm and slapped it towards where Katakuri and the others were standing. Boom. The momentum is huge. Looking at the palms falling rapidly in the sky. Go back. Katakuri shouted to the brothers and sisters around him. He's not stupid enough to take it hard. Parasparrow and Cracker quickly ran around. Some slower people were also pulled out of Barrett's attack range by Katakuri's rice cake tentacles. Let's go too, Shanks said to the crew beside him. Yes. Ben Beckman and Jesus jumped out of the land quickly. Others followed closely behind. The giant palm fell. A lot of dust was thrown up. Charlotte, who was sitting on the boat in the distance, couldn't help but close her eyes. Somewhat tired. The reason why Barrett has not transformed into a giant for so many years is because of Charlotte's teachings. This giant form is more than enough to deal with miscellaneous fish, and its effect is definitely that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. But for someone with agility, it's useless. It's basically hard to hit people and makes them a living target. After Charlotte's thoughts fell. Fruit does not deceive others. Those who were avoiding started attacking the clay giant in front of them. Weird rice cake. Katakuri attacked first. The arm instantly turned into a rice cake drill, and the black armor-colored hockey stabbed towards the giant's ankle. The defensive power of this clay giant cannot be said to be absent, but it does not play any role. Cut off directly by Katakuri. The loose soil could not stop this fierce attack. Perhaps this is the flaw of the combined fruit. If a giant made of steel materials was used, it might be a different scene. In fact, Barrett is not unaware of the weaknesses of the giant form, and in response to this weakness, he specifically asked Caesar Courant to research the world's hardest steel, and use the world's hardest materials to build a submarine. Its hardness made it difficult for even Charlotte to split it with a sword. He tried 5 or 6 swords before splitting a small hole. It is conceivable that, coupled with Barrett's massive armament and domineering power, there are not many people in this world who can break his defense, but there are only a few. The only person who can truly pose a threat to Barrett is Whitebeard. After all, the destructive power inside the Jinjin fruit is no joke. However, because it is too hard, only Barrett's combined fruit can use this material to decompose or reorganize it. Others are simply helpless when faced with this material. It cannot be widely used and must be operated by Barrett. However, Barrett did not bring the submarine. There is no need to use a trump card in this small game. Always leave yourself some trump cards. Barrett, who was controlling the giant, instantly felt his feet empty. His body showed signs of leaning, so he quickly used the ability of the combined fruit. The amethyst-colored fluid under his feet was wrapped in soil and continuously gathered at the giant's ankles. Restore the original shape. But Katakuri's blow just now also successfully exposed the giant's weakness. Everyone come together, this giant is very fragile, Katakuri said while holding up his trident. The fleeing crowd came back to their senses and looked at the mud giant behind them. Everyone was deceived by the appearance of this giant. This giant is not as powerful as everyone thinks. Go on, kill this giant. Claire, wearing biscuit armor, rushed forward with a long sword. When he came to the giant's feet, he jumped up directly. Jumped directly onto the giant's head along the giant's thigh. Pretzels. The long sword in his hand was rotated at high speed, covered with armed domineering force, and stabbed hard towards the head of the giant below. The powerful spiral sword energy penetrated deeply into the giant's head like a drill. He directly cut off half of the giant's face. Well done. Although I don't know if this can cause harm to the giant. But this scene greatly boosted morale. Cracker was also very satisfied with his attack. Brother Cracker, be careful. Just when Cracker was proud, Smoothie's voice rang out. Cracker only felt a gloom above his head. Cracker instantly raised his head and looked upward. Chapter 781, Killing Barrett from all 4 sides. A giant palm is pressing down quickly. Inside the giant's body, Barrett, who was controlling the giant, had an expressionless face as he controlled his arm to shoot the cracker above his head. Boom. Crackler. Katakuri became nervous instantly. I just praised him, but something unexpected happened the next second. I saw Clark watching helplessly as the giant's palm fell. Cracker quickly ran away along the cut plane. But the speed is still half a beat slower after all. Barrett's palm has fallen. Boom. The remaining half of the giant's head was instantly shattered under this palm. And Cracker was also affected by this palm, and the aftermath directly knocked Cracker away from the giant's body. Quick, catch the crackle. Parasparrow saw that Cracker was lifted hundreds of meters high, and he was defenseless. If he fell, he would definitely be seriously injured. Stretchy rice cake. Katakuri saw and heard the hockey and directly predicted the position where the cracker would fall, and the rice cakes spurted out instantly. Falling to the ground creates a trampoline. Wow! The cracker fell quickly, like a cannonball. Duong! Cracker landed on the elastic bed and was bounced up. No harm was done to Cracker. But the appearance of the crackers was not good at this time. Most of the biscuit armor on his body was broken, revealing his true body. The power of this palm was just the aftermath of the center point, shattering the armor he was proud of. Cracker's consciousness regained control of his body. Use the biscuit fruit to quickly repair your armor. It fell from midair. Crack, are you okay? Katakuri quickly ran forward, looked at Cracker and asked. It's okay, I'm just a little dizzy. Cracker said gruffly, walking a little wobbly. You are too impulsive. Barrett is not so easy to deal with. Katakuri blamed him. Although he blamed it on his lips, Cracker could still feel the concern in his eyes. Can you stop being so affectionate on the battlefield? A roar came from behind. Katakuri and Cracker looked over. I saw the giant returning to its original state, taking heavy steps and launching an attack on everyone. Let's get rid of it first. Katakuri patted Cracker on the shoulder and said. The two of them attacked Barrett. But their attacks were not threatening in Barrett's eyes. God avoids. Shanks swung his sword fiercely. The powerful overlord-colored winding attack directly slashed on the giant's arm. Barrett immediately lost control of his left arm. But Barrett didn't care at all. A thought came to my mind. A steady stream of soil beneath his feet rushed towards the giant. He quickly restored his broken left arm. He slapped Shanks with his palm. Upon seeing this, Shanks fled quickly. But in the aftermath of Barrett's palm, Shanks was thrown dozens of meters away. My head is buzzing. It's really difficult to deal with. We must find this guy's true identity. After fighting for so long, Shanks gradually understood that it was useless to deal with this giant without fighting his true form. Maintaining such a huge giant requires a lot of effort. He probably won't last long. Ben Beckman analyzed calmly. You're right, then kill him. Shanks tiptoed and quickly moved away from the giant's feet. If Barrett heard what Shanks said, he would definitely smile disdainfully. In this state, he can fight for 7 days and 7 nights. As we all know, what Barrett is least afraid of is a war of attrition. Barrett was very excited at this time. It's like getting your favorite toy. The controlling giant drives these people away like chickens. He is too depressed. It's been a long time since I've been as happy as I am today. Since Charlotte told him, it is best not to use the giant form in battle, otherwise it will be easily consumed and the effect will be minimal. Barrett is rarely used. He could tell that Charlotte didn't like him fighting in giant form. So in every big battle, Barrett fights with his body. Resist using giants. This is depressing for a young man in his teens or 20s. Even though he is now in his 30s, he is still obsessed with mechas and giants in his heart. Who can resist the charm of mechas? He wants to have a good time today. That's right, just play. From Barrett's point of view, this game is no different than playing. When he's had enough, the game ends. Boom. It actually continued to cause wanton destruction. Every time a blow lands, the island shakes 3 times. The surrounding trees and flowers were uprooted. Off the field. Charlotte also gradually saw Barrett's thoughts and couldn't help but smile. Are you playing? I didn't expect Barrett to have this side. It seems that I rarely see Barrett smile. Perhaps it was because he asked Barrett to be an instructor for his children. I want to maintain the sternness that an instructor should have in front of the children. Since then, I rarely see him smile. For this 8-year-old, just follow him. Having seen the cruelty of the sea, I kept training for my strength and never slacked off. When he was 11 or 12 years old, he followed Charlotte into the sea and used the combined fruit to fight on the battlefield. After his strength stabilized, he became the man behind the scenes, helping Charlotte stabilize his power and teaching Charlotte's children. It can be said that he is loyal to himself and has never complained. He is Charlotte's absolute confidant. Charlotte regarded him as a war machine from the beginning, coaxed him over, and gradually accepted him as a member of her family. For Barrett, Charlotte is complex and contradictory. Inside the island, Caesar stood guard in front of the 3rd giant pillar, looking boredly at the giant playing in front of him. It's so boring. Everyone is attracted to Brother Barrett. Caesar yawned and looked at the battle in the distance like a monkey. What's the point of us competing? Are we just here to watch? Robert sat on a stone and kept weighing the gravel in his heart. Yeah. Not even a rival. Deidara held his chin in boredom and looked at the fierce battlefield in the distance. Everyone else also looked at Barrett's giant with little interest. There were many people participating this time, and Charlotte arranged for all her children over the age of 16 to participate. Not to mention the 3 giants of the Rockefeller family, Isteth, Caesar, and Tesla. Robert, Sif, Deidara, Eve, Logan, Julie, Philip, Trunks, Cockroach, Gibberta, Klein, Slood, Shigwanti, Leonard, Shirley. Children over the age of 16, such as Dee, Swifa, Simon, Rolling, and Ackerman, all participated. At first these people were very excited when they heard that they were going to compete. But when they actually saw the game, everyone was speechless. Brother Tesla fights the Whitebeard pirates alone. Chapter 782 can't stand it any longer. Isteth didn't choose a group to compete in swordsmanship with the great swordsman named Mihawk. I originally thought I could show off my talents. As a result, Brother Barrett went on a rampage and faced all the contestants alone. Now they were silent. The only people on the island who haven't fought yet are the 2 Navy men in the corner and a blind man. They have no interest in dealing with a blind man and 2 Marines. How about you go and tell Brother Barrett to stop playing? If you do this, no one will be able to play. Deidara looked at Robert and suggested. After hearing this, Robert looked at Barrett, who was in high spirits and killed everyone. He shook his head subconsciously. Forget it, Brother Barrett has already killed you. I will probably get punched in the past. Let's wait. Robert shook his head and said. Many people sat on the rocks inside. Caesar leaned against the stone pillar with lazy eyes, weighing the devil fruit in his hand. Then he looked at the captain of the Baki pirates in the distance, who was secretly holding the devil fruit, Baki, the Shichibukai. This is not okay. Dad said that the first 3 devil fruits must belong to our Rockefeller kingdom. Brother Barrett doesn't take Dad's words seriously anymore. We must stop them. Caesar couldn't sit still any longer. Brother Caesar, what do you want to do? Robert stood up, and so did the others. What are you doing? Of course you're looking for a fight. Caesar patted the non-existent dust on his body, looked at the battlefield in the distance, and said with high fighting spirit. I am coming too. Deidara also stood up and said. Hey ha 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 ha, let's go together then. Caesar laughed loudly and rushed towards the battlefield. It's long overdue. Philip and a few others were gearing up. Several girls looked around and couldn't wait to see the boys around them, not to be outdone. Let's go, sisters, kill, we can't let these men underestimate us. Sif looked at her sisters behind her and turned into wind and snow and drifted over. Follow behind Brother Caesar. Kill. Several girls holding weapons raised their weapons one after another. Soon, this scene was seen by people outside the venue. What do the Rockefellers want? People on the sidelines looked at this group of teenagers and girls in confusion. Maybe they also want to join the war. Many people have this idea in mind. Charlotte Lingling's face darkened. He turned to look at Xia Luo, who had a calm expression on his face. One barrack contained the entire Big Mom pirate group and other pirate groups. What do you, the Rockefeller Kingdom, want to do? Charlotte Lingling was angry and suppressed the anger in her heart. Inside the battlefield, the giant controlled by Barrett made these people look very ugly. He was beaten again and again, and no matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't do any harm to this giant. Also be prepared for the giant's attack. If you are not careful, you will be knocked away by the giant's aftermath. Very difficult. Just when everyone was secretly cursing. Ha 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 ha. A loud laugh attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Magic sword cut. A sharp shout. A bright red sword light appeared between Barrett, Katakuri Shanks, and others. A deep ravine was carved. The battlefield was separated directly. Katakuri Shanks and others looked at Caesar, who was running quickly with solemn expressions. Barrett stopped and looked at Caesar behind him in confusion. The attack just now was made by Caesar. What are you here for? Barrett lowered his head, and the controlling giant also lowered his head and looked at Caesar. There was a hint of confusion in Barrett's voice. Caesar came to Barrett with the Qinglong Yenue sword, looked at the vigilant Katakuri, Shanks, and others in front, and showed an arrogant smile. His laughter was full of desire and provocation to fight, as if telling everyone that he longed for a fierce battle to release his energy. Ha 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 ha, it's so boring, my hands are itchy, and I want to fight. Caesar said with a laugh. His eyes shone with excitement, and the Qinglong Yanue sword in his hand shone with a cold light in the sun, as if he was longing for the nourishment of blood. Barrett frowned slightly. "This is my battlefield," Barrett said, no emotion evident in his tone. Caesar stopped laughing, but the smile remained on his face. "This is a battlefield for all of us. We can't stand it any longer, right?" Caesar looked at Barrett and then at the eager younger brothers and sisters behind him, and said loudly. Barrett looked at the people approaching with helplessness in his eyes. Then the body emitted a deep purple light. The giant was shrinking rapidly, gradually revealing Barrett's true form. Barrett looked at Caesar and couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Isn't he satisfied yet? Today's young people don't know how to give way to their seniors. In that case, let's defeat them quickly and get back the devil fruit. Barrett clenched his fists, and the bones on his body crackled. "It's you who takes back the devil fruit, not me." Caesar raised the blue dragon Yanue sword and looked at Katakuri and Shanks. "These two are considered the strongest two here. Only challenging the strong is interesting." Helplessness appeared in Barrett's eyes. "Don't worry, you can't lose that devil fruit," Barrett said. Then his eyes also lingered on Katakuri and Shanks. Finally, it settled on Katakuri. Katakuri looked at Barrett, his heart tightening. At this time, Barrett's sense of oppression was much stronger than before. "Is this serious?" Katakuri raised his trident. "You, and you, come out." Barrett pointed his finger at Katakuri and Crocodile. Strong murderous intent burst out in his eyes, as if he wanted to tear the two people in front of him into pieces. Hearing this, Katakuri clenched the trident in his hand and his eyes became sharp. Crocodile also threw down the cigar in his mouth, and a small sandstorm rose in his hands. His eyes were also full of hostility, and he wanted to let Barrett know that he was still invincible. Katakuri didn't hesitate, he raised his trident and rushed towards Barrett. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, he passed through the sandstorm and arrived in front of Barrett in an instant. At the same time, Crocodile was the first to take action. Sandstorm. The huge sandstorm broke away from his hands, became bigger and bigger in the wind, and swept towards Barrett. Katakuri, on the other hand, was hiding in the sandstorm, his eyes flashing red. Weird rice cake. His right arm was covered with armed hockey, and he charged up a blow, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Barrett. And Barrett stood there, making no move to avoid it. Chapter 783 Barrett beats Crocodile violently. The corners of Barrett's mouth were raised, with a slight sneer. Just as the two attacks were approaching, Barrett stretched out his right hand and firmly grasped the attacking arm. What? Katakuri was shocked that the other party ignored his power. He felt as if his arm was clamped by iron vice, unable to move. Barrett's face showed a proud smile. He casually reached out and grabbed it. Katakuri instantly lost his center of gravity and flew towards Barrett. Barrett grabbed Katakuri and jumped up instantly. Barrett's movements were swift and skillful, as if he were performing a carefully planned performance. His body drew a graceful arc in the air, like a dancing bird. Katakuri's body was like a kite blown by the wind, flying helplessly towards Barrett. At this moment, time seemed to freeze and the whole world became quiet. Barrett arrived in front of Crocodile with lightning speed. He grabbed Crocodile's head with his left hand. Barrett did not hesitate at all. His eyes were firm and decisive, as if telling the world that he would not give up any opportunity. His right hand grasped Katakuri's head tightly, as if he wanted to crush his head. And his left hand grabbed Crocodile's head mercilessly, as if to knock a big hole out of his head. Crocodile and Katakuri are both extremely powerful pirates, but in Barrett's hands, they are like two helpless children. Their heads were tightly grasped and they could not move. Crocodile's eyes were full of fear, as if he was asking himself, what just happened? Why were you caught recently? But Barrett didn't give them much time to think. His hands hit each other hard, and his left and right hands grabbed Katakuri and Crocodile's heads and knocked them against each other. A dull bang. Crocodile and Katakuri's heads collided instantly. Blood flew from both men's faces. Their faces touched intimately. A proud smile appeared on Barrett's face. Grasping the heads of the two men, it was as if they were carrying chickens. Asshole. Crocodile came to his senses and quickly separated his elements from Barrett's palm. Katakuri's body also turned into a rice cake and twisted out of Barrett's hand. Then he stretched out his kick, covered with armed domineering force, and kicked Barrett in the head. It was as if he wanted to kick Barrett out to wash away the humiliation just now. Barrett raised his arms covered with armed domineering energy. He firmly received Katakuri's kick. There was a dull sound. Katakuri didn't stop. Attacking continuously with both arms and legs, he attacked Barrett crazily without saying a word. Fists and kicks covered with armed domineering rain fell on Barrett. But it didn't have much impact on Barrett. The only thing hurt was Barrett's uniform. Barrett raised his arms to block, but gradually lost patience. His eyes flashed red, and he caught a hint of a flaw. Immediately throw out a punch. And in the gap between Katakuri's punch from Barrett, a scene appeared in Katakuri's mind. He immediately jumped away from Barrett. Dodged Barrett's fierce punch. Seeing, hearing and color can predict the future. Barrett thought of this family's perverted domineering attitude. Katakuri didn't answer. Asshole, die. At this time, Crocodile appeared from behind Barrett. A stroke of the right arm. Desert Diamond Sword. The knife formed from the sand struck Barrett diagonally from the soles of Barrett's feet. From a distance, it looks like Barrett is split in half. At this moment, time seemed to be suspended. Katakuri looked at Barrett blankly, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Barrett stood still for 3 seconds and then slowly turned around. The coldness in his eyes made the surrounding temperature drop by 3 degrees. You guy, you really overestimate your abilities. The cold tone was laced with murderous intent. Barrett moved. He arrived in front of Crocodile in an instant. With one punch, Crocodile didn't even have time to react. The fist wrapped with overlord-colored domineering energy directly hit Crocodile's abdomen. Crocodile bowed slightly, his eyes were bloodshot, his mouth was wide open, and he looked at Barrett in front of him in disbelief. Boom. Crocodile was directly blown hundreds of meters away by Barrett's punch. The trees and mountains encountered along the way were shattered. The force of this punch did not diminish, and Crocodile's body flew backwards for 1,000 meters before he could stop. The clown. Barrett said disdainfully. Barrett never paid attention to this waste who was stepping on his name. Katakuri looked at Crocodile in the distance with a solemn expression. The other party can't be counted on for the time being. It seems that I can only face it alone. But the fight just now has proved that he is no match at all. Apart from being able to overpower the opponent with his knowledge, sex, and domineering power, he is still a little behind him in other aspects. But this is no excuse for him to escape. Fight even if you can't beat him. Feeling the fighting spirit in Katakuri, Barrett smiled. He liked this kind of unwillingness to admit defeat. They both moved at the same time. The battle between the two of them was inconclusive. While they were fighting. And a wonderful battle here in Caesar is about to begin. Caesar stood in a clearing with his brothers and sisters. On the opposite side stood the red-haired pirates and the beasts' pirates. The two sides faced off against each other. In terms of numbers, the red-hair pirates and beasts' pirates appear to be at a disadvantage. But in terms of overall combat power, the red-hair pirates and the beast pirates are obviously more powerful than the Rockefeller family headed by Caesar. Shanks and Yamato looked away from Barrett and Katakuri. Captain, while the opponent's main force is attracted, don't just look at the remaining good things. Lotzi Lu looked at the 10 giant pillars in the center of the island, his eyes shining with light. Haha, of course, no one can stop our red-haired pirates. Shanks clenched the handle of the knife with his right hand and couldn't wait to see the fighting around him. His fighting spirit kept burning in his chest, as if he was going to ignite the entire battlefield. Hey, who wants to fight with me? Shanks suddenly pulled out the supreme sword Griffin and shouted towards the Rockefeller family camp. His voice resounded throughout the battlefield like thunder, and he stared at Caesar in the Rockefeller kingdom camp with piercing eyes. The eldest son of the Rockefeller family, the dragon Caesar. Yamato the beast also raised his mace and was ready to go. Chapter 784 Shanks vs. Caesar. Feeling the burning gazes of Shanks and Yamato, the corners of Caesar's mouth raised involuntarily. It seems that you can't wait to go to hell. Caesar raised the sword and faced Shanks. His body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 9-meter-tall half-dragon man with scales all over his body, exuding the aura of a beast and an unparalleled sense of oppression. Shanks looked at Caesar, excitement flashing in his eyes. He longs to fight against strong men. Only in this way can he continue to improve his strength. Caesar, let me see the strength of the strongest creature in the world. Shanks pulled out Griffin and looked at Caesar and said loudly. There was confidence and determination in his voice. Hey! Let me teach you the cruelty of the new world. Caesar waved the Qinglong Yenue sword in his hand, facing Shanks with the cold blade, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His voice was full of defiance and disdain. The two people's eyes met in the air, as if sparks had collided. They can both feel the fighting spirit emanating from each other. Suddenly, Shanks moved. The red and black thunder around him started to beat. The beast that was suppressed in the body burst out violently. The amazing momentum was released instantly. The griffin on his right hand is wrapped with a layer of red and black lightning. Crack. Next second. God avoids. Shanks' eyes were pulsing with red light, and his body rushed towards Caesar like lightning. The griffin in his hand turned into a red-black light, sharp and domineering, and slashed towards Caesar. Magic sword cut. Caesar was not to be outdone. He raised the guandao, and the purple-blue lightning around him jumped. The overlord-colored domineering energy wrapped around the guandao, making a clicking sound. His pupils shrank, and a pair of dragon eyes burst out with beast-like ferocity. He walked towards Shanks. The two divine weapons collided in the air, making a loud noise that lit up the entire night sky. The sky is cracked. This scene was transmitted to the video phone bugs and instantly shocked all those who had never seen it before. You idiot, in the new world, if you haven't cracked the sky, how can you be called a master? Don't act like you have never seen the world. Some people who had seen the world looked disdainfully at the country bumpkins around them who were exclaiming in amazement. As everyone knows, when they saw this scene for the first time, they also burst out in surprise. Except for the occasional bursts of fire or lightning during the battle between Marco and Tesla, ordinary people's naked eyes could not see the process of the two fighting. Apart from the flashes of swords and shadows from time to time, the battle between Death and Mihawk was a simple duel of swordsmanship, and the speed was also very fast, making it difficult to track each other's figure. 1 second he was still at the top of the mountain, and the next second he was at the bottom of the mountain. The fight between Barrett and Katakuri was so intense that it was impossible to catch the fists and kicks. Not to mention ordinary people, even Morgans sometimes have difficulty capturing images quickly. But Caesar and Shanks are different. Both sides compete head-on. A head-on collision. Knife versus knife, domineering versus domineering. Clang. Caesar's Qinglong Yenue sword and Shanks' griffin collided in mid-air, and the powerful overlord-colored domineering impact overwhelmed the surrounding trees. Caesar's scaly cheeks smiled. Shanks' expression darkened after receiving the power from the blade. The opponent's power is very strong, almost like a monster. In terms of strength, in the entire Rockefeller Kingdom, except for Barrett in the combined state, no one can match Caesar, including Charlotte. This is not all of Caesar's power. You must know that Caesar's Qinglong Yenue sword has eaten tons of fruits. A year ago, Garp took a full blow from Caesar and was sent flying. The only one in this world who can compete with Caesar in strength is Whitebeard. The two sides were in a stalemate for tens of seconds. Boom. Caesar's arm muscles tightened. Strong pressure was instantly exerted on Shanks. Shanks gritted his teeth, his forehead was covered with dense sweat, and his legs were slightly bent. Next second. Shanks exploded with all his strength, raised the blade, and quickly retreated. Keep a safe distance from Caesar. Feeling the slightly numb arm, Shanks moved his wrist. Devil Dragon Caesar, he truly deserves his reputation. Shanks looked at Caesar and said fearfully. But his voice was filled with appreciation and admiration. Shanks knew that Caesar was very strong, after all, he had a reputation as a warrior, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. It won't work if you're a newbie, I haven't tried my best yet. Caesar said matter-of-factly. His voice is full of confidence and pride. He has not yet fully exerted himself, but he can still be stronger. The conversation between the two was heard by Yamato on the side. Yamato looked at Caesar with solemnity and murderous intent in his eyes. But he didn't take action immediately. Really? Then I want to see how strong you are. Shanks was speechless by Caesar's arrogance, but he also found it even more interesting. The other party is a very interesting person. Shanks' voice was full of provocation. Caesar was a formidable opponent, but he didn't think he would lose to him. Holding Griffin with both hands, his eyes flashed red. The domineering aura around him gathered together, and black lightning spread all over his body. He stepped forward with his left foot, and his body instantly exploded. God avoids. Shanks' veins popped out as he exerted all his strength on the knife. Seeing the other party's power, Caesar's hand holding the Qinglong Yenue sword was slightly raised. The blue-purple light in his eyes flashed. Before Shanks' sword fell, he also swung it up. Clang. There was a violent crash. Both sides were knocked back by this force at the same time. Caesar took a step back. Shanks turned a few somersaults in the air and plowed a 10-meter deep hole in the ground before he could slow down his body. Caesar felt the blade tremble slightly. The other party's strength really surprised him. No wonder you are known as the strongest supernova. With this strength, you are qualified to enter the new world. Caesar looked at the somewhat embarrassed red-haired man and said. But the next moment, Caesar clenched the Qinglong Yenue sword fiercely, and violent power rose around him. Overlord's domineering energy gathered crazily behind his back. There was a faint black magic dragon hovering behind him. But you're just qualified. You're still far from the top. Caesar raised the Qinglong Yenue sword, clenched his arms, stepped forward with his right foot, and rushed out with his body. His eyes were firm and his heart was filled with the desire to fight. Each step dug deeply into the ground, as if to declare his power to the earth. He took a dozen steps on the ground and quickly arrived in front of Shanks. Shanks' heartbeat became faster and faster, and his breathing became rapid. Chapter 785 1v3, Part. A strong sense of oppression lingered in his heart, and Shanks could feel the power in his body rising up, as if he was about to break through the constraints and release his endless potential. But Caesar would not give him time to accumulate strength. Caesar exerted force with his right foot, his body left the ground, and jumped high into the air. In the air, Caesar raised the Qinglong Yenue sword with both hands, and his domineering aura gathered on the blade. The people around him felt the sharp aura emanating from the blade, as if it was about to tear everything apart. God. Sword. Cut. Caesar roared and swung down violently. This sword contained all of Caesar's power and belief. At this moment, he seemed to be transformed into a god of war, waving the sharp weapon in his hand to kill the enemy under the sword. The light of the knife flashed, and the power of this knife made the entire space tremble. Feeling the threat that was so close at hand, Shanks didn't dare to slack off at all, and he quickly waved out his griffin despite the pressure from the opponent, trying to withstand the blow. Two powerful forces collided in the air, making a dull roar. The domineering energy intertwined with each other, forming a brilliant and colorful light. In this light, the figures of Caesar and Shanks became blurred, as if they blended into it. Finally, the light dissipated, and Caesar's figure reappeared in front of everyone, standing motionless. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. Only the bloodstains on the Qinglong Yenue sword were still telling the story of the thrilling battle just now. The winner was the demon dragon Caesar. Captain! The red-haired pirates shouted after seeing it. Shanks was knocked hundreds of meters away by Caesar's ferocious blow. His body flew out uncontrollably, spitting out blood. Boom! It smashed into more than 10 big trees one after another and stopped in front of a big mountain. A deep cave was carved out of the mountain wall. Damn it! All members of the red-haired pirate group were furious. Jesus Boo first drew out his sniper rifle. This newly purchased sniper rifle pointed at Caesar and pulled the trigger. Snapped. Gunfire rang out. But not one, but two. Darrow from the Rockefeller Kingdom camp also took action. The dull sound of Barrett's gunshot sounded. The two bullets collided quickly in mid-air. Darrow's bullet directly shattered Jesus Boo's bullet. Jesus Boo turned his head and looked over instantly. Darrow put down his gun slightly, looked at Jesus Boo's angry expression, and smiled slightly. Caesar also sensed the sneak attack from behind, and looked at the attacker with murderous intent in his eyes. But before he could take action, the mountain hundreds of meters ahead erupted with a rumbling sound. Mountains hundreds of meters high were shaking. Red and black lightning erupted from the hole where Shanks was smashed into. The powerful overlord-colored domineering energy made the whole mountain tremble. Shanks walked out of the cave with Griffin in his right hand. And on his chest, there was a deep bone-visible wound from the left chest to the right chest. There was blood dripping. Caesar's brows rose. Could this be what Dad often calls explosive seeds? Isn't it said that this is common among people with devil fruit abilities? Could it be that this person also has a devil fruit ability? Caesar was confused. Shanks tiptoed and quickly ran over from a few hundred meters away. Stopped more than 20 meters away from Caesar. Jesus, stand down. This is a battle between me and him. No one is allowed to interfere. Shanks' cold voice sounded, and there was no room for rejection in his words. Can. Jesus looked at the captain's embarrassed look and was about to say something when he was stopped by Beckman. Beckman shook his head slightly. Leave it to the captain. Beckman said. and Caesar and Shanks stood opposite each other. Ha 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 ha, I'm starting to become interested in you. Caesar spoke. Really? But I just want to defeat you. The griffin in Shanks' hand pulses with lightning. Join forces? Yamato walked forward, came to Shanks, looked at Caesar with his eyes fixed on him, and asked. If you can, then come along. Shanks had no reason to refuse Yamato's intervention, as the other party had nothing to do with him. You can't kill her just to prevent her from taking action. Uncle Jin. Yamato yelled. Captain. Jin came to Yamato and looked at Caesar with hatred in his eyes. Shanks looked at the two of them without saying a word. He raised Griffin and held Griffin tightly with both hands. Red and black lightning appeared around him and rushed towards Caesar. When Yamato saw this, a layer of blue-black electricity wrapped around the mace in his hand. Overlord-colored domineering energy is wrapped around the mace. The long knife in Jin's hand was covered with blazing flames. He spread his wings and flew off the ground, whipping up a gust of wind. The two of them followed Shanks and rushed towards Caesar. Yamato knew that he could not defeat Caesar on his own. Only by joining forces can there be a glimmer of hope. The two transformed into beasts, moving very fast, like a phantom. One on the left and one on the right following Shanks. Seeing Shanks and the two beast pirates rushing over at the same time, Caesar showed no sign of weakness, raised his sword, and rushed towards Shanks and Yamato. God avoids. Thunder Gossip. Fire Dragon Emperor. Magic Sword Cut. The four weapons intersected, making a loud noise, and sparks flew everywhere, lighting up the entire sky. Caesar fought against the three people in front of him with one person, without even flinching. Boom. 3 waves of overlord-colored domineering energy soared into the sky and penetrated the dark clouds above. The dim sky was revealed. Before I knew it, the battle had reached dusk. The four of them took a step back at the same time. Raise your weapon and charge up a strike. Clang. The clang of weapons echoed throughout the island. Caesar's sword was like a pliers, withstanding the attacks of the 3 men without any trembling. It was as if the 3 people's attacks didn't exist. Shanks, Yamato, and Jin volleyed down and pressed down, unable to make Caesar retreat even a step. Ha 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 ha, is there anyone else who wants to come? Come together. Caesar roared, the sound was deafening, as if the whole world was shaking. Caesar's eyes burned with endless fighting intent, as if he wanted to burn the entire world. Caesar's eyes flashed red and he quickly withdrew the blade. After turning in a semicircle, the momentum on his body became strong again. 10,000 tons thunder half-moon slash. The blade flashed with dazzling lightning, as if it was condensed from the power of thunder. Caesar held the blue dragon Yenue sword tightly and slashed at Yamato and Shanks. The power of this sword was extremely huge, and it was also blessed with the power of the devil fruit, as if it was going to split the whole world. The huge sword energy, wrapped in the power of thunder, surged towards Yamato and Shanks. This sword energy was like a galloping dragon, rushing towards the two of them with its teeth and claws. The momentum is majestic, like a mountain bearing down on the top, making it impossible to breathe. Chapter 786 1v3, Part. Yamato, Shanks and Jin, who were facing Caesar, felt the powerful sword energy, and their faces turned pale. If they can't resist this knife, they may die. Yamato and Shanks did not flinch, holding on to their weapons with both hands, ready to receive Caesar's attack. When the sword energy was about to reach them, Yamato and Shanks shouted at the same time. Mingdi. God avoids. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. Shanks, Yamato, and Jin burst out with their most powerful power. Shanks' eyes widened, and the red and black domineering aura around him almost took shape. Yamato's muscles were also tense all over, and the weapon-colored haki, overlord-colored haki, and cold air on the mace were constantly applied to the mace. And Jin flew into the sky and turned into a pteranodon, with blazing fire rising all over his body, like the sun under the dim sky, and swooped down with a long knife in his mouth. The weapons of the 3 were shining with dazzling light, as if they were going to compete with Caesar's thunder half-moon slash. Clang. With a loud noise, Yamato, Shanks, and Jin's attacks collided hard with Caesar's thunder half-moon slash. The movement caused almost echoed throughout the entire island. In the center of the island, the energy generated by the 4 people impacted everything around them. The entire space trembled, as if it was about to be torn apart. The energy wave generated by the impact spread in all directions, knocking all surrounding objects to the ground. When outsiders see the center of the battle, it seems as if space is distorted. The 4 Caesars turned into phantoms under this attack. Is this a newcomer? He can actually fight to such an extent with Lord Caesar. The people watching the battle in Rockefeller Kingdom were a little surprised when they saw this scene. In their eyes, there was nothing that Caesar could not defeat. If there is, it is only Caesar's father, the builder of Rockefeller's kingdom. Rockefeller Charlotte. But what the hell are these three in front of me? When did newcomers from all over the world become so powerful? It's not just people in the Rockefeller Kingdom who are shocked. The outsiders also looked at this scene in surprise. Perhaps the new world has brought new challengers. And this time the challenger may have the ability to threaten the three emperors. Is the pattern of the new world about to be reshuffled again? Countless people with their own interests in the new world looked at the few people present and fell into deep thought. I plan to place my bets separately, and I can't hang myself from a tree. This is the survival law of the weak in the new world. Relying on the strong is a necessary skill for these wallflowers. While people on the sidelines were shocked, the four Caesars finally took action. I saw that the muscles all over Caesar's body were bulging. Feeling the pressure on my body, his face became ferocious. No one can defeat me. Caesar roared, the veins on his neck popped out, and the scales on his body trembled slightly. A power burst out from Caesar. It caught the three of them off guard. Boom. Caesar's overbearing domineering power was once again enhanced. Three people were blown away directly. Shanks was shaken by this powerful force and retreated repeatedly, spitting out blood. Yamato was directly knocked away dozens of meters away. His body was scratched with wounds from the surrounding wind blades, and he vomited blood and fell to the ground. Jin was also swept by the strong wind and flew backwards, lying on the ground with Yamato. His wings were in tatters and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. They still underestimated Caesar's attack. Caesar's Thunder Half-Moon Slash is definitely his best and most convenient move. It may not be as powerful as the Divine Sword Slash, but in terms of its destructive power to groups combined with its ability to crush tons of fruit, it is definitely the most destructive move among Caesar's many moves. Caesar's Thunder Half-Moon Slash was blocked by Yamato and Shanks with difficulty. But that doesn't mean they won. And Caesar also took a step back, breathing heavily. It's really difficult to deal with three people at once. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The cooperation and offense of the three people. Caesar needs to be in high spirits. I saw Caesar's right hand holding the knife trembling slightly. The scales on his arms were scattered on the ground, revealing the bloody back of his hands. But the injury didn't last long at all. He was cured by Caesar's powerful restorative power. Same. Yamato and Jin, who were knocked away, quickly stopped suffering injuries by relying on the powerful recovery ability of the animal system. The condition is much better than Shanks. Don't forget, where is the knife wound Caesar gave him in the first place on Shanks' chest? Although Shanks was the most seriously injured, he was also the most powerful. It seemed that before killing him, his strength was not affected at all. Call. Caesar took a deep breath and calmed down the rise and fall in his chest. Look at these three opponents. Yes, Caesar already considered them his opponents. Anyone who can beat him to death is qualified to be his opponent. He will use all his strength to finish this battle. You'd better pray that you can live until 10 o'clock tomorrow. Caesar looked at the three men and smiled ferociously. The scaly cheeks trembled slightly. He raised the guandao again. And covered with armed color domineering. And those with sharp eyes noticed it immediately. This is the advanced use of armed color hockey Ryusakura. Come and enjoy the battle. Caesar stepped forward and was in front of Shanks in an instant. Take out the strongest ones first. This was Caesar's custom. Clang. Shanks was knocked away without any surprise. He glided for tens of meters in mid-air before stopping. Drink. Caesar shouted again, and the machete in his hand flashed with more dazzling lightning. The three of them were not given any time to react. The sword energy carrying the power of thunder swept away once again. Yamato and Jin held their weapons tightly with both hands and rushed toward Caesar. Their speed was extremely fast, as if they were lightning. Their weapons shimmered with dazzling light, as if they were going to compete with Caesar's Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Clang. There was another loud noise, and Yamato and Jin's weapons collided hard with Caesar's Thunder Half-Moon Slash again. The space trembled again, as if it was about to be torn apart. The energy wave generated by the impact spread in all directions, knocking all surrounding objects to the ground. The two people were facing Caesar's attack head-on, without Shanks standing in front to resist. In an instant, like a kite with its string broken, it was shot away. They fell to the ground and were shaken back by this powerful force, but even though their bodies were bleeding, their eyes remained firm. Caesar's thunder half-moon slash was blocked again by Yamato and Jin, and Caesar's face finally showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that Yamato and Jin alone could actually block his attack. Are you getting stronger as you fight? Caesar hadn't finished speaking yet. Chapter 787 1v3, Part. Shanks rushed forward, and Yamato and Jin also jumped out and attacked Caesar. The weapons of the three people were shining with dazzling light, as if they were going to illuminate the whole world. The attacks of the three people seemed to be continuous, pouring towards Caesar. Clang, clang, clang. 3 loud bangs. The attacks of the three were easily blocked by Caesar. I want to see how long you can hold on. Caesar was a little angry. Before he finished speaking, these two ants actually dared to step forward. The blade shook, and the three of them were knocked back. Caesar slashed directly at Yamato's head. Captain. This scene fell into Jin's eyes, and he immediately rushed forward. Phew. A slash of the knife. Blood sprayed on Yamato's face. Seeing Jin blocking the attack with his back, Yamato was stunned. Uncle Jin. Yamato let out an astonishing roar. He quickly picked up Jin, picked up the mace with his backhand, and threw it at Caesar. Caesar gently raised the mace on his head and looked at Yamato with hatred on his face. Your father died at the hands of my father. If you are lucky enough to escape, don't know how to live your life incognito, and dare to come to the new world without overestimating your abilities, then let me send you underground to meet your father. Caesar swung his sword and struck Yamato on the head. Yamato held Jin in one hand, and his other hand was numb from the shock of Caesar's sword. There is no strength to resist at all. Just when Guando fell. Clang. A long sword appeared in front of Yamato. Shanks stood in front of Yamato, holding Griffin to block the knife. He stared at Caesar in front of him. You again? Caesar looked at Shanks, who rushed to block the fatal knife, and for some reason he felt familiar and a little disgusting. It seemed like he had seen this face before. It's just a game, why do you have to fight to the death? Shanks looked up and asked. The voice contained endless anger and confusion. At this time, Shanks was almost furious, and his body was trembling slightly with anger. Even if Caesar slashed him in the chest, he had no anger at all and only blamed himself for his lack of strength. But Shanks couldn't stand this practice of killing people even though he was victorious. Shanks' eyes fell on Caesar, as if he wanted to see his heart through his body. Caesar looked at Shanks with disdain, then looked at Yamato, his eyes full of provocation and ridicule. You want to interfere in our feud? Caesar asked, a hint of contempt in his voice. Shanks was not intimidated by Caesar's words. Instead, he took a step forward and shortened the distance between the two. I don't want to get involved in the feud between you, but I can't watch you kill her either. Shanks said. Who do you think you are? You are just a pirate. What qualifications do you have to care about our affairs? Caesar said. His voice was full of disdain and ridicule, as if telling Shanks that he didn't take him seriously at all. I am a pirate, but I am also a person with a conscience. I can't watch you killing people here and remain indifferent, not to mention that the other party is still my temporary ally. Shanks stood up straight with a bloodied face and pushed aside Caesar's sword. Do you think you can change anything by doing this? With your strength, you are not qualified to say this. Caesar said. He waved the guando in his hand and danced with gusts of wind. His voice was full of threats and intimidation, warning Shanks not to overestimate his capabilities. Shanks was not intimidated by Caesar's words. Instead, he straightened up and faced Caesar. His eyes were full of determination and unyieldingness. I know I can't change anything, but I can at least do something that I think is right. Shanks said, his voice full of determination and justice, as if telling Caesar that he would not give up on his allies. You are asking for death. Caesar said, his voice full of coldness and ruthlessness. Shanks was not intimidated by Caesar's words, instead he laughed. Laughed very loudly. There was a fire burning in Caesar's heart as he laughed. Yamato sat blankly behind Shanks, holding the seriously injured Jin, looking at Shanks' back, a little dazed. Shanks was not intimidated by Caesar's words. Instead, he raised Griffin and gestured to Caesar, his eyes full of provocation and ridicule, as if telling Caesar that he was ready to fight. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me for killing you too. Caesar said coldly. The momentum on his body rose. And Shanks lifted Griffin up, covering it with armed domineering, which is self-evident. Then he turned to look at Yamato. Can you still fight? Shanks asked, the meaning self-evident. He had just fought on his own, and the fact was cruel, he was no match for Caesar. We must join forces. Put it off until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and everything will be over. Shanks took a deep breath and regretted participating in the competition. This Rockefeller kingdom is full of lunatics who kill people whenever they disagree. The demon dragon is indeed a demon dragon. It only has the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. This temperament is really a devil. Captain, I'm fine. Jin said weakly as he lay on Yamato's lap. Because of his severe injuries, he had returned to his human form. Only the right wing behind Jin disappeared. It was chopped off by Caesar, and I don't know if it will grow back in the future. Otherwise, the symbol of the Lunaria clan would be gone. This is the only remaining Lunarian clan. You, just wait, I will definitely take revenge. Yamato put down Jin, stood up slowly, and looked at Caesar. The hatred in his eyes was undisguised. The mace in his hand was wrapped with a domineering aura, exuding strong fluctuations. Caesar had no reaction at all. In his eyes, the other party is already a dead person. As long as Shanks is dealt with, she will be the next to die. Caesar rushed forward instantly. Shanks and Yamato also endured their injuries and fought against Caesar. The battle continues. The battle between Shanks, Yamato, and Caesar has entered a fever pitch. The figures of the three people flickered in the darkness, and their weapons collided with loud noises. Their strength was fully demonstrated in this battle, and every attack contained unparalleled power. But Shanks and Yamato alone cannot defeat Caesar. Being pressed down and beaten by Caesar. And off the field. A conflict suddenly arises. Well, Charlotte, you have to give me an explanation. Charlotte Lingling stood on the thundercloud, holding Napoleon in her hand, standing over Charlotte, looking at Charlotte and saying with hatred. Lingling, why are you crazy? Before Charlotte could speak, Golden Lion Shurji, who felt he was the host, was not happy and floated in front of Charlotte Lingling and asked. Chapter 788 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 1. I said before, I protect the beast pirates. How did your son attack the beast pirates? Charlotte Lingling holds Napoleon and points to the battlefield. Especially when he stayed on Yen Calamity Jin's body for a moment longer. Jin, the only remaining Lunarian tribe in the world, my heart and soul, just had one of its wings chopped off by your son. If I can't recover, I will fight you tooth and nail. Charlotte Lingling roared. His expression was no joke. It suddenly dawned on Charlotte that this woman was really a crazy woman. One of the hobbies of this crazy woman is to enrich her kingdom. This guy is collecting rare races everywhere, how could he let go of the only remaining Lunaria tribe? But Charlotte couldn't let Charlotte Lingling be so arrogant. If you are not strong enough, you can't blame others. The sword has no eyes, so who is to blame? Charlotte's taunting words not only made Charlotte Lingling angry. Even the white-bearded Edward Newgate beside him also turned red with anger. Because in the field, the white-beard pirates are the worst. Everyone was actually chased and beaten by Tesla alone. Doesn't this rub salt into his wounds? The angry white-beard turned around. Hateful. Charlotte Lingling was so angry that she wanted to take action. Charlotte Lingling, go crazy and send it home. There is no rule in the competition that you can't hurt your opponent. It's not a violation to say that they are not the Big Mom pirates. Golden Lion Shurji saw this and taunted. This is not afraid of causing trouble. It's better to make a fuss. When the time comes, Charlotte will also be involved, and the two of them will join forces to directly kill Charlotte Lingling. After all, this conflict was caused by Charlotte's son. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Charlotte Lingling waved a sword energy. Shurji easily avoided it and smoked a cigar. That's enough, don't make trouble unreasonably. The 7-star sword appeared in Charlotte's hand. Golden Lion Shiki also pulled out Sakuraji Kuju. The two of them had vague intentions of dealing with Charlotte Lingling. Upon seeing this, Charlotte Lingling looked at Whitebeard, who turned his head away from here, gritted his teeth and flew back. This was a pity for Shurji. He glanced at Charlotte. Charlotte has taken back the 7-star sword. Shurji had to give up. Others saw Charlotte Lingling flinching, and looked at Charlotte with fear in their eyes. This Rockefeller Charlotte is really confident. Then looking at the competition, the battlefield was clearly divided. The Rockefeller Kingdom single-handedly fought against all the geniuses of the New World. This power has almost reached its peak. From now on, this new world will probably be dominated by the Rockefeller Kingdom. Many people with interests in the new world are thinking about how to face the uncrowned king of this new world in the future. Within the island. Just after Caesar and Shanks, Yamada went to war. Others couldn't hold it any longer. But what no one expected was that the first person to start the war was the red-haired pirates. Anyone want to fight? A cold voice sounded. Beckman stood up and looked at Rockefeller and his group with suppressed anger. Deidara was just about to go up when he was stopped by Robert. "Leave this to me, you deal with that fat man," Robert said. After hearing this, Deidara looked at the fat green man standing behind Beckman, and raised the corners of his mouth. "Looks like a good sandbag." Deidara's fists collided, and a slight explosion sounded. Then he rushed over quickly. Not to be outdone, Beckman and Lacey Lou also rushed over. The two sides fought in an open space. The battle between Robert and Deidara was also not to be outdone. Gas punch. The fist covered with armed domineering extended directly and hit the place where Beckman had been. "Can you only hide? Rat." Looking at Beckman, who was constantly using the jungle to jump around, Robert said angrily in his heart. "Being able to hide is also a skill, young man." Beckman raised his hand and shot. Snapped. The bullet passed through Robert's chest, bringing up a trace of gas. Beckman looked a little disappointed and shook his head. "Natural type, it's really troublesome. Is your Rockefeller Kingdom so rich? With so many natural type devil fruits, the navy is not as large as yours, right?" Beckman, as the think tank of the red-haired pirates, also investigated these members of the Rockefeller family. What puzzles Beckman is that except for the head of the Charlotte family, who does not have devil fruit abilities, his children are all devil fruit users. And everyone's devil fruit ability is very powerful. This puzzled Beckman, and what puzzled him even more was how Charlotte collected it. "You know how to hide, right?" Robert looked at Beckman, who was running around. "Let's see how you hide, Gas World." A large amount of gas was continuously released with Robert as the center. Beckman was instantly surrounded. "You like shooting, don't you? Try shooting again." Robert's big face appeared on the surrounding gas. As long as the opponent dares to fire a shot, all the gas will explode. With such a large amount of gas, the explosion was powerful enough to wipe out the jungle. If you do this, it seems like you're hurting the enemy by 1,000, but you're hurting yourself by 800, right? Beckman jumped on the branch and looked at Robert and said. "No, I won't get hurt. If you don't believe me, try it." Robert's big face smiled. Beckman frowned, thinking about how to break the situation. There is more and more gas around. Both sides were surrounded by gas. Beckman turned the gun around, holding the body of the gun and pointing the butt at Robert. "It seems we can only go head-to-head," Beckman said helplessly. The next moment, Beckman's eyes became sharp. Robert, who had been watching Beckman's actions, felt his heart twitch. "I always feel like the other person is hiding something." This psychological premonition made Robert uneasy. Looking at Beckman, who was approaching quickly. The world without space. Being rational, he did not have direct contact with Beckman. Used the gas fruit to suck out all the air around Beckman. Beckman, who was charging rapidly, felt his breath hitch in an instant. He raised his head sharply. "It seems you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve," Beckman said. Robert didn't speak and grabbed his hands fiercely. A flint protruded from the cuff. Burning type Mihawk's. A large amount of gas rushed towards Beckman and was directly ignited by Robert. 2 pillars of fire were heading towards Beckman. Under the support of the gas world, the gas is burning like an endless stream. When Beckman saw this, he was covered in armed and domineering aura. Before the flames arrived, he flicked the gun butt, and a huge pillar of flames was directly split in half. But this was of no use at all, as the gas from behind continued to be transported. Damn, that's so difficult. Beckman was surrounded by 2 pillars of fire in front of him and had nowhere to go. Green flame sword. Robert flicked his right hand, sparks flew up, and a long sword made of flames emerged from his hand. Chapter 789 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 2. Fire slash. A flame slash flew out of his hand and struck towards Beckman. Beckman was caught off guard by the sudden sword attack. He was hit in the back by a flaming sword. It exploded directly. Fortunately, Beckman was covered in armed hockey in advance and his defense was improved, so he did not suffer much damage. But even so, it was still firmly restricted. Robert knows very well what his weaknesses are? Your own gas fruit may not be as good in terms of damage, but in terms of large-scale attacks. Robert considers himself to be the leader among the entire Rockefeller family. After following Caesar Courant to study the gas fruit in detail, Robert became more and more comfortable with the use of gas fruits. Robert had a way to deal with Beckman even if he didn't fight him in close combat, luring him step by step into his trap. The first move was the gas world, leaving him nowhere to escape, and then the void world, which sucked away the oxygen near him. It made him tired of dealing with it, and then in order to prevent him from escaping, he directly created 2 walls of flames, leaving him with no way to go to the sky or to the earth. Then he held the green flame sword and collided with him head-on. Contain him and prevent him from escaping. Just follow the steps and it will kill him. Let him fall into despair step by step in front of his own poisonous gas. For now, Beckman was being disrupted by Robert's blow after blow. Fell deeply into his trap. Don't even think about getting away for a while. When he is in dire straits, Robert will win. This is also the reason why people without fruit powers are helpless when facing a difficult devil fruit user for the first time. Beckman obviously underestimated Robert's strength and wisdom. The battle here cannot end in a short time. And on the other side, the battle between Deidara and Reizi Lu seemed simple and violent. Bang. Bang bang. Each of Deidara's attacks had an explosive effect. Fists rained down on Lacy Lu. The large-scale explosion left Lacy Lu with scars even though his whole body was covered in armor and domineering. But due to the strong defense, he never suffered much damage, all of which were flesh wounds. But even so, Lacy Lu still felt uncomfortable and was dizzy from the shockwave of the explosion. But that chubby figure seemed to have lost weight. The power of the bomb fruit was used to great effect by Deidara. Detonate clay explosion. Deidara stood on his toes. The fruit ability is activated. The clay under Lacy Lu's feet exploded instantly. Caught Lacy Lu off guard. The whole person was thrown away. Yes, you read that right, the clay beneath your feet exploded. Another devil fruit awakener from the Rockefeller family appears. The 6th son of the Rockefeller family, Rockefeller Deidara, possesses the superhuman bomb fruit, Bomberman, and the awakened devil fruit ability, which can give all materials the ability to explode and control the time of explosion. Its power and effect are beyond human imagination. His strength is second only to the 3 deaths, and he has officially entered the ranks of quasi-generals, surpassing his older brother Robert. This made Robert feel embarrassed. After all, he was surpassed by his younger brother, even though this younger brother was only a few months younger than him. It was because Deidara surpassed him that he asked Mr. Caesar Courant to help him develop the gas fruit to achieve awakening. But it goes without saying how difficult it is to awaken a natural devil fruit. Tesla was able to awaken because he learned a painful lesson from the battle with Kizaru. He went to Thor Island alone to train for nearly 2 years, feeling the thunder and lightning of nature and enduring the pain of being struck by lightning every day. It took 2 years of hard training before the strongest natural element, the thunder fruit, could be awakened. The hardships during this period were indescribable to outsiders. His strength officially entered the ranks of generals, and as soon as they fought, he overwhelmed Marco and the entire Whitebeard pirates. The reason why Marco can continue to persevere is nothing more than relying on the recovery ability of the animal type, phantom species, and phoenix form. Damn it. Lacy Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the young man in front of him. This person's attacks are extremely ferocious, and every time he comes into contact, there will be an explosion. Like a hedgehog, covered in thorns. It's not like he hasn't thought about long-range attacks. As a member of the red-haired pirates, gun shooting is also his specialty. But what he didn't expect was that Deidara didn't even try to hide after the bullet was fired. Just stand there and let Lacy Lu shoot. But after the bullet hit Deidara's body, nothing happened. It's like hitting cotton. It has no effect at all. And Deidara also told the reason. I'm a bomber, any explosion damage or bullet fire is useless to me. As soon as these words came out, Lacy Lu's mentality is about to explode. Isn't this the gunner's nemesis? Immune to any bullet. How could there be such a disgusting fruit ability? You must know that almost half of the red-haired pirates use guns. Facing the invulnerable Deidara, Reizi Lu could only bite the bullet. Withstanding the damage from Deidara's explosive fruit, he fought with Deidara at close range. Just when I was being pressed down and beaten here. Today's battlefield is a bit tricky. Everyone set their sights on the Rockefeller Kingdom. Tesla, who was suppressing the entire Whitebeard pirates, and his death, who was competing with Mihawk in swordsmanship from a distance, and Shanks and Yamato, who were suppressed and beaten by Caesar. The Rockefeller Kingdom is too pushy. The younger generation is fighting against the entire new world on their own. Rice cake thrust. Katakuri attacked with blood all over his body, his right arm turned into a rice cake and stabbed towards Barrett. Shellun. Crocodile, who was sent flying by a punch, recovered and launched a fierce attack on Barrett. But Katakuri and Crocodile didn't have any advantages in joining forces. Even Katakuri had to take care of Crocodile. At this time, Crocodile was already crazy. In front of so many people, he was punched away. His previous rants were like a joke. His self-esteem was severely damaged. Crazy, attacking Barrett desperately. Most of his swish fruit moves are large-scale attacks, which makes it difficult for Katakuri to attack alone. They can only cooperate with Crocodile and fight Barrett head-on from the front. And Barrett was 1 against 2, not losing at all. He waved his fists and struck at the two of them. He withstood the 2 attacks head-on with ease. Give Katakuri a punch from time to time. Appear relaxed and at ease. Because Katakuri belongs to the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte ordered Barrett to keep it. This allowed Barrett to fight Katakuri without any fatal blow. Chapter 790 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 3. But Crocodile is different. There is no force behind the opponent, so Barrett can have no scruples. But because Katakuri was in the front, Barrett didn't find the opportunity to continue attacking Crocodile. This made Barrett seem a little less interested in fighting. His eyes couldn't help but look at the captain of the Bucky Pirates, Clown Bucky. He didn't forget that Bucky still had his devil fruit. Think about this. With a thought in his mind, Barrett dodged Katakuri's punch. This made Katakuri tense up instantly, and he quickly defended himself, thinking that Barrett was going to counterattack. But there was no counterattack. Instead, Barrett ran away. But the direction in which Barrett ran away seemed to be the stone pillar. Katakuri understood the other person's thoughts instantly. Hateful. Katakuri let out a low drink. He was actually thinking about other things while fighting, which meant he didn't take him seriously at all. He immediately gave chase. Bucky, who was holding the sonic fruit, instantly saw a dark shadow running towards him quickly. Instantly frightened to death. I originally wanted to take advantage of the troubled waters they were fighting to steal a devil fruit and sell it for money. I didn't expect that the people in the Rockefeller Kingdom would lose all their dignity, and their opponents haven't been solved yet. Let's grab the devil fruit. Bucky didn't hesitate. Between a small life and a devil fruit, he immediately chose to save his life. Then, Bucky is preparing to divert trouble eastward. You must know that the only ones who have not participated in the battle at this time are the 2 vice admirals who have been watching from the side. Dear fellow Taoist, I will give you the devil fruit. Bucky ran away without stopping. This left Barrett a little confused. Is this guy so spineless? After all, he is also the leader of the Shichibukai, the Pirate King Roger's crew. The most confused ones were the 2 Marines who had been watching the show, Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin. What does this mean? Pie from the sky? Can you eat it? The T-Dolphin picked up the devil fruit and turned to look at Peach Rabbit. Idiot. Peach Rabbit cursed secretly. This is obviously diverting trouble from the east. He instantly pulled out his long knife, alert to Barrett who was rushing towards him. For Barrett, wherever the devil fruit is, he is there. Ignore Bucky for now. I rely on. The T-Dolphin was startled, the devil fruit in his hand flew up, and he hurriedly held it steady. Looks like a big war is inevitable. T-Dolphin said, standing behind Peach Rabbit. Shut up and go all out, don't let the Navy's reputation be diminished. Peach Rabbit scolded. As for the devil fruit, you can still throw it away if you get it. From Peach Rabbit's point of view, with the strength of the 2 of them, even if they can't defeat Barrett, isn't it easy to hold on to a devil fruit? When Barrett saw the 2 people waiting in full formation, the corner of his mouth rose. He just likes young people who don't know the heights of the world. The weapon color covers the right fist. Running quickly. Approaching. Swish. Peach Rabbit's sword slashed hard at Barrett. Barrett's fist touched Peach Usagi's blade. Next moment, Tautu felt as if his body had been hit by a giant hammer. A huge force came from his hand. Peach Rabbit's eyes widened. The huge force spread to the body with overwhelming force. Phew. Blood spurts out. Peach Rabbit's body flew out like a kite with its string broken. It hit the stone wall hard. Peach Rabbit. Seeing this, the T-Dolphin couldn't care less about the devil fruit in his hand, so he quickly threw it out, quickly jumped to Peach Rabbit, and rescued Peach Rabbit from the stone wall. Puff. With the support of the T-Dolphin, Tautu walked out, her throat sweetened, and she spurted out another mouthful of blood. Outside the court, Garp, who was originally relaxed, put down the sunbae in his hand and looked at Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin in the court with a serious expression. If anything happens to these two people, Garp will rush forward immediately. Even if he is besieged by all the pirates present, he will not hesitate. Peach Rabbit, are you okay? T-Dolphin quickly expressed concern. Ahem. So strong, how could he be so strong? Peach Rabbit looked at Barrett in disbelief. She was young and had never been severely beaten by pirates. Basically, all his strength comes from training, and he occasionally goes to fight pirates with Commander He around the world. Strictly speaking, I have never really fought against a strong person. Katakuri and Crocodile ran over not far away. Then he saw the injured Marine and Barrett holding the sonic fruit. Barrett picked up the devil fruit and weighed it in his hands. He looked at Katakuri, Crocodile, and the two Marines in front of him. Looks like the real battle has begun. Barrett raised the corners of his mouth and gently threw the devil fruit in his hand back. The devil fruit landed on the stone pillar again in a perfect arc. Whoever wins gets it. Barrett's eyes flashed red. The body rushed between the four people like a cannonball and launched a new round of attacks. No, let's join forces. Katakuri immediately sensed Barrett's fighting spirit. He turned to look at the two Marines and said. At this moment, Katakuri didn't care about their navy status. Without defeating Barrett, none of them would be able to live well. As for the infamy, Katakuri didn't care. Anyway, he has already joined forces with the King's Shichibukai, so he doesn't care about having another navy. Katakuri immediately used Rice Cake Thrust. Block Barrett's attack. It's useless. Barrett easily broke through the thrust composed of rice cakes. He arrived in front of Katakuri in an instant. He raised his fist and struck Katakuri in the head. As if Katakuri knew it in advance, he raised his arm to block. But even so, it was still blown hundreds of meters away by Barrett's huge power. It landed not far from Cracker. At this time, Cracker was working with Smoothie to resist the attacks of Rockefeller, Sif, Eve, and Julie. Clark turned to look at the embarrassed Katakuri brother. Brother Katakuri. Cracker shouted. Smoothie, you hold on here, I'll go support Katakuri brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Cracker left the battlefield with his biscuit soldiers and ran towards Katakuri. Okay, leave this to me. Smoothie didn't object and looked at Sif and the three of them warily. Sif, Eve, and Julie were no longer under siege by the Crackers and Cookie soldiers. He instantly gained the upper hand on the battlefield. When facing Cracker and those Cookie soldiers before, the three of them except Julie who could destroy the Cookie soldiers, Sif and Eve had nothing to do with the Cookie soldiers. It takes a lot of effort to break it. Now that Cracker is leaving, the pressure on the three of them has been greatly reduced. However, the three Sifs will not be happy because of Cracker's departure. Come back here, don't go anywhere. Sif, Eve, and Julie were furious and went after them. Tangled. Eve immediately casts Fruit of Lush. Chapter 791 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 4. Countless vines stretched out from the ground. Block it towards Cracker. Swish. A sword light rose. Eve's vines were instantly cut off. If you want to get there, get through me first. Smoothie jumped in front of the three people and stopped them, blocking the way with his horizontal sword. Snow dance and shine in the sun. Sif was furious, and instantly her whole body became powerful, and endless wind and snow swept across all directions. A blizzard instantly surrounded Smoothie. Kill this person first, and then go support Brother Barrett. As the elder sister of the two of them, Sif took command as a matter of course. Death Scythe. Julie attacked first, taking advantage of the cover of the blizzard to block Smoothie's view. Julie quickly waved the two knives in her hands. One on the left and one on the right, like a sickle, attacking Smoothie. Purple-green wind blades cut through the air and whirred. Smoothie was instantly alert. He quickly looked in the direction of the sound. The long sword was held across his chest to resist. Seeing this, Julie squatted slightly and raised her two swords, like ghosts in the dark night, waiting for the opportunity. The two knives in Julie's hands have been changed. The two swords used before were Tianyu Yujan and Yen Mo captured when Xia Luo beheaded Kazuki Odin. However, these two knives are not suitable for Julie to use. The blade is too long, too heavy, and consumes too much money. If you use these two knives to fight against the enemy, you won't be able to fight for long. Not suitable for Julie. And ever since the knife blacksmiths of the Rockefeller Kingdom broke through the 21 skills of the sharp knife. After Julie received the news, she immediately found Charlotte and asked for a knife replacement. After hearing this, Charlotte immediately asked the knifesmiths to forge 2 weapons suitable for Julie according to Julie's requirements. Finally, the knifesmith made 2 scimitars according to Julie's requirements. The blade is curved for easy concealment and is light and sharp. Named the Full Moon Scimitar by Julie. Ranked among the 21 great swords, it is a killing blade that is good at hiding. Sharp and deadly. Julie couldn't put it down after getting it, and always wanted to fight with it to test the knife. And this opportunity is today. Smoothie, the 3 desert generals of the Big Mom Pirates, is undeniably powerful. Even if the 3 of them join forces, they may not be able to defeat her. It's best to use her to test the knife. Seeing Julie's attack blocked, Sif and Eve looked at each other. Emperor Sword Bingji Wushwang. 2 ice and snow swords condensed in Sif's hands. Eve also stretched out 2 long vine whips. The 2 looked at each other, and Sif rushed forward and killed Smoothie. And Eve relied on the vine whip to harass Smoothie. Sif's ice sword is cold and sharp. Fight directly with Smoothie in close quarters. As a child of Rockefeller Charlotte, even those with natural devil fruit abilities can master swordsmanship under the influence. After Sif realized that the Shueisha fruit was insufficient in single-target attack, in order to deal with possible close combat, she specifically asked Charlotte to help her develop the newly developed ability. 2 swords condensed with ice and snow. Named by Charlotte himself. Emperor Sword. It was the inspiration that Charlotte got from a novel in her previous life. The name is very domineering. Sif was also very satisfied. Sif and Julie worked together to attack Smoothie, with Eve holding him back from afar. The fight was back and forth for a while. In fact, Eve is not good at fighting. It can be seen from the fact that she can only play support. But who told my father that anyone over the age of 16 must participate? Eve had no choice but to bite the bullet. Fortunately, Sif and Julie both knew Eve's level, but they took good care of her and did not let her participate in a head-on battle. Otherwise, Sif wouldn't be able to get in directly. Use snowfruit to consume energy like Robert did until the end of the game. In fact, in this game, except for Barrett, Esteth, Caesar, and Tesla as the main players, the others only need to contain their opponents. This was a tactic arranged by Esteth in advance. In Esteth's view, Rockefeller Kingdom only needs to take the top 3, and let others compete for the rest. But unexpectedly, one of them used too much force, causing everyone to join forces to deal with the Rockefeller Kingdom. This frustrated Esteth's plan. We can only rely on hard power. The 3 people's cooperation captured a large part of Smoothie's attention. Unable to focus on one person. But Smoothie showed no fear. Express Water Arrow. The tip of Smooth's long sword lightly slashed at the snow on the ground. Large flakes of snow melted and turned into water flowing around the sword. With a flick of the long sword, the water wrapped around the sword shot towards Sif and Julie like sharp arrows. Full of power. Looking at the several water arrows coming towards me, neither of them dared to take the initiative. They all hid. It's snowing all over the sky. Sif directly transformed into an element, and her body turned into flying snow, dodging all the water arrows. When Julie saw these water arrows, she crossed her swords and swung both blades quickly. A series of air slashes flew out. Directly chopped these water arrows into pieces. And the trend is not necessarily heading towards Smoothie. Reaper's Scythe. Julie tiptoed and with Sif's help, jumped into the air and waved her double blades. In the sky full of flying snow, 2 purple-green sword energy flew out from the flying snow. Straight up to Smoothie. Countless vines quietly came to Smoothie's feet and instantly wrapped around her body, wrapping her up so that she could not move. 2 blades of tens of meters long in front of her attacked Smoothie from the left and right, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Juice Giant. Smoothie roared, his body emitted pink light, and the surrounding flying snow was instantly squeezed out, turning into water and entering Smoothie's body. A terrifying power appeared in front of Sif and Julie. Smoothie's body became huge, expanding dozens of meters in an instant, breaking the vines wrapped around his body, like a giant. Facing the 2 purple-black saber energy in front of him, he raised the tens of meters of sword and slashed at them fiercely. The powerful force easily chopped up Julie's attack. and the sword blade slashed towards Julie in the snow. What? Julie was shocked, and the giant sword in front of her came to Julie's head in a moment. Come on. The flying snow next to Julie immediately revealed Sif's body, grabbed the stunned Julie and threw her to the side. Rumble. The big sword fell, and the ground was divided into two halves like a cake being cut. The surrounding snowflakes turned into water and continuously entered Smoothie's body. It seems that Smoothie is becoming more and more powerful. Eve looked at Smoothie's movements and then at Sif. This is somewhat restraining Sif. Sif's snow seems to have become a constant source of nourishment for Smoothie. Julie, don't be stunned, the other party can't be underestimated. Sif pulled the embarrassed Julie and said. Sister, I'm fine. Julie stood up, her face stained with dirt, looking at the giant above her head and gritted her teeth and said. Chapter 792 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 5. Be careful, I'm restrained. The opponent has the ability to squeeze fruits. He can squeeze out water, and snow can also turn into water. Sif warned, she also noticed that she seemed to be holding back. Don't worry, I won't miss it again. Julie said, squatting slightly, and immediately rushed forward. Looking at her impatient sister, Sif looked around, retracted the flying snow in the sky, and rushed forward with the ice and snow sword in hand. When Eve saw this, she quickly restrained him. And the other side. Barrett, who was alone, faced the attacks of Katakuri, Crocodile, Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin, and gradually fell into a stalemate. In a short period of time, it is difficult to determine the winner. But that's it. The emergence of Crackers. This greatly relieved the pressure on the four Katakuri people. This Barrett is a monster. Facing the attacks from the four of them, he still seemed to be able to do so with ease, showing no sign of defeat. On the contrary, he became more and more courageous as he fought, without feeling tired at all. Wave Pretzel. Cracker rushed forward, and the long sword in his hand sent out a powerful shock wave aimed at Barrett. Boom. Barrett punched out, and the sword energy exploded directly on Barrett's fist. Katakuri and Crocodile saw the opportunity and launched an attack. Weird Rice Cake. Desert Diamond Sword. The two attacks came one after another. Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin didn't look at it either. The sword energy flew out. Lonjiao. Navy 6. Attacks from the two men followed one after another. The five people's continuous attacks finally allowed Barrett to be beaten back. It was carved dozens of meters deep into the ground. This was also the first time since the fight that Barrett was knocked back. Katakuri looked overjoyed when he saw this. Come together, don't give the other party a chance to breathe. Katakuri shouted. As long as the five of them attack continuously and restrain Barrett from each other, they will always find a chance to defeat Barrett. Barrett can't defend every time. Understand? After hearing this, Cracker clapped his hands. More than a dozen biscuit soldiers appeared around him, waving their swords and attacking Barrett. And Crackers are among them. Crocodile also gave up long-range harassment, walked directly behind Barrett, raised his flashing golden hook and struck it at Barrett. The other three people also rushed forward. The continuous attacks made it difficult for Barrett to fight with two fists. Some fists and feet panicked, backing away continuously. The stone wall that finally drove Barrett into the corner left Barrett with no way to retreat. It hit the stone wall. The embarrassment on his body made Barrett expressionless. The cooperation of the five people finally made Barrett serious. His aura suddenly changed. A demonic aura emanated from Barrett. Armed color hockey covers the whole body, knowledge color hockey is activated, and overlord color hockey rises from the whole body. Devil form. The combined fruit activates and the devil fruit awakens. Barrett saw this and gave a low drink. Integrating his own three-color domineering energy into his body, his speed, strength, defense, and reaction abilities have been greatly improved. The aura emanating from his body was like a devil from hell. Seeing Crocodile rushing towards him, Barrett clenched his fists with a sneer on his lips. This smile was seen by Crocodile, and he secretly thought that something was wrong. But it was too late. Armed colored hockey covers both fists, and overlord colored hockey wraps around the fists. Seeing Crocodile rushing towards him, he stepped hard with his toes. Rushed in front of Crocodile at extremely fast speed. Go to hell. Seeing Crocodile's panicked expression, Barrett punched him out. Crocodile is not a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Barrett had no qualms about killing him. Before the war started, Charlotte deliberately told the participants to be cautious when facing the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates, otherwise Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling would not sit still after the red eye. An event might end up turning into a big war, which is not what Charlotte wants to see. What? Crocodile was shocked when he saw the fist so close. Boom. With one punch, Barrett hit Crocodile directly in the face. Puff. Blood spurted out, Crocodile fell directly on his back, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth. The bleeding from the 7 orifices continued. It flew out directly. What? Katakuri was frightened by Barrett's outburst. How could he be so fast? His experience and color didn't catch it. Taking advantage of Katakuri's dazed moment, Barrett set his sights on Cracker. The steps were sharp. He raised his fist and rushed towards Cracker. But this time, Cracker kept staring at Barrett. He didn't panic at all when he saw Barrett rushing forward. He was even a little bit happy. Good chance. Cracker didn't want to watch Barrett show off his power, and directly summoned the Cookie Soldiers and rushed forward. He planned to use the Biscuit Soldiers to curb the momentum of Barrett's charge. And he also went up to it. He raised his sword and struck at Barrett's head. Barrett looked at the Biscuit Soldiers charging over with disdain. When a Cookie Soldier rushed up, a big wave of your hand instantly shattered the Biscuit Soldier in front of him. It's a breeze, no effort at all. And he stretched out his hands, like grabbing chickens, grabbed the heads of the 2 Biscuit Soldiers, and violently collided with each other. These tough Biscuit Soldiers shattered like fragile glass. What? How can it be so strong? Cracker was shocked and stopped in his tracks. But Barrett won't let Cracker go. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Cracker. The aura around him was like purgatory, making the Cracker hiding in the biscuit break out in cold sweat. A big hand pinched Cracker's head. Boom. The Overlord-colored domineering impact instantly crushed Cracker's head. Directly let the cookie armor of the cookie rack be broken layer by layer. Cracker's horrified face was revealed. Boom. Cracker's body flew out uncontrollably. He fell on a boulder and did not know whether he would live or die. Crackler. Katakuri's eyes were blood red. This is all done in an instant. Katakuri didn't even have time to react. I didn't feel the domineering power of seeing and hearing. In other words, it was perceived too late. In an instant, Katakuri rushed forward. He jumped up and struck Barrett with his fist covered in armed domineering force. Barrett stood there, staring at Katakuri above his head with cold eyes. Just as Katakuri's fist approached, Barrett raised his right palm and firmly grasped Katakuri's fist. Katakuri's fist could not go any further. What? Katakuri was horrified. How could the other party be so strong? Could it be that everything just happened was fake? Katakuri went completely crazy. Using his free left hand, it turned into a rice cake and hit Barrett's head crazily. Chapter 793 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 6. And Barrett seemed to be able to see the trajectory of his fist. Standing firmly on the spot, he kept shaking his head, dodging Katakuri's punch after punch. Finally, it seemed like I got tired of playing. The right hand that had grabbed Katakuri before was pulled hard and flicked. Katakuri, who was hanging in the sky, lost control of his body for an instant, hanging in the sky, looking down at Barrett below. Then fell quickly. What awaited Katakuri was Barrett's accumulated fist. Boom. Barrett's fist struck Katakuri's abdomen. The strong shock wave of Overlord-colored hockey instantly penetrated Katakuri. It directly punched a big hole in the clouds in the sky. This made Tesla, who was dealing with the Whitebeard pirates in the distance, couldn't help but look over. Looked at Barrett. It seems that Brother Barrett's battle is almost over. I have to work hard too. Tesla looked at the Whitebeard pirates below who were stunned. Then he looked at Marco, Josie and other captains who were still supporting themselves. These captains with strong resilience and defense gave Tesla a headache. Brothers, good opportunity, kill. Marco's eyes lit up, and he was instantly overjoyed when he saw the thunder and lightning clouds dissipating in the sky. He spread his wings and quickly flew into the sky, rushing towards Tesla. Marco, who was originally afraid to fly due to the existence of these thunder and lightning clouds, now flew as high as a bird in the sky and flew towards Tesla. Tesla never expected that the lightning field he had arranged would be accidentally destroyed by Barrett, one of his own. This made Tesla helpless, looking at Marco flying over and covering his forehead. The moment Marco approached, he left the place. At Tesla's speed, there are no more than 5 people in the world who can catch up with him. Marco alone cannot catch up with Tesla. Hateful. Looking at the shattered thunder and lightning, Marco immediately realized that the other party had run away again. This is a situation where you can't fight or catch up. The entire Whitebeard pirates had a headache. It feels like the other party is playing tricks on them. Barrett here. Katakuri received Barrett's full force punch without any defense, and his eyes suddenly bulged. His whole body fell limply to the ground. Brother Katakuri. Cracker stood up with difficulty, looked at Katakuri in the distance and exclaimed. Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin were also shocked. This scene at the scene instantly stunned everyone. Off the field. Is the Big Mom Pirates going to lose? Many people asked after seeing this scene. No one could answer him. But everyone knows that Katakuri is the most powerful person in the Big Mom Pirate group besides Charlotte Lingling. He is also the main force of Big Mom Pirates participating in this competition. Charlotte Lingling stopped eating the cake and stared at Barrett silently. If he dares to make another move, Charlotte Lingling promises to go to war with Charlotte without hesitation. Fortunately, Barrett still has sense. Silently lowering his eyes, he looked at Katakuri who was trembling at his feet. Katakuri was not lying down at this time. Instead, he supported his chest with his arms and did not lie down completely. You are no match for me, give up. As long as you are not competing for the top 3, you are free to do whatever you want. Barrett said looking at Katakuri. Katakuri didn't reply, but kept breathing heavy air. Sweat dripped from his body. At the same time, the body was shaking violently. I haven't lost yet, and Big Mom hasn't lost yet. Katakuri raised his head, which was covered in blood, and looked at Barrett, who had an indifferent expression above him, and said with difficulty. In an instant, the surrounding ground shook crazily with Katakuri as the center. The earth turned into rice cakes and quickly spread around. In the blink of an eye, he was at Barrett's feet. Barrett did not stop him, but watched him complete it. A space formed by rice cakes is completed. Katakuri put one hand on the ground and shouted. Nua Nua Fruit Awakening. Set the time ahead a few hours. When the game just started. A corner of the battlefield. A long-awaited showdown between the world's #1 snipers has begun. The sniper duel between Darrow and Jesus is going on in this smoke-filled battlefield. Contrary to the big noise caused by others, the duel between the two was quiet, but it was deeply involved. Snapped. Jesus Boo pulled the trigger, pointed the gun at Sif in the distance, and fired the bullet. Seeing this, Darrow intercepted the bullet fired at Sif with a backhand shot. Then, not to be outdone, he also shot one of the members of the red-haired pirates. And Jesus Boo couldn't just watch the bullet hit. It can only be intercepted. It can be said that the gunfight between them is unpretentious. After firing an unknown number of bullets, the two were unable to do anything to each other regarding the accuracy of the shooting, and at the same time they stopped this meaningless test. Starting to get serious. You are very good, you are the only one who can keep up with me in all these years. Jesus Boo said while holding up the sniper rifle with a smile on his lips. You are the same, but I have only touched a gun for less than 2 years. You are my first true opponent. You have to be careful. I will use my full strength. I hope you can catch up. Darrow also looked at Jesus Boo with a smile on his face. He touched the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand, then moved his steps and disappeared in an instant. Jesus Boo's pupils shrank after hearing this. No, it's a devil fruit user. Jesus realized something instantly. This speed is obviously beyond his own speed. Even his Captain Shanks may not be able to explode at such a fast speed. Seeing the domineering power spreading rapidly, Jesus Boo's pupils shrank and he quickly turned over to avoid it. The bullet hit the spot where Jesus Boo had been. Snapped. The bullets fired faster than the sound. This was the first time Jesus had dodged Darrow's bullet. In the past, no matter how fast Darrow was, Jesus could keep up with him and shoot bullets. Yo! The reaction is pretty fast. Then 2 more shots. At some point, Darrow's figure came to the top of a mountain. Clap clap. 2 more shots rang out. Jesus predicted the bullets in advance. He quickly turned over and fired a bullet. But the second bullet was too late. Snapped. Jesus Boo's bullet collided with Darrow's first bullet. But the imaginary interception did not happen. Darrow's bullet easily penetrated the bullet fired by Jesus Boo, and shot straight towards Jesus Boo. In other words, at this time, 2 extremely fast and penetrating bullets were fired towards Jesus. What? Jesus Cloth, who originally wanted to dodge the second bullet. I was shocked to see that the first bullet was not intercepted. The dodging movement was a step slower. Chapter 794 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 7. The first bullet hit Jesus directly in the bicep of his left arm. The second bullet grazed Jesus Boo's cheek. Barrett's powerful destructive power and the penetrating power of the fruit directly knocked out a piece of meat on Jesus Boo's left arm. Blood flowed from Jesus Boo's left arm. Caused great damage to the left arm. And my face was burning and hurting. When Jesus touched the cloth, large amounts of blood flowed out. But the most serious wound was the wound on his left arm. Yo, can you still hold the gun now? Darrow didn't know when he came from the top of the mountain a few hundred meters away to a big rock dozens of meters away from Jesus Boo. He didn't pursue the victory, but put the butt of his gun on the ground and sat on a big rock with his legs crossed. Look at the Jesus cloth. With a pained expression on his face, Jesus quickly tore off a strip of cloth and wrapped it around his injured left arm, bandaging the injury and stopping the continuous flow of blood. Then Jesus raised his head and looked at Darrow a few hundred meters away. I really underestimated the hero of the sea. I didn't expect you to be a devil fruit user. Can you tell me what your power is? Jesus Boo lost his smile at this time and looked at Darrow with a solemn expression. Superman-type speed? Fruit, speed man. Darrow has nothing to hide and has nothing to hide. As his opponent, sooner or later he will know his abilities. Speed? Fruit, no wonder it's so fast. Jesus was stunned and looked at Darrow, the fear in his eyes was undisguised. Can you continue fighting? I don't want to hit a wounded person. Darrow tilted his head and asked. Anytime. Jesus Boo raised his sniper rifle and said. But from the subtleties, it can still be seen that Jesus' left arm holding the gun is shaking slightly. But the determination in his eyes was not affected at all. Is it? Darrow's voice sounded from behind Jesus Boo. Just when Jesus Boo raised his gun, Darrow had already arrived behind Jesus Boo. Jesus was shocked and looked at the shadow of Darrow on the stone before. Are there any afterimages so quickly? Turn around quickly. But Darrow's bullet had been fired. Before the sound came, the bullet had already arrived in front of him. Jesus Boo quickly evaded. The bullet struck the boulder where Darrow had been sitting. Snapped. The voice sounded. The granite boulder was instantly shattered by Barrett's bullets, like dust. Jesus Boo's pupils shrank when he saw this. What a powerful force. Jesus Boo cheered up again. Such fast speed, coupled with such powerful power. Jesus Boo's heart had hit rock bottom. You must not take a shot when you are hit, otherwise you will definitely die. Jesus Boo wondered if Darrow had reserved the shot that had just shot him in the left arm. Otherwise, with the power just now, his left arm would have been shattered long ago. It is true that Darrow did hold back. Those two shots were Darrow's reminder to Jesus. Although I want to defeat him, I don't want to rely too much on devil fruit. Darrow wants a fair duel. But the fight just now has proved that without using the devil fruit ability, I can't defeat him, and the longer I delay, the only one I lose will be myself. After all, Jesus Boo had been wandering around the sea for 10 years, and he had only been a fledgling for a year or two. But after all, the speedy fruit is also part of his strength, and he has to use it, so Darrow plans to let him take a shot. Don't be distracted. Darrow's long voice sounded in Jesus Boo's ears. The sound of bullets piercing the air was heard. The speed was so fast that it caused a sonic boom. Jesus Boo couldn't resist at all and could only continue to evade. Darrow seemed to be herding sheep. Just fire a shot, change position, and then use bullets to force Jesus Boo so he can't fight back. The evil intentions and the tricky bullets. It made Jesus Boo feel sick. This is definitely his most troublesome opponent. He was so pressed that he couldn't fight back. Asshole, let me shoot you if you can. Jesus Boo was holding a sniper rifle and kept jumping between the rocks, and the big rocks behind him were shattered. Scattered pebbles are also a big threat. Not only did Jesus have to deal with Darrow's bullets, he also had to deal with the surrounding rubble. Okay. Sure enough, Darrow stopped. Jesus Boo took this opportunity and quickly shot in the direction of the sound. The bullets shot at Darrow quickly. Darrow sat on a rock and looked at the bullets. The bullet seemed to be frozen in his eyes. He stretched and yawned. Boring. The next second, Darrow disappeared directly from the spot. The bullets shot quickly towards the boulder. Boom. The boulder was torn apart. Darrow disappeared. Damn it, I hate devil fruit users. Jesus was furious, he didn't sense Darrow's figure at all. With Darrow's current speed and his sniper talent. If you want to defeat him, you have to keep up with his speed. Otherwise, you can only defeat him by relying on your knowledge in hockey to predict the future. If you're not as fast as him, you won't be able to keep up with him. If you want to deal with him, you can only predict his position in advance and hit him with one blow. Otherwise, there is absolutely nothing you can do against him. Even though Darrow was only 23 years old, it had only been less than 2 years since he was rescued by Charlotte. The training he had received had barely awakened the armed color hockey, and he could only be covered by the armed color hockey. In the Rockefeller Kingdom, his strength is at most that of a squad leader. It was inconspicuous in the Rockefeller Kingdom. In terms of strength in the New World, it is only as good as a fish. In close combat, any member of the Rockefeller family over the age of 16 can defeat him. But when Darrow's strength is combined with the speed, fruit, the powerful Barrett in hand, and the penetrating fruit, which gives bullets the ability to penetrate. Except for Charlotte, Barrett, Death, Caesar, Tesla, and Adara, who is immune to bullets, no one in the Rockefeller Kingdom can defeat Darrow. This is the horror of Darrow. And if the opponent is unprepared, even a general will fall under Darrow's bullet. This created the vulgar status of Daranath. Only 2 years after joining the Rockefeller Kingdom, he was appointed Major General of the Rockefeller Air Force and was assigned to work underground at Tesla. He can be considered a confidant. Focus on cultivating objects. In the ensuing duel, Jesus had no chance to breathe as he was chased and beaten by Darrow. While Darrow was dealing with Jesus Boo, he was observing the battlefield. The battlefield at this time was still so chaotic. The 4 main battlefields are clearly distinguished. Tesla versus the Whitebeard Pirates. Death versus Mihawk. Caesar versus Shanks, Yamato, and Jin. Barrett versus Katakuri. 4 main battlefields determine the outcome of this game. Other battlefields seem less important. But even so, the battle was still fierce. Chapter 795, The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 8. Although in terms of high-end combat power, the Rockefeller Kingdom's advantage is overwhelming, victory or defeat is only a matter of time. But at the mid to low end, it's a bit weak. When the battle just started, Logan and Leonard of the Rockefeller family faced off against Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues of the Beast Pirates. Logan looked at Jack in front of him. He was nearly 9 meters tall and strong, giving people a sense of visual oppression. At first glance, he is not an easy master to deal with. Most likely he is physically strong. And based on the information he saw before. The Beast Pirate's big sign, one of the 3 disasters, Drought Jack. Animal Department Ancient Species Elephant Fruit, Mammoth Form. And they are all grown in ancient times. This made Logan a little excited. What he likes most is head-on fighting. Hey, why are you wearing a metal mask? Is it because you are too ugly to be seen in public? Logan chewed on his cigar and watched Jack play with the flavor. Brother, it's rude to make fun of other people's appearance. Before Jack could speak, Leonard on the side spoke. Forehead. Being scolded by his younger brother, Logan's words stopped abruptly. Jack watched the 2 brothers interact as if no one was watching. Holding a sickle-shaped weapon tightly. Call. Jack exhaled heavily. A large amount of white mist poured out from the tip of the nose. The veins on his forehead popped out. Rockefeller's children should all die. Jack raised his weapon high and looked at Logan and Leonard and roared. Then he stepped on the ground and rushed towards Logan and Leonard quickly. I rely on. Logan quickly jumped to the side, and Leonard also somersaulted back to avoid it. This guy is quite flexible. Logan bit his cigar and looked up at Jack. Leonard, don't interfere. Logan looked at Leonard on the other side and said. Roar. A low growl came from Logan's mouth. The body expanded rapidly. Clothes stretch out. Yellow hair grows on the body surface. And the teeth at the corners of the mouth become sharp and protruding. Logan's 5 fingers showed sharp nails. Saber-toothed tiger ability, half-orc form. Logan stood upright. He roared again. Tiger roaring in the forest. The howling wind whipped up the surrounding area. Jack looked at his opponent, whose appearance suddenly changed. No reaction at all. Remember, the name of the person who killed you is Rockefeller Logan. Remember to report my name when you go to hell. Logan shouted and rushed forward very quickly. He waved his claws towards Jack. 10 scratches quickly opened small wounds on Jack's chest. The speed was so fast that Jack was completely unprepared. Jack took 2 steps back and looked at the scratches on his chest. He raised his double blades and struck towards Logan. At such a close distance, Logan's armed domineering energy covered his arms and he took the 2 swords forcefully. Clang! Huge force came from his arm, and Logan's expression changed. He flew out instantly. Elder brother. Leonard instantly stretched out the wings behind him, flapped the wings behind him, and quickly came behind Logan, who was flying backwards, and caught Logan. What a force! After Logan stabilized his figure, his expression became solemn and he looked at Jack. And only 10 blood marks were seen on Jack's chest. The flesh and blood rolled over at the wounds and immediately returned to their original state, without any sign of injury. Not only is it powerful, but its resilience is unparalleled. Brother, don't show off, Leonard said while supporting Logan. It was just an accident on my part. It won't happen next time. Just watch and see how I deal with him. Logan shook his numb arm and soon returned to normal. His recovery ability isn't bad either. Logan steps a little closer. The armed domineering force of the 2 claws covers it. Tigers come down the mountain. Logan jumped out. Jumped directly above Jack. The claws went straight for Jack's head. This claw will definitely split Jack's head. Clang! Jack raised his weapon and caught Logan's claws before they fell. Are you tickling me? Jack's eyes widened suddenly. Boy, do you think you are just playing house? My strength is improved step by step in battles, and it is not comparable to a greenhouse flower like you. The muscles on Jack's body expanded rapidly. A fierce aura emerged. An elephant trunk thicker than a thigh continues to lengthen. He struck hard at Logan above his head. Not good. Leonard yelled when he saw it. Ignoring what Logan just said, he quickly flew up. And Logan watched helplessly as the elephant trunk covered with armed domineering force was thrown towards his face with overwhelming force. And he was defenseless. Boom. Logan was instantly whipped out. The body flew out quickly like an arrow off the string. While flying out, Leonard flew over quickly, trying to catch Logan. But due to the force coming from Logan, they were carried away dozens of meters. Only then did he stabilize his figure. And the worst one is Logan. His face was bruised and bloody. If he hadn't eaten the animal devil fruit, he would have had strong defense and recovery power. I'm afraid my life is at risk. Leonard hugged Logan and landed on the ground, looking at Logan anxiously. But he hasn't spoken yet. Jack's attack follows in hot pursuit. Leonard could only continue to pick up Logan and fly up, easily dodging Jack's trunk attack. Brother, are you okay? Princess Leonard hugged Logan and shook him. Heaven, heaven, why, there are so many stars. Logan opened his swollen eyes and said drowsily. Leonard looked at the blue sky. Where do the stars come from? They won't be beaten stupid, right? Brother, don't scare me. Leonard couldn't sit still for a moment. Hanging in midair, shaking. My head hurts so much, I want to sleep. Logan half closed his eyes, feeling a little groggy. Brother, are you still fighting? What are you thinking? Leonard said quickly. Yes, I am still fighting, and I will continue to fight. Logan subconsciously stood up and wanted to stand up. He glanced down and felt dizzy for a moment. Where is this? I'm afraid of heights. Logan immediately hugged Leonard's arm tightly and said in horror. Leonard was almost speechless by Logan. Looking down at Jack, who was helpless, he spread his wings. He flew away quickly and landed on a small mountain peak. Jack rushed up immediately upon seeing this. You sit here, when will you wake up and help me again? Leonard said as he placed Logan on the boulder. He no longer paid attention to the unreliable Logan and rushed directly towards Jack. Spreading his wings, Leonard dived down. He pulled out the katana from his waist, covered the blade with armed domineering energy, and swung a sword energy towards his face. Jack, who was charging rapidly, quickly blocked with his sword. Stopped the momentum. Chapter 796 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 9. But Leonard, who swooped down quickly, followed closely behind the sword energy and pounced on Jack. Take advantage of this downward trend. Leonard slashed at Jack. The speed was so fast, it was like an afterimage. Jack didn't react at all. A bright light rose. Swish. The sword flashed. Bang. The mask shattered. The light of the knife cut through Jack's mask and split the ivory at Jack's temple into 2 pieces. The tusks fell to the ground. Leonard stopped as soon as he was ready, and immediately flew away to distance himself, watching Jack's upcoming outburst with vigilance. As predicted. I'm going to tear you apart. Jack showed his ferocious mouth. Only then did Leonard see clearly the true face of the other party. It's actually a fishman. Leonard was surprised. Looking at the mouth of this obviously fishman. Bang bang bang. Jack ignored Leonard's surprise and strode towards Leonard. Although it is powerful, the speed is a bit slow. In Leonard's eyes, it's like a turtle speed. Leonard spread his wings and quickly flew high into the sky. Let Jack miss it. This is the benefit of being able to fly. Most enemies can only look in vain. You like to hide, don't you? Let me see if you can still hide. Jack set his sights directly on Logan, who was still counting stars at the top of the mountain. He rushed forward with big strides. Attack the enemy and save him. Conspiracy. Not good. Leonard would not just watch Jack hurt Logan, and immediately rushed forward. Just as it was getting close, Jack turned around sharply. The sword light suddenly lit up. A swish sound. Leonard's pupils suddenly dilated, and he hurriedly held on to the momentum of his dive. The tip of the knife scraped across Leonard's head. Just a hair's breadth away, Leonard's head was split open. Asshole. Leonard was angry. Immediately transform into a beast. The true form of Diplodon pterosaur appears. A pterosaur more than 10 meters long flew in the sky, blocking the sunlight above Jack's head. The wings flapped continuously and attacked Jack. However, these attacks were like scratching an itch and could not have much impact on Jack at all. At most, Jack was a little confused. Leonard was stalling for time, waiting for when Logan would regain consciousness. In terms of true strength, Logan is 10 times stronger than Leonard. As for why he behaved so badly, in addition to being caught off guard, it is simply underestimating the enemy. Because Jack looked about 20 years old. Pretty much the same as him. And who is he? The Prince of the Rockefeller Kingdom has been training with Charlotte since he was a child, and his strength is ranked among the best in the New World. The pirates in the New World are so cute that they are nicknamed a beast. Logan was naturally extremely proud. Some looked down on these foreign pirates and suffered a big loss as a result. I almost lost my life. Logan, who was sitting on the boulder, shook his head vigorously. Damn, my head hurts. Logan gritted his teeth. He put his hand on his forehead. He reached into his arms to take out a cigar. No, Leonard. Logan suddenly remembered that there was still a battle waiting for him at home. He immediately jumped up from the boulder and looked up. Not far away, he saw Leonard struggling to resist Jack's attack. Leonard could fly into the sky and slowly fight Jack. But as soon as Leonard took off, Jack immediately ran to the top of the mountain. This leaves Leonard to fight Jack. Although true Diplodon could fly. But in a real head-on battle, Mammoth's attack and defense power are obviously stronger than Leonard's. After a while, Leonard was covered in bruises. But because of the animal system and its powerful recovery ability, Leonard can still persist. Roar! A tiger roar came quickly from the top of the mountain. Jack turned around and saw a swift figure rushing down from the mountain. It was a large, yellow beast. Its body was extremely fast, like a tiger descending from a mountain. Its 2 sharp upper canine teeth shone with cold light. Wasn't it a saber-toothed tiger? Elder brother. Leonard's face was covered in blood as he looked at Logan, who was rushing towards him, and smiled. Jack instinctively wanted to avoid it, but his body seemed to be pinned and unable to move. Don't even think about running away. Seeing the help coming, how could Leonard let Jack just avoid it? Regardless of the injury, he locked Jack's body tightly. At this critical moment, Jack could only watch helplessly as the saber-toothed tiger rushed towards him. Roar! As he approached, Logan opened his bloody mouth. The 2 sharp fangs that were 20 centimeters long bit into Jack's left arm. The fangs easily bit through Jack's arm. What? Jack threw his head back and roared. The pain in his left arm caused him to unleash all his strength. Get rid of Leonard's entanglement. He straightened his body, clenched his right fist fiercely, and punched Logan's head with all his strength. The punch hit Sabretooth's jaw, causing Logan's bite to pause. Jack took the opportunity to pull out his left arm and looked at the 2 bloody holes on his left arm. And the bite marks around it. Logan's head was hit hard by another punch. Shaking his head, the tiger's face showed a ferocious expression. Pounced on him. Hold head high. A long cry. Jack stood there, and the beast transformed into a 10-meter-tall mammoth. Two huge and sharp tusks, like two white giant swords, broke out of the ground, as if they could pierce everything in the world. The forearm was raised high, and then dropped heavily. The ground was shaking, and the long trunk was swung violently. Boom. The saber-toothed tiger that rushed over was instantly knocked away. But fortunately, Logan did not act foolishly at this time. Armed Haki covers the whole body at all times, and at the same time, the Haki of seeing and hearing is activated. Countered most of the attacks. Scored dozens of meters. He rushed forward again. At the same time, Leonard also flapped his wings and attacked the mammoth. One after another, they attacked Jack. Jack stretched out his long trunk as usual, planning to give Logan another hit. But Logan was smarter this time. Before the elephant's trunk fell, he moved his steps to avoid the falling trunk. A big earthquake shook. Logan stepped on the ground with all four limbs and quickly crawled towards the mammoth's back. Opening its bloody mouth, the two long fangs penetrated deeply into the mammoth's body. Jack whined. At the same time, Leonard's attack also arrived. The barbs on the wings pulled Jack's huge body. The flesh and blood was cut open with a deep wound visible to the bone. The mammoth rolled to the ground. The saber-toothed tiger also jumped down. Jack quickly backed away, watching vigilantly at the true Diplodon and saber-toothed tiger flying in the air and standing on the ground. The wounds on his back are recovering quickly. Don't hit him head-on, you'll kill him. The saber-toothed tiger made a sound from its mouth, and the blood on its fangs kept dripping. This is Jack's blood. Understand? The true Diplodon raised its head and waved its wings and replied. The two of them rushed forward instantly. Saber-toothed tiger and Diplodon pterosaurs fight against mammoths, a battle of wild beasts. Pure physical combat. Fight in the most primitive way. Chapter 797 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family. The fight between the three was evenly matched. Jack relied on the defense power of the animal type, ancient species, elephant fruit, and mammoth form to constantly defend against the attacks of the two. Did you find an opportunity to fight back? This is the scene where speed does not prevail. After Logan and Leonard find Jack's weakness. Attacking and defending is easy. However, both sides are animal-type devil fruit users with strong recovery power. It is unlikely that a winner will be decided in the short term. His eyes turned. Philip, Trunks, Kakarot, Gibberta, Klein, Hillard, Shigwanti, Simon, Rolling, Ackerman and others fight against the Charlotte family and many second-tier members of the red-haired pirates' crew. Non-Newtonian fluid. Philip waved his hand in front of his chest, forming a protective shield. A large number of swamps that seemed to be broken by one were actually extremely hard. The strike of Perospero's staff was like hitting steel. Lick. Perospero stuck out his long tongue and looked at Philip with an ugly expression. The ability of the person in front of me is simply disgusting. His licking of the fruit was completely restricted. If you want him to lick this swamp man, why not kill him? Haha, corrosion. Seeing that Perospero was motionless, Philip did not tolerate him. With a gentle wave of his hand, a large amount of highly corrosive mud flew towards Perospero. Perospero quickly ducked aside. Swampland. Seeing this, Philip pressed the ground under his feet with one hand. In an instant, the surrounding land was assimilated into a swamp. As soon as Perospero landed, he found that his feet were deeply stuck in the swamp. The harder you push, the deeper you sink. Ha 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 ha, struggle, the more you struggle, the happier I will be. Philip put his hands on his hips and laughed. Have no choice. Perospero can only use the fruit ability. Candy waves. Perospero's long tongue gently licked the surrounding earth. Immediately a large wave of candy appeared in the surrounding swamp, and Perospero was pulled out. You like licking, don't you? I want you to lick it all. Lick the dog. Philip's right arm became elementalized, a large amount of mud gathered on his right arm, and he punched Perospero. The great dog formed from the mud pounced on Perospero. Wall of candy. Perospero was startled. Why does this attack look so much like a person's? He quickly waved his staff and formed a shield in front of him. Bang! The big dog formed from mud hit the shield and splashed out in all directions. Big mud spray. Philip did not stop and continued to attack. A steady stream of mud poured into the shield. It has not been broken for a long time. The defense is quite strong. The continuous bombardment made Philip sweat profusely. Then try this trick. Philip pointed his fists at the sky. Canine-tooth mud lotus. The mud quickly shot into the sky. After flying for thousands of meters, it fell quickly. During the fall, a large amount of moisture vaporizes. The mud gradually became extremely hard. What? When Perispero saw the mud falling rapidly from the sky, he was frightened. Even though he is the eldest son of the Charlotte family, he is really not good at fighting. Facing this 22-year-old Philip who still has natural devil fruit abilities, he still feels a little guilty. He quickly ducked out of the way. A large amount of mud fell and a large amount of dust was thrown up. For a time, a lot of dust was stirred up. It has attracted the attention of blockbusters. This move looks so familiar. Many people were sweating behind their backs, as if they had recalled some terrible memory. Charlotte held her forehead, feeling embarrassed to see others. You said it's okay to copy, but it doesn't look like what's going on. Isn't this embarrassing Charlotte's face? Those who didn't know thought that Charlotte's teachings were incompetent. After Akainu, who was on a mission in the North Sea, saw this scene, a raging fire suddenly appeared behind him. The other side. Trunks is also facing off against Charlotte Owen. Charlotte Owen's hot devil fruit in the original novel now belongs to Trunks. But even so, Owen still obtained a similar devil fruit. Superhuman-type heated fruit. That is the Akino who swims in the magma in the original work. It can heat its own heat up to 10,000 degrees Celsius, and can also affect everything around it, but not directly. In other words, only the ability user himself can first increase the heat and then touch it with his body in order to affect the surroundings. There is no limit to Trunks' hot fruit, it all depends on how the developer develops it. The direct difference between the two is that Irving can heat from 0 degrees Celsius to 10,000 degrees Celsius without limit. This is the highest and also the limit. Trunks does not have this restriction, but he has to develop it himself and slowly increase the temperature. I saw two people standing opposite each other. The body is also filled with heat. Within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area, the vegetation was drying up, the earth was dry and cracked, and from time to time a trace of flame would ignite on the ground. No one dared to approach these two people. Gahahaha. Owen, I'm going to twist your head off. Trunks gave a cruel expression. Trunks, I'll bake you dry. A flame suddenly lit up on Owen's head, and the temperature rose again. The surrounding air was distorted. Heat wave. Trunks stretched out his hands and slapped Owen. His hands were as red as a soldering iron. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased at this moment. A large amount of hot wind blew towards Owen. Owen put his hands on his hips and didn't give in at all. The hot wind blew over Owen without causing any harm to him. Are you giving me a blowjob? The corners of Owen's mouth rose, showing disdain. Really? I want you to feel what purgatory feels like. Trunks didn't give up, and flames suddenly rose around him. Flames burst out from the cracks in the earth, rushing towards Owen. This little heat can't hurt me. Let me show you how hot I am. Owen raised his fist. Heat punch. Owen punched the ground. The flames rushing around were instantly dispersed. At the same time, the temperature of the earth increased rapidly. Magma gradually formed. Heat spreading to all around. A world of magma formed within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area. Bubbles are constantly rolling. This was the first time Trunks felt hot since eating the hot fruit. Trunks' brows gradually became serious. Owen laughed heartily when he saw Trunks' serious face. Ha 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 ha, as long as your temperature does not exceed 10,000 degrees Celsius, you will never defeat me. Irving is very confident about this. Even Admiral Akainu of the Navy cannot compare to him in terms of temperature. The temperature of magma is only 2,000 degrees Celsius. It's only 2,000 degrees Celsius, and Irving has no problem swimming in it. Chapter 798 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 1. Trunks' face turned ugly again after hearing this. The hot fruit has only reached 7,000 degrees Celsius. This is the result of more than 10 years of work. I didn't expect Owen's fruit ability to restrain him so much. His hands were quietly covered with armed domineering energy. Since the fruit ability is not good, let's compete in domineering. There is no shame. Owen rushed over quickly, just as he was about to crush Trunks under his feet. A dark fist appeared in front of Owen. Owen's pupils shrank. Trunks punched Owen directly in the head. Owen fell straight to the ground. Looking at Owen, who was shaking slightly at his feet. Villains die from talking too much. Trunks walked past Owen in the other direction. No one expected that Irving would be the first to be eliminated. No one expected that Trunks would be the first to win. Trunks turned around and raised his slightly red and swollen right fist. While the people around you didn't notice this. Immediately and continuously blowing air. It burned me to death. Trunks growled. The temperature of 10,000 degrees Celsius was still a bit too high considering his intermediate level of armed domineering. Directly burned. No, I need to rest for a while, I can't fight anymore. Feeling the pain in his hand, Trunks hid directly. The fight here is clean and tidy. The battle in Kakarot is a bit ambiguous. Because the person he was fighting against was the butter minister of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Garrett. They are the only children in the Charlotte family who are good-looking and capable. Fruit with superhuman abilities, butterfruit. Don't look anywhere else. Garrett stood in front of Kakarot, the ability appearing in her hand. Garrett said this. Only then did Kakarot shift his gaze from Garrett's long white legs. Haha, the weather is really good today. Kakarot scratched his head and stared at the sky, looking at the long-legged beauty in front of him out of the corner of his eye. He never expected that among the strange shapes of the Charlotte family, there was actually a beauty. Pink hair, yellow eyes, lipstick, fair skin, red gloves, a red skirt, red high heels and a purple cloak, with brown ornaments on her head. Kakarot's heart was beating fast as he watched. Well, can you change your opponent? I won't hit women. Kakarot asked, turning to look at Garrett. Asshole, you underestimate women, I will let you know how powerful women are. Garrett's forehead had veins popping out, and she clenched her fists. Damn you, butter bondage. Garrett opened her palms and pointed at Kakarot. Just as Kakarot was about to explain, he found that his body was bound by a circle of unknown things. Wait, I didn't mean to look down on you, really. Kakarot shouted while shaking his head while being trapped in place. You think I'll believe it, you rude fellow? Garrett controlled the butter on Kakarot's body and gradually lifted Kakarot up. Then he threw it towards the big tree on the side. Boom. Kakarot hit the big tree hard. A lot of smoke and dust flew up. Cough cough. Kakarot was particularly choked. Really, miss, please listen to my explanation. Kakarot wanted to reach out and explain. But suddenly I found that my body could not move. Seems to be controlled. Do you think I'll listen? Garrett rushed in front of Kakarot, raised her long snow-white legs, and kicked towards Kakarot. Boom. He kicked Kakarot on the waist and was kicked away again. After flying twice in a row, Kakarot finally gave up on explaining. There's something weird about this butter. Kakarot found that his body was frozen and out of control. It's too late to find out now. Garrett looked at Kakarot's somewhat anxious look and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. The fingers moved. Kakarot actually stood where he was and jumped up. What are you doing? Stop it. Kakarot watched as his right shoulder continued to shake diagonally upward. Then stand sideways, squat slightly, cover your stomach, put your right hand on your shoulder, and rub it diagonally downward. The shoulders rub the top outward, rub back inward, and continue to push back and forth, and then cooperate with the movements of the hands. Why is it so weird? Charlotte also noticed this scene and looked strangely in his eyes. The dusty memories began to appear. I want to laugh but dare not. Enough. Kakarot's armed color is domineering. His whole body was covered with armed domineering energy, and the control on his body disappeared immediately. Return to own control. Kakarot breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the best way to deal with devil fruit is hockey. Really, you can actually get out of my control. This time it was Garrett's turn to be surprised. Over the years, Garrett has experimented with her older brothers, sisters, and younger siblings. A person wrapped in his own butter cannot escape his control. Nothing is impossible. A red card appeared in Kakarot's hand. Then he rode quickly towards Garrett. Whoosh. Garrett quickly dodged. The red card fell to the ground and exploded violently. Garrett's pupils shrank. This power, look at each other. It was something she couldn't fight against. Kakarot saw Garrett's stupid look and raised the corners of his mouth. A wave of his right arm. Dozens of red cards appeared in front of him. Madam, you can't escape, but you will die. Kakarot reminded playfully. Garrett's expression froze. Licensing. The right hand wearing a white glove flicked slightly towards the red card floating in front of him. The red card flew out instantly. Pointed directly at Garrett. Damn it. Garrett ran away without hesitation. If you don't run, it's hard to wait until it explodes. Boom. An explosion sounded. The aftermath hit Garrett's back. Faster, faster. Kakarot was like playing monkey, his fingers kept flicking. Cards flew out one after another, following Garrett's feet. No illness, no slowness. Asshole, I must kill you. Garrett fled in panic. And Kakarot followed closely behind. Soon, Garrett ran out of the fighting venue between the two of them. Run towards other battlefields. Neither of them noticed this. Until a thunder pillar fell. A booming sound woke them both up. This. Garrett looked at the crater in front of her that was struck by lightning. Then he looked at the sky not far away. Thunder and lightning. Violent thunder swept across all directions. His face turned pale with fright in an instant. Just when Garrett was in a daze. Accumulation of thunderclouds in the sky. Kakarot, who had been alert to his surroundings, instantly noticed the dangerous aura in the air. He looked up at the sky. Then he found Garrett's head gathering from a thundercloud. Run. Kakarot rushed forward. Garrett suddenly heard snoring behind her, turned her head and looked over, and saw Kakarot rushing over. I was shocked. Want to retreat. But it was too late. Kakarot has already pounced. Chapter 799 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family, 2. Kakarot rolled on the ground holding Garrett. He held Garrett tightly in his arms. Feeling Kakarot's movements. Garrett's face turned red instantly. He immediately counterattacked and pushed Kakarot away. But there was a boom and explosion behind him that resounded through the sky. Here, is he saving me? Garrett looked at Kakarot's angular cheeks and her heart skipped a beat. This was the first time she felt the scent of a strange man. Thunder and lightning exploded behind him. The violent thunder did not disappear, but spread for tens of meters. Crazy is raging on the earth. The violent aftermath directly invaded Kakarot's back. Blocked this wave of lightning for Garrett. Thunder and lightning invaded Kakarot's body, and Kakarot's whole body was instantly numb from the electricity. He hugged Garrett tightly and gritted his teeth. Cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. He endured the pain in his body and couldn't help but scream. What? In the sky, Tesla noticed two figures below. Kakarot? And who is in his arms? Tesla looked a little weird. And why are they in my minefield, looking for death? Tesla looked serious and waved his hand. The thunder and lightning in that area went out. It's not that Tesla is making a fuss, but with Kakarot's current strength, he can't even block one of his moves. What's more, in this ferocious minefield, each thunder pillar can easily kill a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million. Just when Tesla was about to go over and ask, how about Kakarot? Marco rushed up from behind. Flames swept through. Tesla stretched out his right hand, and violent thunder condensed in the palm of his right hand. Crazy lightning strike. A bolt of destructive lightning hit Marco, who rushed up quickly. Knocked Marco to the ground again. His whole body was burnt black with electricity. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Marco was completely irritated. Anyone who has played like this will be furious. Oh. What do you want? Tesla turned around, looking down at Marco with a large amount of violent thunder and lightning in his hands. I said, I want. The word death has not yet been written. A beam of light fell from the sky. Marco was instantly shocked. The flames all over his body were somewhat uncertain. Captain Marco. Josie, Vista and others lay on the ground, looking at Marco and roaring. Then he looked fiercely at Tesla sitting in the sky. Being electrocuted by Tesla, they were unable to move at all. Except for Marco, who could still rely on his fruit power to resist, everyone else was restrained to death. You, don't worry about me, I'll deal with Tesla alone, and you go fight for the devil fruit. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Marco's mouth, and the flames on his body gradually rose. Treating the injuries on the body. But what about you, Captain? Josie said worriedly. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Marco stretched out his wings and a large amount of fire burned. Marco returned to his original form and flew high. Just as Josie was about to say something, he was stopped by Bista. Captain Marco is right, our main focus now is fighting for devil fruits. Bista said. After hearing this, Chiaozi nodded vigorously. Fight for the devil fruit. While Marco was attracting them, Josie and Bista ran out with the captain who was still able to move. Thunder. Tesla once again knocked Marco to the ground with a thunderbolt. Seeing the captains of the Whitebeard pirates escaping, Tesla did not pursue them. These captains pose no threat to them. Save some face. When Whitebeard outside the field saw Marco's miserable state, he held Song Yunxia tightly. The white-bearded crew members gnashed their teeth in hatred. Keep an eye on Tesla. Tesla looked at Marco. Tesla shook his head. As soon as these words came out, all the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates felt that their self-esteem had been severely stepped on. A feeling of humiliation rose from within. Asshole, I'm going to kill him. The white-bearded crew members on the Moby Dick took out their weapons and wanted to rush forward. Return. Whitebeard snapped. Dad. The crew looked at their father in confusion. My skills are inferior to those of others. I have nothing to say. Don't let others look down on the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard looked at the countless video phone bugs around him. Intervening at this time will only make people all over the world look down on the Whitebeard pirates. Said they couldn't afford it. By then the reputation of the entire Whitebeard pirates will be ruined. Whitebeard even suspected that these video phone bugs were arranged intentionally by Charlotte. The purpose is to restrict them during the game. And in the field. Tesla waited quietly for Marco to recover. Sitting in the thundercloud, looking at Kakarot and the girl not far away, a playful look flashed in his eyes. Garrett was held tightly in Kakarot's arms and opened her eyes. Looking at the handsome face that was close at hand and gritting his teeth, it seemed that he was enduring pain. My heart skipped a beat. He was just saving himself. Garrett's cold expression that had never changed for thousands of years became slightly looser. But then he felt a big hand on his thigh that seemed to be stroking his thigh. Garrett's cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. There was steaming white gas on his head. Rogue, get out of here. One long leg stretched out. The high heels hit Kakarot's chin directly. Kakarot flew out directly. Garrett quickly stood up and straightened her wrinkled coat. There was some shame and anger on his face. Looking at Kakarot on the ground, the shame and anger on his face was unspeakable. This scene startled Tesla, who was peeking at the two people from high altitude. He almost took action and taught this woman a lesson. Can she beat her own brother? Neither can women. But after seeing no follow-up action from Garrett, Tesla calmed down. He glanced at Marco, who was about to recover. Another thunderbolt fell. Asshole. Marco roared angrily as he looked at the lightning pillars falling rapidly from the sky. There was a boom. Let Marco be electric again, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It also shocked Garrett. Only then did Garrett remember that it seemed like she was still under the thundercloud. I looked at the thick thunderclouds above. It was like a black curtain covering the entire sky. If it weren't for the electric light flashing from time to time. Garrett once thought she was in a black hole. It was pitch black all around. Garrett remembered that this was the battlefield between Tesla and the Whitebeard pirates. She actually ran here. His whole body immediately felt as if his hair had exploded. Interesting. Tesla looked at Garrett showing various expressions alone, and thought of teasing her. Point your finger. A thundercloud gathered above Garrett's head in an instant. A bolt of thunder fell next to Garrett and exploded. Chapter 800 The Rockefeller Family Battle, 3. Garrett was instantly startled. Looking up at the thunderclouds. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. Gotta get out of here. Garrett thought to herself. Lift your feet and run outward. He didn't care about Kakarot at all. Tesla looked at it and it was okay. Kakarot almost risked his life to save her just now, how could he let her leave alone like this? A turn of the palm. The thundercloud covering Garrett's head suddenly brightened. Thunder pillars fell one after another in front of Garrett, forcing Garrett to come to Kakarot. Brother, that's all I can help you with. Tesla looked at Kakarot who had recovered and said softly. Then he looked down at Marco. Like Xiao Chang who cannot be beaten to death. He waved his hand and a thunder pillar fell. Marco was chopped again until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. After passing by Kakarot, Garrett stopped. Looking at Kakarot who was silent and motionless, he then looked at the thunder pillars falling from time to time around him. He seemed to have saved himself just now. Do you want to leave him here? Garrett thought to herself. Forget it, I'll just be soft-hearted and take you with me. Garrett came to Kakarot, grabbed Kakarot and lifted him on his back. Kakarot woke up as soon as Garrett approached, but did not get up immediately, wanting to see what she was going to do. Is it to repay kindness with hatred, or to ignore past grudges? When Kakarot lay on Garrett's back, Kakarot smiled. This is not a bad girl. What to do if he kind of likes it? I remember what my dad said when I was a kid. When you fall in love with someone, it is often doomed at that moment. Kakarot never believed that it was because of the opponent's long legs. Tesla in the sky raised the corners of his mouth. Kakarot's little moves can be seen clearly due to his domineering power. Garrett walked hard while carrying Kakarot on her back. Because we had to pay attention to thunder and lightning in the sky from time to time, it was extremely difficult to walk. And all of this is operated by Tesla behind the scenes. But neither of them knew it. When Garrett walked out of the minefield, the sun in the sky fell on my face. Let Garrett survive. I was about to put down Kakarot from behind. He immediately felt that his long hair seemed to be being played with. Garrett was stunned for a moment. But it was only a moment of 2 seconds. Asshole. Garrett threw Kakarot off his back. Hey hey. Kakarot was startled. Flying in the air, he quickly controlled his body and stabilized his figure. I'm going to kill you. Garrett looked at Kakarot's energetic appearance, and the anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Just raised his hands. The Butterfruit ability is activated. Kakarot rushed to Garrett with lightning speed. 2 hands grabbed Garrett's wrist. He held Garrett's wrists in a domineering manner. Use an irresistible tone. Be my girlfriend. Kakarot's words directly extinguished Garrett's original anger. In the sky, Tesla staggered even more and almost fell from the thundercloud. What did you say? Garrett looked at Kakarot in disbelief. He had forgotten that Kakarot was still holding his hands. I said, be my girlfriend. I will love you forever. Kakarot suddenly had a card in his mouth. Then the playing card immediately turned into a bright rose. Holding a rose in her mouth, she looked at Garrett affectionately. Are you kidding me? Garrett was stunned by this turn of events and subconsciously said in shock. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Kakarot closed the distance between the two, lowered his head and looked at Garrett affectionately. The two looked at each other. Garrett raised her head and looked into Kakarot's eyes. I just feel like this scene is really ridiculous. The two met for the first time. 1 second they were fighting each other, and the next second they confessed their feelings. Reacting, Garrett hurriedly broke away from Kakarot's hand. Stay away from Kakarot. At the same time, my heart was beating wildly, like a deer bumping around. The blush on his face was as blushing as visible to the naked eye. Looking at Kakarot's smiling face, I just felt like I was being teased. Asshole, the toad wants to eat swan meat, so go ahead and eat the fart. Garrett took action without any warning. Pieces of butter were thrown towards Kakarot. Kakarot was startled and quickly blocked from left to right. Reply, beauty, I really like you. Kakarot's confession was particularly harsh in this battlefield filled with shouts of death. This scene was also noticed by people outside the field who paid attention to this scene. Well, Charlotte, how about we marry our 2 families? I marry Garrett to your son, and you marry his death to Katakuri. We are just a perfect match. Charlotte Lingling floated over directly on the thundercloud. Ha 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 ha. Lingling, let the juniors handle their matters. I always respect their own choices in matters of marriage. Charlotte laughed and said. Say no to the past. What a joke, marry Isteth, she has the nerve to say it. Even if he really wanted to, Isteth would still have to agree. Isteth disagrees, who can make the decision? If Isteth is forced to run away from home, everything will be in vain. Seeing that Charlotte did not answer directly, Charlotte Lingling was not in a hurry. Anyway, the initiative lies with her. Looking at Garrett and Kakarot, an idea came to my mind. The smile on his face gradually brightened. While there was a fight between Kakarot and Garrett, their younger brothers, Gibetta and Snag, were fighting fiercely. Gibetta's body is covered with obsidian, and at the same time it is covered with a layer of armed domineering. There was no fear in the face of Snag holding a big knife. He rushed forward directly. Boom. The two collided. Snag slashed at Gibberta. Gibetta raised her right arm. There was a clang. Lots of sparks flew. Snag was shaken back a few steps by his huge strength. What a strong defense, as tough as Josie, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Snag mentioned Jotzi, who he also apparently fought against. Gibetta's eyes lit up. He had always wanted to compete with Josie. When he was young and ate devil fruit, his father told him to compare it with Josie's diamond fruit. Over the years, he has always kept it in mind. It's a pity that there is no chance. But this time, I thought there would be another battle. Unexpectedly, Brother Tesla directly rounded up the Whitebeard Pirates. Leave him no chance. The katana kept falling on Gibberta, in addition to making a clanging sound. No harm was done at all. Instead, Snag's own hands were numb from the shock.